Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Today is October 10th. Today is a very happy day for Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Today is the day they are expecting a son. Minato, what are we going to name our son? Uzumaki asked. Yes, it was high time to come up with a name for our son, Minato, said a tall man with long white hair. The 4th was sitting at the table reading a book called Unwavering Spirit. The History of a Ninja. Maybe Naruto? The blonde suggested. Jiraiya was embarrassed, because the main character of the book had the same name. You got this name from a book, right? Asked the Sannin. Well, yes. Is that bad? I like this name. I like it too, the red-haired girl spoke up. But I came up with this name when I was eating ramen. The white-haired man denied. Although secretly he was glad that his godson would be called exactly that. Minato and I like it, so we decided to give him this name. Okay, I still need to give a mission report, said the Sannin, and headed for the door. See you later, Minato, Kushina. Jiraiya waved his hand and left. Minato continued reading the book written by the Toad Hermit. A couple of hours later, the 3rd Hokage's wife, Biwako, came. O Kushina, 4th Sama. Biwako began. Can I take Kushina to the birthing site? O Biwako-sama, yes, I'll just change now. O. Do I need to go with you? Minato worried. No, if it starts, one of the ANBU will come for you. Okay, answered the Hokage. At that moment, Kushina came out, and saying that she was ready, went out with the 3rd's wife into the street. Minato decided to go to the residence. The Hokage was sitting in his office and signing documents. About an hour later, an ANBU was kneeling in front of the 4th. 4th Sama, your wife is going into labor, was all the ANBU said. Minato used Hiration and appeared at the place where Kushina was giving birth. Minato, go to Kushina, support her. The Hokage went to his wife and took her hand. He just sat there silently, unable to find any words to say in this situation. The 3rd's wife was delivering Kushina at the time. Come on, I can already see his head, Biwako said. Kushina screamed, and Minato felt uneasy about it. That's it. You can relax, he's out, Sarutobi said. But no one could relax. The 3rd Hokage's wife fell, with a cut on her neck, and the ANBU who were supposed to guard the entrance lay in a pool of blood. A man in a mask and a hooded cloak stood in the room. 4th Hokage. Get away from Kushina, or your son will get hurt. I give you 10 seconds to think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. The man in the mask threw Naruto into the air and held the kunai point up, right under the boy. But Minato used his special kunai with the Hiration seal and threw it next to Naruto, then caught him. The Hokage took Kushina and the child and carried them home. After that, he returned to the man with the mask. Who are you, and what do you want? Asked the 4th. You don't need to know this, because soon I will kill you, and at the same time I will destroy Konoha. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, I, Minato Namikaze, will protect the village, even at the cost of my life. Said Namikaze. Are you so sure? The Sharingan flashed in the eye hole in the mask. Just a few moments later, a huge gray nine-tailed fox appeared in front of Minato. Kyubi? Minato was shocked, because now, not far from Konoha, there was Kyubi himself. At that moment, the fourth received reinforcements in the form of the third Hokage and a detachment of ANBU. Hiruzen-sama, hold back the fox, and I will go after the man in the mask. Minato said and headed towards the man in the mask. You have no chance, fourth Hokage. The stranger said. Even if so, I will not retreat. Minato said. The man in the mask took out chains and pounced on Namikaze. The Hokage dodged, trying to counterattack the enemy. He passed through him, crashing into the chain from behind the enemy. Minato, teleporting in front of the enemy, began to analyze the situation. Suddenly, an idea came to him. What if he took out his special kunai and threw it at the masked man? But the kunai passed through him. Then Minato teleported to him with a Rasengan in his hand and hit the stranger with it. He fell to the ground. After which he disappeared in a spiral funnel. Minato rushed to the fox that began to destroy Konoha. Summoning a huge toad, which crushed the fox. Seeing Kushina, he went to her. I know that you will not like this idea. But we need to seal the fox in our child. He himself did not like this idea, but the circumstances required it. I do not like this idea, Minato. Our son will be despised and humiliated in every possible way. Uzumaki was ready to cry, but held back. I know that it will be difficult for Naruto, but I believe in him, and I think he will be able to control the power of the Kyubi. Minato teleported to the house, took Naruto, and returned to the battlefield. But how are you going to seal the fox in Naruto? Asked Kushina. I will use the seal of the death god. Kushina's eyes widened. But you will die after this technique. Uzumaki shouted. I know, the fourth said sadly, but only this seal will hold the fox. He began to form seals, and Kushina held the Kyubi with chakra chains. There, behind Minato was Shinigami, and an altar appeared, on which he placed the boy. The death god took the fox, and transferred it to Naruto. Minato died immediately, from chakra exhaustion, and the use of the death god seal. Kushina was not in the best shape either. She was at her limit, since using the chains required a huge expenditure of chakra, but that's not all. She gave birth to Naruto just half an hour ago. After the fox was sealed in Naruto, his hair turned silver. At that moment, the third Hokage and the remaining ANBU squad and the medic Nin came up, who ran up to Kushina and tried to treat her. Hiruzen also approached her. Third Sama. His name is Naruto. Raise him well, these were her last words before dying. Okay Kushina, I will fulfill your last wish, said the third, take the bodies of Minato and Kushina. Almost 4 years have passed since that day. During this time, Naruto was hated by almost all of Konoha. After all, he had the Kyubi inside him. Only a small number of people treated him like an ordinary child. Uzumaki hated his birthday, because he was beaten on this day. He was beaten not only by ordinary people, but also by Shinobi, Genin, and even Chunin. By the way, he lived in a one-room apartment that needed repairs for a long time. But what did you expect from apartments that were given to orphans? Naruto decided to eat. After looking through all the cabinets, he realized that he needed to go to the store. Taking his money, he went outside and headed to the nearest store. Having collected several boxes of ramen, which he loved very much, he went to the checkout. The cashier measured him with a hateful look and, having accepted the money, gave Naruto his purchase. Uzumaki, having brought the ramen home and eaten, decided to practice throwing kunai and shuriken. Taking from the drawer of the table several kunai and shuriken that he found on one of the training grounds during his walk, he went to this very training ground. Arriving there, Naruto moved 10 meters away from the target and tried to hit it. He was doing poorly, because he was doing this for the first time. After an hour of continuous throwing of kunai, he tiredly lay down on the grass to rest. For some time he tried to understand what he was doing wrong. What if I raise my elbow a little and throw the kunai more sharply? The young Uzumaki thought to himself. Having rested, he again began throwing kunai at the target, by the way, much more successfully. Now out of 5 kunai, 2 hit the target, if before there were none. Having decided that he had had enough throwing for today, he decided to do some physical exercise, which included 1. 15 push-ups. 2. 20 squats. 3. 7 laps around the training ground where he was training. By the way, the training ground was quite large. Uzumaki coped with this relatively easily, because for his 4 years it was excellent. Having decided to go get some food, he headed to Ichiraku. It was one of Uzumaki's favorite places, because a kind old man worked there, who treated him well. His name was Tuchi. His daughter, named Ayam, also worked with him. Arriving at the small establishment, young Uzumaki was immediately called out by Tuchi. "Oh, Naruto. As usual for you?" The old man asked the boy. "Yes, Tuchi-san," Naruto responded. "It will be in 3 minutes. And yes, today it's on the house." Tuchi smiled sincerely, and Naruto beamed. "Thank you," Naruto thanked him. 3 minutes later, a large portion of ramen stood in front of Uzumaki. Taking the chopsticks, Naruto said, "Itadakimasu." "Well, tell me Naruto, what did you do?" Tuchi decided to ask. "Today I went to one of the training grounds, trained in throwing kunai and shurikens. Then I started doing physical exercises. After all, I have to enter the academy in a year." Naruto said. "Well done. Take another portion if you want, today everything is on the house." Tuchi decided to repeat. "No, thanks Tuchi-san, I'm full." Naruto stood up and headed for the exit. "See you, old man. Good luck with your training, Naruto." Young Uzumaki left and went to the library. In the library, he wanted to read about something related to Shinobi. He walked to the library at a leisurely, strolling pace, as if not noticing the furious looks after him. Naruto thought about what he was going to read and reached the library. Entering inside, he began to walk between the rows of shelves, looking for what he needed. "So, I'll take the history of Shinobi and perhaps about chakra," Naruto decided. Naruto sat in the library for several hours, reading the theory of chakra. From there he learned that there are 5 main types of chakra: Katan, Suiton, Raiton, Doton, and Futon. Also, there are types of chakra, or rather the nature of chakra, which are formed when mixing 2 or more main types of chakra. Some Kekkai Genkai are based on these types of chakra. For example, ice techniques. Taking the history of Shinobi with him, Naruto went home. Uzumaki went home to try to awaken the center of chakra. Noticing that it was starting to get dark, Naruto sped up. To his surprise, no one beat him today, which made him incredibly happy. In a good mood, he fell home, and putting the book on the history of Shinobi on the shelf, began to try to awaken the center of chakra. Naruto sat in the lotus position and tried, as it was written in the book, a fire in the abdomen. Naruto sat in this position for almost 3 hours, but he still didn't feel that light. Deciding to read the history of Shinobi, he took a book and began to read. While reading the book, Naruto learned about the founders of Konohagakure, which were Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Hashirama became the first Hokage, who owned Mokuton, the element of wood. He could control the Biju, like Madara. Then it told about the Hokage of Konoha. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, masterfully owned Suiton and could summon water where there was no water at all. He was Hashirama's younger brother. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, owned all 5 basic elements. He was Tobirama's student. And finally, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Everyone knew him by the nickname Yellow Lightning of Konoha. Owned Raitun. Created his own A-rank technique, although nothing was written about it. With this, Naruto finished his reading and, closing the book, went to bed. Almost a year later, it was time for Naruto to go to the ninja academy. Since Uzumaki was used to waking up quite early, he decided to go for a walk. After doing all the standard procedures in the morning, he got dressed and went out. He was wearing a gray windbreaker and pants of the same color, as well as black shinobi sandals. Naruto decided to go to the top of the mountain, on which the faces of the past Hokage were carved. He loved this place. In the evening, there is a wonderful view of Konohagakure. And so, approaching the entrance to the mountain, where there is a staircase to climb up, he heard several voices. White-eyed monster. And something like that. Naruto decided to go there and see what happened there. He went out onto a path in the park, and saw 3 boys and a girl. She was standing separately from the hooligans, and judging by the position of her hands, she was crying. Naruto did not like it when he was offended and did not want anyone else to be offended too. Young Uzumaki approached the group of boys and said, "Get out of here as far and as fast as possible." "I'll count to 5, Naruto said. "Oh. So it's a demon. Oh, we're going to have some fun now." All the boys flew at him. "I warned you," Uzumaki said in a calm voice, "I'm not that weakling anymore who couldn't stand up for himself." Flashback. After a week of trying to awaken the chakra center, he succeeded. He began to use his chakra as an average genin, although he was almost a year away from the academy. Naruto can accumulate chakra in a separate part of the body to increase the strength of his blows. Naruto tried to learn to walk on trees, and he succeeded, albeit with difficulty. But he hasn't gotten to walking on water yet. This year of training did not go by in vain. Naruto trained taijutsu, but did not do ninjutsu, since he decided that this is what they teach at the academy. Uzumaki's taijutsu was quite good, especially for his age. End of flashback. All the bullies started attacking Naruto indiscriminately. They were not shinobi, and they were not as durable and fast. Uzumaki did not cripple them, but simply dodged their blows. Fortunately his speed allowed it. After 10 minutes of such a fight, the hooligans were exhausted. Taking advantage of this, Naruto hit them in the solar plexus. From this, the boys fell and began to greedily gasp for air. All this time, a girl was watching them. She was about the same age as Naruto. Uzumaki approached her and asked, "How are you? Did they hit you?" "And no," the girl answered. "Great. What is your name?" Hinata Hyuga. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," Uzumaki calmly said and held out his hand. Hinata was about to hold out her hand in response, when her hand was grabbed. It was a girl, judging by her eyes, also a Hyuga. "Hinata-sama, this is a demon. Don't go near him," said Hyuga and dragged Hinata towards her clan's mansion. Naruto was upset by the behavior of the girl who dragged Hinata away. Uzumaki headed towards his original route, the top of the mountain with the Hokage's faces. After sitting there for about an hour, Naruto went to the academy. He arrived at the Shinobi Academy only when the 3rd Hokage began his speech. The Hokage's speech was about the will of fire in each of the shinobi and some other nonsense that Naruto didn't really listen to. "Now follow me to class," said a man who looked about 27 years old, with a scar on his nose. Everyone followed him to class. Naruto sat at the last desk next to the window. Since he was disliked, he sat alone. "So. My name is Yumino Irika. I have been your homeroom teacher for the entire course of study at the academy," said Yumino. "Now I will call you to the board and you will tell me what you like, what you don't like, your interests and dreams." Naruto didn't listen to him any further, as he didn't see anything interesting in it. "Naruto Uzumaki," Irika said with some hostility. Uzumaki came out and began. "You already know my name. I like ramen. I don't like when people despise me, my dream. To gain respect in my village, Naruto said and sat down in his seat. There were a few more people after him, but as before, he didn't listen. Guys, since today is the first day at the academy, I'm letting you go. Have a nice day. Iruka said. All the guys immediately ran out of the classroom, and only Uzumaki was in no hurry. He waited until everyone had left and he could leave calmly. After leaving the academy, he went to one of the training grounds. Moving 30 meters away from the target, he threw 5 kunai, all of which hit the target. Having done this 10 times, he decided to do some physical exercise. Having finished, he decided to improve the chakra center, so he sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. And so his day passed. After training, Naruto often went to Ichiraku. And now, without breaking tradition, he headed there. Entering Ichiraku, he said. "Oh old man, as usual. Oh Naruto, I'll be right there." After eating, Uzumaki paid and went home. Almost 5 years passed in this vein. During this time, Naruto became much stronger. In strength he was not inferior even to Sasuke, who was Uzumaki's main rival. Uzumaki learned the shadow clone technique. Using this technique, he meditated and increased the amount of chakra, as well as its control. Now he could walk not only on trees, but also on water. He improved his taijutsu, and was also able to ideally master throwing shurikens. He also tried to learn kenjutsu, but after a couple of months of study, he realized that this fighting style did not suit him. Naruto could not use genjutsu, in the word, at all. And so, the day came to pass the exam for the genin. Uzumaki had every chance to pass the exam. It required creating a clone of himself and turning him into an examiner. Everyone was sitting in the class. The only one Naruto was watching during the exam was Sasuke. As soon as it was Uchiha's turn, he went out to the examiners, and at that moment all the girls screamed with deafening volume. So, "Sasuke, create a clone and turn him into..." "Well, let's say into me," said Iruka. "PFF," was all that was heard from Uchiha. Having made several seals, he created 5 clones, each of which he turned into Iruka. Yumino, seeing how many clones Sasuke made, smiled contentedly and gave Uchiha his forehead protector with the Konohagakure sign. "Next." "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka said angrily. Naruto approached Yumino. "How many clones should I create and who should I turn into?" asked Uzumaki. "As many as you can and turn into me," answered Yumino. "Good." Having made seals, Naruto created 10 shadow clones, which surprised not only Iruka, but also most of the class, including Uchiha. "And now," Naruto said and turned everyone into Iruka. You passed, congratulations." Yumino said stunned and gave Naruto the forehead protector. Uzumaki sat back down at his desk and stared out the window. The mountain with the Hokage's faces was clearly visible from it. "Guys. Now I will name the team composition. So. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Chuji Akimichi. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura. Sakura was sad at first when she found out that Uzumaki would be on her team, but when she heard the Uchiha's name, she squealed. She turned around and stuck her tongue out at Ino. "What are you grinning about, big-headed one?" "He will still be mine," said Ino. "You won't get it," answered Sakura and turned away. So the teams were determined. "Sit in the office, your sensei will come and call either the team number or the names of its members, after which he will take you with him." Iruka left. A few minutes later, a tall man with a beard entered. "Oh. I am Asuma Sarutobi. Ino, Chuji and Shikamaru, follow me." All of those listed left the office, after which a girl with black hair and red eyes approached. "I am Kurenai Yuhi. Who is here? Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aburame. It's us, the three said at the same time. Follow me. There were a couple of teams left in the classroom. They were taken within half an hour. Almost 2 hours had already passed, and the sensei of the 7th team still had not arrived. Where the... is he? Sakura continued to be indignant. Calm down. Naruto shouted, who was already starting to get annoyed. If our sensei is late, then he must have a good reason. Yes, Sakura, Naruto is right. I don't think our sensei will be late often, Uchiha agreed. Sakura fell silent, but only because Sasuke said so. In general, she would not have done what Uzumaki told her in front of Uchiha. But only because she did not like Naruto, but was head over heels in love with Uchiha. But then Naruto suggested something. Let's set a trap for sensei. I think he will be happy, because we will do it together. Not a bad idea. I'm for, to Naruto's surprise, Sasuke agreed. If something goes wrong, then I have nothing to do with it, Sakura agreed. Great. Does anyone have a fishing line? Naruto asked. Catch. Sasuke threw Uzumaki a coil of fishing line. Naruto made a trap in a few minutes. He pulled the line so that if you tripped over it, several shurikens would fly at the person caught. That's it. I think that's enough. We're not going to kill him, Naruto said. I agree, the trap is primitive, but I don't think more is needed. Naruto went to his seat. And as soon as he sat down, a man with ash blonde hair and a mask covering half his face and his left eye entered the office. He touched the line, and shurikens flew at him, which he easily caught between his fingers. If they did it together, then I think the team will be great, the man thought to himself. Oh. Here's our sensei. Haruno shouted. Oh, sorry I'm late, two voices didn't let him finish. It's okay, sensei. You must have had a reason, Uzumaki said. It happens, Sasuke replied laconic as always. Sakura decided to remain silent. Thank you for understanding. You are Team 7, right? Yes, that's us, everyone said. I am Kakashi Hatake, follow me to the roof. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. The team went to the roof. Kakashi stood leaning on the railing. Let's get acquainted. I'm Kakashi Hatake, as I said before. I don't like a lot of things, I like few of them, and I have no interests or hobbies. Now you're the same way. The one with the silver hair starts. Hatake introduced himself. But you didn't say anything except my name. Sakura was indignant. Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and training. I don't like how people treat me. I don't have any hobbies as such. Goal, to gain respect in the village. Apparently he doesn't know yet that the nine-tailed fox is sealed inside him. Kakashi thought to himself. Okay, now the pink-haired girl, said the ash-haired one. Haruno Sakura. I love, she looked at Sasuke, I don't like Naruto. I have no hobbies. Goal, to become a strong kunoichi. Aha. So she likes Sasuke. I see. Now you, he pointed at the Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke. There are few things I like and many things I don't like. I don't have a dream. It's more of a goal. I have to kill one person and restore my clan. As far as I understand, this is his older brother, Itachi. So. Tomorrow we will have our first training session. Come to the 7th training ground. We start promptly at 5. Don't forget to bring your shinobi gear. What kind of training is this, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. You'll find out about that tomorrow. That's all for today. Good luck. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Okay, I'm off to train. Naruto dropped him and left. Me too, Sasuke left, leaving Sakura alone. Haruno decided not to train, so she went home. Naruto came to the training ground and began his training. Taking 5 kunai in each hand, he threw them. And he hit all the targets. Having decided to do some physical training, he began. His plan of action was as follows. 1. 40 laps around the training ground. 2. 40 push-ups. 3. 50 squats. 4. Run non-stop for an hour. After finishing, he sat in the lotus position in order to restore his chakra. I should find out the element of my chakra. Tomorrow after training I'll buy chakra conducting sheets and find out. After training, Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku. Entering it, he said, "Tuchi-san, as usual." Oh Naruto. Wait, it will be here soon. After waiting the required 3 minutes, a large portion was placed in front of him. "Today on the house," said Tuchi's daughter, "I am." "Thank you Tuchi-san, I am-san," thanked Uzumaki. "You became a genin, it would be a sin not to celebrate," said the old man. "Itadakimasu," said Uzumaki and began to eat food. Less than a couple of minutes passed before he ate his portion. "Goodbye old man, I am-san," Uzumaki said goodbye and left. Having reached home, he lay down on the bed without undressing and fell asleep right away. Today Naruto had a rather strange dream. He was standing, surrounded by darkness, and in front of him were 2 bright purple eyes with a vertical pupil. Their gaze was so piercing that his knees were shaking. Uzumaki stood and could not move. That gaze was that piercing. There was a bright flash and Naruto woke up in a cold sweat. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was time to get ready for training with his team and Kakashi-sensei. Who did these eyes belong to? I have not seen anyone in the village with such an aura of hatred. I have not even seen anyone who had eyes similar to those in this dream, Naruto thought, on the way to the training ground, where his team was supposed to train. Naruto arrived at the training ground before everyone else, and decided to meditate. Half an hour later, Sasuke arrived, and after him Sakura. Together they waited for Kakashi for almost an hour until he appeared on the tree branch under which Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were sitting. Oh. Sorry. I got lost on my way here, Kakashi made an excuse. Everyone ignored his words. Now they realized that Hatake would almost always be late. "What kind of training do we have?" asked Naruto. "Survival training. In this test, you must take these bells." He took 2 bells from his pocket. "Judging by the fact that there are 2 bells, and 3 of us, someone will lose?" Uzumaki guessed. "That's right. But the one who doesn't get the bell will go back to the academy," said Kakashi. Maybe we'll get started?" Haruno asked. Kakashi took out his alarm clock and set the hand to noon. "You must take the bells from me before then," Hatake said. "Let's go." Team 7 hid, suppressing their chakra. "We need to work as a team, otherwise we will not defeat Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said, which drew attention to himself. "I agree. He is an elite jonin of Konoha after all," Haruno said. "I have an idea. Let's do it like this." Kakashi stood in place and read a book. Naruto comes out of the bushes with a kunai in his hand. "Naruto? Why aren't you hiding?" Hatake asked. "Why? I'm stronger than you," Naruto answered. And then a taijutsu fight began, with Naruto losing. Kakashi's fist flies at Uzumaki, but Naruto dispersed. A clone? So the real one is somewhere nearby. Kakashi thought to himself. Sasuke appears behind him, and while making seals, he shouts, "Katan, fireball." The Uchiha exhaled a technique that reached almost 6 meters in diameter. What? The genin shouldn't have enough chakra for this technique, thought Kakashi, using the substitution technique. He appeared near a tree, where a trap with explosive seals was waiting for him. Having managed to react, he jumped back. Sasuke threw a large shuriken at him, which he dodged. And then, behind Kakashi, the shuriken turns into Naruto, who was able to tear off the bells. They work well together. Now, if Sakura came up with the trap, then they will make a very good team, reasoned Kakashi. Phew. That was difficult, said Naruto. Sakura-chan, Sasuke, hold the bells. To say that Hatake was surprised is to say nothing. But you'll return to the academy, thought Sakura. Even if so, you should move on, said Naruto. I don't accept the bell. Haruno handed Naruto the bell. All I did was set up that trap with the explosive tags. You and Sasuke-kun did the main part. Here, Sasuke handed Sakura the bell. Sasuke-kun. But what about your goal? It doesn't matter, I still have time. Okay guys. You passed, said Kakashi. This team took the bells from me. They are not the first to do this. But they are the first who were willing to sacrifice their future for the good of their teammates. The ash-haired man was pleasantly surprised. You said that one of us would return to the academy, said Haruno. It was a lie. The point of this training was to test your teamwork, answered Sakura's question Hatake. Hooray! All members of the 7th team shouted. An amazing team, was all Kakashi thought. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's voice brought him out of his thoughts. What? What is your chakra element? I know that Sasuke has katan. But I don't know about myself, Sakura-chan, or you, Uzumaki asked. You became interested in the chakra element quite early, Naruto, Hatake thought. Well, I'll tell you. You know that there are 5 main chakra elements, right? The ash-haired man began to explain. That is, Suiton, Katan, Futon, Raiton, and Doton. Each shinobi has his own chakra element. But if you train, you can open a second element. For example, Doton and Suiton, or Raiton and Katan, and so on. I have mastered all the chakra elements except Futon. The eyes of everyone present widened, especially Sakura's. I can give you chakra-conducting leaves to find out your element. Will you check? Asked Hatake. Yes, answered all those present. Then take these. Hatake climbed into the shinobi's bag and fished out 15 pieces of paper. Let's see how the leaves change depending on the element of chakra. He squeezed the leaves between his fingers and showed them to the students. He pointed to the leaf that was between his index and middle fingers. It crumpled, Raiton. Next, the index and ring fingers, it rotted, Doton. After, the ring and little fingers, this leaf began to smolder, Katan, and lastly, Suiton, he pointed to the leaf between his thumb and index fingers, it got wet. These are all my elements. The guys looked at their teacher with admiration. And what will happen to the leaf if you have Futon? Uzumaki asked the question that interested him. It will cut, answered Kakashi. Can I try? Said Naruto. Here, Kakashi gave Naruto 5 leaves. Naruto squeezed the leaf between his index and middle fingers. Now let the chakra through it, said Hatake. The leaf crumpled. But not like Kakashi's. If Hatake's sheet simply lost its original shape, then Naruto's sheet was crumpled and small purple discharges danced across it, after which the sheet tore into shreds. Naruto and everyone around him looked at him in surprise. I have Raiton. Uzumaki began to rejoice. No, Naruto, Kakashi stopped him. It's not Raiton. Then, maybe Futon? The sheet was torn. Naruto suggested. And not Futon. It would have split into 2 parts, as if it had been cut with scissors. Kakashi had never been so surprised in his life. It looks like this is a new Kekkai Genkai. But where did Naruto get it from? Neither his father nor his mother had any Kekkei Genkai. For the most part, his element is similar to Raitun. Maybe I should start training him separately? Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto. You have a completely new element. It looks like you have a Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi said. Try a couple more times, but now hold the leaf between your other fingers. Naruto held another leaf, but between his middle and ring fingers. He passed chakra through it. The leaf split into 2 parts. Futon. And Naruto was very lucky. This is the rarest nature of chakra out of the main ones. Kakashi analyzed the situation. This is Futon. Unfortunately, I can't help you master this element. As I said, I don't have this element of chakra, Hatake said. Try again. Naruto held another leaf between his ring and little fingers. Nothing happened to it. And I was so hoping for the third element. Naruto looked down in disappointment. It's okay, Naruto. You do have a Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi encouraged his student. Now it's your turn, Sasuke. Sasuke took the leaf and sent chakra through it. The leaf began to smolder. Taking the second leaf, he placed it between his middle and ring fingers. Nothing happened to it. This infuriated Sasuke. Naruto. How can he have 2 elements, one of which is an enhanced genomic? Sasuke was indignant. Katan. Since you're an Uchiha, you should be able to control it just fine. Most likely, later, you'll get another element, the ash-haired man said. Now you, Sakura. Holding the leaf between her fingers, she ran chakra through it. The leaf got wet. Suetun. Great. I can train you all. Kakashi said. Can I have another one? I'll try again. Sakura asked. Here. Nothing happened to Sakura with the second leaf. So far, only Naruto has 2 elements. Sasuke only has Katan, and Haruno has Suetun. Well, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow we'll have our first mission. Bye. Kakashi said goodbye and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. I'll go too, see you tomorrow. Naruto began to walk towards Konoha. He headed to his favorite place. And no, it was not Ichiraku. It was the top of the mountain with the Hokage's faces. Naruto liked to sit on the 4th's head the most. Something drew him there. He felt cozy there, despite the fact that it was dark and the cold wind was blowing. Now, with my Kekkei Genkai, I can gain respect in the village. The next day, Naruto got up early as usual. After doing the usual water procedures, he put the kettle on. Waiting for the kettle to boil, he poured water over the ramen and began to wait. Almost finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Naruto thought. He approached the door and opened it. An ANBU stood in front of him. The Hokage-sama is calling you, the ANBU said and disappeared. Uzumaki began to collect ninja equipment. 10 minutes later, he stood in the Hokage's office. His entire team was there. Today, at the request of your sensei, I will give you your first mission. This is a C-rank mission, said the third. The essence of it is to escort one person to the land of waves. Tazuna-san, come in. A man entered the office. He began to look at everyone present. Will they escort me? Okay, I'm sure that these, he nodded towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, will be able to protect me. But about her, he pointed at Haruno, I'm not so sure. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. You will be accompanied by an elite jonin and strong genin. Considering the rank of the mission, you shouldn't be attacked by someone they can't defeat, Hiruzen said, smoking his pipe. Excellent. We'll be at the Konoha gates in 20 minutes, said Tazuna and disappeared behind the door. As Tazuna-san said, be there by the appointed time. Don't forget to take your equipment, said Kakashi. Hi, said team number 7 and disappeared. On the way home, to get equipment, Sakura thought. What a rude old man. Why not just keep quiet? In the required 20 minutes, everyone was at the gates of Konohagakure. Let's move, Kakashi commanded. The team walked for almost half an hour. Since they walked in silence, they had time to look around. Naruto walked ahead of everyone and looked around. There, in front of him was a puddle and he thought. It seems like it has been raining for quite some time. Then where did this puddle come from? We must inform Kakashi-sensei. But Sasuke got ahead of him. He approached Kakashi and said. Kakashi-sensei, how long ago was it raining? I don't remember. Why? Hatake asked a counter-question. Yes, I noticed a puddle here, I think these are spies. Excellent work, Sasuke. Be on your guard. It was at that moment that 2 ninja appeared from the puddle. Protect Tazuna-san, Sasuke shouted. Sakura and Sasuke stood in front of the man to protect him. Naruto ran into one of them. His enemy used a chain and headed for the customer. But Uzumaki threw a kunai and nailed the chain to a tree. Then he kicked, which the enemy blocked. Having flown a couple of meters, the enemy wanted to rush at Naruto again, but Kakashi stopped him with a blow to the solar plexus. The enemy fell to the ground unconscious. Judging by the protectors on them, they are Kirigakure renegades, Kakashi said and looked at Tazuna. You will have to explain why the Mist Brothers were sent after you. Tazuna stared at the ground and said. The thing is. I am a bridge builder. A very rich bandit named Gato appeared in our village. He terrorizes our village. He also controls all the ports. I am building a bridge to the neighboring village, because if it is completed, his reign will end. And since he doesn't want to step down from power, he's trying to interfere with the construction of this bridge, so they started hunting me, Tazuna said. Do you know that if we incorrectly indicate the rank of a mission, we can refuse it? Kakashi asked. I know. But our village's money wouldn't be enough for a mission of the next rank. So I had to lie. Let's continue the mission. Sakura asked. Who's in favor of continuing, raise your hand. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto raised their hands. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi agreed. Okay, we'll continue the mission, the ash-haired man said. But only because of them, he pointed at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. But they couldn't continue. Get down! Sakura shouted. At that moment, a huge sword flew over them and pierced a tree behind them. After that, a tall man landed on it, half of whose face was covered in bandages. Understood. Now it's clear why the Mist Brothers didn't have the slightest chance. It's Kakashi's Sharingan, the missing Nin thought to himself. It's Zabuza Momochi. I'll have to use the Sharingan against him, Kakashi reasoned. Now I understand why the Mist Brothers failed their mission. Of course, they couldn't stand up to Kakashi's Sharingan, said Zabuza. Sharingan? Kakashi's? But that's the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. My clan's. Where did he get that from? Thought Sasuke. What is this Sharingan anyway? Sakura asked the question that interested her. Sharingan is one of the 3 great dojutsu. They include, the Rinnegan, which the Sage of the 6 Paths had, the Sharingan, which the Uchiha possessed, and the Byakugan. This is the privilege of the Hyuga clan, Kakashi explained to her. Also, having the Sharingan, you can predict the enemy's actions and use them against him, continued Sasuke, but if you think about it, the Sharingan can do more than that, it can do a lot more. A lot. The boy is right. But that's not all. Sharingan can analyze the enemy's technique down to the smallest detail and copy it. Your sensei has more than 1,000 of them already, Zabuza added, give the old man back and we'll part peacefully. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood around Tazuna to get a larger field of view. So you don't want to? Okay. With these words, Zabuza appeared behind the genin. He was about to strike, but Kakashi prevented him from doing so. Stopping the sword, he struck Momochi in the stomach with a kunai. But instead of blood, water poured out of Momochi's body. A moment later, he turned into a puddle of water, after which the original appeared behind Kakashi and was already swinging his sword. Take that! Zabuza shouted and cut Hatake. But he disintegrated into drops of water. A water clone? Even in the fog. Even in the fog, he was able to see what I was doing and copy my technique. Momochi analyzed the situation. Kakashi appeared behind the missing nin and put a kunai to his throat. Don't move. You've lost, Kakashi said. Ha! Zabuza disintegrated into drops of water again, then appeared behind Hatake and raised his sword to strike. Kakashi ducked, but Zabuza twisted and kicked him in the chin, causing him to fly into the water. Zabuza jumped onto the water's surface, holding onto it. The water is strange. That's right. It's saturated with chakra. Kakashi thought. Suetun, water prison, Zabuza said, making hand seals. This is bad. We need to tell them to get out of here. Hatake thought. Take Tazuna-san and get out of here. You can't handle him. Suetun, water clone, Momochi said. Sasuke. Naruto said, we need to use the same technique we used against Sensei during training. I'll distract the clone for now. Got it. Sasuke threw a large shuriken at Zabuza, just like he did against Kakashi. Do you think it's that easy to defeat me? Zabuza said, simultaneously dodging the weapon that was flying at him. As soon as the shuriken was behind Zabuza, it turned into Naruto. In order to avoid being hit by the kunai that Naruto was holding, he had to interrupt the water prison technique. Thanks Naruto, Sasuke. I'll take the rest. Zabuza began to form seals, while Kakashi repeated them. And almost having finished forming seals, Momochi heard. Suetun, water dragon. But how? He started a little later than me. A dragon made of water flew at him, knocking Zabuza off his feet and slamming him into a tree, where he continued his work. When the technique stopped, Kakashi approached him and said, now you've definitely lost. You're finished. Hatake was already raising his kunai to strike, and Momochi was preparing for his death, as 3 senbon pierced his neck. What? That's all the ash-haired Zabuza thought. As he fell, and Kakashi flew up to him and checked his pulse. He's dead, Hatake said and looked in the direction from which the S that killed the missing nin came. There he took away the man in the Kirigakure Anbu mask. Yes, you're right. I killed him. It was a boy who was a little older than Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. We've been hunting him for a long time. He betrayed the village and became a missing nin. The masked boy said. And now I'll take him, because even the body of a dead shinobi hides many secrets. He approached Zabuza and put him on his shoulders. Thank you for your help. After these words, he disappeared into the fog. Kakashi said, falling to the ground. What's wrong with you, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, running up to Hatake, who Naruto managed to catch. It's all because of the Sharingan. It requires a huge amount of chakra, which, unfortunately, I do not have, answered the ash-haired. Let's go quickly, it's not long until I get home. We'll leave your teacher there to rest, said Tazuna. Excellent. Let's go, said Sasuke. As soon as the team with Tazuna arrived at his house, he gave Kakashi a separate room so that he could rest properly. After 3 days of rest, Hatake began to walk again, but with crutches, since he still had little strength. Having decided to start training his subordinates, he called them to him. "Today we will train," said Kakashi. "What is the purpose of training?" asked Sasuke. "You must learn to climb to the top of a tree." "It's easy," said Sakura. "That's not all," continued Hatake, "you must do it without hands." At this moment, everyone except Naruto was surprised. "That's impossible." Sakura was indignant. "You're wrong. Look." Kakashi walked up to the tree trunk and climbed onto it, then stood upside down on one of the branches. "It's harder than it seems at first glance. You just need to concentrate the chakra in your feet in the right amount. If you have a lot of chakra, you will break through the tree and fall, and if you don't have enough chakra, you simply won't be able to stay on it." "Like this?" Sasuke asked, standing on the tree trunk. "Exactly." Kakashi said, "You try, Sakura." On the third try, she managed to climb onto the branch where the Uchiha was sitting. "And now me?" Naruto asked. "Yes, repeat what they did," Kakashi answered. "Can I show you something else?" Uzumaki looked at Kakashi. "If it's something worthwhile, then go ahead," the ash-haired Naruto answered, walked up to the water and, sending chakra to his feet, stayed on its surface. "Good, Naruto. You control your chakra perfectly." Hatake was surprised. How did that loser manage to walk on water so fast? Sasuke was indignant, although he remained calm on the outside. But he never climbed a tree. Sakura tried to belittle Naruto's success. Walking on water is much more difficult than on a tree. The water surface is almost always in motion, that's the whole difficulty. Kakashi cooled her ardor. And since he learned to walk on water, he can easily walk on vertical surfaces. And, she had nothing to say to that. "Well, okay, since you learned to control chakra, you can rest," Kakashi said and headed into the house. "And I'll rest for now." Sakura approached Naruto and asked. "Naruto, how do you walk on water?" Personally, I used to direct a little more chakra to my feet. Since water can't break, it's quite problematic to overdo it with chakra," Naruto answered her question. "So?" asked Sasuke, who had been listening to Uzumaki and Sakura's conversation all this time. "In principle, yes," answered Naruto. "You try, Sakura." She succeeded right away, just like Sasuke. "Since everyone succeeded, I suggest helping build the bridge. That way we can go home earlier," suggested Sakura. They all went to the bridge. "Tazuna-san, maybe you need help?" asked Haruno. "We wouldn't mind a couple extra hands," the old man admitted. "We'll be right there," said Naruto and made 5 clones. "Thank you," thanked Tazuna. "With our help, you'll build a bridge in no time," said Naruto. The next 3 days in the land of waves passed roughly like this. During this time, Kakashi fully recovered and also began to help in the construction. There was fog on the 7th day. When the team with Tazuna was heading towards the bridge, they sensed something was wrong. Already approaching the construction site, Naruto said. "Don't you think something is wrong?" "Agreed. It's kind of quiet here," Sasuke agreed. "Look." Sakura pointed her finger in the direction they were heading. "There are corpses." There were many corpses of workers who had arrived here earlier than the others lying on the bridge. Kakashi approached one of them and checked for a pulse. It was gone. Then he suspected something was wrong. The thing is, some of them were lying with parts of their bodies cut off. There was no blood, which was very strange. But then it dawned on Kakashi. This is the water clone technique. The team captain shouted and jumped away from the corpse. At that moment, all the bodies turned into puddles of water. And in the fog, the silhouettes of Zabuza and another person became visible. As soon as they got close enough to see them, Sakura said. "The one next to Zabuza. That's the Anbu who killed him." I knew something was wrong. I used to serve in ANBU myself. After they kill the target, they have to destroy the body on the spot. And that kid just lifted the body on himself and carried it off somewhere. Kakashi scolded himself. But how did he survive? Is that guy with him? Sakura asked. You see. A real ANBU should eliminate evidence right at the murder scene, and he dragged Zabuza off somewhere on his back. I only realized it now. Hatake said. That's right. Haku is my assistant, Zabuza confirmed Kakashi's theories. But you checked for a pulse, and there was none. Haruno said. Aren't just ordinary shinobi. They can use techniques to temporarily stop the heart, pulse, and more. In our case, he threw the senbons at the right points on Zabuza's neck, thereby deceiving us that he was dead. Haku, your guy, from the Uchiha, Momochi said so that no one could hear him. Hi, Zabuza-san. The masked guy answered. Haku ran at Sasuke. He raised his hand with a kunai, ready to hit him in the torso. Yuki dodged it with ease. Fast, Sasuke thought to himself. At that moment, Zabuza attacked Kakashi. Sakura. Protect Tazuna-san. The ash-haired guy shouted and headed towards Sakura, who was standing closest to the old man. Taking off the bandage from his left eye, Kakashi wanted to use the Sharingan. Sharingan again? I won't fall for the same rake twice. Momochi said, finishing folding the seals. Suetun, concealing mist. The bridge was covered with an even thicker fog, in which the missing Nin disappeared. Sakura. Be on your guard. Zabuza is a master of silent killings. You won't even blink before you're dead, Kakashi warned. Don't leave Tazuna-san's side, he continued in a commanding tone. At this time, Sakura looked around and could not find anything that indicated the location of their enemy. Momochi appeared, who wanted to strike the bridge builder, but Kakashi blocked his path, pushing him back a few meters. Changing the trajectory of Zabuza's sword with a kunai strike, Hatake decided to deliver a decisive blow. Having received a kunai strike to the heart, Zabuza disintegrated into drops of water. A clone? So the original. Thought Hatake, I do not see and do not hear you. But you could not hide your smell. This was your mistake, Zabuza. Biting his finger and making several seals, he said. Summoning technique, and put his palm to the ground, causing some symbols to spread across it. My dogs will quickly find you. Zabuza at this time stood 10 meters away, unaware that his end could soon come. Here, from behind, a huge dog attacks him and bites his left collarbone. And its paws cling to his shoulder blades. Another moment and 4 more dogs grab him by the shoulders and legs and do not let him move. Zabuza, you think that I have always lived at the expense of the Sharingan. It is not so. Behold my own technique. Kakashi began to concentrate chakra in his hand, which then took the form of lightning, Chidori. What? What kind of chakra is this, in his hand? Why is it visible to the eye? Zabuza reasoned to himself. At this time. This is my own technique. You cannot get out of it. Said Haku, and began to fold the seals. Having finished, ice mirrors grew around him and Naruto with Sasuke, which consisted of water, which was used for the water clone. Ice techniques? Does he also have a Kekii Genkai? Sasuke guessed. At this time, Haku went into one of the mirrors. You are good opponents, but it's time for me to finish with you, said Yuki, and his reflections appeared in the mirrors. Sasuke used Fireball, but it did not achieve anything. Haku at this time began to throw Senbon at them. Uchiha and Uzumaki stood back to back and fought them off. Haku aimed right at Naruto and threw Senbon. At this time, Uchiha awakened the Sharingan and was able to determine their direction, and Naruto, not having time to react, stood with his eyes closed. 1 second. Second. Third. He opens his eyes and sees. He sees Sasuke pierced by these Senbon. Naruto jumps up to him and he begins to fall. But Uzumaki catches him and puts him on the ground. Why, Sasuke? I saw that you awakened the Sharingan. You could have just understood the principle of his technique and stopped. I don't. I know. The body itself, Sasuke closes his eyes, it seems. This is the end. I'm dying. Naruto became furious. Putting his friend aside, he stood up, and purple, powerful chakra began to come out of him, because of which Haku's mirrors began to crack at the seams. The senbons that were stuck in Uzumaki began to fall. And the fog dispersed. What kind of power is this? What kind of chakra is this? So nasty, as if saturated with hatred, the ice cracked, and the chakra stopped coming out. Naruto rushed at Haku and struck him in the face, causing the mask to break. Naruto wanted to strike again, but Haku dodged, held Uzumaki's hand and said, "Sorry, Naruto-kun, but Zabuza-san is in danger." Folding seals with one hand, he disappeared. The battlefield of Zabuza and Kakashi. Zabuza. You have been evil for a long time. And now I will put an end to your evil deeds. Kakashi rushed at Zabuza. There were a few centimeters left to Zabuza's chest. Is it really? Is this the end? Is this how my death will come? Thought Momochi. But then, Haku's mirror grew out of the ground, and from it, the young missing Nin himself. Instead of Momochi, Kakashi's Chidori hit Haku in the chest, piercing it all the way through. Hataki's face and hands were stained red. It was blood. Haku's blood. What, was all Kakashi had time to think. Are you saying this is the end for me? Zabuza said. It was clear from his voice that he was smiling. It's a good thing I picked up this kid. He saved me at the last moment. I never thought he'd show up like this and cover Zabuza. The ash-haired boy thought. 4. Buza-san. I've fulfilled my destiny. The missing Nin couldn't finish because blood was pouring out of his mouth. Already dead. Kakashi said to himself. Zabuza swung his sword, hoping to cut Kakashi's body along with Haku's. What? He wants to cut us both apart? Hataki thought. You're finished, Kakashi's Sharingan. Momochi shouted. Kakashi, dodging the blow along with the dead body of Haku, and jumped back. Putting the lifeless body on the ground, he looked at it sadly and covered its eyes with his hand. Naruto. Step back and watch. I have to deal with him myself, Kakashi said. Kakashi. This is not the time to look around. Momochi ran at Hataki, raising his sword to strike. The ash-haired man dodged and stabbed him with 2 kunai into his left hand, causing it to no longer function normally. Why can't I keep up with him? Zabuza was surprised. Trying to strike Kakashi, he himself received blows from him, without striking him a single blow. Trying to strike Hataki with his sword from top to bottom, he missed and hit the ground. Kakashi, taking advantage of the moment, appeared behind him and took 2 kunai and tried to thrust them into his throat. Zabuza, seeing this, took the sword and tried to hit Hataki with it, but Hataki dodged it by thrusting a kunai into his hand. Now you're definitely finished. Your arms can't move normally, and you'll hardly be able to make seals yet, Kakashi said. Then, a short man appeared at the end of the bridge. He approached Haku's corpse. You've disappointed me. Zabuza. He said. He turned around to face the large number of bandits standing behind him. Sorry, but I need you to die here. Gato said. What did you say? Zabuza was surprised. Hiring good shinobi is very expensive. That's why I'll kill them after completing their missions, the shorty said. Kakashi. I think it's time to end our fight here. Now that I have no reason to kill Tazuna, I have no reason to fight you anymore, Zabuza said. Gato came even closer to Haku's body and said, "It seems I owe this guy. He broke my arm." Gato kicked Haku in the face. Then again, and again, and again. "Zabuza, do you really not feel anything for Haku? He protected you with his life," Kakashi said. "Wasn't he your friend?" Zabuza burst into tears and said, "You're right. Lend me a kunai." Kakashi caught the kunai with his teeth and rushed at Gato. Gato, in turn, ran after his bandits. A demon's aura appeared behind Momochi. He cut the bandits left and right. His target was one person. It was Gato. So, a sword was stuck into Zabuza, but he stood firm and ran at Gato again. He cut off Gato's head, after which it fell into the river. After that, he closed his eyes, because he understood that he would not be able to withstand all the bandits. A few moments passed and several swords and katanas were stuck into Zabuza's back. He fell. At this time, Naruto made about 50 shadow clones, and Kakashi about 20 illusory ones. The bandits turned around and saw such an army and threw themselves into the water. Kakashi picked up Zabuza's body and approached Naruto and said, "Take Haku's body with Sakura and follow me. They should be buried." Uzumaki and Haruno took the body so that he could lean on them with both hands. Having reached a small hill, they dug 2 holes and, having placed the bodies there, buried them. Over Zabuza's grave, Kakashi thrust his sword into the ground. Returning to the bridge, Haruno first ran to Sasuke, who began to wake up. Several days passed, our heroes healed their wounds. "Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san, we're going," Kakashi said and left. The others waved their hands and hurried after their sensei. The team decided to go to the grave of Zabuza and Haku. After praying, Naruto decided to ask, "Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to tell Old Man the Third? Let's say that there were no attacks, and the bridge took a long time to build because of bad weather," said Kakashi, "and now, to Konoha." Kakashi waved his hand towards the village and quickened his pace. A month has passed since the end of the mission in the Land of Waves. Team 7 trained hard and completed many D-rank missions. During this time, Naruto found himself a teacher in Futon. It was the mentor of Team 10, which included Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. With the help of training, Naruto was able to pass chakra through kunai and shuriken, thanks to which their killing power became many times greater. Also, now they could cut almost anything. At this time, Sasuke and Sakura were trained by Kakashi. Uchiha awakened his second chakra element. This was Raitun. First, he learned to create an electric discharge in his hand. Any owner of Raitun could create it. It was not as strong as Chidori, but it could paralyze the enemy for a while. Sakura learned one interesting technique of Suetun. This technique consisted of making whips out of water that could be used for both attack and defense. They could also tie up an enemy. So, after training, Naruto asked, "Maybe we should go to Ichiraku? I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Let's do it," everyone agreed. As they were approaching the establishment, they heard, "You brat! I'll smash you against the wall." A guy in a baggy black suit and with a purple pattern on his face was shouting. Sasuke picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the guy. It hit him in the hand he was holding the boy with. Ow! He let go of the boy in surprise. "How dare you? I'll..." The red-haired guy standing on the branch of the tree next to which this was happening didn't let him finish. "Kankuro! Leave them alone. Have you forgotten why we came here?" he said in an eerily calm voice, "and this guy is good. It's very difficult to get into Kankuro." But, the guy tried to justify himself. "Shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you," the red-haired man said in the same calm voice. The guy with the painted face fell silent and stepped back. I feel like this team can at least counter us with something, the guy thought to himself. I'm Soba-kun Ogara. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Uchiha Sasuke, the brunette said. Uzumaki Naruto, the silver-haired man said. Haruno Sakura. Judging by your headbands, you are a Sunigakure shinobi. Even though a peace treaty was signed between the land of fire and wind, shinobi from these countries cannot come to a foreign country on their own. Tell me the purpose of your arrival. Uzumaki demanded. So you haven't been told yet? The Chunin exam will be taking place soon. Here's a pass to your village. The tall blonde with 4 ponytails pointed to the paper. Her team headed away. The Chunin exams. I'll have to ask Sensei about that, Naruto said. Maybe we should find Kakashi-sensei? No need to look for me, I'm already here. Kakashi's voice sounded over Uzumaki. You know that the Chunin exam will be held soon, right? Asked the ash-haired one. Yes, the guys responded. I want to nominate you to participate in it. He handed the genin each a piece of paper. You need to sign them to participate in the exam. It will be held in a week, at the academy. Go to the 301st auditorium and wait for the examiner. Got it, thank you Kakashi-sensei, Sakura thanked, after which Kakashi disappeared in clouds of white smoke. Okay. Let's go to Ichiraku, as we planned, said Sasuke and headed towards a small building. Having entered, everyone ordered ramen for themselves. And I didn't know that ramen was so delicious here, said Sakura. PFF, snorted Sasuke. We need to train to pass this exam. This week flew by very quickly, as our genin team trained tirelessly. Having met near the academy and greeting each other dryly, they headed to the 3rd floor, where the 301st auditorium was located. Approaching the 2nd floor, they heard. Let us through. You can't not let us through. A girl, a year older than the 7th team, was shouting. We don't want to, said the guy with a bandage covering his nose. The most primitive genjutsu, thought Sasuke. Maybe you should take off this primitive genjutsu already? Uzumaki asked calmly. Oh okay, the guy said confusedly and dispelled the technique. Instead of the numbers, 301, 201 appeared. Thank you, said the girl. You're welcome, Uzumaki said calmly and headed for the stairs that led to the 3rd floor. Entering the right room, they almost dropped their jaws to the floor. There were a lot of participants from different villages. But that's not all. They began to press on them with their ki. Team 7 did not pay attention to it. Saeski Ikuyuyen, Ino shouted, hanging on Sasuke's neck. You came too. A few moments later, the whole Team 10 stood in front of them. Shikamaru with his favorite phrase. Problematic. Ino pork. Get off SAS, but the examiner's voice did not let her finish. Everyone be silent. I will speak now. My name is Ibiki Marino. I am the examiner of the 1st stage of the Chunin exam, said a man who looked about 30 years old. 2 scars ran across his face, and he had a bandana on his head. He was dressed in a black cloak. Now you will be given a number and a row. This will be your place during the 1st stage. Each, having received his number and row, sat down in his place and began to wait. After some 15 minutes, everyone was sitting in their places. So, said Ibiki, I declare the 1st stage of the exam open. I declare the 1st stage of the exam open, said Marino. This is a written test, which has 9 questions. In it, you need to score the maximum number of points. Initially, everyone is given 10 points. For each detected cheating, 2 will be deducted, but you will not be told about it. He pointed at several Chunin, who were sitting by the wall with notebooks and pencils in their hands, will be watching you. As soon as you are noticed for the last, 5th time, all the points that you scored in the test will be zeroed out, and you, along with your team, are excluded. You have 1.5 hours for everything. When the time is up, I will ask you the last, decisive 10th question. Begin," said Marino, and the clock that was on the wall began to count. Everyone took pencils and stared at their work. In just half an hour, 5 teams were eliminated. There were still 23 left. Naruto realized that the questions given in the test were not intended for genin. Only chunin and above could answer them. After thinking for a bit, he realized that the test was given to distract attention and simply put the sheet and pencil aside. Hinata, seeing that Uzumaki was refusing to write the test, decided to offer her help, since she was sitting at the same desk with him. "Naruto-kun, I can give you a..." Hinata's voice was interrupted by the examiner. "Team number 19. You are excluded. Please leave the room," Ibiki said. Naruto already understood what Hinata offered him and said, "Of course, thank you, Hinata. But the point is not in the test." Uzumaki decided to help Hinata. Hinata was surprised. "What is it then?" asked Hyuga. "Look. Pay attention to the questions. Not a single genin who studied at the academy averagely, that is, not excellent, is able to answer them. This means that several chunin are sitting in the audience with a ready-made test to check the genin's spy abilities. But even that's not all," Naruto continued, "the point is in the 10th question. I don't know what will happen there, but I'm sure it's decisive," Uzumaki said. Hinata was surprised by Naruto's analytical skills and blushed. "Hinata," Uzumaki called her. She blushed and looked at him. "Give me your word that you won't refuse the 10th question." "I want you to pass the exam," Naruto said embarrassedly. Hyuga blushed even more and nodded, smiling. "Okay. I'll hold out until the end," Hinata said. "Thank you for your support, Naruto-kun." "You're welcome." Sasuke's POV. "I can't answer a single question." "Got it. The point of the test is to test surveillance and information gathering skills." Sasuke activated his Sharingan and began to copy the movements of the guy who was sitting in front of him and writing down the answers. If only Naruto and Sakura would think of this, Uchiha thought to himself. Sakura's POV. I know the theory perfectly, but still. I find it difficult to answer some of the questions written here. Sasuke will definitely be able to write the answers. Even if he can't, he'll find someone to copy from. Naruto is not stupid either, and even if he doesn't answer himself, he'll be able to copy from someone. End POV Sakura. The examiner's voice rang out. Teams number 18, 23, 25. You have been caught cheating 5 times. Please leave the room and come back for a retake in 6 months, Menino sentenced, scribbling something in his notebook. There were only 19 teams left. The remaining half-hour passed and 4 more teams left, leaving 15 teams, 8 of which belonged to Konoha. Time is up. It's time for the last, 10th question, Ibiki said, causing anxiety. So, before asking the 10th question, I ask. Does everyone want to continue? Please note that if you do not answer my question, you forever lose the right to take the Chunin exam. If you refuse the 10th question, you are excluded, but you can retake the exam in 6 months. Raise your hand, and your entire team will be disqualified, said the man and began to examine the room. Sasuke's POV. The choice is difficult, but I think I'll stay. Despite my status, I can achieve my goal. It's all in your hands, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke thought to himself. Sakura's POV. Something seems to me that the 10th question is fake. I'm staying. Sakura thought to herself and looked at Naruto. End Sakura's POV. In a few minutes, 3 more teams came out. Naruto thought about it. I need to say something inspiring. I see that my classmates are hesitating. Oh well. Whatever. With these thoughts, Uzumaki slapped his palm on the table. Everyone turned towards him. Give me your question quickly. I will not back down. This is my ninja way, Naruto said calmly and sat down. I think this inspired my friends, Naruto thought and looked at those present. I didn't expect this. He helped everyone present cope with their fear with a few words. This guy is unusual, Marino thought to himself. Okay, I think it's time to end all this, Ibiki thought, after which he said, so. A wave of tension passed through the office. You passed the first stage. Relieved sighs were heard from the audience, but someone asked. What about the 10th question? The thing is, there was no 10th question. It was a test of your spirit. Due to the fact that a shinobi on missions must make difficult choices, at this stage I decided to test your spirit, Ibiki answered. After the examiner's words, everyone sighed with relief. But then the glass breaks and a girl with purple hair and a beige cloak jumps out of it. Oh. I am the examiner for the second stage of the Chunin exams. My name is Anko Mitarashi. Please follow me, said the examiner for the second stage and left the room. About 10 minutes later, everyone was standing at the training ground called the Forest of Death. Everyone was standing and looking at what it looked like behind the fence, but they couldn't really see anything. Since someone might die in the second stage, I will hand you documents stating that we are not responsible for your lives. Read what is written there and sign it. Without your consent, you cannot start the second stage, I said to Mitarashi and picked up a bunch of sheets of paper. As soon as everyone gives me the signed documents, I will explain the rules of the second stage to you. 10 minutes passed, and the last person handed in his document. So. The second stage of the exam is a battle of teams for survival. At the beginning, you will be given one scroll of earth or sky, and within 5 days you must take the opposite scroll from the other team. Having found both scrolls, move towards the tower, which is located in the middle of the forest. As soon as you enter the forest, you will see it right away. It is visible from everywhere, Anko said, also. It is forbidden to open and read the scrolls. You can kill, but it is not advisable. You can also take extra scrolls. Now your teams will be distributed among the gates, from which you will begin your movement. As I said earlier, you have 5 days to find the necessary scrolls and bring them to the tower, Anko said, and the Chunins began to approach the teams and escort them to the necessary gates. As soon as all the teams approached their gates, a signal sounded, signifying the beginning of the exam. All the teams rushed to the center. But, having agreed to meet near the exit with teams 8 and 10, our team slowed down, and then stopped altogether, waiting for their partners. Flashback. 20 minutes before the start of the exam, Naruto approached Team 8, which was standing not far from theirs. Look, I have an idea, Naruto said in a calm voice, let's join forces. Teams 7, 8 and 10 together. I think we have a better chance this way, Uzumaki suggested. Team 8 thought about it, but agreed. I think it's not a bad idea. We have a better chance this way. Shino said and turned to his team, who's against it? Not seeing anyone who would be against it, Aburame turned to Naruto again, we agree, Naruto. Great. Now I'll go talk to Team 10. Oh, I almost forgot. We'll meet in 10 minutes after the start. I think Hinata will find us. You'll find us, right? He turned to Hinata. Oh, of course, Hyuga answered, blushing. Well, that's it. I'm going. End flashback. Flashback. Now I need to go persuade Team 10. Naruto thought to himself. After 5 minutes of searching, he found Team Inoshikacho. Approaching them, he said. Shikamaru. I have an idea. What if we team up with the 8th and your team? I've already come to an agreement with the 8th, Naruto said and looked at Shikamaru. Not a bad idea. This way we have a better chance of passing the second stage, Nara began to think out loud. Okay. I agree. Are there anyone here who is against it? Shikamaru asked and, not seeing any, turned back to Uzumaki. Everyone. We agree. Where are we meeting? Nara asked. The 8th team will find you, and then you can come to us, Naruto said, walking towards his team. Okay. I'll go, there's not much left. End flashback. After a few minutes of waiting, the 8th team appeared, followed by the 10th. So. Let's find out which team has which scroll. Naruto said and took out the Sky Scroll. We also have a Sky Scroll, Shikamaru said and showed it. And we have Earth. Hinata said, taking out the scroll. So we need 2 scrolls of Earth and 1 of Heaven, Sasuke said thoughtfully. I suggest we go to the tower, Shikamaru said, there should be many teams with the scrolls we need there. Everyone agreed and everyone moved towards the tower. So. Let's get some water, Naruto said, I made my way here a couple of times as a child. There should be a pond to the west, we'll get some there, Naruto suggested and everyone moved there. Arriving at the pond, everyone took out a flask and began to collect water. Having collected water, everyone again went to the tower. Almost reaching it, they met a team from Otogakure there. Stop! Naruto shouted. His voice was answered by a guy who was covered in bandages. He was wearing some kind of thing on his left hand. He also wore a fur cloak and was very hunched over. Naruto guessed that what he was wearing on his hand was a sound converter. What do you want? The guy asked in a dissatisfied voice. What kind of scroll do you have? Uzumaki asked. Sky, the other guy answered for him. He had tousled dark hair. He wore an Otogakure helmet protector. He was dressed in a beige jacket and dark pants. It suits us, Naruto said and took out a kunai. Then, from behind Naruto's team, the 10th team came out, and then the 8th. I advise you to immediately give up your scroll, Sasuke said, you won't be able to stand up to 9 shinobi. Yeah. They just took it and gave it right away. A girl with long black hair shouted at them. But she was interrupted by a bandaged guy. Good. Here you go, he took out the scroll and threw it to Naruto. And their team disappeared. Uzumaki began to check whether it was real or not. After making sure he was the real Naruto said. I'm glad our opponents are smart enough not to fight us. Hinata. The Hyuga turned to Naruto and blushed a little. Catch. He threw her the scroll. After catching it, she handed it to Kiba and kept the Earth scroll for herself. Now we need to find 2 scrolls of Earth. Well. We'll have to wait, thought Sasuke and said, let's stop here. We'll wait for the other teams. Having agreed, everyone began to look for a place to spend the night. And so, having found a large enough cave, they set up camp. A couple of hours later, Naruto and his team went to look for opponents. And so, seeing the 7th team, Team Rain came out of the bushes. Surrender, otherwise we will kill you, said the guy who had a blindfold. Naruto was surprised that there were no slits for the eyes themselves, and the guy himself saw everything perfectly. First, tell me what scroll you have, said Sakura with a kunai in her hands. We have 2 scrolls of Earth, the guy answered. Great. Then let's begin, Sasuke said and launched a fireball at the opponents. The guy, who was dressed the same as the first one, but with only 1 slit for the eye, began to fold the seals, and when he finished, their clones began to appear from the ground, and the originals hid. Naruto created shadow clones, turning 2 of them into Sakura and Sasuke. Hide, and I'll distract them for now, Naruto said, after which they disappeared into the bushes. Naruto's clones attacked the enemies, but after each blow they inflicted, they regenerated. Naruto's clones, after receiving a blow, dissipated. Half an hour passed, and pretending that he ran out of chakra, he fell. The enemies thought that their team had lost consciousness. They stopped the technique and left their shelter. Approaching Uzumaki, they wanted to kill him, and hitting him with a kunai in the stomach, the clone dissipated. Sasuke came out of the bushes with the words, "Stopping the technique was your mistake." After him, Naruto and Sakura came out. They hit each enemy and one of them dropped both scrolls. The enemies were knocked out and Team 7 tied them to a tree, took the scrolls and headed to their hideout. It was already quite dark. Arriving there, they gave the scroll to Team 10. "I suggest we spend the night here," Shikamaru said. "We'll keep watch for an hour. If there's an attack, we'll wake everyone up." Everyone went to bed and Shikamaru went on duty. Hinata should be next. At night, Hyuga, who was on duty, saw someone approaching them with her Byakugan. Deciding to wake everyone up, she said, "Someone's coming here. Judging by his chakra, he's very strong." Naruto cursed. "Be on your guard. This someone could be very strong." A couple of minutes later, a pale, tall man stood in front of them. He had black hair and bright yellow eyes. The pupil in them was elongated, and looked like a snake. There were purple marks around the eyes, which Naruto immediately noticed. "Oh, Orochimaru," Uzumaki said with concern. "Oh. Even a brat like you knows me." "Nice," the snake Sannin replied in a hissing voice, "but I only came for one thing. Whoever it is, we won't give it to you." Haruno shouted. "Are you so sure? Let's check." He began to fold seals, and snakes began to crawl out of his sleeves. Sasuke, seeing this, also began to fold seals and said, "Katan, phoenix flowers." Fireballs began to fly out of his mouth, which simply burned the snakes. Sakura decided to use her new technique for the first time in battle. Suetun, water whips. She began to wave them in the hope of at least tying up the missing Nin, but she couldn't hit. Naruto decided to create shadow clones, which pounced on the renegade. But he took Kusanagi out of his mouth and began to chop the clones. Shikamaru, having formed a seal, decided to use his clan's technique. Shadow capture. He still caught the renegade, but the Nara's chakra was not enough to hold him for long. And as soon as everyone relaxed a little, Orochimaru broke out of the technique and, extending his neck, bit Sasuke on the neck. He winced in pain, and a sign with 3 tomo appeared on the bitten place. Sasuke passed out. "Soon he himself will come to me for strength. And until then, bye," said the snake Sannin and disappeared, going underground. "Right now we are heading to the tower. I don't know what Orochimaru did to Sasuke. But we need to tell one of the Jonin about this," said Shikamaru. Naruto created a shadow clone, which took Sasuke on himself. They headed to the tower. Our heroes did not walk to the tower for a long time. On the way to their goal, they did not meet anyone, except for a couple of huge snakes. They could easily defeat them, and since there were 8 of them, they did it almost instantly. "Let's go back to the tower." Entering the tower, they opened the scrolls and threw them on the floor. A lot of smoke came out of them. After the smoke cleared, the captains of teams number 7, 8, and 10 stood in front of them. They were so surprised when they saw the 3 teams that came together that Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette, dropped it, opening his mouth. Only Kakashi kept his mask of indifference and said, "Oh. You teamed up to pass the second stage. I'm very surprised. We didn't even think that you would work together," Sarutobi said, "founded. We are glad that you decided to help each other. Since you passed the second stage 2 days before its official end, you must stay here until it ends," Kurenai said. Only now did everyone turn their attention to Sasuke, who was being held by Naruto's clone. What happened, Sasuke? Hatake asked worriedly. Orochimaru. He put some kind of seal on him, Sakura answered almost crying. Maybe you could examine him? He passed out right on the way to the tower, and I carried him in my arms, Naruto asked. After that, Kakashi made several seals, after which, a few seconds later, Anko appeared and asked. Why did you call, Kakashi? You were Orochimaru's student, weren't you? Yes, and what happened that you ask about this? Mitarashi did not understand. So, Orochimaru attacked them. Kakashi pointed to the 3 teams that stood behind Anko, and according to everyone, he put some kind of seal on him, from which he passed out almost immediately. I think you should know what it is, answered Kakashi. Anko's face distorted in silent fear and she looked at the victim. She approached him and taking him from the clone's hands laid him on the ground. Can you tell me in more detail what it looked like? Asked the examiner. Let me, Shikamaru volunteered, I'll tell you the whole fight. It was at night and we agreed to take turns on duty, which was very convenient. Hinata, who was on duty, detected with her Byakugan that some shinobi was moving towards us. Naruto suspected something and told us all to prepare for the upcoming fight. Nara began to explain. As soon as this, someone, appeared in front of us, Naruto immediately realized who it was and told us that it was Orochimaru. He used a technique that made snakes crawl out of his sleeves, but Sasuke burned them. Sakura tried to catch the enemy with water whips, but it didn't work. Naruto made shadow clones and began to attack this renegade, but he took a sword out of his mouth and began to chop them. Well, after waiting for the right moment, I caught him in my technique, from which he soon freed himself. I don't know what it was, but his neck lengthened and he bit Sasuke in the neck area. After which he disappeared underground. Well, we immediately decided to go here. You all know the rest, Nara said and asked, can you tell me what he did to Sasuke? Anko, hearing that Orochimaru had bitten Uchiha, nervously grabbed her neck and looked at Sasuke. 3 tomo were clearly visible on the back of his neck. Yes, I'm sure it's a cursed mark. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to remove. You can only suppress it so that it doesn't activate on its own. But to do that, you need to prepare thoroughly, Anko said and took Sasuke and said, someone bring me some ink. I'll be downstairs. She left the room, while everyone except Kakashi disappeared from their sight. Looking at her sensei, Sakura asked. And what? What will happen to Sasuke-kun? If he doesn't use the seal that Orochimaru gave him, then I don't think anything bad will happen to him. After suppressing this seal, he will wake up in 3 days, and you will be able to continue the exam, Kakashi answered and encouragingly ruffled Haruno's hair. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her soul. She is very worried about the Uchiha. Probably even more than about herself. Of course, she will worry about Naruto, too, but not as much as about her beloved. Uzumaki was also very worried about his best friend when he fell unconscious, although he did not show his condition outwardly. But even now, when Kakashi explained everything to them, his worries did not go away. He read a lot about the history of Shinobi, and there was enough written about the snake Sannin. From what was written there, Uzumaki understood that if Orochimaru was doing something, it was very, very bad. Naruto decided to rely on Anko, who went to suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal on Sasuke. Naruto decided to go to bed, since it was still night, and he did not really get any sleep today. In addition to this, he spent a lot of chakra on shadow clones during the battle with the Rain Ninja and Orochimaru. These 3 days flew by in an instant. No one did anything special. Sasuke woke up in the evening of the 3rd day with aches in his body and pain in his left shoulder. All these 3 days he lay unconscious, in a separate room, which no one was allowed into. Sakura came to him to find out how he was feeling. As soon as she saw Sasuke, who was sitting on the bed, she threw herself on his neck with tears, which made Sasuke wince. SSAS Kuke-kun. How are you feeling? Haruno asked him. It's been worse, he answered rudely. Having calmed down a little, she continued. Since you didn't come to the Hokage's speech, I'll retell what happened there. Flashback. On the 5th day, Enko came to the tower and called them to the main hall, where the Hokage's speech was given. All the genin who passed the 2nd stage came there. I'll start by saying that I'm proud of the new generation of shinobi. You passed the 2nd stage with dignity. But since there are many teams, I decided to hold a selection. Tomorrow morning there will be elimination fights. Now, everyone who is unable to fight, raise your hand. This time, only you will leave, and by doing so, you will not let your team down. After these words, only one guy raised his hand, with silver hair and round glasses. I will leave, since I received several serious injuries. This guy did not look very good. His right hand was in bandages, as was half of his face. Apparently, while he and his team were walking to the tower, they encountered a strong opponent. Good. Are there any others who want to? While there is still an opportunity, you can leave to heal your wounds and later try to pass the Chunin exam again. After waiting a few minutes, he said. Since no one else wanted to leave, I will continue. Tomorrow morning there will be a selection, as I said before. The fights will begin at 9 in the morning. Latecomers will be excluded. Free to go. End flashback. Excellent. So I will be able to fight a serious one, Sasuke thought to himself. Okay, Sasuke-kun, I'll go, and you rest, Sakura said and left. Arriving at the room that was given to her team, she saw Naruto there, who was meditating. Is Sasuke awake? Uzumaki asked, seeing that Sakura was in high spirits. Yes. What did he say? Naruto asked. He said that it had been worse. I retold what had happened during the 3rd speech, after which I left. I see, Naruto answered and began to meditate again, so he is already able to fight. Great. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to fight him. Uzumaki thought and continued his work. The next morning, all the genin gathered in the hall where the qualifying fights would take place. So, Hiruzen began, as I said yesterday, the qualifying fights will take place today. There are no rules. The battle will continue until someone is unable to continue the fight or dies. Also, the examiner can stop the fight if it is clear that one of the participants is losing. Now, the names of the participants will be randomly shown on the screen. The 3rd finished and took a step back, showing that he was finished. I am cough cough. Shiranui Ginma, the examiner of the selection round, the man said, clearing his throat. Show the names of the participants. On the wall, a screen appeared with the names of the participants. First fight. Abumi Zaku vs Shino Aburame, Ginma said, everyone except those named, go up to the balcony. After that, everyone left, leaving Shino and Zaku. The examiner stood between them and waved his hand, indicating that they should start, and jumped back. Both guys were silent. Zaku, using the tubes that were built into his hands, released a wave of compressed air at Aburame, which made him calmly dodge and direct his bugs at him. The Otogekure ninja, using compressed air, exterminated the bugs. At this time, Shino released several bugs on the floor so that they would block the air outlet in Zaku's tubes. When he exterminated all the bugs in the air, bugs crawled on his hands. But not noticing this, he decided to use air again. He pointed his hands towards Shino. He didn't even move away. Abumi released the compressed air. But when the shot didn't follow, he looked at his hands. Or rather, his palms. The tubes in his hands were clogged with Shino's bugs. And so, a few moments later, the air, unable to find a way out, tore his hands apart. Ay! Abumi screamed. Not a single muscle on Aburame's face twitched from this picture. When did you manage to do that? The defeated man asked in bewilderment. While killing the bugs in the air, you didn't notice what was happening on the floor. The bugs that were on the floor blocked your tubes. That's all, Shino said and went up to the balcony. The winner is Shino Aburame, Shiranui said while the medics were taking the Otogekure Genin. The next ones are Sasuke Uchiha and Akado Yoroi. Please come down. Uchiha. You are a worthy opponent, said the guy, wearing dark glasses like Shino. He was dressed mostly in purple tones. The lower part of his face was hidden by a mask. Entering the battlefield, Sasuke thought. Using the Sharingan I can handle him. Ready? Asked the examiner. Seeing the affirmative nods, he jumped back, which meant the start of the fight. Trying to activate the Sharingan, Sasuke felt severe pain in the area of the mark. So the seal reacts to chakra. I won't be able to use the Sharingan, just like ninjutsu. So I need to take it with my taijutsu, thought Sasuke. Yoroi directed his right hand with chakra and ran at Sasuke. The Uchiha tried to dodge, but Akado touched his hair, which made him feel weak. This technique sucks out chakra. I need to be careful, otherwise I won't win. Sasuke noted for himself. Throwing several shurikens at the Uchiha, Yoroi rushed at him in the hope of hitting him. By the way, Akado succeeded. But Sasuke managed to break his opponent, which he took advantage of. Grabbing Uchiha's hand with his hand, he began to suck out his chakra again. He loosened his grip and Akado hit him in the solar plexus, after which he grabbed him by the head and threw him down, holding him. It seemed that Sasuke had lost. But he was able to break free and throw his opponent away from himself. Yoroi rushed at Sasuke again, but he kicked him in the chin, causing him to fly into the air. Sasuke hit him in the head with his hand, after which he finished him off with a blow to the solar plexus, breaking several of his opponent's ribs. Akado lost consciousness. The fight is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Genma said and looked at the screen. Next are Sakura Haruno and Sobakuno Temari. Surrender immediately, you can't stand against me. Temari said, going down the stairs. Sakura remained silent. Ready? Start. Temari used the huge fan that was her weapon and swung it. Streams of air began to emanate from him, cutting through skin and clothing. Sakura decided to use her technique. Suiton, water whips, she began to spin them, then grabbed Temari by the leg and pulled her towards herself, causing her to fall. Using the second whip, she threw away her opponent's fan so that she could not use it. And you are good, girl. But I am not so easy to defeat. With these words, she threw several kunai. Sakura spun her whips very strongly, from which the kunai were repelled as if from a solid surface. At this time, Sobakuno threw a smoke grenade, hiding her location. Haruno saw this, began to strike at the smoke that formed, hoping to hit Temari. But while Sakura was distracted, Sobakuno raised her fan and launched several streams of air into it, which lifted Sakura into the air. The strong wind caused deep wounds to appear on Haruno's body. Her whips disappeared and she fell on Temari's fan with her spine. Sakura lost consciousness from the blow. So you've lost. Sobakuno said, throwing Haruno's body to the floor. The winner is Sobakuno Temari. Next, Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Entering the arena, Uzumaki took a stance, which Kiba did later. Ready? Genma asked. Hearing from both that they were ready, he waved his hand. Inuzuka clan technique, human beast clone, Inuzuka shouted and Akamaru jumped off his head, taking on human form, Getsuga. They spun into two drills that rushed at Naruto. He created several shadow clones that tried to dodge Kiba's technique. Kiba lost the real one and stopped the ninjutsu. Akamaru jumped on his head again. Taking out a kunai, he began to destroy the clones. The real one began to pass the element of wind through the kunai and attacked Inuzuka from behind. Putting the kunai to Kiba's throat, Naruto said, "You have lost." Surrender. Kiba realized that he had lost. Raising his hands up, he said, I surrender. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, said Shiranui and looked at the screen. Next, Sobakuno Gaara vs Rock Lee. Gaara only chuckled. As soon as the opponents gave a sign that they were ready to begin, the examiner said, let's begin. Lee, unable to use either ninjutsu or genjutsu, began to attack taijutsu. His blows were very fast, but Gaara's sand was ahead of him. And so, having broken through Gaara's defense, Lee kicked him into the air. Having entangled the red-haired man in the bandages that Rock had on his hands, he turned him upside down and said, Primary Lotus. Spinning in the air, he hit Gaara's head on the ground, causing deep cracks to appear on it. Seeing that his enemy was not getting up, Lee said, after this technique, no one will be able to get up. But imagine his surprise when Gaara crumbled into the sand. And after the dust settled, he saw his opponent safe and sound. You're fast. But that's not enough, Gaara said in a calm, quiet voice that sent shivers down the examiner's spine. Lee jumped onto the statue of two hands, forming a concentration seal, and thought, Gai-sensei, I don't think you'll approve of my actions, but without these I won't be able to win. He took off his weights. Gaara chuckled as he looked at them. But as soon as Lee let go, they fell, forming a huge cloud of dust, and his gaze briefly showed surprise. After removing the weights, Lee became so fast that even some of the jonin watching the fight couldn't keep up with him. He moved behind Gaara and began to strike him. Most of his blows landed on the guy's torso and face. When he finished, Lee expected his enemy to fall, but Gaara's face became cracked, and his expression changed from calm and cold to mad. After that, Lee used the primordial lotus technique. He spent a lot of energy. Seeing his enemy lying on a mountain of sand, he was very surprised. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw a wave of sand flying at him and began to dodge. But then, the weakness after using almost his strongest technique twice made itself felt. He stumbled and his leg was grabbed by sand. But then, he decided to open the third gate and broke free. He became even faster, and Gaara, who was standing nearby, began to receive blows all over his body. Trying to use the primary lotus for the third time, he made a mistake and he and Gaara fell. The aura emanating from Lee ceased and he fell without strength. Taking advantage of this, Sobakuno extended an open palm towards Lee. As soon as the sand absorbed the guy's right arm and leg, he said, Sand coffin. The guy's arm and leg were squeezed so hard that he began to scream. The sand crushed the bones in his limbs. Lee lost consciousness from the pain. Stop it. When he saw that Rock Lee began to absorb the sand. At that moment, Might Guy appeared out of nowhere and pulled out his student, calling for doctors. The winner is Sobakuno Gaara. Next. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. At that moment, Naruto's heart sank. Approaching Hinata, he said, Hinata. Please. Surrender. I saw how he fights. I saw the way he looks at you. He wants to kill you. Surrender right now. And Naruto-kun. I saw it too, but I won't back down. I don't know why he hates me, but I'll ask him about it after the fight. Please don't dissuade me. Hinata Hyuga. Will you fight? Genma asked. Why yes. Right now. Wait, Hinata. If I see that you're in danger, I'll stop the fight. Refusal is not accepted. Oh okay, Naruto-kun. Well, I'm going. Hinata took her clan's fighting stance and activated her Byakugan. Hinata-sama. You can give up right now, I don't want to hurt you, Neji said in an emotionless voice. I won't give up. This is my ninja way. Okay. But keep in mind, I won't pity you. Neji said with some anger. Let's begin. Both Hyugas pounced on each other, throwing and blocking their opponent's blows. Now, Hinata has an opportunity to hit Niji in the center of chakra, but he dodges, moving her hand to the side. They began to strike each other again. And now, at the same moment, they notice a gap in each other's defense. Swinging for more force, they hit each other in the stomach area, where the center of chakra is. Hinata's face twisted in pain, while not a single muscle twitched on Niji's face. A few moments later, a trickle of blood flowed from Hinata's mouth. And this is all the power of the future head of the Hyuga clan? What a disappointment. But how? I saw that she hit him in the same place that he hit her. Why does he not care? But Hinata started bleeding. Naruto began to reason to himself. Now, Niji took Hinata's hand and lifted her sleeve. Red marks were visible on her hand. When did he manage to do that? Uzumaki thought. So you weren't just dodging this whole time, you were also blocking the tenketsu on my hands? Hinata realized. You only realized this now? Niji asked mockingly. And now, I'll show you my attitude towards you. Niji began to show his anger towards Hinata. Hyuga clan technique, 32 heavenly strikes. He took a stance different from the one he had at the beginning of the battle. Niji began to deliver quick and precise strikes to Hinata's chakra plexus points. 2, 4, 8, 16. 32 strikes. He put all his strength into the last strike. Hinata flew several meters away from this technique. Your fate was sealed when you went into battle against me. You are still very, very far from my level, Hinata. You will not get up after this technique, Niji said mockingly. Imagine his surprise when Hinata began to try to get up. She fell several times, but still managed. Don't, she started coughing, which caused blood to come out of her mouth. And she fell, but soon got up again. Niji silently rushed at her, already raising his hand for the last blow, into which he put all his strength. But then, Naruto stands in front of him, who took the blow on himself. He flew back a few meters, but was able to get up. Answer me, Niji. Cough. Why did you do this to her? Uzumaki asked, spitting out blood. Okay. Since you are interested, I will show you. He took off his forehead protector. Everyone looked at his forehead. There was some kind of seal on it. There are 2 branches in our clan. The main one and the side one, to which I belong. My father was killed by this technique. Puh. Now answer me. What does Hinata have to do with this? I'm ready to swear that she never used this technique. I know what this seal is. I know how it works. I also know that it is almost impossible to remove it if it was put there. She, he pointed at Hinata, is not to blame for being born in the main branch. She did not do anything to you. Although no. I'm lying, everyone pricked up their ears to hear what the guy would say. He did. She loved you. Not like a cousin. But like a own, older brother. I have never heard a bad word from her about you. And if you don't like what was done to your father so much, then go and discuss it with the elders of your clan or its head. What you are talking about fate is the usual chatter of a loser who thinks he is white and fluffy. Niji simply kept silent and went upstairs. And Naruto approached Hinata and picked her up, after which he handed her over to the medics who had approached them. How I want to beat the crap out of this idiot. Uzumaki was angry, which made his eyes turn not the usual blue, but bright purple. He cast a look full of hatred at Niji. He only snorted demonstratively and turned away. That's how all the fights went. The following ninjas made it to the 3rd stage: Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara, Niji, Kankuro, Shino and several other ninjas, which I will not dwell on. After the qualifying fights, the 3rd Hokage came out with his speech. I am proud of everyone who passed the qualifying tournament. You have shown your fighting and strategic qualities well. The third and final stage will take place in exactly a month, at the stadium. Free, finished Hiruzen. Sakura and Ino began to try to invite Sasuke for a walk. Shikamaru yawned and left. Niji cast a hateful glance at Uzumaki and left. Gaara left thinking about why the Jonin saved his opponent and why Naruto became so fiercely protective of Hinata. Naruto approached the medics and asked, "What's wrong with Hinata? She has internal organ damage." "Huh? When can I visit her?" Naruto asked. "In a couple of days, when she starts to recover." "Thank you," Uzumaki said and left. Niji. I understand his hatred for the main branch of the clan, but why take it all out on Hinata? With such thoughts Uzumaki reached his home. A few days after the qualifying fights, Naruto, as he thought, wanted to visit Hinata. "I should go to Hinata," thought Uzumaki, and headed to the Konoha hospital, which, by the way, was the only one in the entire village. Naruto could get there with his eyes closed. And all because as a child he was often beaten and he ended up in the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, he went inside. Approaching the reception, he said, "Oh. And in which room is Hinata Hyuga?" The girl who was sitting at the desk gave him a hateful look. 242nd. Second floor. "Thank you," Uzumaki said and headed to the right room. On the way, he saw many shinobi who were waiting for their turn. After a few minutes of wandering, Naruto found the right room. He knocked and heard a quiet, "Come in." Naruto entered and saw Hinata, whose almost entire body was in bandages. Seeing Naruto, Hinata blushed. H-O, and Naruto-kun. Oh. How are you feeling? Naruto asked worriedly. Relatively well, Hinata answered. Then great. It's just that when the medics took you away, I asked what was wrong with you. They told me that you had internal organ damage. I asked you not to engage in battle with him. Why didn't you listen to me? I thought he wasn't that cruel. I thought it was that Niji I was friends with as a child. I would so like to become the head of my clan and cancel this tradition. But apparently that won't happen. Naruto's eyes widened and he asked, "Why?" I read that the eldest heir becomes the head of the clan. My younger sister, Hanabi, will become the head of the Hyuga. When I was 7, she was 5, and she defeated me in one of the fights. After that, my father turned away from me. Hinata's tears began to well up. For the past 6 years, I've been trying my best to get him to pay attention to me again. Around the same age, I had a sparring match with Niji. Seeing that he could hurt me, my father used a seal on his forehead. He then fell and started screaming. And I stood there in mute shock and didn't even try to stop him. Flashback. The fight between Niji and Hinata was in progress. And so, the branch member begins to get angry at Hinata because of her weakness and begins to attack more and more fiercely. Hayashi, seeing that Hinata is in danger, made a seal to use the mark. Niji began to feel a strong burning sensation from the seal. He began to scream. But the clan head did not stop. And so, when Niji lost consciousness, he stopped. An advisor approached him and said, "Hayashi-sama. This child. From the branch. His skills are stronger than all the genin of our clan, although he has not even become a shinobi yet." End flashback. Flashback. Now, Hinata sees her fight against her younger sister. They stand in their clan stances. Hayashi gives a sign indicating the start of the duel. Hanabi strikes Hinata, which she blocks. Seeing an opening in her younger sister's defense, Hinata tried to strike. But it was a feint. Dodging, Hanabi began to block her sister's tenketsu, causing her to fall. "Stop." An elder approached Hayashi and shook his head and said, "Your daughter, Hinata, is not suitable for the post of head of our clan. She has too soft a character. And what can we say about her strength if her younger sister defeated her? End flashback. After that, my father turned away from me, directing all his efforts to raising and training Hanabi. At this point, the tears that were looking for an outlet finally burst out. Naruto went up to Hinata and hugged her. In a friendly way, so as not to scare her. He began to stroke her head, saying, "It's okay. Everything will be fine. As soon as I gain respect in the village, I'll try to cancel this tradition." A few minutes passed like this until Hinata moved away from him, all red. Thank you and Naruto-kun. Okay, I'll go train to beat the crap out of this Niji. Bye. Naruto said goodbye and left. Bye. Naruto headed for the exit of the hospital. Having decided to go to the nearest training ground, he headed there. His path passed through hot springs. There he saw a tall old man with long, white hair. And he decided to go and ask him what he was doing. When he approached him, he realized it was Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He touched his shoulder and said, "Jiraiya-sama. Is it really you?" The old man, not expecting anyone to approach him, asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name? Your name is quite famous. You are called the Toad Hermit, one of the legendary trinity, which includes Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, who was your best friend, and you." "I am Uzumaki Naruto," Uzumaki answered. The Toad Sannin's face changed from calm and peaceful to extreme surprise. "Why you are that Naruto Uzumaki? Who are your parents?" the Sannin asked, although he himself knew the answer to this. Naruto's face darkened, but he answered, "I'm an orphan, and I don't even know my parents' names. I don't know why, but they hate me in the village. It's true, Minato and Kushina's son." Jiraiya thought to himself. "Jiraiya-sama, can I ask you something?" "Ask away. Can you teach me anything?" "What are your chakra elements?" the Sannin asked. "Do you have 2 chakra-conducting sheets?" The hermit rummaged in his pocket, then fished out 2 sheets and handed them to Naruto. "Look. My second element is futon," the Uzumaki said. "A rare element. But I won't be able to teach him the techniques of this element." "Stop. The second," the Sannin thought. "Stop. Why the second? What's the first?" "As Kakashi-sensei explained to me, this is a new element, apparently, Kekii Genkai. Look." He passed chakra through the leaf, it crumpled, after which purple lightning began to dance on it and it tore into pieces. "What? What kind of element is this? I've never seen one like this." Jiraiya was surprised. "I see. Were you taught to walk on a tree trunk and on water?" "No," Uzumaki answered, "I taught myself before entering the ninja academy." A capable boy. "I learned this only when I was 10, and he could already walk on water at 7, while I could only walk on wood. Let's go to the training ground. Otherwise, we're in the way." He went to the nearest training ground and said, "You know about the summoning technique, right?" Jiraiya asked the boy. "Yes. Each person has a predisposition to their own summoning. But if the one who owns the summoning calls a scroll with a list of everyone who has entered into a summoning contract and gives it to another, then he will be able to calmly summon this animal." "Right. I think you know my summoning. Would you like to learn it? If I'm not mistaken, you, Jiraiya-san, have toads, right?" "Yes, you're right, I have toads. They are one of the 3 legendary summoning animals, along with the summoning of Tsunade and Orochimaru." I wouldn't mind learning how to use it. By the way, can I use 2 summons? For example, the one I have an affinity for and toads? If you think about it, then yes. Try it now. Do you know the seals? Yes, but let me learn the toad summoning for now. Excellent. Jiraiya began to fold the seals, then bit his finger and hit the ground with his palm, summoning technique. A huge toad with a pipe in its mouth appeared from a cloud of smoke. "Jiraiya? Why did you summon me?" asked the huge toad, puffing on its pipe. "Gamabunta. Can you give me the summoning scroll? I want to teach this kid," he pointed at Naruto, "the summoning technique." "Is this really the same kid from the elder's prediction?" thought Gamabunta. "Okay. Here you go." He held out a large scroll on his tongue. "Thank you. You can go, I'll give it back to you later." "Goodbye." Jiraiya waved his hand at Gamabunta. "Leave a bloody handprint here." He pointed to one of the columns that was next to his, "and write your first and last name." Naruto took a kunai from his pouch and cut his thumb with it. Touching the bloody one with his other fingers, he left a print and wrote, "Uzumaki Naruto. Now make the summoning seals and direct the required amount of chakra into your hand." After these words, Uzumaki made the seals and put enough chakra for the summoning. Hitting the ground, a cloud of smoke appeared. When it dissipated, 2 frogs were standing in front of them. One was red, the other was yellow. "Oh! Gamakichi, Gamatatsu. You've grown a lot since our last meeting," Jiraiya said, smiling. "This kid. He was able to use the summoning on the first try. Not only that, he even summoned 2 toads at the same time." The Sannin wondered to himself. "By the way, Gamakichi, can you give this scroll to your father?" the gray-haired man asked. "Of course. Okay, let's go." After that, the 2 toads disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Jiraiya-sensei, can I use free summoning?" "Yes, go ahead. If you need my help, summon one of the toads and tell it to summon me." "Excellent. Thanks for the tip." Uzumaki began to make free summoning seals. To his surprise, he appeared in a strange place where there were large toad statues everywhere, and oil was pouring out of some of them. Gamabunta saw him and jumped up to him. "You're the kid who was with Jiraiya. How did you get here?" Gamabunta asked him. "I just used free summoning." "Does that mean I'm destined to summon toads?" "Apparently so," Gamabunta said thoughtfully. "Can you summon Jiraiya-sensei?" Uzumaki asked. "Just a second." He simply hit the ground with his paw, without making seals. Jiraiya appeared from the smoke with a surprised face. "Gamabunta, why did you summon him?" Sunny asked. The boy asked, he pointed at Naruto. "So you are destined for the toad prizes," Jiraiya said and thought, "is this really the one the prophecy speaks of?" Flashback. "We need to concentrate our chakra." Jiraiya began to form the summoning seal, after which he hit the ground. He got into some kind of portal, which threw him out in some strange place. The sky was too bright there, and there were toad statues everywhere. Deciding to look around, he turned around and saw Gamabunta in front of him. "A human? How did you end up here? On the lost mountain of Mayaboku?" Gamabunta asked, "Fukasaku-sama. There's a human here." The little old toad that was sitting on the toad statue jumped off and ended up between Jiraiya and Gamabunta. "We need to take him to the elder. Follow me." Arriving in the huge hall, Jiraiya saw a huge old toad and 2 more sitting on either side of him. One of these toads was the one who escorted him here. "State your name," asked the elder. "Jiraiya. I had a vision. In it, you will have a student, with blue eyes. You will teach him everything you know. And the fate of the world will depend on which path you direct him. He will be guilty of its destruction, or of its salvation." "Student? But I myself still don't really know how to do anything. As for how old you will be, I can say that you will be over 30 years old, maybe much more." End flashback. Starting tomorrow, I will begin training him. I am sure that this is the same child. The next morning, Naruto came to the training ground where he always trained. While waiting for Jiraiya, he began his training, which included 1. 50 push-ups. 2. 40 squats. 3. running for an hour at maximum speed. Having started his training, Uzumaki did not notice how Jiraiya came to the training ground. Already finishing his run, he noticed him. Jiraiya-sensei, oh. What kind of training do we have today? Naruto asked. Oh. Let me think. Your chakra control is pretty good. Can you pass chakra through objects to increase their penetrating power? Naruto took 2 kunai from his pouch and took one in each hand. He put wind chakra into one of them, and a new element into the other. Like this? Exactly. Great. Well, I can teach you one technique, the Sannin said thoughtfully. You know about the technique created by the 4th Hokage, right? This is the technique that has rank A. Exactly. Do you know the name of this technique? How it works and so on? I don't know anything except its rank. I read about it in the history of Shinobi, where it was told about the Hokage. I see. The technique is called Rasengan. Look at how it looks. The Sannin stretched his hand forward and a blue ball began to appear in it, rotating at an enormous speed. This technique is very powerful, said Jiraiya, approaching a large tree and driving this ball into it. The tree trunk began to crumble into splinters. Having reached the middle, the hermit stopped the technique. If I had continued the technique, it would have drilled through the tree and continued its action. What a technique! It was not for nothing that it was given rank A. Uzumaki was surprised. And can this technique be improved? As I saw, it is just chakra, without an element. Theoretically, yes. But no one has been able to do this yet. The only ones who know and can use this technique were the 4th and me. The gray-haired man answered. I see. So it is either impossible or very difficult. Okay. I think that's enough theory. Let's get down to practice. I divided the study into 3 stages. The first is rotation, the second is strength and the third is shape retention. He took out a scroll from which he took out many balls containing water. The Sannin took one in his hand. Do it like this. He raised his hand and the ball exploded. This is the first stage. So I need to spin the chakra so that it breaks this ball? Asked Naruto. Clever, Jiraiya noted for the umpteenth time. Yes. That's right. Naruto took one of the balls in his hand and began. No matter how hard he tried, the ball did not burst, but simply began to wobble a little. You're going in the right direction, Naruto. What if? Naruto began to spin the water in the ball not in one direction, but in different ones. After a couple of such attempts, the ball burst and splashes of water flew out of it. And Naruto? How did you do it so quickly? The Sannin asked, stunned. Well, at first I just spun the water in one direction, because of which the ball simply changed shape a little. And now I just started to direct it in different directions. When you showed me the first stage, the shape of the ball changed, as if the water inside was boiling. Naruto. You're just a genius. I spent almost a month on this, and you did it in 20 minutes. You're a natural genius, Naruto. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. Let's move on to the second stage. As I said, the second stage is power. You must direct more chakra into the ball with more force. It should look like this. He took an ordinary ball in his hand, empty. And picking it up, he did what he explained, after which the ball exploded. Got it? Well. I think so. Can you show the same thing, only without the ball? Uzumaki asked. Okay, a ball of chakra appeared in his hand, different in density from the finished Rasengan. Catch, the Sannin threw the ball to Uzumaki. Get started, and I'll watch for now. Naruto first spun the chakra inside the ball in different directions, after which he began to add even more chakra. Naruto continued to do this for almost 3 hours. But instead of exploding, a hole appeared in the balloon, from which air came out and it deflated. There were already several dozen deflated balloons lying around Uzumaki. Uzumaki's arms were already aching, but he did not give up and continued. Almost 4 more hours passed like this. Night fell and Jiraiya said, "Okay. I think that's enough for today. You've almost mastered 2 stages in 1 day. Do you know how much time the 4th spent on creating this technique? Maybe a month?" Jiraiya laughed at these words. "No. He spent 3 years on it." Wow, Naruto was amazed. "So don't be upset that you didn't learn the technique in a day. I only spent a month on the 1st stage. By the way, do you want to get something to eat? I know a place here. Let's go there." "Lead the way," Jiraiya said. "And Konoha has changed a lot since I left." A few minutes passed like this. All this time they talked about nothing. They reached Ichiraku. "Oh, Tuchi-san. The usual for me," said Uzumaki. "And I'll have my usual portion of miso ramen. It'll be ready in 3 minutes. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, where did you go from the village?" asked Naruto. "Well, I was looking for students, and after I taught them, I started looking for material for my books." "Okay. Same time tomorrow at the same training ground. Got it?" "Yes. Your ramen is ready. Enjoy your meal." So a month has passed, which was allocated for training for the 3rd stage. Naruto was able to master the first 2 stages, and is now trying to learn the 3rd. He has not yet been able to fully master the Rasengan. But even a technique that is not fully ready can cause significant damage to the enemy. The day of the 3rd round arrived. That day, the Kazekage himself arrived. Many tourists from other countries arrived, which made the merchants incredibly happy. They raised the price of goods almost twice. But most of the tourists did not come to buy anything. Their goal was to watch the fight in which the last Uchiha would participate. Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone without exception was preparing for the final round. Shikamaru was trying to come up with a strategy based on what he had seen in the qualifying fights. Naruto was learning a new technique. Neji had also learned the main branch technique just by seeing it a few times. Sasuke was training in using a new technique. In general, everyone was trying to prepare as best they could for the decisive round. The current Genin came to the huge stadium where the fights would take place. There were a lot of spectator seats there, from which the entire stadium could be seen perfectly. The highest were the 2 seats in which the Hokage and Kazekage were sitting. "I think we can begin," the examiner said and looked at the sheet of paper in his hands. The first fight. Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki. Here, Hinata's eyes widened. She didn't want Naruto to fight her cousin. "En Naruto-kun." Hinata whispered, pressing her hands to her chest. The participants entered the arena. "Can you give up right now? You're a loser, you can't beat me. Listen. Can you stop talking nonsense about fate? A person controls his own life, and fate has nothing to do with it. Look closely, Hanabi. Neji has the greatest legacy of the Byakugan power. It's stronger than your sister's. Maybe even stronger than yours. You can't get close to this guy. Not the owner of the Byakugan. I hope Naruto knows this," Kiba thought. So. The first fight begins. Shiranui shouted and all the spectators began to rejoice. Neji activated the Byakugan, and Naruto directed Futon Chakra into the kunai, since his Kekkei Genkai is difficult to control compared to Futon. Naruto decided to attack head-on, but not just like that, but in order to test the strength and speed of the Hyuga. The Uzumaki began to strike, which Neji dodged. But then, he himself breaks away and tries to strike at the chakra plexus point on his right hand. That's it. By blocking at least one chakra point, I will disrupt the flow of chakra in your body, and you will not be able to create ninjutsu normally, Neji thought with a smile. I need to dodge, otherwise I lost this fight without even starting it. Naruto decided to jump back, which is why Niji did not hit the chakra point. He missed by some centimeter. Well? Are you convinced of my strength? There is no way you will defeat me, Hyuga said self-confidently. And he is fast. He came up with it. Naruto folded his hands in a cross and said, "Shadow clone technique," for clones began to appear around him. Shadow clone technique? That's an A-rank technique. How did this kid know that? This fight promises to be more interesting than I initially expected, thought Kotetsu. Shadow clone? Smart, even very. It evenly distributes chakra between them and no Byakugan will distinguish a clone from the original. Well, let's see how long you last, thought Niji as he began to destroy the clones. He jumped up and with a kick of both legs threw back 2 clones, after which they evaporated. The other 2 attacked him from behind, but he simply hit them in the chest with his hands and they also disappeared. I'll repeat it again. You can't defeat me. Surrender, said Hyuga with a mocking voice. How could I forget? The Byakugan has almost 360-degree vision. That's why there's no point in attacking him from behind. Well, okay. How do you like that? Uzumaki thought and created about 40 clones, who immediately began to attack. But Niji saw that one of them was inactive and rushed at him. Do you think it's that easy to fool me? No matter how many clones you create, you stand out for your inaction, standing still, afraid that I will block your tenketsu. That was your mistake, Hyuga thought, striking the heart area. You stood still, afraid that I will block your chakra. But I'm not stupid enough to fall for it. 2 clones flew at Niji from behind, wanting to hit him. Hyuga said. Kaiten, he began to spin, throwing back and dispersing the clone and throwing the original aside. What? But how does he know this technique? Only the main branch of the clan can know it and no one else. He somehow, having looked at it in person only a few times, was able to understand the principle of its action. He is the genius of the clan. Hayashi thought. You can't escape my 8 trigrams. Gentle fist technique, 64 touches of heaven. Niji said and rushed at Naruto, 2 strikes. 4. 8. 16. 32. 64 strikes. After that, Uzumaki was thrown back a few meters and Hyuga approached him, saying, As I said, this fight was predetermined by fate. You didn't hit me even once when I blocked all your chakra points at that time. Examiner. He's finished. He won't be able to get up for the next 24 hours, at best. Naruto stood up, surprising absolutely everyone, including Niji himself. Having activated his dojutsu, he went into shock. All the chakra points that he had closed Uzumaki began to function normally again. What's wrong with his chakra points? They can't be reactivated once closed. It takes at least a day. And here, not even a minute has passed, and they returned to normal again. Niji thought, stunned. I closed all your chakra points. How did you open them again? Oh. Are you sure you want to know? I'm sure. Show me, Hyuga demanded. Then watch, but don't be surprised. Purple chakra formed around Naruto and he felt a surge of strength. Shadow clone technique, Uzumaki said and rushed at the owner of the Byakugan. Impossible, thought Hayashi. But how? His chakra points are blocked, thought Kotetsu. This is the Nine-Tails chakra. But when did he learn to control it? Thought Hiruzen. The same thing again. Okay. I'll teach you a lesson. Kaiten. Niji began to spin again and disperse the clones. And now, only the original remained. Hyuga decided to block his chakra points, but this time more powerfully. Only when he approached him, the clone evaporated. A clone? But when? Hyuga began to look around, from above. To the left. To the right. Behind. He's nowhere to be found. That means he's in, but his thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's fist, which flew into his jaw. Neji fell, his whole body going numb, because Naruto spared no effort and chakra that he put into this blow. Well? And who's the loser here? You think that you're special because you're from a side branch. But you're not that special. I know this feeling. The village hates me. So don't think of yourself as the center of the universe and come down to earth, Neji. Uzumaki extended his hand to the defeated one, and accept help from others. Don't close yourself off from everyone. Friends will help you. Uzumaki said, throwing Huey's hand around his neck. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, everyone began to congratulate Naruto and clap their hands. This guy doesn't know how to give up. He will always achieve his goal, thought Shiranui. Neji was carried to the infirmary, which was next to the stadium. Hayashi came to him. Oh, Neji, the head of the Hyuga clan said sadly. Oh, Hayashi-sama. I came to give you what is rightfully yours. The elder Hyuga handed Neji a small envelope. Just looking at it, Neji's eyes widened. This is handwriting. My father's handwriting. Where did you get this? Asked Neji. Hisashi asked me to give it to you when I deem it necessary. As you can see, that moment has come. And now, I will not interfere. I do not know what is written there. If you want, you can tell me yourself. Until next time, nephew, said Hayashi and disappeared behind the door. Neji began to read. Oh son. If you are reading this, it means that my brother has given you this message. I am sure that you hate the main branch of the clan, thinking that I was forced to sacrifice myself. This is not true. The fact is that Kumogakure ninja arrived in our village. Their purpose for coming was unknown until they kidnapped Hinata-sama. My brother, Hayashi, took his daughter from their clutches, but in order to do so, he had to kill one of them. The next day, having learned of the death of their partner, they demanded the head of my older brother. We tried to explain that they were trying to take the Byakugan, but they denied their guilt. I decided to sacrifice myself. But not because of the Hyuga clan. But because I loved my older brother like no one else. He tried to dissuade me, but using force, I still made my first and last choice. I became free. Your father, Hisashi Hyuga. Oh father, Neji burst into tears. Next pair. Sobakuno Temari vs Nara Shikamaru, said the examiner, looking at the sheet in his hands. Problematic, Shikamaru said his signature phrase. Well, as always, Ino drawled, go already. Okay. I'm already on my way, Shikamaru lazily stretched, yawned, and only then headed to the arena. Are you going to give up? Asked Temari. Let's see, the guy answered lazily. Ready? Asked Hay-8 and seeing the nod said, let's begin. And jumped back to a safe distance. Cutting wind, said Temari, and waved her fan. From it came streams of air that cut everything in sight. Shikamaru jumped behind a tree and began to hide there. How lazy I am. I thought that once I became a shinobi, I would do whatever I wanted. How wrong I was. Oh well, it's time to win, Shikamaru thought. You won't be able to hide for long, Temari said. Nara used the shadow capture technique, directing it at Temari. But she, seeing the technique, began to jump back. After a couple of seconds, the shadow stopped approaching Sobakuno. She noted the range of the technique. About 15.5 meters. Now I know the maximum length of your technique. If I stay further than this mark, I will be out of reach. Temari began to reason, cutting wind. She directed the air flow at Shikamaru again. A column of dust rose. And Shikamaru tied his jacket to the kunai, throwing it upward. After that, he threw 2 kunai where Temari was standing. She simply held her fan out in front of her, opening it first. At that time, Shikamaru used his technique. Seeing her, Sobakuno did nothing, thinking that she was out of reach. But seeing that the technique had passed the mark, she began to dodge to the sides. But how? I was further than the mark. Right. Time passed, the sun went down, and the shadows became longer, and he also used the shadow of the kunai that he threw upward, Temari guessed. Opening her fan and sticking it into the ground, she began to think about her actions. If I create a clone now, it will distract him, thereby giving me an opportunity to win. That's right. That's what I'll do. She began to fold the seals, and after folded the last one she couldn't move. What's wrong with me? My body seems to have frozen. Shadow capture was successful. Although it took time. Problematic. But how did you do it? I was out of reach of your technique. Okay, I'll let you see. He turned his head, and the shadow he controlled. Temari turned her head and a hole appeared in front of her. Don't you remember this hole? Naruto jumped out of it, after which he delivered the final blow to Niji, thanks to which he won. I never thought about the shadows that were in this hole, Temari said. That was your mistake, Nara said, approaching her, which she did, thanks to the shadows. So, while I thought he couldn't get me, I was dodging. But in reality, I was walking into his traps. Temari cursed to herself. Shikamaru raised his hand and said, I give up. Everyone was shocked to hear these words. My chakra was left for about 10 seconds. It's a shame, I've already thought out the next 200 moves. Well, since I intended to win, should have used my chakra more economically, Shikamaru admitted. And this guy. Something. Shiranui thought to himself and said, the winner is Temari Sobakuno. I underestimated this guy. Although he is lazy, he is very smart. If it weren't for his chakra, I would have lost. Temari admitted. So. Next, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sobakuno Gaara. One of the Jonin approached him and said something. Okay. Since Uchiha is not here yet, I suggest watching Shino Aburame's fight against Kenkuro. No. Our plan should start later. Kenkuro thought, and then shouted, I refuse. Jonin approached the Hokage and asked what to do, and Sarutobi said. Let's wait. If he does not come within 10 minutes, then I will disqualify him. Got it. Jonin disappeared and passed on what was said to Genma. We give Uchiha Sasuke an additional 10 minutes. If he does not come by the end of this fight, then he will be disqualified, the third proclaimed. A disgruntled groan went through the crowd. A week ago. Kakashi approached a huge rock, decided to remember the old days and decided to climb it with one hand. Already approaching the very end, he sees Sasuke there, standing, looking somewhere with an empty look. Apparently, he was thinking about something. Sasuke, are you here yet? Okay, there will be more time to study Chidori, Kakashi said, getting up. The essence of the technique is to gather Raiton chakra at a certain point. Like this, Hatake created Chidori in his hand, but that's not enough. You need to be able to hold this chakra so that it doesn't dissipate or, otherwise, turn against the user. Use your Sharingan to copy this technique. But keep in mind, the copied technique will be impossible to use without the proper skill. Practice is needed, especially for Chidori. Well, begin. Kakashi created Chidori again, but before that, he slowly folded the seals. And only then began to create the technique itself, so that Sasuke could copy it. 2 days later. I am amazed at how quickly you grasp everything you've learned. At this time, Sasuke held Chidori in his hand. For now, you can use this technique only once without any special consequences. The second use will suck all your chakra out, and you will lie around for a day, restoring it. With time and training, you will be able to increase the number of its uses. But at your age, the maximum is 3. Now, I can use it 4 times without consequences due to the fact that I do not have much chakra. Even you, at your age, do not have much less chakra. Can this technique be improved? Uchiha decides to ask. I have not been able to improve it yet. As I said, I do not have much chakra, and the technique is very chakra intensive. So it is impossible to do. Sasuke was upset. I did not say that. You, with your abilities, can well improve Chidori. But not now. You do not have enough chakra for this, answered Kakashi. Present time. Excellent, Sasuke. You already control Chidori perfectly. Now we can go to the 3rd stage. At the stadium. So. We extended Uchiha Sasuke's time twice. Since he didn't show up, we disqualified him. Genma started to speak, but he was interrupted by Sasuke and Kakashi appearing right in front of him. Are we late? Kakashi decided to ask. You were very lucky. We extended your time twice, the examiner said smiling. So. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sobaku no Gaara. All the spectators began to rejoice. Most of them came to watch the Uchiha's fight. And they were not very happy with the news that he could be disqualified. Begin, Gaara said, and sand began to come out of the vessel behind his back. At the same time, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and threw 2 shuriken, after which he began to strike Gaara's body. He tried to defend himself with sand, but he was too late. The Uchiha appeared behind Sobakuno and struck him in the cheekbone with his fist. And this vaunted, absolute, defense of yours? I thought you would be stronger. Gaara remained silent and formed a seal, after which the sand began to form a ball around the user. Sasuke decided to try to break through it and ran. Spikes began to appear from the sand ball. Sasuke was able to dodge and strike. But nothing came of it. Having broken his knuckles until they bled, he thought. Delay as much time as you want. And in the meantime, I'll prepare. He jumped onto the wall and began to form Chidori. So this is his strength, Rock Lee whispered. Kakashi. You taught him this technique, Might Guy said, stunned. Sasuke ran towards the sand ball, simultaneously dodging the spikes that formed around him. He struck, breaking through Gaara's defense, injuring Sobakuno himself. How? How did he break through my defense? Gaara was surprised. This guy is no slouch. Well, I'll teach him a lesson. Gaara thought. His hand transformed into something like a beast's hand, only made of sand, and he grabbed Uchiha's hand. But he, using Chidori again, broke free. At that time, someone used genjutsu to put everyone to sleep. Genjutsu? But why? Naruto thought, removing this illusion from himself. Kakashi, do you see genjutsu too? Guy asked. Yes. Kai. Hatake answered, simultaneously removing the effect of the technique. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Who could have cast genjutsu on almost everyone present? Sakura asked. Apparently Suna attacked us, Uzumaki thought. Think for yourself, why send one team? Only to reconnoiter the area and the state of forces in the village. Yes, you're right, everyone answered. A purple barrier appeared on the roof of the building where the Hokage and Kazekage's seats were. And a man in an ANBU suit appeared in front of Kakashi, Guy, Naruto and Sakura. What are you doing here? Hokage-sama is in danger. Hatake said. The ANBU remained silent. Having made a couple of seals, 2 Otogakure ninja stood on each side of him. So it's not only sand that is conspiring against Konoha, but sound as well. Okay, let's get started, Kakashi said and pounced on the ANBU. Naruto meanwhile made an unfinished Rasengan and knocked out one of the Otogakure ninja. Meanwhile, Guy began to attack the other one. The remaining ninja pounced on Naruto, who knocked him out. Naruto saw Gaara's team running into the forest. Kakashi-sensei, I'll go get Sakura and Sasuke to catch up with Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. Sasuke is already chasing them. Kakashi made the summoning seals. Pakken, you go with them. Follow Sasuke's scent. Okay. Follow me. He's chasing 3 people, Pakken said and ran in the direction Sasuke ran in pursuit of Gaara. Temari. Take Gaara with you, and I'll hold him off, Kankuro said. No, let me. I'll be slower than you anyway. I said go. He's already here, Kankuro shouted and the Uchiha appeared in front of them. So who will fight against me? Really you? Sasuke looked at Kankuro with a grin. Stop. I will fight him. Uchiha turned around and saw Shino standing on a branch. Go after Gaara, your fight with him is not over yet. I have my own scores to settle with Kankuro. Our fight hasn't even begun yet. Okay, if you are confident in your strength, Sasuke said. Give me 10 minutes and I will catch up with you. Then you better not waste time. 10 minutes will be enough for me too. Sasuke said and went after Gaara and Temari. Well. Shall we begin? Asked Kankuro. Puppet control. A puppet appeared behind Sobakuno, to which he attached chakra threads in order to control it. Aburame began to release beetles from his hands. Kankuro launched his puppet at Shino, who dodged, and where he stood, a blade from the puppet pierced and a puddle of poison remained. Poison blades? You need to be careful, Aburame noted and jumped into the bush. It won't help you, said Sobakuno and launched his puppet there. Shino, noticing its approach, threw 2 kunai at it, but it turned into a log. Substitution? Not bad. Aburame jumped out of cover, and Kankuro threw several shuriken at it, one of which hit its head, and the second one in the torso. It seemed that he lost, but his body began to turn into bugs. Bugs? But where is he then? Kankuro thought and began to look around. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard behind him, which gave away Shino's location. He was already raising his hand to strike, but Sobakuno managed to dodge. So you used bait to distract me, and then sneaked up from behind? Not bad. Your technique shows that you are strong at long range, but not in close combat. Shino said. Don't get carried away. You haven't seen even half of the capabilities of my technique. Kankuro said and launched a projectile at Aburame with the help of a puppet. Shino made the beetles make a kind of shield, but the projectile launched at him turned out to be filled with poisonous smoke, which was released outside. Poisonous smoke? We need to get out of here quickly. Aburame jumped onto a branch that was above his head and fell to one knee. He inhaled it after all. Now he's finished. The poison has already started to work. Well, I'll save you from suffering. Sobakuno pointed his puppet at him, but for some reason it stopped obeying him. What happened? Why won't she listen? Kankuro asked and saw that bugs were crawling in the places where the puppet's parts were connected. He put his bugs in my puppet? Now they'll start moving towards me along the chakra threads. Sobakuno got scared and tore off all the chakra threads that connected his fingers and the puppet. But then he thought. What a fool he is. Doesn't he know that the puppeteer can regain control of the puppet at any time? After which he again connected his fingers and the puppet's head with chakra threads and threw it at Aburame. There were only a few dozen centimeters left to his head, when the head simply collapsed. But why? Was all Kankuro had time to think. But then, he looked at his hands and guessed. So that's what you really had in mind, but then he realized, but how did they end up on me? I was watching this. When I tried to hit you, I just pretended to miss. In fact, I planted a female beetle on your headband. It gives off a strong smell, but people don't feel it. You were too fixated on protecting yourself from the front, forgetting about the rear. They were slowly approaching you. After that, Aburame dropped to 2 knees. Beetles, was all Kankuro could say before losing consciousness from the loss of chakra. The poison. It's already completely poisoned my body, Shino said before he lost consciousness. Let me fix you up, Temari said, letting go of Gaara. Go to. Sobakuno threw his sister aside, after which she hit a tree. I can do without you. I don't need you. Sasuke landed on a tree branch that stood nearby. Sasuke Uchiha. Did he really deal with Kankuro so quickly? No. It's too fast. Obviously, someone was helping him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so quickly, Temari thought. I don't know what you're planning, San Shinobi. But whatever it is, I won't let you do it. Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha. You and I are not alike, Gaara said. I don't have friends like you. But it's not them that make you strong, it's your goal. The desire for it. I don't care what you mutter there. I want to see you in action. Gaara grabbed his head. His sand armor began to crack, and his left hand became the same as the one he grabbed Sasuke with during their fight. This is what I saw during our fight. When I used Chidori. You are mine. You are mine, Gaara began to say something, but he fell to his knees and began to shake his head from side to side. And no. No. Not that. Temari was scared. What is he? Uchiha asked himself. You are my victim. Sobakuno shouted. At this time, his second hand became the same as the left, and half of his face began to look like something terrible. By killing you, I will know what life is, Gaara said in a tone that sent shivers down his spine. This something pounced on Sasuke, striking the place where the Uchiha had stood a few moments ago. He jumped back to another tree. Where are you hiding, Uchiha Sasuke? Am I that scary? Gaara began to shout. Temari shrank her whole body in fear. She tried to calm down by clutching her head in her hands, but to be honest, she couldn't. Sasuke jumped out of his hiding place, and Sobakuno launched his hand at him, extending it. He was happy when he hit the Uchiha, but he turned into a log. A substitution? Gaara realized. At that time, Sasuke threw 6 kunai at him. The red-haired man covered himself with his hand, after which he threw them with such force that the kunai that hit the branches simply broke them. The Uchiha hid in cover again. Are you hiding again? You stopped hating, that's why you got weak. Sasuke began to form Chidori and pounced on Gaara when he flew at the Uchiha, raising his hand. Chidori pierced the red-haired man's hand. Now I know why I wanted this fight so much. This is pain. How good it is to fight an opponent that can hurt you, Gaara began to shout. This Sasuke. No one could hurt Gaara, and he did it twice. He is the same monster. Let's see what comes of it, thought Temari. At that moment, the red-haired man's tail began to form. He jumped on the Uchiha and he, activating the Sharingan, dodged. He became even faster. I would already be dead if not for the Sharingan, Sasuke thought to himself. Katan, great fireball. Sasuke launched his technique at Gaara, but he used sand to cover himself in it and thus saved himself from the technique. He didn't even slow down. Either Chidori or death, thought the Uchiha, before the red-haired man's fist flew at him. Sasuke flew back several dozen meters and made a huge dent in the tree he crashed into. Flashback. Your limit is 3 Chidori. If you use more, you'll die, said Kakashi. End flashback. I have to do Chidori, thought Sasuke and began to create the technique again. Jumping on Sobakuno, he tore off his arm. After that, Sasuke began to be covered in black marks and he collapsed. You're weak. People like you don't belong in this world. Sobakuno shouted and pounced on him. But the blow of his hand was interrupted by Naruto's blow. "You've done enough, Sasuke. Leave him to me," said Uzumaki. Sakura and Pakken stood next to him. Distracted by Sasuke, Naruto did not have time to stop Gaara and he pounced on the Uchiha, trying to kill him. But Sakura stood in his way with a kunai in her hand. Sobakuno threw her away and she lost consciousness. He attached her there with his hand, detaching it from his body, and another one began to form in its place. "You better hurry. The hand that holds that girl will squeeze her harder and harder with each passing second until it kills her. Show me everything you can do." After these words, Gaara fell to his knees, and his upper body began to transform. "We need to deal with him quickly," Uzumaki thought, summoning technique. Naruto summoned Gamakichi. "There is no time to explain. Call your father here. Preferably as soon as possible." "Got it," said Gamakichi and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Sand shurikens," said Gaara and projectiles flew from his hands, which Uzumaki dodged. Shadow clone. Naruto created several dozen clones that began to beat Gaara. He fell, all in dents left after Naruto's blows. Soon, they disappeared. After that, Sobakuno began to destroy the clones with his hand. "I didn't think you could awaken my true form," Gaara shouted, turning into a huge raccoon dog. Forced sleep technique. Why is it taking so long? "Okay, I'll try again," thought Uzumaki and folded the summoning seals, summoning technique. This time, he summoned Gamabunta along with Gamakichi. What kind of power is this? How did he become so strong? Sasuke thought to himself. They are both monsters. Temari thought. You again? Why did you summon him? Gamabunta asked while smoking his pipe. Gamabunta-san, do you know what this is? Naruto pointed at the monster standing near them. It's Shikaku. We need to wake that kid up, and the technique will disappear. Gamabunta said, jumping on Shikaku. He cut off his arm. Futon, air bullets, Shikaku said and launched bullets from the air at the toad. Suiton, water bullets, Gamabunta created a counter technique. He jumped. Dodging the technique that Shikaku used, he said. Suiton, water bullets, and launched them at the bijou. Missed. The one-tail shouted. Gamabunta-san, how do I get to Gaara? I don't have fangs or claws to hold Shikaku. We'll use a joint transformation technique, the toad replied. But how? Imagine an animal with claws and fangs, leave the rest to me, Naruto. As luck would have it, nothing comes to mind. Naruto began to panic. Right. The 9 tails. Ready? Gamabunta asked. Yes. Naruto answered. Joint transformation technique. Gamabunta and Uzumaki said at the same time. The toad transformed into a gray 9 tails and headed towards Gaara. Wow! The Uchiha whispered, watching Naruto and Gaara fight. Futon, air bullets, Shikaku said and fired at Gamabunta, in the form of the 9 tails. He, using his tails, defended himself from the projectiles and said. Ready. I'll hold him now, and he pounced on the one-tailed, digging his benches into him, come on. Having cancelled the transformation technique, Naruto hit Gaara in the cheekbone, causing him to wake up. He cancelled the technique? Well, it's not the end yet, Gaara thought and said, sand coffin. Naruto began to envelop Gaara in sand so that Uzumaki could not hit him again. Purple chakra began to emanate from Uzumaki, with the help of which he was able to break free and strike Gaara in the head. From this, Shikaku, on which they were, turned into sand. Gaara and Naruto fell onto a tree. I will still destroy you. I will wipe you off the face of the earth and continue to exist. Gaara shouted, preparing to strike Naruto, but he got ahead of him, striking him in the jaw, causing them both to fall from the tree to the ground. Naruto was able to get up, and staggering, slowly began to approach the lying Gaara, who had no strength left. What made him so strong? Sobakuno thought, and seeing that Naruto had already walked half the distance, he shouted, "Don't come near me. I know what loneliness is. I know this pain." Gaara's eyes widened. "Everyone in the village hates me. But I didn't break down. I made many friends who supported me in these most difficult moments. I will protect them. Even if I have to kill you." Uzumaki shouted. But why do this for others?" Gaara asked. "Because they saved me from loneliness." Then, Sasuke landed in front of Naruto and looked at him. "Sakura is fine." The sand fell. Apparently Gaara's chakra is gone. Completely. Kankuro and Temari appeared in front of Sobakuno, looking at Naruto and Sasuke with anger. "Great," Naruto whispered and passed out. "It's not worth it." "That's it. It's over," Gaara said barely audibly. Kankuro and Temari looked at him in surprise. "I didn't think I'd see my brother in this state," the puppeteer thought, and began to lift Gaara, throwing his arm over his neck. "Temari, let's go." They disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto. "Now I understand what gives me strength," Gaara thought. Temari, Kankuro, his brother and sister looked at him. Forgive me. For everything. What does this all mean, Kazekage-sama?" The third asked, when the head of Tsunegakure put a kunai to his neck. "And I told you a long time ago, to choose a successor for the post of 5th Hokage, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said in the guise of Kazekage. "So? It's you. Orochimaru." Hiruzen said in surprise. "Barrier of 4 flames," said the members of the Sound 4. "HM. So it won't be easy for me to get out," said Sarutobi. "More precisely. You won't be able to get out of here at all," Orochimaru corrected the third. They both took off. The third launched several shuriken from the serpent, which he dodged. "You can't defeat me when you're so weak." "Spiritual snake technique," the Sannin said, and a snake appeared from his mouth, which wrapped itself around the Hokage's neck. "This is your end." But Hiruzen simply turned into a pile of dirt. Replacement? Not bad. "Doton, Great Silt River technique," Hiruzen said, making several seals, after which a stream of mud formed on the roof of the building where they were fighting. "Is this really all you can do now?" Orochimaru sarcastically. "You are mistaken." Katon, Fireball, a fireball appeared from Sarutobi's mouth, which flew at Orochimaru, but he simply dodged. "You won't be able to defeat me if you use such weak techniques," Orochimaru said. "Don't be afraid, this was just a warm-up," the third answered, tearing off his Hokage clothes. He was left in light armor. "So you expected this?" asked the Sannin. "Well, it doesn't matter, even so, you won't be able to defeat me." Hiruzen decided to remain silent and launched 4 shuriken at him, after which he made several seals and said, "Shadow Shuriken technique." "Impure world reincarnation technique," Orochimaru said, putting his palms together. "This technique. We must stop the 4th Hokage's coffin at any cost," thought Hiruzen, launching another 10 shuriken. First, second, and 3, the coffin with Minato began to return to the ground. The third did not come out? Well, okay, the first and second will do their job. After that, the coffin lids fell, after which the first and second Hokage came out of them. Did they really summon these two? Sarutobi was surprised. "Well, what are you going to do now, Sarutobi-sensei?" the Sannin asked mockingly. "Katon, Fire Dragon," the third said, and directed it at Hashirama and Tobirama. Having fallen under Hiruzen's technique, Tobirama said, "Suetun, Great Waterfall." A powerful stream of water appeared from the ground, which stopped Sarutobi's fire technique. Suetun, great wave, water began to appear around him, which was directed at Hiruzen. He folded the seals and said, Doton, great stone wall. A huge wall, which consisted of stone, grew from the ground. The entire stream of water that rushed towards it, simply redirected and disappeared. After that, the first Hokage began to seal the third, attacking his taijutsu. Splashing water on Sarutobi's face, he kicked him in the face, causing him to fly several meters away. And you are still as fast and strong. Just like before. It is not easy to fight you, Hiruzen said and climbed onto his wall of stone that he had created earlier. Suetun, cutting water stream, said the second, and streams of water shot out of his mouth, destroying the stone wall. The third fell and began to catch his breath. After all, his age was taking its toll. Mokuton, great forest, said Hashirama, and huge roots and tree trunks began to appear from the ground. The first's Kekii Genkai? This is already dangerous, said Sarutobi and bit his finger. But he was tied up by tree roots. That's it. I think the fight is over, Sarutobi-sensei, said Orochimaru with a smile. Hiruzen finally managed to touch one of the koi and said, Summoning technique. A large monkey emerged from the clouds of smoke. Orochimaru? Enma was surprised and looked at the third. You're a fool, Sarutobi. I told you that you should have killed him when you had the chance. No time to chat. Come on, transform. Sarutobi shouted. Don't let him transform. Orochimaru said, and the past Hokage he summoned headed towards the monkey. The second tried to strike him, but didn't have time and received a blow to the head himself, and broke several trees under him with his body. The first also tried to strike, but was grabbed by the leg and thrown back several meters. Enma turned into a staff and cut off the roots that held Hiruzen. At this time, the Sannin folded hand seals and a sword appeared from his mouth. Kusanagi? The third was surprised. Enma, are you ready? Yes, but be careful, Kusanagi is stronger than me, answered the monkey. I know. Hiruzen began to strike with his staff, but Orochimaru dodged. Kusanagi and Enma crossed, holding each other, but Sarutobi knocked down Hashirama, tripping him. Without losing his head, Hiruzen attached an explosive tag to him, which neither Orochimaru nor the first noticed. Immediately, Tobirama ran up to the third, striking Sarutobi, but he dodged and attached an explosive tag. He tried to detonate them, but he was stopped by the snake that flew at him. Enma's hand grabbed the Sannin by the neck, after which he said, You're finished, Orochimaru. I'll break your neck. He squeezed his neck, but the Sannin turned into dirt. As soon as he recovered, the third kicked him away and detonated the seals that were on Hashirama and Tobirama. But they recovered a few moments later. Thanks to Orochimaru's technique, their souls are forcibly tied to this world. We need to seal them, thought the third. Old man, that was stupid. Fighting against us without using Shadow Clone, the Sannin said mockingly. Don't worry, Orochimaru. I will still protect my village. Shadow Clone, said Sarutobi and began to fold a series of seals. Only this technique remains. Could it be? Enma guessed. Genjutsu, pitch darkness. Said Tobirama, and the third Hokage was enveloped in darkness. This is the seal of the death god. Only the one who used this technique can see it. No one else will be able to see it. Hiruzen thought and, having sensed the chakra of the second and first, used clones to seal them. Forgive me. Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen said with regret. Their souls were taken by Shinigami. The bodies they were in crumbled to dust. But Hashirama managed to say, Forgive us, Sarutobi. We have placed a heavy burden on you, after which he crumbled. The darkness is retreating? What kind of technique is this? Orochimaru was surprised. This technique that even you don't know. Hiruzen said, and using the staff, knocked Kusanagi out of the Sannin's hands. Enma's hand appeared from the staff, with which he tried to grab the snake, but he said. The shadow snakes, the snakes that appeared from his sleeves, stopped him. The third landed in front of the Sannin and began to hold him. The hand of the god of death grabbed Orochimaru's soul, but he did not lose his head, and having formed a seal, pointed the sword at Sarutobi. Enma saw this and tried to stop it, grabbing the handle. But it did not help, and the blade pierced Sarutobi. Why didn't you dodge? You saw Kusanagi? Asked the Sannin. There is no point, Orochimaru. The one who uses the seal of the god of death must give his life. So it doesn't matter whether I return from the sword or not. It doesn't matter. We'll die together anyway, the third replied. At that time, Shinigami grabbed Orochimaru's soul. What's wrong with me? I'm getting weaker. The Sannin was scared. He tried to use some technique, but it didn't work. I can't use jutsu. We'll die together, Orochimaru. This is where your life ends. The Hokage said and began to pull his student's soul out of his body. I don't care that you're the Hokage. In fact, you're an old man who can't do anything. While you were trying to kill me, my shinobi launched an attack on Konoha. It will soon be gone. You still don't understand. Konoha's shinobi are ready to give their lives to save someone else. This village will live if such shinobi remain in it. At that time, Shino began to wake up. He asked. But how? I was poisoned. Don't worry. My bugs have removed the poison. Shino looked in the direction where the voice was coming from. Father. Rest, Shino. On the roof of the residence. I don't have enough strength to completely extract his soul. The Hokage noted sadly. We both understand that I won't be able to seal your soul completely. But there is something I can do. Using the last of his strength, Hiruzen was able to extract part of Orochimaru's soul. Now, the Shinigami sealed Orochimaru's hands. My hands. I can't control them. What have you done? The Sannin asked. I took away all your techniques. Without your hands, there's not much you can do. My only regret is that I can't take you with me. Sarutobi said, falling to the ground. Orochimaru-sama. Are you okay? Asked Kadamaru. Our plan failed. Let's leave. Remove the barrier. Remove the barrier, said the Sound 4. At the stadium. The barrier is down. Said Guy, they're leaving, we need to catch them. Don't stand there, Guy. Said Kakashi. That's right. What if it's a trap? Said the man in the mask. Are you suggesting that we just stand there? Yes, Kabuto? Asked Hatake. Kabuto took off his mask and said. Let's go. After saying this, he and his accomplice disappeared. Kakashi, let's go to the Hokage. He may be trapped. Said Might. Yes, answered Kakashi. The next day was to be the funeral of the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone was going to come to this event. Not only shinobi and ordinary residents of Konoha, but also residents of other villages wanted to say goodbye to this wonderful man who saved this village at the cost of his life. Naruto was sitting in his apartment, looking at the corner of the room with an empty, downcast look. It was clear that Uzumaki was thinking about something. Hearing the ringing of the alarm clock, which Naruto set so as not to be late for the farewell ceremony with the Hokage, he began to get dressed. He put on a black shirt, jacket and shoes of the same color. He left the house, putting his hands in the pockets of his jacket. They agreed with the 7th team to meet near the entrance to the cemetery. Seeing pink hair there, he realized that they were already waiting for him. Even after greeting them, he walked a little further than them and looked at the sky. It was gray. Clouds filled the entire space of the sky. "Let's go," Naruto said coldly and moved towards the entrance. Everyone silently followed him. There were many shinobi and ordinary villagers in the cemetery, and not only Konoha. Many lost their loved ones in the battle against Tsunagakure and Otogakure. Those who remained alive came to see off not only the Hokage, but also their acquaintances, relatives and friends. Most of those present came with bouquets of flowers, which they laid next to Hiruzen's grave. It began to rain and Sakura said. It began to rain. Apparently, the clouds are also grieving. Hiruzumaki thought. Why? Why do good, kind and brave people die first? Why do those who commit crimes die later than them? Naruto saw Konohamaru, whom he and his team had saved from Kenkuro. He was crying. Iruka, who was standing next to him, looked at him with sympathy. He himself had once been in a similar situation. Flashback. Iruka, a 13-year-old boy, stands near the grave of the heroes who defended the village from the Ninetales attack. His parents died in that battle. "I can't believe that a year has passed since that terrible event," said the third, and Yumino turned around at his voice. "Your teacher said that you are the funniest in your class. You always make everyone laugh. It must be hard to hide under the mask of carelessness." "I'm not crying because I'm sad. To die as heroes is a great honor. I'm glad that I am the son of heroes. I'm crying because I'm proud of them. I'm not even offended that I am left alone," said Iruka. "Nothing. I feel that somewhere deep inside you there is a boy who is in great pain. Remember. You are not alone. Every shinobi of our village has the will of fire. It binds everyone," said the Hokage, hugging Iruka. "Do you have this will?" I think you do." End flashback. At this time, Kakashi is standing at the hero's grave during the rain. He is thinking about something. Yugao came up to him from behind. Hataki felt her presence. "Is this for Hayate?" asked Kakashi. The girl remained silent and approached the monument, after which she placed a bouquet of flowers on it. "You better hurry. The Hokage's funeral has already begun," said Hataki. "Have you decided to visit Obito? It would have been better to come here earlier, so as not to apologize for being late for the funeral," said Yugao. "That's what I did," answered Kakashi. "I've been here since dawn. Here I think about the mistakes I made in the past." Jiraiya was watching this. A memory of the first training appeared before his eyes. And many others related to Hiruzen. At the cemetery, Naruto decides to ask. "Iruka-sensei. Why do people act like this? Why do they sacrifice for others? When a person dies, his past, present and future cease to exist. Even dreams. Like Hayate, for example. Only those close to him remain. Friends, parents, acquaintances. Together they form a society of people who keep memories of him." At that very time, two people were standing on the outskirts of the village. "The village suffered greatly after the attack," one of them said. "Are you still worried about your home village, Itachi-san?" asked a tall man with a large bandaged thing on his back. "No. Not at all." The day after the Hokage's funeral, Naruto went to finish his Rasengan. Jiraiya was watching all this. When Uzumaki managed to achieve a complete Rasengan, he was very surprised. "And Naruto, you finally finished the Rasengan. Congratulations." The Sannin approached the student and ruffled his hair. "You mastered the technique so quickly. You are a genius." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." "Okay. I think that's enough for today. We can go home. By the way, do you want to come with me to look for Tsunade?" "Why do we need to look for her?" She left Konoha. In connection with the death of the third, we need to find someone to replace him, the Sannin answered. Naruto's expression darkened for a moment at these words, but then returned to his usual expression. Of course, I was offered the post of 5th Hokage, but I refused. It's not for me to sit in an office and sign all sorts of papers. They offered the post of Hokage to Tsunade, but since she is not in the village, I'm going to look for her. I see. Do you at least know where I can find her? Naruto asked. I have several spies in all 5 great countries who give me information, answered Jiraiya. So you already have an idea where Tsunade is? Uzumaki asked again. Yes. At the moment, she is in the land of fire. She was seen in several cities, not far from Konoha. I see. When are we leaving? Asked Uzumaki. It's a pity, of course, that I won't be able to see the entire Great Trinity in one place. Okay, don't despair. We're leaving in an hour. You can warn your friends for now. This mission may take a while. Excellent. I'll warn 3, and they'll tell the rest that I'm not in the village. With these words, Naruto headed to the Uchiha's house. Arriving at his house, he knocked on the door and a few moments later Sasuke came out. Naruto? Did you want something? Asked the Uchiha, surprised. Yes. I'm leaving the village to look for Tsunade. Can you tell the others if you cross paths? Naruto asked. Okay. Is that all? Yes. And one more thing. I'm leaving for an indefinite period of time, so tell them not to worry, Uzumaki warned Uchiha. Got it. Well, if that's all, then go, Sasuke said. See you later. The next stop was Sakura's house. It was not that far from the Uchiha's house, so Naruto reached it in a few minutes. When he knocked on the door, Haruno's mother opened the door. Oh, Mabuki-san. Is Sakura home? Uzumaki asked. Oh, yes, I'll call you now. The woman disappeared behind the door and a couple of minutes later Sakura came out. Oh, Sakura-chan, Uzumaki greeted. Oh. Did you want something? Haruno asked. Yes. I'm leaving to look for Tsunade. Since she is not in the village, this may take a long time. Can you warn the others? Naruto asked. By the way, I warned Sasuke. Okay, I will pass it on when I see someone. Thank you. Okay, I will go. Yeah, Sakura said and went into the house. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. For some reason, he wanted to warn Hinata. Since their quarter was quite far, it took Naruto 15 minutes to run there. When he ran, he saw a huge fence and a gate, which he knocked on. A few moments later, a tall man came out of the quarter. Oh. Why have you come? The man asked. Oh. Could you call Hinata Hyuga? Uzumaki asked. Wait a few minutes. I will call her now. Thank you. A few minutes later, as the man said, Hinata came out of the quarter. Seeing Naruto, he blushed a little. Hi. Listen, I'm leaving Konoha, Uzumaki started to speak. Why? Hyuga got scared. Don't worry, Naruto tried to calm Hinata down, I'm leaving Konoha to find Tsunade. She was nominated for the role of the 5th Hokage. I don't think anything will change dramatically if I leave, right? Naruto asked. I think so, Hinata answered. Well then. I came to ask you. Could you please warn everyone that I'm leaving for an indefinite period of time? Uzumaki asked. Oh okay, and Naruto-kun, Hinata answered. By the way, Sasuke and Sakura already know. I asked them too. Okay, I'll go, time is running out. See you later. Uzumaki said, turning his back to the Hyuga in order to go home and collect the necessary things for the trip. Bye, Naruto heard Hinata's voice. Arriving home, Uzumaki took his briefcase and put essential things, spare clothes and a lot of other things in it. He closed his apartment and headed to the gates of Konoha, where the Toad Hermit was already waiting for him. "Ready?" asked Jiraiya. "Yes." "Where do we go first?" At this time, two people are walking next to the river. Here, Asuma and Kurenai stand in front of them. "Stop. You are not from this village. What is the purpose of your arrival?" asked Sarutobi. "It's been a long time, Asuma, Kurenai. Since you know our names, that means you were a shinobi of Konoha," said Kurenai. One of them lifted his straw hat and showed his Sharingan. Asuma and Kurenai were shocked, as they recognized Itachi in him. "Just look. Itachi Uchiha, in person," said Asuma. "I must give you credit. To come to the village, after what you did to your clan. It takes courage. Since you know each other, let me introduce myself," said the tall man with a bandaged thing behind his back, taking off his hat. "I'm Kisame Hoshigaki. We know who you are. Kisame. You're from Kirigakure. An S-class missing nin. You're suspected of killing a feudal lord and spying," said Yuhi. "Tell me why you came." "I know that you didn't just sneak into the village for no reason," said Asuma. "Please, don't get in our way." "I don't want to kill you," said Itachi. "It's funny to hear that from someone who destroyed his own clan," Sarutobi grinned. At that moment, Kisame's weapon landed between the Konoha Jonin. "Itachi-san, can I kill them? They're starting to piss me off," said Hoshigaki. "Well, I don't think we'll achieve anything without a fight. Just don't overdo it. We don't need to attract unnecessary attention." After these words, Itachi threw his hat. As soon as it touched the ground, Kisame tried to hit Asuma with his weapon, but Asuma used his blades to defend himself. "I can barely hold this sword. It's very strong," thought Sarutobi. Kurenai used genjutsu and Itachi noticed it. "Oh, so. Genjutsu reflection technique," Uchiha said and flashed his Sharingan. Yuhi, using an illusion, became invisible and began to entangle Itachi in roots. At that moment, Kisama's sword touched Sarutobi's shoulder and Hoshigaki thought, "It's useless. My sword is so sharp that it cuts almost anything I want." After that, he pulled the sword towards himself, causing the bandages covering it to fly off. The sword left a deep wound on Asuma's shoulder. Kurenai appeared on the trunk of the tree, in whose horses she entangled the Uchiha and tried to hit him with a kunai. But a moment later she herself was in his place. "And you seem to have forgotten. I am a master of illusions," Itachi said and rushed at Kurenai. She bit her lip until it bled in order to free herself from her own technique, which turned against her. The illusion dissipated, and she managed to block Itachi's kick. But it was so strong that she flew over the fence and fell into the water. Itachi approached her. "And you live up to your reputation." However, Kakashi's voice, who was standing behind him, did not let him finish. "However, this is the end. At least for you. Kurenai, Kakashi." Sarutobi shouted. "If I were you, I would not get distracted," Kisame said calmly and began to swing his sword. Sarutobi began to dodge. Kisame opened up, and Asuma attacked him. Hoshigaki dodged, but a scratch appeared on his cheek. What? The missing nin was surprised. He began to fold the seals, after which he said, "Suiton, water dragon technique," and launched it at Asuma, but the path of his technique was blocked by the same technique of Kakashi. "He used the same technique as me." Kakashi, who used the Suiton technique, stood in front of Asuma. "So that's how you copied my technique," Kisame said, looking at the Sharingan that Hatake had in his left eye. At that moment, a water technique flew at Kakashi's clone. "I didn't see the seals. The shuriken in his hand was just bait." "Too slow," Itachi said and thrust a kunai into Hataki's back. It disintegrated into drops of water. A water clone? Perhaps my village should be proud since he copied our techniques so well, Kisame thought. At that time, Kakashi's shadow clone swam underwater and handed the kunai to Kurenai. She took the kunai, but the original grabbed her and carried her to the shore. It's a trap. After these words, the shadow clone that was underwater exploded. Don't look him in the eyes. He'll easily throw you into genjutsu. Hataki said. But how? It's very difficult to predict your opponent's moves without looking him in the eye. Asuma said. Do as I say. Close your eyes. I'll have to face him alone. My Sharingan against his. Sarutobi and Kurenai closed their eyes, and Kakashi left only his Sharingan open. The Sharingan can resist many techniques. But there is one technique that it will not help anyone against. It is Tsukiyomi, Itachi said. In an instant, the world in Kakashi's eyes changed. Everything turned red, and the sky turned black. I was caught after all. You will have to stay here for 3 days. Only a second will pass in the present. Kakashi was hanging on the cross, tied to it with his hands and feet. Unable to break free, he gave up trying. In Tsukiyomi, many copies of Itachi appeared, which began to plunge their katanas into Kakashi's body. So, you will have to stay here for 72 hours. Tsukiyomi stopped, and Kakashi fell to his knees. Kakashi. What happened? Kurenai asked with her eyes closed. He spoke to you, and a second later you fell. Asuma added. 3 days in that world, and only a second in this one. Why doesn't he just kill me? He can. Hataki thought. Kisame landed next to Itachi and said. You can't use the Sharingan for long, Itachi-san. You know it's dangerous. What did you come for? Is it Sasuke? Kakashi asked. No. We came for the son of the 4th Hokage, the Uchiha said. What is he talking about? Kurenai asked. Naruto, Kakashi guessed. Flashback. Long time no see, Jiraiya-san, Hataki said. Okay. Let's get down to business. I will be training Naruto now. The third was smart to let you train Naruto. But even someone with such amazing skills as yours won't be able to prepare him, Jiraiya began. Prepare him for what? I've been keeping an eye on Orochimaru ever since he left the village. But he recently joined an organization, the Sannin began to explain. Which one? Akatsuki. Unfortunately, I don't know the intentions of this organization. But all the shinobi that are there are S-class missing nin. There are 10 of these shinobi. I don't know all the members of this organization. But think about it, 10 such powerful ninja aren't going to just like that. Take the same Itachi. Recently they started to split into pairs. It's unknown why. Most likely, they want to get their hands on the 9 tails. After all, he has huge reserves of chakra. Jiraiya finished. You continue to train Sasuke. Teach him Sharingan techniques and the like. And I will train Naruto. He should soon find out that the fox is sealed inside him. Because of him. He will have to be careful all his life. This is his destiny. End flashback. Now I get it. You need the 9 tails inside Naruto. Kakashi understood. You are from Akatsuki. Isn't that right? The missing nin were taken aback by this. So we'll take Kakashi with us, and we don't need the rest. Take them away, Itachi said. Kisame swung his sword and rushed at Asuma and Kurenai, but his blow was blocked. Well. And who do we have? Hoshigaki asked with anticipation. The splashing water stopped and Guy appeared before their eyes. Itachi? Might. Guy was surprised. He picked up Kakashi, who had lost consciousness and was sinking to the bottom. I sent for a squad of ANBU. Kurenai, take Kakashi to the infirmary. And you, Asuma, open your eyes. I know all about the Sharingan. Just look at his feet. You can tell from them what the enemy is going to do, Guy said. You have plenty of courage. Kisame. Let's go, we didn't come here to fight. We don't need any extra noise, Itachi said. After that, the missing nin disappeared. Jiraiya-san, what city are we going to now? Naruto asked. Otafuku. They saw Tsunade there, the Sannin answered. As far as I remember, it's a little more than 10 kilometers away. If we move through the trees, we'll get there in about 3 hours, Naruto reasoned. That's right, but we'll be wasting extra energy. And while we are walking, Tsunade can go to another city. Let's walk at a normal pace. They will be able to pass on information about where she was seen to me, said Jiraiya. On the way to the right city we will come across a small town. I think we will stop there. I see. Then let's go. I think that you, Itachi-san, could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. If we fight, we will kill each other. Agree, it is not very attractive. Even if there are more of us, the outcome will be the same. A few hours later, Jiraiya and Naruto came to the city that the Sannin had spoken of. Having entered the hotel and ordered one room, they unpacked their things. Jiraiya-san, why did you take me as a student? Naruto decided to ask. Well, you are very capable. You learned the Rasengan in a month and a half, and you also look like the 4th Hokage. Really? What kind of student was he? Well, he was a genius of his generation. By the way, he became Hokage thanks to my training. At this time in Konoha, Guy, Asuma and Kurenai are sitting in Kakashi's apartment. Something doesn't add up here. Since Itachi and Kisame are in the village, they should have found Naruto by now, Asuma said. Right. Quiet. Guy said, hearing footsteps outside the door. A few moments later, Sasuke entered the room. He looked around and realized that something was wrong. Why is Kakashi sleeping? And why are there 3 Jonin in his room? Sasuke asked. Nothing special, Guy tried to make an excuse. I can see that you're lying. What happened? The Uchiha did not back down. At that moment, the door opened and some Jonin appeared from there. The Akatsuki came to the village? Is it true that Itachi came for Naruto? Everyone sitting in the room put their hand to their faces. Guy said. Idiot. And only now, the newcomer noticed Sasuke standing there with a gloomy face. A few moments later, he ran out of the room and onto the street. If Itachi came for Naruto, then he's definitely finished. Itachi can easily distract Jiraiya and Naruto will die. I can't let my friends suffer. About half an hour later, he arrived in the town where Naruto and the Toad Hermit were now. He started checking all the hotels. And now, having found the right one, he started to get up. At this time, Jiraiya-san went to the store. Maybe he should meditate? Naruto thought. He heard a knock on the door. Then another and another. Just a second. I'll be right there. Uzumaki said and headed for the door. Opening the door, he saw Sasuke there. Sasuke? What are you doing here? Naruto was taken aback. My brother, Itachi, is coming for you. You're in danger. Where is Jiraiya-sama? The Uchiha asked. He went to the store. Why? Uzumaki replied, wait. As I understood from your story, your brother is hunting me. Right? Yes. Sasuke answered almost shouting. Why? It's obvious that you found out about this yourself only recently. Okay. I'll tell you everything. I came to Kakashi's house, as he asked me to come in. When I entered the room, I saw Gai-sensei, Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei. I started asking why Kakashi was unconscious, but they made excuses. Then some jonin entered the room and asked, "Has the Akatsuki come to the village? Is it true that Itachi came for Naruto?" "Well," Uchiha said. "Akatsuki? I heard something about it from Jiraiya-san, but I didn't ask." According to him, it's a criminal organization that includes 10 S-class criminals. By the way, Orochimaru was one of them. They divide into pairs, and work like this. I didn't hear anything else. Naruto started to speak. "If they work in pairs, then you're definitely finished," Sasuke summed up. There was a knock on the door again, and the friends armed with kunai approached it as quietly as possible. Another knock was heard, and they opened the door. Itachi was standing in front of them. "Itachi?" Sasuke asked. "Itachi and Kisame, as I understand it?" Naruto decided to make sure. "As you can see, yes, it's us," Itachi answered indifferently. "And what do you want from me?" Naruto decided to ask. "We don't need something from you, but you yourself." Kisame answered for his partner. Naruto decided to use Rasengan. Having created it, he rushed at Itachi, who was closest to him. "Rasengan? Not bad. But that's not enough," Itachi said. "Not enough? Then take something else from me, brother." Sasuke said and created Chidori. "Naruto, let's attack together," the younger Uchiha said so that only Uzumaki could hear him. Naruto nodded and began to create a Rasengan. He and Sasuke rushed at Itachi and hit him in the same place. But he disintegrated into crows. "Not bad. The two of you can easily defeat me. But don't forget, I have a partner with me." "You don't have a chance," said the elder Uchiha, "we need to warn these two." Itachi loaded Naruto and Sasuke into Tsukiyomi. It's Tsukiyomi," said the younger Uchiha. "So we won't be able to take him down." "Listen," the guys looked in the direction where the voice came from, "I didn't come here to fight. So we believed you. Especially after the incident with your clan," Naruto shouted. "Okay. You can believe it or not, it's up to you. After coming to Konoha, you can look in the archive, case number 562. Everything about the Uchiha massacre is recorded there. Okay. Let's get down to business. I am a spy in Akatsuki, on my own initiative," Itachi began. "I came to warn you that this organization has started to stir. Our leader does not announce the goals. But you should be careful. I know that the Hokage died, but as I know, you Naruto," he turned to Uzumaki, "are looking for Tsunade with Jiraiya. As soon as she becomes Hokage, then convey everything I told her. Now I will stop the effect of Tsukiyomi, and pretend that you broke out of it, but with great difficulty. Jiraiya should appear any minute and Kisame and I will retreat." "But why don't you leave Akatsuki?" asked Naruto. "I repeat, I am a spy and collect information, and then pass some of the information to Jiraiya." "He didn't tell me that you give him information," Uzumaki said thoughtfully. "He doesn't know. I just spread rumors in small villages where his spies are, that's all." "And until what point will you be in this organization?" decided to ask Sasuke. "I don't know. But at any opportunity, I will contact one of you, and you will pass the information to Tsunade. At that time, she will be Hokage." "Okay, my chakra is running out. I'll meet you again." With these words Itachi stopped the effect of Tsukiyomi. Naruto and Sasuke deliberately fell to their knees, in order to pretend that they barely escaped. They escaped, Itachi pretended to be stunned. "Really? Surprising. Even Kakashi couldn't do that." Hoshigaki was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Everyone heard the Sanin's voice. "Itachi? He was the last person I expected to see." "Kisame? Let's go, said the Uchiha. No, it won't work, said Jiraiya, and made seals, and the entire corridor was covered with some kind of flesh. No one can get out of here. Itachi remained silent and ran, followed by Kisame. They reached a dead end. But the Uchiha used Amaterasu and made his way to freedom. Having come to his senses, Jiraiya also ran after them. Seeing a hole in the wall, he was taken aback. Escaped? But how? What do we have here? The Sannin saw tongues of black flame. I see. Amaterasu. We need to seal it. Jiraiya-sama, did they escape? Sasuke feigned surprise. As you can see, yes. Sasuke, go to Konoha. It is quite possible that Itachi came not only for Naruto. At least in Konoha you will be protected. Good, Sasuke went to the village. Jiraiya-san, and we will continue searching for Tsunade? Uzumaki asked. Yes. I just recently received information that she is in the neighboring city, Tenzaku. It is 15 kilometers from here. Let's go. If we hurry, we will be there by evening, said Jiraiya and headed for the exit. Jiraiya-san, Naruto began, do you know why Akatsuki needs me? No, I don't know. But most likely, they are hunting for the nine tails that is inside you. As I recall, you used its chakra during the attack on Konoha? Asked the hermit. Well, yes. I used it during the third stage of the Chunin exam, which was before the attack, Uzumaki thought. And have you seen the fox himself? The old man asked. No. I just felt a surge of strength and that's it. There was nothing more. I see. Well, okay, let's go quickly. If we are lucky, then within 3 days we will find Tsunade. Kabuto. Did you find Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, lying on the bed. Yes. Her tracks lead to the city of Tenzaku, Kabuto answered. The snake grinned. Excellent. We'll leave in the morning, the Sannin said. In case you forgot, she's the same Sannin as you, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto warned. It doesn't matter. She's the best medic in the world. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto began looking for Tsunade in the city of Tenzaku. Excuse me, but have you seen this girl? The Sannin approached one man. No, this is the first time I've seen her, he answered. I see. Thank you. I saw this lady, said another man, who was sitting at the bar. I'm treating, Jiraiya said. Okay, although I can now treat anyone myself, thanks to her, the man grinned. At this time, Tsunade and her assistant are walking down the street. Tsunade-sama, what's there? The dark-haired girl pointed to the side. A rumble was heard from there and a huge cloud of dust rose. Shizune, let's go take a look, Senju said and headed towards the noise. There was a huge snake, on whose head stood two silhouettes that were difficult to see because of the dust. As soon as most of the dust settled, she saw who was there. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then, recovering from the shock, she frowned. Tsunade. I finally found you. Orochimaru said in a hissing voice. Orochimaru. Tsunade said through gritted teeth. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Why were you looking for me? The chances that we just crossed paths are almost zero. Why were you looking for me? Senju asked. I came to ask for a favor. The snake said. His pulse is racing, he's very exhausted. And what's with his hands? Tsunade thought. Tsunade-sama, we were looking for you so that you could heal Orochimaru-sama. I think you already realized that everything is quite serious, Kabuto continued for Orochimaru. Find someone else. I haven't practiced healing for a long time, Tsunade snapped. The others won't help here. Only you, Tsunade-sama, said the bespectacled man. What happened to your hands? What did you get yourself into again? Asked the blonde. Nothing. I just killed the third, said Orochimaru, as if it was something ordinary. What? Tsunade was taken aback. You're lying. What makes you think that? After all, we are all mortal, and there are no exceptions, said Orochimaru. Orochimaru. You know perfectly well who I am. Tsunade smiled falsely, so leave me alone. The smile disappeared and she slammed her fist against the wall behind her, or I'll kill you. She shouted. This is strength, thought Kabuto. I'll repeat it again. Get out. I'll count to 5. Don't be offended later, said Tsunade with steel in her voice. We're not just asking for nothing. We're ready to pay. Shouted the bespectacled man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tsunade said and pounced on Orochimaru. He didn't even want to dodge. The fist was already a few centimeters from Orochimaru's face and he said, I can bring your younger brother and Dan back to life. Senju stopped the fist from doing that. There is a forbidden technique that I mastered, Orochimaru continued. And what will you do after I heal your hands? Asked the blonde. This time I didn't succeed. But next time I will destroy Konoha, Orochimaru answered. Tsunade-sama. Don't trust them. You know who they are. Shizen said. Think for yourself, how would Dan and your brother react to this? Tsunade was silent, thinking about something. If you agree, then remember that 2 people will need to be sacrificed. And you must do it, said Kabuto, you have time to think. The deadline is until the end of the week. You can take your time. Tsunade was still silent. Orochimaru chuckled and slowly raised his trembling hand. He bit his finger until it bled, and a drop fell to the ground. Senju saw this and trembled. I see you still haven't gotten rid of your fear of blood, the snake drawled. Does she have hemophobia? Thought the bespectacled man. Exactly. He's the same Sannin as Tsunade. It's no wonder he knows her weaknesses, thought Shizen. We'll wait for your answer by the end of the week, Tsunade, said Orochimaru and disappeared with Kabuto. Jiraiya and Naruto saw a column of dust and headed there. Arriving at the place they saw a destroyed piece of the wall, but did not see anyone there. Tsunade was definitely here, said the Sannin. Okay, let's move on, we won't find her here. A few hours later, Jiraiya said. Let's go here, have a bite to eat at the same time. Well, okay. If it helps in the search, then let's go, said Naruto. Entering the bar, Jiraiya looked around and saw Tsunade. He approached her. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya greeted. Jiraiya? It's been a while, really, Senju answered, but how did you end up here? I've been looking for you for a long time. I could have guessed that you'd be at the bar. Seeing 2 Sannin in one day. Unbelievable, thought Shizen. Why were you looking? Tsunade asked. I'll be brief. In connection with the death of the 3rd Hokage, the village chose you as the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya said. So it's true that Orochimaru killed the 3rd, thought Kato. So you're that Tsunade Senju? One of the 3 legendary Sannin? Naruto asked, and are you also the best medic nin in the world? Yes, that's me. What's your name? The blonde asked. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. So he is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, thought Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Tell me. The thing is, an acquaintance of mine received many serious injuries. Could you help with his treatment? Naruto asked. I don't know. I need to look at his condition. As I understand it, he is in Konoha now. Yes. Let's talk about it in a few days, when I finish all my business. Okay, was all Uzumaki answered. Tsunade. What about the Hokage post? Wait. Let me tell you something. You saw the dust columns and the destroyed part of the wall on one of the streets, right? Tsunade began. Yes, Naruto and I saw it, but what does it have to do with it? Jiraiya didn't understand. It was all after my meeting with Orochimaru. You saw Orochimaru? The hermit was taken aback. Yes. He said that he would revive Dan and Nawaki. If I heal his arms, Senju continued. And you agreed? Asked Jiraiya. He said that he would give me time until the end of the week to think everything over and give him an answer. He also said that after that he would destroy Konoha. I see. And what do you think? I don't believe that you would let him destroy what Nawaki and Dan gave their lives for. Said the hermit. I don't know. On the one hand, I want to see them. On the other hand, what they loved will be destroyed. Moreover, this technique requires 2 victims. A resurrection technique that requires victims? Don't make me laugh. This is Edo Tensei. I hope you know what this technique is, Naruto interrupted Tsunade. How do you know about forbidden techniques? Asked the hermit. I read a lot as a child, and saw a scroll with forbidden techniques. Out of curiosity, I decided to watch it. There I also found information about Edo Tensei, Uzumaki explained. And what is the technique? Tsunade asked. In general, this technique forcibly binds the soul of the deceased to the vessel, which is a living person. It allows you to control the resurrected, Naruto began to explain, and yes, the resurrected will be the same age at which they died. For example, a person died at 14. He was resurrected. So, he will look 14. Also, the resurrected are invulnerable to physical damage. They will recover. They can only be defeated by sealing. And one more thing. The technique will not dissipate, even if you kill the one who used it. That seems to be all. And you are smart for your age, Tsunade noted. If not for this, I would not have taken him as a student, Jiraiya said. Tsunade-sama, what have you decided about Orochimaru? Uzumaki asked. I will not treat him. I thought about it, and came up with a plan. I will meet him in 3 days, on Sunday. You will come with me, and we will kill him, answered Tsunade. Good plan. But where will you meet? Asked Jiraiya. I think at the place where we met today, answered Tsunade. So we have to stay here for 3 days? Not bad. We will be able to train. Naruto was happy. So it turns out. So you are accepting the post of Hokage? Decided to clarify Jiraiya. Yes. This is what Nawaki and Dan wanted. They wanted to become Hokage. Why not become one yourself? Excellent. Said Jiraiya. We should celebrate. After that, Shizune and Naruto had to drag the Sannin on themselves to the hotel, where Jiraiya and Uzumaki had booked a room. The required 3 days passed. The day of the meeting with Orochimaru came. All these days, Naruto meditated in order to at least slightly increase his chakra supply. He also showed Tsunade his Rasengan and Kekii Genkai, which surprised her greatly. They headed to the meeting place. Naruto and Jiraiya were away so that Orochimaru and Kabuto would not notice them. Arriving at the place, Tsunade and Shizune saw Orochimaru there. Tsunade. I didn't think you would agree. Unexpected, as usual, the snake said in a hissing voice. To the point. Give me your hands, Senju said in a cold voice. Orochimaru extended his trembling hands. Tsunade gathered a huge amount of chakra in her palms to strike Orochimaru, from which he would definitely die. But seeing the kunai flying at her, the snake and Senju jumped away from each other. Kabuto was sitting on the roof of the building. Kabuto. And what do you mean by this? Did you really dare to betray me? Orochimaru said and turned to Yakushi. His gaze was so penetrating that Kabuto was a little scared, but he pulled himself together and said, "No, Orochimaru-sama. It's just that what she used wasn't a medical jutsu. She wanted to kill you." So then. The snake turned to Tsunade. "Is that your answer?" "Yes. And I couldn't heal your hands." "So no offense," Tsunade said in a cold voice. After that, she jumped and kicked the ground. But Orochimaru dodged. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and several nearby buildings simply collapsed. "Orochimaru-sama. This place is very cramped, we need to find something more spacious," said the bespectacled man. After that, they headed to some field where their battle would take place. Tsunade tried to hit Kabuto, but he dodged, because he understood that if she hit, he would die. And now, Tsunade tries to hit him again, but he dodges and lands on a stone. "Kabuto, it's time to finish," Orochimaru said. Kabuto took out some kind of pill and ate it. At that moment, Naruto, Jiraiya and Shizune appeared on the battlefield. "So we meet, Orochimaru," said the hermit. "Long time no see, Jiraiya, Naruto. By the way, how is Sasuke?" Snake grinned. "He would have been better without your mark," Naruto said coldly. "Well, let's begin," Jiraiya said. Summoning technique. The Sannin said and 3 huge creatures appeared. A snake named Manda, a toad named Gamabunta and a huge slug, Katsuyu. Summoning all the Sannin at one time, in one place. You have to be very lucky to see it with your own eyes, Kabuto said. Naruto flew at him, creating several clones with Rasengan. Oh. Rasengan? A strong technique, but it is not enough to defeat me. This time, Naruto made several times more clones, but without Rasengan. This is serious, thought Yakushi and began to dodge the blows that Naruto's clones inflicted. Distracted for a moment, he received a Rasengan in the stomach, which sent him flying several dozen meters. He hit a stone and lost consciousness. I have little chance against Tsunade and Jiraiya, especially in my condition, thought Orochimaru. He threw himself down, and Jiraiya rushed after him, thinking that he wanted to attack Tsunade. But the snake turned in the air, and grabbed the toad Sannin with his tongue and slammed him into the ground with force. After that, he exposed the Kusanagi from his mouth and rushed at Naruto, who did not notice his blow. Orochimaru was happy, but seeing who he pierced, he was a little surprised. Tsunade blocked his path with her body. "Why did you save this boy?" asked Orochimaru. "I don't know. But I will do it at any cost," said Senju, activating the seal on her forehead. Drawings similar to tattoos began to spread across her body. She began to attack Orochimaru, who barely dodged her blows. At that moment, Gamabunta dropped his sword, and it stuck in the ground. Tsunade used her power and threw him into the air, then kicked him at Manda. He didn't have time to dodge and his head was pierced by a sword. A few moments later, he disappeared into smoke. "You're next," Tsunade shouted and again rushed at Orochimaru, who dodged her blows. Catching the moment, the snake wrapped his long tongue around her neck, starting to strangle her. "I need to use my hands," Tsunade thought. Having freed himself, he pulled the tongue. Orochimaru flew at her. Tsunade began to beat him, striking him mainly in the face. From the force of the blows, by inertia, they landed on Gamabunta's blade. There, Orochimaru dodged, and again tied Tsunade with his tongue, but she broke free, and began to strike with renewed vigor. At one point, he created a chakra scalpel and struck the snake Sannin right in the face. From such a blow, he fell to the ground. Coming to his senses, Kabuto ran up to him. "Orochimaru-sama. Are you okay?" The bespectacled man began to ask. Put me down. The snake shouted and Yakushi carried out his order. Tsunade. I don't need you. Even if you didn't succeed, it doesn't mean that there is no technique with which I won't restore my arms. He began to disappear in tongues of flame. Keep in mind that next time I will kill you. Orochimaru disappeared completely. Jiraiya tried to catch him, but couldn't. With a broken leg and ribs, I'm useless, thought the hermit. Byakugo is making itself felt. I'm getting weaker, Tsunade said to herself, sinking to the ground. Tsunade-sama. What's wrong with you? Shizun came up and began to question Senju. These are the consequences of the technique. I need to get some sleep now and I'll be as good as new, Tsunade said, losing consciousness. We need to take her to her room. Let her sleep. We need to leave soon. And I need to get some treatment, said the toad hermit. Then I'll take Tsunade-sama, and you Naruto, Jiraiya, said Shizun, taking Tsunade on himself. No, said the guy, treat Jiraiya-san. Please. And I'll take Tsunade-sama. Okay, Shizun said in surprise. Half an hour later, they were in the hotel room. Let's wait for Tsunade to wake up and then go to Konoha, said Jiraiya. Okay, Kato and Uzumaki answered in chorus. Another 2 hours passed. And Tsunade woke up. I heard something that we're going to Konoha now. Pack your things, slackers. Tsunade shouted playfully. I'm the 5th Hokage. We should already be on our way to Konoha. I packed my things, Tsunade-sama. Shizun-san too. It was Jiraiya-san who wanted to pack his things only when you woke up. Naruto said. Okay then. Jiraiya, pack your things and let's go to the village. Everything is ready, Tsunade, the Sannin said. Then let's go to Konoha. I want to rule. Senju said jokingly and headed for Tsunade's door. Shizun, Naruto, and Jiraiya returned to the village. Tsunade-sama, when can you visit my friend? The one I was talking about when we first met, Naruto asked. Can I go to him right now? Tsunade said. Great, Naruto was happy. Let me go home then and put my things out. Naruto ran home, put his things in their places and headed to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade and Shizun were standing near the entrance. Well. Are we going to your friend, Naruto? Senju asked for the sake of decency. Let's go, Naruto said and headed towards Lee's ward. Having reached it, he knocked. Come in, Naruto heard and everyone came in. Oh Lee. I brought Tsunade-sama here for you. Oh Tsunade-sama, Rock Lee greeted dryly. Sit down for an examination. We will give you a diagnosis, Tsunade said. Lee unbuttoned the top of his green suit and sat down on a stool that was in the ward. I'm getting started, the Sannin warned and her hands glowed green. She put her hands on Lee's back. With every second, her eyes widened more and more. After finishing, she said. I think everyone will understand if you stop being a shinobi. Everyone's eyes widened at this. Tsunade-sama. Is it really that serious? Naruto asked. Lee. Your entire spine is covered in bone fragments. I'm surprised you can still walk. Tsunade-sama, what if I have surgery? Shizun said. The thing is, the success rate is 50%, if not less, Tsunade answered. But what if it's not done? Lee spoke up. Otherwise, you'll die, Tsunade answered sadly. The choice is yours, Lee. Okay, Tsunade-sama. How much time do I have to think it over? Lee asked. As much time as you like. I'll come to see you whenever possible to examine you. At the same time, I'll learn how to increase the chance of the best outcome. If we're lucky, you'll be stronger than you were before your injuries. Tsunade encouraged the guy. Good. Thank you for the examination, Tsunade-sama, goodbye. Everyone left the ward. Okay, I'll go. I still need to meet with the elders, said the Sannin. Tsunade-sama. Since you are now Hokage, can I visit the archives with Sasuke? Asked Naruto. Yes. But why do you need it? The fifth decided to clarify. We'll tell you ourselves later, Naruto made an excuse. Okay. Is that all? Yes. Thank you, thanked Uzumaki and headed to Sasuke's house. After thinking, he first headed to the Uchiha's house. Since his house was quite far from the hospital, he had to walk there for almost 30 minutes. Having reached the door of Sasuke's house, he knocked. The owner of the apartment came out to him. "Oh Sasuke. It's been a while," greeted Naruto. "Oh Naruto. Did you want something?" asked Sasuke. "Did you go to the archives?" asked Uzumaki. "Not yet." "What?" Uchiha didn't understand. "Let's go there," I asked the Hokage. She gave the go-ahead. Naruto answered. Now. Sasuke went home to get his keys in order to lock his apartment. "Let's go," Sasuke said and headed towards the archive. Naruto followed him. The archive was located next to the Hokage's residence. They reached the archive and wanted to enter, but one of the ANBU blocked their way. "You can't come here without permission," the man said in an emotionless voice. "Here," Uzumaki said and handed him a sheet of paper with permission to enter. "I apologize. Come in," the ANBU said and opened the door, allowing him to pass. A huge room with 4 floors appeared before the guy's eyes. Sasuke and Naruto admired the building at first, and then became a little sad. There were so many cells with documents that you can't read them all in a lifetime. And how are we going to find the case we need? There are so many of them here that if we reread them all, we will simply grow old, Naruto thought. By the way, it is forbidden to use chakra. The walls of this building block your chakra, said the ANBU who let them in. You can't even create shadow clones, Sasuke said. Well, don't despair. By the way, do you remember the case number? What do we need? Because while we were looking for Tsunade and Jiraiya-san, we managed to fight Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto? Isn't he a shinobi of our village? I saw him at the selection round of the Chunin exam. Nope. He's an Otogekyure spy. I didn't believe it myself at first. Okay. It doesn't matter. Let's get started. So what case do we need? Number 562. Let me check the first floor, and you check the second, suggested Sasuke. Good. That way the search will be twice as fast, Naruto agreed. Naruto climbed up the rather massive staircase to the second floor. He started with the last cell to find out what the last case was. The last one was case number 1569. So our case must be on the first or second floor, Naruto thought and started searching. He opened a huge number of cells. But he still hadn't found the right case. 3 hours passed until Sasuke shouted. Naruto! Come here. I found what we need. Naruto went down to the first floor. Finally, I was already pretty tired. Open it, Naruto said, sitting down next to his friend. Sasuke opened the folder. The following was written there. Itachi Uchiha. 18 years old. ANBU of Konoha. At the age of 13, by order of the elders, he had to kill his entire clan, excluding Sasuke Uchiha, in order to prevent a coup d'état of the Uchiha clan. The order was given by Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutatane. The third Hokage was against this task, but it was impossible to prevent it. After the extermination of his clan, he went to the Akatsuki organization and began spying on them. Nothing further is known. So your brother is not a missing nin? Asked Naruto. It turns out like this, Sasuke said thoughtfully. Let's tell the Hokage everything, suggested Naruto. Let's go. I think she's in the residence. The guys put the case back where they took it from and headed to the residence, where, according to their assumption, Tsunade should be. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached the residence, and then the Hokage's office. They knocked. Come in, was heard behind the door. The friends entered and saw Tsunade signing some document. Oh, Tsunade-sama, Naruto and Sasuke said at the same time. Oh. Did you want something? Asked Tsunade. Yes. We are about Itachi Uchiha, said Naruto. Yes? And what happened to him? Senju was surprised. We demand that the undeserved rank of missing nin be removed from him, Uzumaki said coldly. For what reason? The fifth shouted. I asked you for permission to go to the archive for this very reason. According to case number 562, he infiltrated Akatsuki of his own free will and is now spying on them, Sasuke said. I'll have to check it myself, Tsunade said, and what's the second thing? When we were going to look for you, Tsunade-sama, we met Kisame and Itachi. He told us that their organization is starting to act, but their leader is not announcing the organization's goals, Naruto continued for his friend. Okay. I'll make a decision after I look over this document myself, the fifth drawled. And if we bring you this file now? Uchiha asked. As far as I remember, it is forbidden to take anything out of the archive without an order from the Hokage. Now I'll write a document so that you are allowed to take this file out. With these words, Tsunade took a clean sheet of paper and wrote an order allowing you to take this file out. Here you go. The guys silently went to the archive. Arriving at it, they went inside and wanted to take out the case they needed, but their way was blocked by Anbu. You can't take anything out without the Hokage's permission. Provide a document allowing you to do this, demanded Anbu. Sasuke reached into the pockets of his shorts and fished out a folded document. Having unfolded it, he gave it to Anbu. Good. You can take it out. Sasuke and Naruto returned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama. Here, as you asked, case number 562, said Naruto. Now, I'll read it, said the fifth and began to read the case. Having finished, she said. Okay. I remove the missing nin status from Itachi Uchiha, said Tsunade. Excellent. Uchiha was delighted. And now, please leave me. I need to sign a bunch of papers, the fifth moaned pitifully. In fact, she was reading medical books in order to remember everything she knew by heart. After all, she had not treated anyone for several years. And so, having calculated something in her mind, she wrote 72% on a blank sheet of paper. Phew. Finally. Now, if he agrees, I can cure him and he will continue to move towards his dream, thought Tsunade and got up from the table. I'll go and make him happy or something. The Hokage went to the Konoha hospital. She didn't remember Lee's room and decided to ask at the reception. Where is Rock Lee's room? 132nd, the girl answered. Thank you, thanked Tsunade and headed to the right room. Having reached it, she knocked. Come in. She entered and saw Lee, thoughtfully looking out the window. I came to make you happy. I was able to figure out how to increase the chance of success. Tsunade encouraged Lee. Yes? And what is the chance of success now? The patient was happy. The chance of success is 72%. I see. When will the operation be? Asked Lee. We can do it in an hour. I'll just have everything I need. I'll come for you. Well, or I'll send Shizun, answered Tsunade. But I warn you. After the operation, you must not engage in shinobi activities for 3 months. The fifth noted sternly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Agreed Lee. Well, I'll go prepare the equipment, said Tsunade and headed for the exit of the ward. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, whispered Lee. You're welcome. After all, I'm a medic, this is my job. Smiled the fifth. Naruto was sitting at home and reading a book. Then he heard a knock on the door. Walking up to it and opening it, he saw Jiraiya. Jiraiya-san, oh. Naruto was surprised. Oh. I'm here for this. I would like to take you from Konoha for training, the Sannin began. I don't mind. How long are we leaving the village for? Asked Uzumaki. 2.5 years. Maybe 3. During this time, you will become much stronger. I promise you, said the white-haired one. Not bad. I've wanted to travel for a long time. And when are we leaving? Naruto decided to ask. Closer to the evening. I'll come for you. Don't forget to say goodbye to everyone. After all, you're leaving for almost 3 years. Said Jiraiya. Okay, was all Naruto said. Jiraiya left, and Uzumaki began to pack his things. It was midday, and Naruto decided to warn everyone about his departure. Leaving the house, the first thing he did was go to Sasuke, in order to warn his best friend. Arriving at his house, he knocked on the door. A couple of minutes later, no one came out to him. Apparently he went to the training grounds. Naruto thought and headed to the nearest training ground. It was the training ground where the first training of the 7th team was taking place. Seeing Sasuke there, he called him. Sasuke. Naruto shouted. Naruto? What happened? Uchiha was surprised. I am leaving Konoha today with Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki began. For how long? Sasuke asked. Well. At least for 2.5 years. 2.5 years? Uchiha was taken aback. Well. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Naruto was surprised by his friend's reaction. That's a lot. And when are you leaving? In the evening. By the way, do you want to come with us? Uzumaki asked. Otherwise, talking only with Jiraiya-san will be pretty boring. Okay. I'll go pack my things then. And you go warn the Hokage, Sasuke said and headed towards his house. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. He didn't understand why he wanted to tell Hinata about this. The Hyuga quarter was quite far from the Uchiha's house. So Naruto had to use Shinobi running to warn everyone before the evening. Approaching the gate, he knocked on it. The same man who was there when Uzumaki came to warn Hinata the first time came out. Oh, the guard said emotionlessly. Do you need to call Hinata-sama again? The man asked. Oh. Yes, if possible, Uzumaki asked. Wait a couple of minutes. The guard stepped back, and a couple of minutes later, Hinata came out of the gate. Seeing Naruto, she blushed a little. Oh, Hinata. Uzumaki greeted. Oh, and Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I came here to warn you. I'm leaving the village again, Naruto began. Again? But why? You just came, asked Hyuga. I'm leaving to train. I'll be gone for at least 2.5 years, Naruto said. How long? Did I hear right? 2.5. Hyuga asked. No, I heard right. Maybe more. But I'll come to Konoha no later than 3 years. Don't worry, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya-san and Sasuke are with me. Together we can endure, Uzumaki said. I'm leaving in the evening. I see. I'll go see you off then, Hinata said, embarrassed. After these words, an incomprehensible warmth passed through Uzumaki's body. His cheeks burned like fire. Oh okay, Naruto said and turned around. See you in the evening. TT to the evening, Uzumaki heard a voice, bordering on a whisper. Then he headed to Sakura's house. She wouldn't care that Naruto was leaving, but Sasuke's departure would be difficult for her. Naruto understood this, and decided to warn her himself, and not ask someone else to do it. Having reached her house, he knocked on the door. Sakura came out of the door. Naruto, Haruno greeted dryly. I have business, Naruto began. And what is this business? Asked Sakura. In general, I'm leaving the village again. But not only with Jiraiya-sama. Who else is coming? And how long are you leaving for? The pink-haired girl asked. I'm going, Sasuke and Jiraiya-san. We're leaving for 2.5 years. Maybe more. But in any case, no more than 3 years, Naruto said. 2.5. That's a lot, Sakura said. I understand. And yes. Could you warn everyone? I warned Hinata, Uzumaki asked. Oh, okay. Is that all? Sakura asked. Well. I think so. And yes, we are leaving in the evening. You are just seeing Sasuke off, Naruto said. Thank you, Sakura blushed. Okay. I'll go, Naruto said and disappeared. Uzumaki went to the residence to warn the Hokage about the departure of 3 shinobi from the village. He went to the door to the office and knocked. Come in, Naruto heard Senju's tired voice and entered. Oh, Tsunade-sama. Oh, Naruto. What is your business? Tsunade asked. I came to tell you something. It has to do with leaving the village. Naruto began. Jiraiya-san is taking me as his student and taking me away from the village for almost 3 years. But Sasuke will go with us. So, said Senju. I want you to allow Sasuke to come with us. The 3 of us will return to the village, Naruto asked. Okay. I'll warn Izumo and Kotetsu. Thank you. And yes, how is Rock Lee? Uzumaki asked. I performed the operation on him, he's now resting. Does that mean he can be a shinobi? Uzumaki asked. Of course. Tsunade made Uzumaki happy. Great. Naruto was happy. Okay. I'll go. Otherwise, we'll be leaving soon. Okay, Tsunade said and started signing the documents. 2 hours passed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya were standing at the gates of Konoha. Well, when are we going? Asked the Sannin. Wait 10 more minutes. Someone will be here soon, Naruto said. Okay, Jiraiya answered. Not even 5 minutes had passed when Naruto saw Hinata and Sakura. They were walking towards the gate. Hinata approached Naruto. And Sakura to Sasuke. And Naruto-kun. Good luck in your training, said Hinata. She hugged Naruto. He was a little surprised, but responded. Thank you. Hinata, Uzumaki thanked him shyly. Sasuke-kun. Gee, good luck, said Sakura. Thank you, the Uchiha answered coldly. Okay. Let's go already. We have to get to some town before nightfall to rent a hotel, grumbled Jiraiya. The trio turned around and hit the road. Sakura and Hinata watched them for a long time until the silhouettes of those who had left disappeared. 3 years had passed. During this time, everyone had become much stronger. 2 people were standing at the gates of Konoha. One of them was dressed in blue loose pants and a lilac sweatshirt. With long, blue-black hair down to her shoulder blades. She stood with her fists pressed to her chest. The second one was wearing short, tight black shorts. She had a red sleeveless top on. Her hair was pink and reached her shoulders. She was relaxed, unlike her friend who was standing not far from her. 3 tall silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Seeing them, the girls relaxed a little. They went out every day for 6 months to meet the 3 people who left Konoha exactly 3 years ago. It was noon. Here, these people approached the gate. They were Naruto Uzumaki. He was dressed in a dark gray sweatshirt with black inserts on the sides and dark gray pants. The second was Uchiha Sasuke. He was dressed in a black t-shirt with the crest of his clan on the back and black shorts. The third was Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Finally, grumbled the pink-haired Kunoichi. Oh, they are already meeting us, Jiraiya said with a smile. Oh, girls, Naruto greeted. Oh, Sasuke said coldly. Oh, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto, Sasuke-kun, Haruno said embarrassedly, looking at the Uchiha. Oh, and Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted, blushing. Well, guys, let's go to the Hokage. We need to announce that we have arrived, the Sannin said. Let's go faster, Naruto said and headed towards the residence. A lot has changed here in 3 years. Tsunade's face appeared on the Hokage rock. Several new districts appeared and much more. Approaching the Hokage's office, everyone knocked on the door. Come in, Tsunade's voice was heard. Entering the office, everyone except Hinata and Sakura were surprised. The Hokage was sitting between huge stacks of papers that she was signing. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya, she was surprised. And Naruto? Sasuke? Jiraiya? Asked the fifth. Yes, Tsunade-sama, it's us, said Naruto. How are your travels? How are your trainings? Inquired Senju. Everything is fine. They work well together, answered Jiraiya. Yes? Well, that's to be expected. In 3 years, anyone can work together, said Tsunade. How long have we been here? Just now. We came straight to you, Tsunade-sama, answered Sasuke, who had just been standing there until then. I see. Well, go home. I'll give you 2 days off, said Tsunade. Great. Naruto was happy. Then we'll go, Tsunade-sama, said the Uzumaki and headed for the door. Go. Everyone left the office and went down to the entrance to the residence. Well, where are you going? Asked Jiraiya. I'm going home to clean up, answered Naruto. Me too, Sasuke said, as always coldly. I see. Then I'll stop by somewhere. Well, see you later, the hermit said goodbye and went off in an unknown direction. I'll go too. Bye, Naruto said and headed home. Approaching his house, he took the keys out of his pocket and, turning them in the lock, opened the door. Seeing his apartment in perfect condition, he was very surprised. Why is my apartment so clean? Did someone come in here while I was gone? Uzumaki thought, putting away his things. When he finished, he saw a small note lying on his desk. Putting it out, he read it. Naruto-kun. I cleaned your apartment while you were gone. Hinata. From this, warmth spread in Naruto's chest. Thank you, Uzumaki thought. Maybe I should go to Ichiraku? Naruto thought. He headed to his favorite place. Entering Ichiraku, Naruto said. Oh, Tuchi-san. Naruto? Where have you been? I already thought that you would not come here anymore, Tuchi said. I left Konoha for 3 years to train. Well, I just returned recently. Literally an hour ago, Naruto answered. Yes? And how was the training? The old man asked. Excellent, Naruto answered shortly. Well, choose whatever you want. Your arrival is a big event. Today is on the house, said Tuchi. As usual, Tuchi-san, said Uzumaki and began to wait. It will be ready in 3 minutes, said the old man. Uzumaki left the Ichiraku and went for a walk around the village. He walked, looking at everything around him. He heard someone call him and turned around. Naruto? It was Shikamaru. Are you here already? How long have you been in the village? You only came today. Where are you going? Asked Naruto. I'm going to the residence. The Hokage called me. I see. Well then, go, I won't bother you, said Uzumaki and wandered on. His feet led him to the 7th training ground, where the first training session of the 7th team was taking place. I remember that training session. It was 3 years ago, thought Uzumaki. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sasuke, who was heading to this training ground. Oh. Sasuke, did you also come here without thinking? Asked Naruto. Huh? Yes. By the way, was your apartment clean too? Uchiha asked. Well, yes. Hinata cleaned mine. And who cleaned yours? Uzumaki asked. Sakura cleaned mine, Sasuke answered. You didn't even have to ask, Naruto said. By the way, Itachi came to see me, Sasuke said. Really? Why? Naruto was surprised. He said that in a week, they would attack Gaara, who is the Kazekage, in order to extract the one-tailed beast from him. According to him, Akatsuki is gathering all the bijou together for some reason. We need to tell the Hokage about this. Uzumaki said and headed towards the residence. Perhaps, Uchiha agreed. They went to the residence they had just left. Approaching the office, they knocked on the door and entered without waiting for an answer. Tsunade-sama. We have urgent news. Naruto said from the doorway. What happened? The 5th was surprised. Akatsuki has started collecting all the bijou. In a week, they will attack the Kazekage to take the one-tailed beast sealed in him, Uchiha answered. Collecting the bijou? Tsunade asked, but why? We don't really know ourselves. But think about it, one bijou is already a huge problem, Sasuke said, and Akatsuki is collecting everyone. With their help, they will be able to destroy the great country in a few moments, and then the rest. This will be the strongest weapon in the history of Shinobi. I see. If this is true, it is very dangerous. In 3 days, the 7th and 8th teams will go to Suna to help them, Tsunade ordered. Now, go and warn everyone. Hi. The guys said in chorus and disappeared. Naruto went to the Hyuga quarter. It was not far from the residence, so Uzumaki found himself in front of its gates a few minutes later. Having knocked, a man came out to him. Oh, Naruto greeted, could you call Hinata? Not at the moment. She is training, but you can come and wait for her, the man said. Thank you, Uzumaki thanked and entered the huge courtyard. Wow, Naruto admired. He heard the sounds of a fight in the backyard, and headed there. Hinata and Neji were there. It looks like they are sparring, thought Naruto, then I'll sit in the shade, I won't bother them. Naruto headed to a large tree, and sat under it, waiting for the end of the Hyuga sparring. 10 minutes passed, and they stopped. Apparently, they took a break. Seeing this, Uzumaki headed towards Hinata. Hinata, oh again. Naruto greeted. And Naruto? What are you doing here? Hyuga was surprised. The fact is that in a week, the Kazekage will be attacked. Tsunade-sama said to warn Team 8, she's going on a mission with us, Naruto replied. I see. Hinata replied. And yes, thank you, Uzumaki said. For what? Hyuga didn't understand. You were cleaning my house while I was gone, weren't you? Uzumaki asked. Well, yes. Hyuga understood. Thank you for that, Naruto explained. I saw your fight with Niji. You're doing great. Thank you, Hinata was embarrassed. And Naruto? Uzumaki turned to the voice. It was Niji. Where are you from? Niji asked. The Hokage said to warn teammate that they're going to Suna with Team 7 in 3 days, Uzumaki replied. I see. And how did you end up on clan territory? Hyuga asked. Well, I came to the gate and asked for Hinata to be called. They told me she was training and let me in here, saying I could wait, said Naruto. I see. By the way, have you been in the village for long? No. I just came today, the guy answered. Naruto. Thank you, said Niji. For what? Naruto was taken aback. What for? You set my brain straight, and I realized that the mark on my forehead is not death. Thanks to you, I stopped hating Hinata, answered Hyuga. You're welcome, answered Naruto. Hinata. Uzumaki turned to the girl. Will you warn teammate? Oh, of course, answered Hinata. Thank you. Well, okay, I'll go. I won't bother you, said Naruto and headed for the exit from the block. I'll go to Sakura, otherwise Sasuke might not warn her, thought Uzumaki and headed to Haruno's house. Arriving at her house, he knocked. Sakura opened the door. And Naruto? The pink-haired girl was surprised. I'll get straight to the point. In 3 days, the 7th and 8th teams are going to Suna to protect the Kazekage, since he will be attacked in a week, Naruto said. Sasuke already told me, Sakura said. Then great. See you, Naruto said and went to his home. Arriving at his home, he took the book he had started reading before leaving Konoha and began to finish it. Several hours passed. It got dark outside. Putting the book aside, Naruto went to bed, since he was very tired from the road. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he immediately fell asleep. The 3 days that Tsunade had spoken of had passed. Today, the 7th and 8th teams would go to the Land of Wind. Or more precisely, to Sunagakure, to protect the Kazekage from an attack by Akatsuki. Naruto got up early. He was used to getting up so early. Over the past 3 years, he, Jiraiya, and Sasuke had traveled a lot. And in order to have time to get to another town, they had to get up early. Waking up. He went through all the standard procedures and started having breakfast. Having finished, he heard a knock on his door. Silently approaching it and opening it, he saw Hinata there. Hinata. Oh. What are you doing here? Uzumaki was surprised. Oh, Naruto-kun. The 7th and 8th teams are being called by Hokage-sama. We are going to Suna today, explained Hinata. Now, wait a bit. I'll just grab the keys to the apartment and that's it, said Naruto and disappeared behind the door. A few moments later, he went out and locked the door. Have you called everyone yet? Asked Naruto. Yes. They are already waiting in the office, answered Hyuga. Well, then let's go. Because everyone is already waiting for us, said Naruto heading for the exit. Yeah, said Hinata and followed him. They reached the residence in silence. Having reached the office, they knocked on the door and entered without waiting for an answer. Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi were standing there. The only ones missing were Naruto and Hinata. You finally brought him, Sakura grumbled to Hinata. Okay. Let's get down to business. We heard a rumor that in 4 days, the Kazekage will be attacked. Since the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are in an alliance, Konoha decided to help Suna in order to strengthen this alliance. You are going to the Land of Wind. Is everyone clear? Asked the 5th and looked sternly at everyone present, dismissed. After these words, everyone left the office and went down to the entrance to the residence. So. In 15 minutes near the gates of Konoha. It is advisable not to be late, said Kakashi and disappeared. I think everyone understood everything. Is there anyone who needs to pick up something from home? Asked Uzumaki. Not seeing anyone who needed to go home, he continued, so we are going to the gate. Everyone nodded and followed him. Kakashi was standing near the gate, leaning his back against the wall and reading some book. Seeing the two teams heading towards him, he put his book in his pouch and approached them. Are you all ready? Kakashi asked. Seeing the affirmative nods, he continued. Then let's go. We need to hurry to get to Suna before Akatsuki attacks, Hatake said. Everyone silently sped up their run. They ran for almost 3.5 hours until they saw a familiar figure. It was Temari. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around. Seeing the two Konoha teams heading to Suna, she was very surprised. Why do you need to go to Suna? Temari asked. The Kazekage will be attacked in 4 days. It's Akatsuki, Kakashi explained. Could you lead us through the sands of the land of wind? The ash-haired man asked. An attack on Gaara? Then let's run faster. Sobakuno shouted and ran to Sunagakure. A sandstorm should start soon, so we need to hurry to find shelter. There is no need to rush. I know a technique that puts up a barrier. It will not let the storm through, Naruto spoke up. Excellent. Then we can save our strength before the battle with Akatsuki, Temari said. Everyone slowed down a little in order to save their strength. Although there were still almost 4 days before the battle with the enemies, additional forces against such strong shinobi would not be superfluous. They reached the border of the land of fire and the land of wind. A storm was visible in the distance. This storm will last until the morning, Temari said. Can you last until the morning? Sobakuno asked. Of course. When should we put it up? Naruto asked. Put it up now, Sobakuno answered. Uzumaki folded a series of seals. Having finished, Naruto said. Black flame barrier. After that, a dark translucent barrier appeared around everyone. It was huge. The storm was nearby. There was a strong wind outside the barrier, and inside it was comfortable enough to wait out the night. Wow, said everyone present. And you have become much stronger, thoughtfully said Sakura. I agree, said Kiba, stunned. The others just remained silent. The barrier is simple enough. If you touch it from the inside, nothing will happen unless I want it to. The same is true from the outside, Uzumaki warned. It doesn't consume much chakra, so I can easily last until the morning, Naruto said, finishing forming the barrier. So we can stay here until the storm ends? Hinata asked. Yes, Naruto answered shortly. In the morning, everyone got ready to go. The storm ended at dawn and Naruto removed the barrier. They set off. There were still 4 hours to Suna, so everyone ran as fast as they could to spend less time on the road. No one spoke. The entire 4 hours passed in silence. And only approaching the entrance to Suna, Temari said. This is Suna. You can slow down a little. Great, Haruno groaned. I'll go ahead of you. They'll let you through if I say you're with me. Sobakuno said and stepped forward. They then went on foot. There was still a day and a half left before the battle. They reached the entrance to the village. Their way was blocked by 2 shinobi. Konoha shinobi? What is your purpose of coming? Asked one of them. They are with me, said Temari. Tomorrow, the Kazekage will be attacked and they have come to help us. Then come in. Go to the Kazekage-sama, said the shinobi and let them in. Everyone walked silently and went to the Kazekage's residence, which was in the center of the village. In Sunagakure, all the houses were made of sand and sandstone. All the houses were similar to each other. They differed only in size. They had fairly small windows. But it seemed that the residents had enough light. Having reached the Kazekage's office, Temari knocked. "Come in," a voice was heard from behind the door. All 8 shinobi entered the office. "Temari? Konoha Shinobi? What are you doing here?" Gaara was surprised. "We have received information that you, Kazekage-sama, will be attacked tomorrow. It will be Akatsuki. They don't need you, but the bijou that is sealed in you," Kakashi said. "I see. Thank you for your help, Konoha Shinobi. You are free for now. I will give you several rooms in the best hotel in Suna," the red-haired one said. "Kazekage-sama, can I ask you for something?" Naruto asked. "Of course," Gaara answered. "I can put a barrier around the village that will scan the chakra of those who enter the village territory?" Uzumaki asked. "If it doesn't take much of your strength, then I'm for it," Sobakuno said. Naruto silently made several seals and a dark dome appeared around the village. Having reached the outskirts of the village, it became invisible. "This barrier is difficult to notice," Naruto said. "Thank you," Gaara thanked him and asked everyone to leave. The Konoha members left the office and headed to the hotel, where Temari led them. Having received a room, everyone began to wait for the next day. The next day, everyone woke up early to be able to protect the village at any moment. The first thing Naruto did was to do his morning routine. Only after that, he went for a walk around the village. He walked and looked at Sunagakure. As said, there was nothing much to see. Walking along the streets of the village, he felt something was wrong. He thought about it for a few seconds and only then realized. Akatsuki. Naruto thought and ran to the inn to gather everyone. He knocked on the first door of one of his partners. It was Sasuke. "Naruto? What do you want?" The guy was taken aback. Akatsuki came to the village. Naruto said, turning around. "Call the others." After saying this, Uzumaki went to another room. Having waited for them to open the door, he said, "Akatsuki." So they gathered everyone. Everyone quickly gathered and left the inn. As soon as their gaze fell on the Kazekage's residence, they heard an explosion in the opposite direction. There was a supervisor there. There are 3 more left. They are located on all sides of the residence. Their buildings are high, so you will quickly find them and help the observers, said Temari, also running out at the sound of the explosion. "Hinata," said Kakashi. Having understood everything without words, she activated the Byakugan. Having informed everyone of the observer's location, she deactivated it. Naruto returned first and asked to inspect the entire airspace of the village. "In the northwest, I see something flying in the air. It is quite large and looks like a bird." "The Kazekage is there now," said Hinata and began to examine the one sitting on the bird. The bird's controller is a long-haired blonde man with bangs that cover his left eye. He wears a regular Akatsuki cloak. "It's Deidara. It will be difficult. We need Raitun," thought Uzumaki and turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei. I need your Raitun." "And how will he help you?" asked the ash-haired man. "How with what?" "Deidara's techniques are based on Doton. You have Raitun, which is stronger than Doton." "That's all," Naruto answered. "Got it," Kakashi said. "Lead the way." "Hinata. Lead us to Deidara," Uzumaki said and turned to Hinata. "Okay," Hyuga said and ran towards the battle between the Kazekage and Deidara. "Follow me." The 3 ran to the site of the battle between Gaara and the missing Nin. "How do we get up there?" Kakashi asked. "Not us, but you, Kakashi-sensei. I can send you there, but I can't," Naruto said. "And I have an idea for how to direct you there. I have Futon. Jump up, and I'll speed you up, so you can get to Gaara, and then he'll make a platform for you out of his sand, Uzumaki explained. Not a bad idea. Let's get started, Kakashi said, already in the air. Naruto gathered wind chakra in his palms and released it with great force, which made Hatake fly to the Kazekage. Gaara, seeing Kakashi flying towards him, made a platform out of sand, which helped the ash-haired man stay at that height. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, Kakashi thanked. This is not the time for thanks, Gaara said coldly. Kakashi remained silent and imbued the kunai with Raiton chakra. Deidara began to launch his clay products at Hatake. When he cut them, Deidara tried to blow them up, but he did not succeed. Why don't they explode? The blonde began to get angry, and the clay is running out. Okay. It's time to end this, thought Deidara, and created a huge figure from the remaining clay, then threw it at the village. In flight, he increased it to enormous sizes. Kakashi could not defuse it with his Raiton. Therefore, Gaara made a huge dome over the village in order to minimize its destruction. He spent a lot of chakra on this, and barely stayed on his own platform. Since Deidara had no clay left, he decided to retreat. But seeing this, Uzumaki called Sasuke. Sasuke, I'll launch you to Deidara. Use Chidori. Sasuke silently jumped up. Uzumaki launched him with the same technique as Kakashi. Uchiha, having flown to a sufficient distance to strike with his technique, began to form Chidori. Having struck Deidara with his technique, he relaxed at first. But noticing that he had become ordinary clay, he was surprised. Having passed an electric discharge through the clay just in case, he turned around and saw the missing Nin, who wanted to strike Sasuke with a kunai. But he activated the Sharingan and dodged. Knocking the kunai out of the blonde's hand, he created Chidori and delivered the fatal blow. It was stupid, Deidara, Sasuke said coldly. I agree. I should have checked the village before attacking. I miscalculated, Tsukuri croaked, choking on his own blood. Gaara lowered everyone to the ground. He died, the Uchiha said coldly. At this time, Haruno approached the Kazekage and began to treat him. Although he only had chakra exhaustion and a few small bruises, the rest were fine. Thank you, Gaara said. Without you, I wouldn't have managed. Oh, come on, Kazekage-sama. We are allies after all, Kakashi said. It's not time yet, Naruto said. Why? Everyone asked in unison. Because all Akatsuki travel in pairs, Uzumaki said. We need to find the second one urgently. Do you know who the second one is? The Kazekage asked. Yes. This is Sasori Akasuna, a renegade from your village. I think he's not far from Suna, so we need to hurry to find him. Sasori Akasuna? I heard something about him. Ah. Right. He's the best puppeteer, Temari said. So we need someone who specializes in close combat, Kakashi thought out loud. It will be me and Sasuke. We fight well at close range. And we also worked well together for the 3 years that we spent outside the village, said Uzumaki, and one more thing. We will need a censor. For us, it is either Kiba or Hinata. Who is going? Asked Naruto. WL. How about me? I am just a censor, and I will help in close combat, said Hinata. Great. So, the 3 of you go look for Sasori, and the rest of you will help the village and its inhabitants, said Kakashi. Okay. Let's go faster, and we will miss him, said Sasuke. Hinata, giving the Byakugan. I think its view is enough to cover the entire village, said Naruto. Good. With these words, Hyuga activated the Byakugan and began to scan the area. There is someone with a huge supply of chakra at the exit of the village. Apparently another one from Akatsuki, said Hinata. It's Sasori. Let's go faster. And you? Hinata, don't take your eyes off him. We can't let him get away. Naruto said and ran towards the exit from Suna. Everyone followed him. While moving towards the missing Nin, the three of them simultaneously inspected the village in case of serious damage. Fortunately, Gaara-san protected almost the entire village. He must have suspected something. He's leaving. Hinata shouted. Everyone remained silent, as they understood the meaning of what was said, and accelerated their run. Having reached the exit from the village, they saw the second missing Nin. He, noticing them, said, "As I thought. Deidara couldn't handle him. Surrender peacefully. Otherwise you'll end up like Tsukuri," Sasuke said threateningly. "Try it," Sasori said. He pointed his metal tail, which was soaked in poison, at Sasuke. "It's a puppet. There's a real one inside it," Hinata said. "So fast? I can't even believe it," Akasuna said, reflecting the blow of the katana that the Uchiha dealt. From his mouth, Sasori released a huge number of senbon, which flew at Uzumaki at great speed. Hinata, having created a protective dome, protected him from the poisoned projectiles. As soon as the technique stopped, Naruto pounced on the Sasori doll with Rasengan in his hand. He did not have time to dodge, and missed this blow. The doll flew apart, but Sasori himself climbed out of it. This is a man. But all his body parts are like a puppet. Only one place is alive. Apparently, it is she who allows him to live in this body. Hyuga warned the guys. And they figured that out too. It's not surprising that Deidara lost, Sasori said. After that, he took out some kind of scroll, and about 100 puppets appeared from it. He attached chakra threads to them and began to control them. How many are there? Naruto asked rhetorically, but to his surprise, Akasuna answered. Exactly 100. These puppets are not ordinary. They are human puppets, Sasori said in a mad voice. Human? Hinata asked again. Yes. They are made from human bodies. Okay. Let's begin. With these words, his puppets began to attack Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata. First, Uchiha incinerated 3 puppets with Fireball. Uzumaki destroyed 5 puppets with Rasengan. And Hinata used her gentle fist style and destroyed 5 puppets. Katan, Great Fireball, Sasuke said, and from his mouth, a huge fireball appeared, reaching a diameter of 20 meters. All 20 puppets that were caught in this technique simply turned into a pile of ash. Futon, Gust of Wind, Naruto said, and created a huge wave of air that destroyed 20 puppets. Hinata at this time simply used her gentle fist and thereby destroyed about 15 puppets. About 30 puppets remained, but they were becoming more difficult to fight. Apparently, Sasori put all his strength into winning. You can leave everything to me. I'll do everything, Naruto said, and created several dozen shadow clones. Each of them made a Rasengan, and pounced on the puppets. All the puppets were destroyed. They destroyed all the puppets. They are the first who were able to do this, Sasori thought in surprise. He thought that all of Naruto's clones had evaporated. But he was wrong. And this mistake cost him his life. Naruto's Rasengan hit his only living part of the body. I thought you removed all the clones, Akasuna said. I removed everyone you saw. I left one clone underground to deliver the final blow to you, Naruto said coldly. Why you? The only ones who were able to defeat my army, Sasori said, falling. It's over here, Sasuke said indifferently, let's go back. Agreed. We have nothing else to do here, Uzumaki agreed. Why yes, Hinata said and followed the guys. They came to the hotel. Gaara walked up to Naruto when he saw him. Thank you, said the Kazekage. For what? Uzumaki didn't understand. After our fight in Konoha, I changed. Thanks to you, I became Kazekage. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for everything, Gaara repeated. You're welcome. You can stay for a day. To rest, Soba-kuno said, turning to Kakashi. Thank you, of course, but we'll go to Konoha, Kakashi answered. I see. Then I won't keep you, the Kazekage answered. See you later. And thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it without you. Okay. Pack your things. We're leaving in half an hour, the ash-haired man said, entering his room. Everyone followed his example. Everyone packed their things and half an hour later, everyone was at the exit of the village. They were seen off by the Kazekage and his brother and sister. Have a safe journey, Soba-kuno said in chorus. The 7th and 8th teams, led by Kakashi, set off. After arriving in Konoha, everyone went to report to the Hokage. Arriving at the residence, Naruto knocked on the door and walked in without waiting for an answer. "Oh, Tsunade-sama," said Naruto. "Oh. Well, how was the mission? Was the mission completed?" asked the 5th. The mission was completed. There were no casualties or injuries among the team members. During the mission, 2 Akatsuki members died, said Kakashi. Died? Who? asked Tsunade. Akasuna Sasori and Tsukuri Deidara, answered Hatake. Excellent. 8 left, the Hokage said thoughtfully. Okay. I will count this mission as an S-rank mission, said the 5th. Here is your reward, Senju handed everyone an envelope with money. You can go free with that. Hi. Everyone said in unison and left the Hokage's office. Once outside, everyone went home. Only Kakashi and Naruto remained. Kakashi-sensei. Can I ask you for something? Uzumaki asked. What is it? Can you help me improve the Rasengan? I learned to change its size. But I would like to learn how to add and use Futon and my Kekki Genkai in the Rasengan, Naruto said. Hm. Well, since you ask. I will help you. But when do we start? Kakashi asked. If you don't have anything to do at the moment, you can do it right now, Uzumaki answered. Great. Follow me. I know a training ground where we won't bother anyone, the Jonin said and headed in an unknown direction. They came to a huge training ground. There was a pond and a large waterfall nearby. Here we are. This is where you will be trained. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll call someone. You can look around for now, Kakashi said as he left. Good, Naruto said. I still haven't come up with a name for my element, Uzumaki thought. He decided to meditate while waiting for Kakashi. 10 minutes passed, and Hatake appeared, along with another man. Naruto, this is Yamato. He will be helping you with your training, the ash-haired man said. Oh, Yamato-san, Naruto said. Oh. I heard that you have some new element. Will you show me? Yamato asked. Naruto silently took a chakra-conducting sheet out of his pouch and ran chakra through it. It crumpled. After that, purple discharges began to run along it, and it tore into shreds. And the rumors are true, Yamato said in surprise. What is it called? Have you come up with one yet? The Jonin asked. Keaton, Uzumaki answered. I see. Let's get down to business. I'll make sure the Kyuubi doesn't escape from you, Yamato said. Great. Naruto, I've come up with a training method for you that will only work for you, Kakashi said. What is that method? The guy asked. Do you know about the properties of shadow clones? The ash-haired man asked. Are you talking about the clone's memories that are transferred to the user when it is dispelled? Naruto asked. Yes. In general, if you use 2 clones, you will learn something twice as fast. If 100 clones, then 100 times. And so on, Hatake said. Since you can create a huge number of clones, your training will go hundreds of times faster. Got it, Uzumaki answered. Create the maximum number of clones. Send half to study Futon, and the second part, to study Keaton, Kakashi said. Naruto silently created 1,000 clones, sending half to study Futon, and the second, as Kakashi said, to study Keaton. At this time, Yamato sat on the ground, and having folded several seals, created several wooden pillars around himself. Do you own Mokuton, Yamato-san? Uzumaki was surprised. Yes. True, it is not native. It was implanted into me when I was just a child. So I cannot create such colossal techniques as the first Hokage. And my chakra reserves are not that huge, Yamato answered. I see. Naruto, try to create an electric discharge in your hand, and order the clones to do the same. Only those who study Futon do not need this. They are already busy. Naruto tried to create such a discharge. He made a lot of attempts. And only after an hour, he was able to do it. He repeated this several times until each clone could do it. Now dispel all the clones, Kakashi said. Naruto dispelled all the clones who were studying Keaton. He felt the clones' knowledge transfer to him. Now try to create this discharge yourself, without clones. Good. He succeeded the first time. And Naruto. You're a genius, Yamato said, stunned. Thank you. Okay. Since I don't know how this element works, then proceed to adding Keaton to the Rasengan, Kakashi said. But there's a catch. Not everyone can add chakra to such ninjutsu. Look, Hatake created the Rasengan. Do you see the Rasengan in front of you? Yes, and what else can I see? I'm not just holding it in my hand now. I'm trying to add Raitun to it. As you can see, I'm not succeeding. This is already luck, Naruto. Yeah. So if I'm unlucky, I won't be able to improve the Rasengan? Naruto asked. You're right. But if you can't do it with Keaton, then you also have Futon. And since it's the main element, it's easier to add it to the technique. Got it. With these words, Uzumaki created 500 clones, and then the Rasengan, which shimmered from blue to purple. He then tried to add Keaton's chakra to the Rasengan. At this time, all the clones that Futon trained were able to cut the leaf, which Kakashi told them to do. Now, go to that waterfall and try to cut it. If you succeed, you can improve Rasengan, Hatake said. All the clones went to the waterfall, where Yamato made a platform so that all the clones could stand on it. How much chakra does he have? Yamato was surprised. Naruto spent the rest of the day training. It was getting dark, and Kakashi said, Naruto, disperse the clones. That's enough for today. Good, Naruto said, and dispersed all the clones. He felt that he was receiving all the experience that the clones had received. But then, he felt incredibly weak. Somehow standing on his feet, he headed towards the house. Thank you for the training, Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-san, Uzumaki thanked, walking towards his house. Naruto was tired for today. How, he fought with the S-rank renegade, and then also created a huge number of clones to train. He decided to take a walk. His two favorite places are the rock with the Hokage's faces and Ichiraku. Uzumaki headed to the mountain. His path passed by the Hyuga quarter. He noticed two silhouettes running away from the quarter. Shinobi? If these were members of the Hyuga clan, they would not have run away like that. So they are strangers. Naruto thought, and decided to follow them. The shinobi ran towards the forest. Uzumaki often walked in this forest when he was little. He knew it very well, and Naruto could not get lost in it. He ran after them as fast as he could. Jumping through the trees, he directed chakra into his legs, which increased his speed even more. A few minutes later, he was able to catch up with them. But the shinobi did not notice him. Naruto saw that one of them was carrying someone. He created his Rasengan and hit one in the back. He, not expecting the attack, did not have time to dodge, for which he paid with a couple of broken bones and ribs. The second, who was carrying someone's body, put it on a thick branch and pounced on Uzumaki. Naruto took a kunai and soaked it with Kidona chakra, since it is stronger than futon. The unknown person tried to hit Naruto with a kunai, but he put a kunai in front of himself, thereby cutting the opponent's kunai. The shinobi did not expect this and was unable to jump back. Uzumaki created a Rasengan and hit the shinobi in the stomach. For a moment, Naruto saw what was on his protector. They turned out to be Kumogakure shinobi. The cloud means. I heard that they have been trying to get the Byakugan for a long time. They stole the Hyuga several times, but they turned out to be members of the side branch. So now, it's someone from the main. And from the main branch, I only know Hayashi-sama, and Hinata. From this, Uzumaki's heart sank. He quickly ran up to the Kumogakure shinobi and knocked them out. Then, he headed towards the body that was lying on the branch on which the shinobi had placed him. Naruto ran up to him and recognized Hinata in it. Hinata? Was all Naruto said. She was conscious but tied up. Her mouth was also tied up. I'll untie you now. Wait a bit, Naruto said and took out a kunai, cutting the ropes with it. When he finished, he said, "Are you okay?" "And Naruto-kun?" "Why yes, I'm okay." "Thank you," Hyuga said in a trembling voice and threw herself on Uzumaki's neck. He was a little taken aback, but answered, But how did you find Emi?" Hinata asked. "I was training after our mission and asked Kakashi-sensei to help me. I decided to take a walk after training, and went to the cliff with the Hokage's faces. I saw two silhouettes running out of your estate. Well, I ran after them." "Then, I think you saw everything yourself," the guy answered. Hinata moved away from him. Thank you, and Naruto-kun," Hyuga said in the same trembling voice. "You're welcome. It's good that you're okay. Now, we need to take these," Naruto pointed at the Kumogakure shinobi, "to the Hokage." With these words, Naruto created two clones that took them. "I'll go with you," said Hyuga. "Okay. Then let's take these to the Hokage, and then go home," said Naruto. They came to the Hokage's office. Naruto knocked. "Come in," the Hokage said in a tired voice. Naruto entered, having first let his clones with the bodies of the Kumo shinobi in. Only after that, the original and Hinata entered. "Where are they from? And what are they doing here anyway?" Tsunade asked in surprise. "I dare say that they came to Konoha for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I saw them near the Hyuga mansion and ran after them. When I reached them, I saw that one of them was carrying someone. I defeated them and saw that this someone was Hinata. Right after that, we came to you," Naruto answered. "Kumo. They've been hunting for the Byakugan for a long time. We need to put them in jail and tell the Raikage about it," Tsunade said. "Okay. You can go." "Thank you," Naruto said, and he and Hinata left the office. They left the residence. "Should I walk you home? I'm not sure that it was all of them," Naruto asked. "If it's not too much trouble. And thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me." Hinata thanked him. "Okay. It's all over, everything's fine. Let's go, I'll walk you home," Naruto said. Let's go," Hinata said and walked next to Uzumaki. They walked almost half the way in silence. "And I remember how you saved me even earlier. Back in childhood, when I had to go to the academy. You were walking and heard me being bullied. You went up to them and defeated them. They didn't bother me for a long time after that. Thank you. Hinata said. They pissed me off then. After all, I was also bullied in the village then. I don't like it when someone is bullied. Naruto said. We've arrived. Thank you for seeing me off. See you later. Hyuga said and headed for the gate. Bye, Uzumaki said, turning around. He headed home. The next day, Naruto woke up early as always. After doing all his chores, he went to the training ground where he trained with Kakashi and Yamato yesterday. It was quite far from Naruto's house. He decided to get there quickly to have more time for the training itself. He walked there for half an hour. When he arrived, he saw Kakashi and Yamato. Oh. Naruto greeted. Oh, Naruto, Yamato and Kakashi greeted each other at the same time. Where do we start? Uzumaki asked. From where we left off. Create clones and divide them in half. One half for the waterfall, the other will try to add Kitten to the Rasengan. If you try, you will create 2 new techniques today. Kakashi encouraged his students. Uzumaki created 1,000 clones and divided them in half. He sent half to train Futon, and the other half to train Kitten. The first half began to try to cut the waterfall. The second one began to try to combine Kitten and Rasengan. 20 minutes passed, and the clones that cut the waterfall were able to do it. After that, Kakashi said. Naruto, send the rest of the clones to combine Rasengan and Futon. Leave the rest alone. Okay, Uzumaki answered. A few more hours passed. Naruto was able to combine Kitten and Rasengan. He became completely purple. Electric discharges of purple color began to emanate from him. Only the original could do this. So. Now disperse the clones with Kitten, and place them again. This way you will get their experience, and share it with the other clones. Naruto removed all the clones that were engaged in combining Kitten with Rasengan. He felt how all their knowledge was transferred to him. After that, he again created clones so that they would do the same thing as before. After another hour, all the clones were able to combine Rasengan and Kekkei Genkai. I think they can be dispelled now, Naruto said, removing the clones. Okay. Now create your Rasengan, Kakashi said and created a Rasengan in his left hand. Naruto created his Rasengan with the addition of Kitten. Now let's check how much stronger your Rasengan is than mine. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he pounced on him. He combined his Rasengan with Hitaki's technique. Kakashi's technique disappeared, and Naruto's Rasengan remained, leaving several burns on the Jounin's hand. Why you were able to do it, Kakashi said, stunned, examining his hand. How strong will he become in the future, if he shows such results at this age? The ash-haired man thought. Since I'm done with Kitten, I suggest we do Futon, Naruto said. Yes. Dispel the clones, Kakashi said. One of them managed to combine Wind Chakra and Rasengan. His Rasengan became blue, with several blades. It made a noise similar to a hum. As soon as Naruto dispelled the clones, he began to combine Futon Chakra and Rasengan himself. He succeeded on the first try. He reproduced this technique on the first try. Yamato was surprised, watching Uzumaki. Kakashi created Rasengan, but already in his right hand. This time Naruto made the first move, and struck Hitaki's Rasengan. Just like with the Rasengan of the Kaiton element, Kakashi's Rasengan dissipated, causing less damage. But it was still stronger. He created 2 S-rank techniques in 2 days. Kakashi was surprised, although he did not show it outwardly. And Naruto. Why you really are a genius of your generation. You created 2 techniques in just 2 days. It's mind-boggling, Yamato said. If it weren't for my clones, I would have been messing around with this for years. So I should say, thank you, to them. Well, I think that's enough for today. As I see, you're tired and you don't have much chakra left. Go rest, Kakashi said. Okay. You should go to the hospital, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto warned the teacher. I'll go. But later. See you later, Hatake said. See you later. Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-san, Naruto said goodbye and went to his house. At that time, the fire temple was attacked by Akatsuki and everyone there was killed. Tsunade said, "You are all going to search for Akatsuki. Any questions?" Asuma raised his hand, asking the fifth. I thought that Chiriku, one of the 12 guardian ninja, should be present. What happened to him? Sarutobi asked. The monk. Standing next to the Hokage, he tensed up. Chiriku-sama was killed by Akatsuki. Asuma was shocked. Even Chiriku. He is the strongest of the guardian ninja. They were able to kill even him, thought Sarutobi. Since the opponents are very dangerous, if it is impossible to take them prisoner, kill them. Don't let them leave the land of fire, said the Hokage, and all 12 teams that were standing on the roof of the residence disappeared. Asuma's team was heading through the trees in an unknown direction. Where should we start searching, Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru asked. The fire temple. That's where they were last seen. Their tracks can be found there, answered the Jonin. They ran for about 3 hours. Asuma-sensei, did it seem to me, or do you know this Chiriku? Shikamaru asked, catching up with his sensei. Didn't I tell you? It was back when I was in a group called the 12 Guardian Ninja. I fought side by side with Chiriku. I left the group, keeping the belt I wear, Asuma explained. Okay. Let's hurry, the temple is not far away, Sarutobi said and sped up. Half an hour later, they were climbing the stairs that led to the entrance of the temple. At the end, 2 monks came out to them. One of them was old, with a gray beard, and the other was young. You are from Konoha, right? Asked the old man. We learned of your arrival from the monk who is now in your village. I am Jishoku. I was absent during the attack on the fire temple. But as soon as I heard about it, I returned here as quickly as possible, continued the old man, and headed to the temple. Everything is in the same condition as it was when I arrived. We collected the bodies of the dead. Horrible, said Shikamaru. I see. And where is Chiriku's body? Asuma asked. To be honest, we still couldn't find Chiriku-sama's body, the young monk said. Asuma-san. I didn't want to say that. Chiriku's body is worth 30 million on the black market, Izumo said. So, if they know about the reward. They took his body there, Nara said thoughtfully. Izumo, where and how many trading points are there? Kotetsu asked. There are 5 of them, turn on the one closest to us. Send messages to the other teams. Let them check, Izumo said. Asuma's team sent messages to the other teams. Let's move, Asuma said. Asuma-dan, allow me to pray for your team's safety during your mission, the old man asked. Good. Proceed, Asuma agreed. The monk began to read his prayer. When he finished, he said. Good luck, Asuma-dan. Be careful. The team headed towards the trading point that was closest to them. Asuma-sensei. What was your relationship with Chiriku? Asked Shikamaru. Why are you asking? Answered Asuma with a question. Well. You smoke a lot, and you haven't smoked a single cigarette for 2 days, said Nara. So you noticed. I've been on your team since you graduated from the academy. I've only seen you in this state once. When the third died, answered Shikamaru. Yes. You're right, said Sarutobi. Half an hour later, Asuma's team arrived at the trading point. They were waiting for Akatsuki. Half an hour passed, and a man in an Akatsuki cloak came out. He unbuttoned the top part of it, exposing his torso. An amulet hung around his neck. It was a circle with a triangle inscribed in it. "It's one of the Akatsuki." Asuma whispered, "I'll attack him from behind, and you cover me." After saying this, he appeared behind the Akatsuki member's back. "Kakuzu. How long did it take you?" the man said, turning around. At this time, Asuma launched 3 shuriken at him. Akatsuki noticed this and blocked them with the cable of his 3-bladed scythe. Next, he tried to strike from above but missed. He tried to strike again. But Shikamaru's shadow grabbed him, and Izumo and Kotetsu appeared on the sides, striking his vital organs. Several seconds passed. "FCK. It hurts," said Akatsuki. "What the FCK do you want?" Everyone was shocked. What's going on?" "We hit vital organs," Kotetsu began. "FCK. Don't pull. It hurts." "What is he, immortal?" said Izumo. "FCK. You're a genius." The man quipped, "And who are you?" Akatsuki examined Asuma. He noticed the same sign on his belt as Chiriku. "This sign. Those protectors wear it. We'll have to go to that exchange point again." Akatsuki began to be indignant. "Chiriku. That means he's there," thought Asuma. "We're Konoha Shinobi. We have orders to capture one and kill the other," said Sarutobi. "Where's your partner?" asked the Jounin. At that moment, Kakuzu appeared behind Shikamaru. But he noticed him and dodged the punch. By the way, he came out very strong. Shikamaru tried to run away, but Kakuzu pursued him. Asuma stood in front of Akatsuki, preparing to repel the attack. "Kotetsu, Izumo. Back!" Asuma said. The Chunin stood with their backs to Asuma. In such a situation, they protected Shikamaru, who was trying to analyze the situation. Oh! The technique dissipated. The wounded Akatsuki rejoiced. "So one of them is Asuma? And at least once, money fell on your head, Haiden," Kakuzu said. "Don't interfere. I'll use them as a sacrifice to Jashin-sama." "The money is yours," Haiden said, turning to Kakuzu. "Okay," he agreed, "but don't underestimate them. After all, one of them was a protector," the missing Nin warned his partner. Haiden remained silent, and drew a triangle inscribed in a circle with his blood. "Shikamaru. As soon as you see that he's open, use your technique. Leave the rest to me," Asuma said so that only his teammates could hear him. "But Asuma-sensei." Shikamaru tried to object. "Shut up. This is the best plan. Their god knows how much stronger than me." Asuma interrupted Shikamaru. "Since they're stronger than us, why not retreat and come up with a plan?" Izumo asked. "I don't think they'll let us go that easily," Sarutobi answered. "If Asuma is going to protect us, then we'll be at a disadvantage. What should we come up with? In order to catch them, we need a decent bait, and not Izumo and Kotetsu, aren't suitable as bait," Shikamaru reasoned. "You don't need to be bait," Nara said, addressing Asuma. "And I wasn't going to sacrifice myself," Sarutobi replied. "FCK, are you finished?" Haiden asked, pulling out the swords that Izumo and Kotetsu had stuck into his body. Asuma remained silent and imbued his blades with wind chakra and attacked Haiden. He took the blades he pulled out of his body and ran at Sarutobi. But Asuma cut the enemy's blades. At this time, Shikamaru tried to catch Haiden with his technique, but he noticed it and dodged and threw the second sword at Asuma. Then he threw his scythe so that it served as an anchor. He pulled himself up on the rope and flew towards Asuma. "I'm dead if that dude catches me," Haiden thought in the air. Asuma blocked the sword thrown by Haiden. He threw his scythe at Sarutobi, but he dodged the attack. The missing nin ran at the jonin and jumped in front of his nose. Asuma followed him, trying to strike with his blades. Their weapons crossed, after which they jumped away from each other. Shikamaru. Go on. I have the advantage. After all, he has to dodge your technique by attacking me, Asuma thought. You're .ed. Haiden shouted, flying at Asuma. Asuma made some strange seal. Haiden's scythe was thrown away, and he himself received a blow that threw him back several dozen meters. What a FCK. The missing nin cursed. And I told you not to relax, said Kakuzu, who was just standing to the side. Asuma and Shikamaru tried to hit Haiden at least once, but they did not succeed. 10 minutes passed. And the missing nin sent his scythe toward Sarutobi. He blocked the blow, but his cheek was still slightly scratched. Haiden licked Asuma's blood and headed to his circle. His skin turned black, and a pattern resembling a skeleton appeared on it. Let's try this, Asuma thought and folded the seals, Katan, ash cloud. Ash appeared from his mouth, which filled the space where Haiden was. Sarutobi clicked his teeth to ignite the ashes. There was an explosion. As soon as the smoke disappeared, everyone saw burns on the right side of Asuma's body. Haiden received the same injuries. It hurts, FCK, Haiden said, taking out some bayonet from his cloak. You are already under my curse. Everything is ready for my ritual. Asuma rushed at him with his blade. But Haiden stabbed his leg with the bayonet that he took out earlier. Asuma felt pain in the same leg that Akatsuki stabbed. Asuma fell, sliding several meters. You're lucky. I haven't aimed for vital organs yet. Haiden started shouting. He somehow connected our bodies together. If I attack him, I'll get hurt myself, Sarutobi thought. Where to now? It's no fun to damage the other leg. Maybe I should kill you right away. The missing nin started speaking. He said something about a ritual, a curse, and something else. He licked Asuma's blood off the blade of his scythe. That's right. It's a curse. We need to get him out of the circle. Shikamaru thought up. Haiden had already started swinging to strike himself in the stomach area, when Shikamaru's technique grabbed him. Asuma-sensei, we can damage him now. Shikamaru shouted. We'll check it now. Asuma said and threw a shuriken into Haiden's ear to check if his technique worked. Asuma stood up and hobbled to Haiden, and Shikamaru pierced him with shadow needles. Sarutobi swung his blade and cut off the missing nin's head. FCK, Kakuzu. Piece of asshole. Why the FCK did you let him do that? That hurt like. Haiden's head, which was lying on the ground, started screaming. Everyone was shocked. Seeing a severed head speak. What a sight. Kakuzu, can you bring me my body? I'll.ing kill that. Haiden said. Akatsuki simply moved to Asuma and threw him back a couple of meters with a blow of his hand. After that, he jumped into the air and hit Sarutobi in the spine with his knee, causing him to cough up blood. Asuma-sensei. Nara shouted. Kakuzu walked up to his partner's head and carried it to the body, where he sewed it back in place. I don't advise you to turn your head too much. Otherwise, the stitches will burst, Kakuzu said. Finally, everything is in its place. Who are we fighting against? An immortal and someone who can easily sew torn body parts back together. They have a huge advantage, Nara said. Have you called for backup? When will they arrive? 10 minutes ago. So there are still 20 left, Izumo said. Kakuzu looked at Asuma. Haiden. Yours is that one, the missing nin pointed at Sarutobi, and those 3 are on me. Excellent. He will answer for everything to me, Haiden agreed. Kakuzu rushed at the 3 chunin who were standing to the side. Izumo and Kotetsu rushed at Akatsuki. Suetun, swamp, Izumo said, and made a puddle of sticky liquid. Kotetsu unsealed a strange weapon from a scroll and soaked his feet in chakra so as not to stick to the liquid that was on the ground. Jumping into the air, he asked Kakuzu for the weapon. Dust rose. A moment later, the hands of a missing nin fly out of him, grabbing the Chunin by the throat and starting to strangle them. Haiden approached Asuma's body and tried to strike. But Asuma suddenly jumped up and tried to strike too. But then he noticed Haiden's scythe cable flying at his back. Asuma! Behind you! Naru shouted, unable to do anything else. Sarutobi dodged and the scythe hit Haiden in the stomach, piercing him through. The same trick, I don't know, a strong pain in his stomach didn't let him finish. It's not the same trick, idiot. Akatsuki started shouting. Shikamaru ran towards them. Having run halfway, he fell, but got up again and ran. Asuma fell. A cloud of white smoke appeared next to Haiden, and from it a huge flock of crows. What the FCK? Akatsuki was surprised. Do you think we can be defeated by some birds? Are you trying to block the view? Thought Kakuzu. But he saw a black blade flying at him. A black blade, thought the missing nin, dodging and releasing Izumo and Kotetsu from his hands. At this time, Chuji picked up Asuma and carried him to the roof of the building near which the battle was taking place. Ino approached Shikamaru. Ino? You finally came, said Nara. The Jounin approached Kotetsu. How are you? He asked the Chunin. Forget about me. I'm fine. But Asuma-san. Ino and Shikamaru approached Chuji and Asuma. The guy immediately rushed to the teacher, checking his pulse. A few seconds passed and Shikamaru heard a heartbeat. He's unconscious. Chuji, Ino, take him to the Konoha hospital. Ino, use the medical techniques you learned from Tsunade-sama. Kakuzu appeared on the roof. I won't give you my money, he said. Take Asuma-san to the hospital, and I'll detain him. Said the one who summoned the crows. Do whatever you want. You'll all die anyway. But then Haiden felt that the head was calling them. FCK. Can't this .ing matter wait? The missing nin asked a rhetorical question. He stood there for a few seconds and disappeared. After him, Kakuzu disappeared too. I'm using medical ninjutsu right now, Ino said. No, Asuma said barely audibly. I'm not going to live anymore. Even. I understand that. You should too. Ino nevertheless began examining and treating. Her eyes widened with each passing second. They badly damaged 4 vital organs. I can't help him, he won't make it to the hospital, Yamanaka said with pain in her voice. The others approached them. Ino, Asuma started to speak, you have a strong will and spirit. You are very strong. Shikamaru and Chuji. They are complete lazybones, look after them. Don't let Sakura defeat you, Asuma said everything in Ino's direction, Chuji. You are a kind guy. You care about your friends. That is why you will become the strongest shinobi that anyone has ever been. Be more confident in yourself. Shikamaru. You are smart, and you have excellent shinobi instincts. In the future, you can become an excellent shinobi. But you are too lazy. Oh yeah. Remember our conversation about the king? Did you find the answer? Asuma asked Shikamaru. And no. Bend over. I'll tell you. Shikamaru obediently bowed his head so that Asuma could answer this question. As soon as Sarutobi finished, Shikamaru was very surprised. Please, Asuma said. Okay. Asuma-sensei, Nara said. And now? Fulfill my last request. I want. One last smoke, Asuma asked. Shikamaru took out 1 cigarette and gave it to Asuma. Next, Nara took a lighter and brought the flame to the cigarette, causing it to smolder. While Asuma smoked, each member of Team 10 recalled those moments that were somehow connected with their sensei. A couple of minutes passed, it started to rain and the cigarette fell out of Asuma's mouth. The next morning, a huge number of people gathered at the Konoha cemetery. Most of them were shinobi. All those present were somehow connected to Asuma. These were his friends, acquaintances, relatives and his students. Kurenai was the first to approach his grave and placed a bouquet of white flowers on it. After standing there for a few minutes, mentally saying goodbye to Asuma, she walked away. Everyone was depressed at that moment. The only one who was crying was Konohamaru, Asuma's nephew. Where is Shikamaru? He should be here, Ino asked. His mother said that he had already left. Chuji answered. At that time, Shikamaru was lying on the roof of a low building. He used to come here with Chuji and look at the clouds. Now Nara was doing the same, only simultaneously clicking Asuma's lighter. Shikamaru lay there for about an hour and decided to take a walk. He was just walking around the village, staring into space. Nara passed by a cafe where all the members of Team 10 often sat. The cafe owner called out to him. Shikamaru. Long time no see. The old woman greeted. "Oh," Shikamaru replied. "Say "Oh" to Asuma-san and Chuji-kun," the owner said. "I'll need to call your teacher soon," the old woman said thoughtfully. "Asuma," Nara began. "Asuma died yesterday on a mission," Shikamaru said with pain in his voice. The cafe owner was taken aback by this, but after a few moments she pulled herself together. "Asuma. So the one who died yesterday on a mission?" the old woman asked again. "Why yes," Nara said with a trembling voice. "It's terrible," that's all the old woman said. Shikamaru sat, leaning his back against the column of the house and recalling all the moments of his life associated with his sensei. He sat like that until nightfall, without changing his position. His father, Shikaku, approached him. "Shikamaru. Follow me," said Shikamaru's father and went to his room. Shikamaru followed him. Half an hour passed. They were playing shogi. They sat in silence, rearranging the pieces on the board. "What are you going to do?" Shikaku asked his son. "I don't know," Shikamaru answered. "You are unusually absent-minded today," said the elder Nara. "Yeah," the boy waved his hand. "At this rate, you won't defeat me," said Shikaku. "Please shut up. I'm trying to concentrate." "Akatsuki. Are they strong?" asked his father. "Yes," Shikamaru answered irritably. "Well, if Asuma couldn't defeat them, then you won't have a chance," said Shikaku. Asuma was a good man. He was a terrible shogi player, though, Nara grinned. "Yeah. That can't be taken away," Shikamaru agreed. "You still haven't answered me. What are you going to do?" asked the elder Nara. "I know that you are smart enough not to run straight into the enemy's hands," continued Shikaku. "You are smart and talented. The village will need it someday. But Asuma is dead. That can't be changed," finished Shikamaru's father. "I don't want to play anymore," said Shikamaru. Shikaku stood up and walked over to his son. "Let out everything that has accumulated inside you. Sadness, anger. Let it all out. It will get easier," Shikaku advised his son, leaving the room. Shikamaru was taken aback. When his father left, his teeth and hands began to tremble. He clenched his fist to stop the trembling, but it did not help. 20 minutes passed and Shikamaru was lying on the floor of the room where he played shogi with his father. He was lying on his back, looking at the stars that were visible from the window. He stood up and walked over to the table, on which stood an unfinished game of shogi. He thought of something and began to rearrange the pieces. This went on until the morning. When he finished, he headed to Chuji's house. Arriving at his place, Shikamaru knocked. Chuji's father opened the door. "Oh Shikamaru. Are you here to see Chuji?" asked Chuza. "Oh. Yes, I'm here to see him. Can you tell me where he is?" asked Nara. "He's on the mountain, behind our house. Give him this." Akimichi handed Shikamaru a bento. "Okay, thank you," Nara said, turning towards the door. Shikamaru walked around the house and went up the mountain where Chuji was. Having climbed it, he saw a huge hole. "Chuji. Did you dig a hole again?" asked Shikamaru. Akimichi was taken aback. "Oh. Your father asked me to give you this." Shikamaru threw the bento and grabbed it with his shadow to deliver it to Choji without damage. As soon as he finished eating, he went up to Shikamaru. "What do you need from me?" asked Akimichi. "Can you do something for me?" asked Nara. Shikamaru came to the Yamanaka house. He knocked on the door. Ino, who he had come for, opened it for him. "Well, when do we start?" asked the blonde. Nara only smiled. Shikamaru came to his teacher's grave. He took out one of the cigarettes that Asuma had been smoking and lit it. Nara placed the smoldering cigarette on his teacher's grave. "Sorry I'm late," Shikamaru said, kneeling down. "I understand that what we're about to do is complete madness." Ino and Chuji approached the grave on either side, "But keep an eye on us one more time," Nara said. "Asuma-sensei," Ino said. "Asuma-sensei," Chuji repeated. "Sensei," Shikamaru whispered. Team 10 is standing at the gates of Konoha. They're about to move out. "Let's go," Shikamaru said. "Where to?" A voice was heard behind him. "Kakashi-sensei?" Ino was surprised. "As I understand it, you're going to avenge Asuma?" Kakashi asked. "Yes. And you can't stop us," Shikamaru said. "I wasn't planning on it." "I'm coming with you," said Hitaki. "Are really?" asked Chuji. "Of course. I'll be your captain. You'll be leaving anyway. And this way, I can keep an eye on you and help," answered Kakashi. "Great," said all the members of Team 10. "Okay. Let's move," said Kakashi. Morning. Sakura and Shizune are standing in Tsunade's office. "How's Naruto's training?" asked Senju. "Great. He's almost finished creating both of his techniques," answered Sakura. "Both?" Tsunade was surprised. "Well, yes. He combined the Rasengan with the Futon. And then with his Kekii Genkai." "What's surprising about that?" asked Haruno. "Kekii Genkai? I didn't know he had one," said the fifth thoughtfully. "Tell him that Naruto has 24 hours to finish the techniques. You don't need to tell anyone anything." "I'm done already," a voice said from behind everyone. "And Naruto?" Everyone was surprised. "Yes, it's me. I already finished my techniques yesterday." Then you and Yamato are going to help Kakashi and Team 10, Tsunade said. "When?" Uzumaki asked. "Right now," Tsunade said. "Shikamaru. What's your plan?" Kakashi asked, stopping. "I changed the plan a little to take you into account, Kakashi-sensei," Shikamaru replied. "Okay. Begin," the ash-haired man said. "Okay then. I'll break it down into the different situations that could happen during the fight with Haiden and Kakuzu," Shikamaru began. "The plan will differ depending on the circumstances. I need you all to remember it." Nara finished explaining the plan. "Kakashi-sensei, take this. This will come in very handy," Shikamaru said, handing over the syringe. "It's really amazing to learn so much about the enemy after meeting them just once," Kakashi said, stunned. To come up with a new strategy given my presence. It's amazing. Okay. This is all I came up with based on the information I have. Once you've memorized everything, go over it in your head at least 3 times, every possible scenario. The success of the mission depends on the accuracy of our actions. Understood, everyone said and stood up. Ready to go? Kakashi asked. At this time, Akatsuki finished sealing the 2 tails. Kakuzu and Haiden stood up from the stone they'd been sitting on for about 3 days. FCK. I'm so sick of sitting there for 3 F-King days. Haiden began to swear. Can you shut up? Let's go faster. Kakuzu began to grumble. Where are you going? The exchange point is over there. The immortal pointed towards the point. Do you have any brains? If we said we'd come back, that doesn't mean we have to walk into the very trap. Kakuzu shouted. Haiden said thoughtfully, got it. And by the way. Here you go. Kakuzu started to take Haiden's forehead protector out from his belt, then threw it to him. Oh. My forehead protector. Thank you, Haiden thanked. Team 10, led by Kakashi, tried to find traces of Akatsuki. All traces were washed away by the rain, Kakashi said. All the strategies I came up with will be useless if we don't find them, Shikamaru said. When they left, Haiden said that they would return to the exchange point. But they won't return, said Chuji. Several teams are watching the exchange point. I don't think they are stupid enough to return there, Ino said. Their goal hasn't changed. They need Naruto, the Jinchuriki, Nara said. This significantly reduces the search radius. But how are we going to find them? Asked the ash-haired. Shikamaru looked around and saw a bird sitting on a tree branch. Let's use this, Nara pointed at the bird. Excellent. Ino said and used the mind transfer technique. She began to examine the area. Here, she notices 2 figures that are walking towards the 10th team and sits on a tree branch that Akatsuki passed. No doubt. They are coming to us. Thought Ino in the form of a bird. Kakuzu suspected something and threw a kunai at the bird. Yamanaka barely managed to move into her body. As soon as she returned to her body, she said. They are walking straight towards us. Excellent. Let's proceed to the very first case, said Nara. A little more than 3 hours passed. Haiden and Kakuzu pass by the tree behind which Shikamaru is sitting. He makes a clan seal and directs a shadow towards Akatsuki, hoping to catch them. Haiden, Kakuzu began. I know, Haiden said. Akatsuki jumped to the sides. Kunai with explosive tags flew at them. Haiden covered himself with his scythe, and Kakuzu with his hand. Explosive tags, thought Akatsuki. Kakuzu. Are you okay? Asked Haiden. I'm fine. Be careful. Watch your shadow. It's more important. At that moment, 2 more kunai with explosive tags flew at them. They stuck next to Akatsuki. Explosive tags again. Thought Kakuzu. The tags didn't explode, but Shikamaru's shadow grabbed Akatsuki. They tried to move, but it was all in vain. He caught us, said Kakuzu. Shikamaru jumped from the tree branch. The shadow imitation technique worked. Asshole. Your shadow didn't reach us. How the FCK did you do that? Haiden got angry. Do you recognize the knives? Nara asked. I imbued them with my chakra, since they are made of special steel that absorbs the user's chakra. That's all, Shikamaru said. FCK Kakuzu. Why the FCK are you so calm? You got caught too. Now we're ed. Haiden got angry. Yes, you are trapped. According to my plan, after I catch you, you are finished. Nara said, making hand seals. His shadow lengthened and merged with Hayden's shadow. Nara began to step back, and Hayden repeated after him. I will kill you, even if it is the last thing I do. Shikamaru remained silent, and made Hayden take his scythe. Then, Nara ran to the side, trying to strike Kakuzu with Hayden's scythe. FCK, Kakuzu. Bend! Akatsuki shouted. At that moment, Kakuzu bent down and took Asuma's blade, which Nara threw with his hand. You said that we were finished. But you don't know how I did it and come up with new tactics. That's why you keep your distance. And you know how to think, unlike my partner, Kakuzu said thoughtfully. What the FCK? Kakuzu. What the FCK is this about, unlike my partner? Hayden was furious. At that moment, he took off, heading towards Kakuzu, waving his scythe. Kakuzu. My body. Do something. Are you pinning me to the wall? Akatsuki asked, leaning his back against the tree behind him. Right now, Chuji was flying at him. While doing hand seals, he said. Meet spiked tank. He hit Kakuzu. As soon as Chuji moved away from him, Kakuzu was pierced through the chest. W what? B but how did you pierce my body? Akatsuki was confused. I used the Sharingan and realized that you have Doton. I have Raiton, which is stronger than your element. Hence the result, Kakashi said in an indifferent voice. Shikamaru found it difficult to maintain shadow imitation. Shikamaru. How are you? Asked Choji. Chakra is running low. Otherwise, I'm fine, answered Shikamaru. Kakashi pulled his hand out of Kakuzu's body. Did he kill you, Kakuzu? Don't tell me you're that easy to kill, Hayden was surprised. You're next, said Hitaki, turning to Akatsuki. The ash-haired man created Chidori again and pounced on Hayden. There were only half a meter left, but Kakuzu kicked him. Ha! That's what he achieved by showing off. Hayden laughed. What's going on? I couldn't miss the heart, thought Kakashi. Now it's my turn, said Kakuzu. He unbuttoned and took off his cloak. 5 masks were visible on his back, one of which was broken. They began to burst out. What's going on, Shikamaru? Choji was taken aback. I don't know. But they can't surprise me, Nara answered. Finally, I can move. Hayden said, warming up, well, are you ready to beat them up, Kakuzu? Yeah, his partner answered. There were 4 strange black creatures standing behind Kakuzu. But one of them simply vanished into thin air. Kakuzu. Why the FCK did one of them die as soon as you released it? Hayden asked. Apparently this mask is what I hit with Chidori, thought Kakashi. Hayden. Stay put and don't interfere. I'll fight alone, said Kakuzu. No. Let's do it as usual. Asked Hayden. Kakuzu remained silent, and Hayden took his scythe and headed for Kakashi. He parried the blows. The opponents ended up on a tree trunk. The same creature that crawled out of Kakuzu appears behind Hayden. It released a huge and strong stream of wind. It hit both Hayden and Kakashi. At this time, Kakuzu was trying to strike Shikamaru and Choji with lightning. Nara began to unseal something when the enemy's technique was too fast. Kakashi appeared in front of them, absorbing the enemy's technique. Immediately after that, Ino appeared next to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. How are you? Yamanaka asked. It's normal, the ash-haired man answered, these two are unusually strong. Especially Kakuzu. He uses Futon, Doton, and Raiton techniques, as if he has a lot of experience using them, thought Kakashi. I'm impressed. You're the first one to survive our combination, Hitaki Kakashi, Hayden said. It doesn't matter. They're definitely finished now, said Kakuzu, Katan, skull-crushing. One of the creatures standing behind him shot a huge amount of fire. Everyone dodged with difficulty. I got it. He has 5 hearts. Each mask is a separate heart, which is connected to his own. In other words, he has 5 hearts, said Nara. And you're smart. You're right. Inside each mask there is a heart of the shinobi I killed. I'll have to look for more, said Kakuzu. Now I understand why he can use so many chakra elements, said Kakashi. Listen, Fatso. Come here. Haiden said, hoping that Choji would get angry, which he did. Choji ran at him and enlarged his arm to make the blow stronger. Haiden swung his scythe, but missed because Choji was stopped by Shikamaru's shadow. Haiden jumped up to kill Akimichi. But his blow was stopped by Kakashi's kunai. He took Haiden with him, while Choji fell. Kakuzu approached him. Akimichi tried to hit him, but he blocked the blow and the Chinese attacked him, causing Choji to collide with a huge tree. Kakuzu ran up to him and slammed him with a kick. At this time, Kakashi ran away from Haiden, simultaneously dodging the creature's projectiles. Kakuzu grabbed Choji by the head and was about to kill him. But 2 kunai that Ino threw flew in front of him. Are you stupid or what? Kakuzu asked rhetorically. He grabbed her and Choji by the throat, starting to strangle them. Meanwhile, Shikamaru dodged the electric discharges. And Kakashi created a shadow clone, which was hit by the masks, confusing it with the original. Haiden approached him. This is your FCK, he said, striking the clone. He cleared his head, and Haiden was a little taken aback. Kakashi headed towards Kakuzu to save Chuji and Ino. Shikamaru unsealed the water from the scroll while the creature with the Raiton was turning around. There was a lot of water and Kakuzu ended up in a puddle. An electric shock flew into the water and Shikamaru jumped back, while Kakuzu let go of Ino and Chuji and fenced himself off with a water wall from the kunai with an explosive seal. Kakashi and Shikamaru took their comrades. Are you all right? Asked Shikamaru. I think so, Ino and Chuji answered simultaneously. Haiden landed next to Kakuzu. This ing sucks, said the newcomer. And what about yourself? You were fooled by a shadow clone. Did you see? Kakashi decided to ask. Shikamaru, what's next? We need to separate them, then they will become more accessible, answered Nara. But we need someone to distract Haiden, said Kakashi. I'll go, said Ino, I have the most chakra left. Nope. I'll go. I'll hold him with my shadows, thus removing him from the fight, said Shikamaru, so. You're all going to fight with the masks, so save your chakra. And I'll go after Haiden. Okay. Here, Kakashi handed Shikamaru an ampoule with Kakuzu's blood. After that, Shikamaru folded the seals and launched a shadow towards Haiden. Kakuzu wanted to help him, but Kakashi stopped him. I'm your opponent, said Kakashi. While Hitaki and Kakuzu were fighting, Shikamaru was able to catch Haiden. FCK, again. You, free me. Haiden went berserk. Nara kept silent and ran towards the forest, where he would have to kill, or at least detain Haiden. Arriving in the forest, his shadows dissolved, and Haiden ran into him. During the fight, Shikamaru managed to imitate a scratch, spilling Kakuzu's blood on his cheek and dripping it onto the blade of Haiden's scythe. He licked the blood and drew his symbol. His skin darkened, and he hit himself in the heart. Nothing happened to Shikamaru. He simply began to throw kunai with fishing lines attached to them, on which there were many explosive tags. What are you doing? Haiden asked. And why are you still alive? If you can't be killed, then I'll just wall you up in the ground, with these words. Shikamaru lit the tags. They exploded, making a huge hole, into which Haiden fell in pieces. He was covered with earth. Kakuzu felt his heart break and saw that one of his masks had turned into a puddle. But how? You didn't touch me, Kakuzu wondered. Shikamaru must have dealt with Haiden. Great, Hatake thought. I'll destroy you, the missing Nin roared, taking in the masks he had released earlier. Naruto and Yamato appeared before Kakashi, Ino, and Chuji. Naruto? Yamato? What are you doing here? Kakashi asked. We're helping, Yamato replied, let's go. Naruto. Naruto silently created a Rasengan with Kitten and struck Kakuzu. There was an explosion, and Kakuzu simply turned into coal. This technique, everyone was surprised. But when did you learn it? Ino asked. I finished learning it last night, why? Naruto replied. It's so strong that you destroyed him with one blow. He almost killed us all, and you with one blow, Chuji said. At this time, Nara stood in front of a hole that had recently been covered with earth. Asuma's spirit appeared in front of him with a cigarette in his teeth. Nara simply handed him a lighter and left. He headed to the place of the battle with Kakuzu. When he arrived, he saw Naruto and Yamato, as well as something that vaguely resembled Kakuzu. And Naruto. Did you do this? Nara was taken aback. Yes, Shikamaru, it was him, Ino answered for the guy. Amazing, Shikamaru whispered. Well, since you're done, I suggest we head to Konoha. You all need medical attention here. Yamato said. That's for sure, Kakashi said. Everyone headed to Konoha. After the mission to eliminate Kakuzu and Haiden, everyone returned to the village. Kakashi-sensei. Go to the hospital. The rest of us will hand in the report, Ino said. Okay, Kakashi reluctantly agreed. Okay. Let's go faster, Naruto said. After that, Team 10, Naruto and Yamato went to the residence to hand in the report. And Kakashi wandered off to the Konoha hospital. Arriving at the residence, Naruto knocked on the door, as he was the first one there. Hearing that they could enter, everyone went in. Oh, Hokage-sama, everyone present greeted each other. Oh. Where is Kakashi? Asked the fifth. We told him to go to the hospital to heal his wounds. We have very few of them, and even then, they are only bruises, answered Yamanaka, and not everyone. Some came back without any injuries at all. I see, said Tsunade, as I understand it, the mission is accomplished? Asked the Hokage just in case. Yes. Kakuzu was destroyed by Naruto's technique, and Haiden was walled up in the ground, said Shikamaru, after which he added, in parts. Excellent. You may go, said Senju. Hi. Everyone said and disappeared behind the door, going down the stairs. As soon as they went down, Shikamaru said. Well. We'll go, and went off in an unknown direction, along with the 10th team. Naruto, I'll go too. I have some things to do, said Yamato and immediately disappeared. Naruto decided to go home, since they returned to the village already in the evening. Not only that, but they were in a hurry to help their comrades. After that, Uzumaki used his most powerful technique, and then they, tired after the battle, went home at full speed. As it became clear, everyone was very tired and decided to rest. Naruto, having come home, decided to read a book. He read for about 2 hours before falling asleep. Naruto appeared in his subconscious. Like last time, during the battle with Gaara, he appeared in front of a huge grate, behind which sat the gray Nine-Tails. You're here again? Do you need my power again? Muttered the fox. No. I just fell asleep and ended up here, answered Uzumaki. I see, said the Nine-Tails and kicked the Jinchuriki out of the subconscious. Naruto woke up from this. He pushed me out of my own subconscious. Now I can see how strong he is, Naruto thought. At that time, there was a knock on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in," said the fifth. Jiraiya, who had recently returned from an information-gathering mission, entered the office. "Oh, Tsunade," the white-haired man greeted, approaching the Hokage's desk. "Oh, Jiraiya," the Hokage greeted back. "Any news?" "Yes. I learned that the Akatsuki leader is in Amigakure," said the white-haired man. "But they have the strictest rules there. Anyone who enters the village is checked most thoroughly," said the blonde. "So I think it would be difficult for the Akatsuki leader to hide everything there. Even if so, I have to check it out," said Jiraiya. "After all, the land of rain has something to hide." "So what?" Senju was surprised. "For example, the fact that there has been a civil war going on inside the village for a long time. The Sannin started it. The village was divided into two camps. And, apparently, one of the sides is led by the leader of Akatsuki," the white-haired man finished. "But this country borders Iwagakure, Kanahagakure and Sunagakure. If you think about it, Amigakure always becomes the battleground for our shinobi. So there is no stability there," Tsunade said thoughtfully. "That is why I must infiltrate there and find out everything. Then we will come up with a plan of action," Jiraiya said. "But it is too dangerous. Moreover, going there alone is the same as suicide." Senju shouted. "Don't forget, I am one of the Sannin. Nothing will happen to me," the white-haired man answered. "It doesn't matter whether you are a Sannin or an ordinary rank-and-file shinobi. Your life is as valuable as others. I will pick out a few people for you, and you will go. No refusals accepted," said the fifth. "Okay. I think you can handle it by tomorrow," said Jiraiya. "Okay. I'll go," said the Sannin, turning around. "Until tomorrow," said Tsunade tiredly, starting on a new mountain of papers. Jiraiya went to his room, which was in the hotel. It was not far from the residence, so he reached it quickly enough. Arriving home, he immediately fell asleep, as he was very tired from his mission. Tomorrow there will be a new mission. It will be much more dangerous than the previous one. The next day, Tsunade formed a team that should go on reconnaissance in Amigakure. She called the ANBU so that they would call the team members. "Owl, Raccoon and Wolf," said the Hokage. A moment later, 3 ANBU shinobi appeared in front of her, on one knee. "Called, Hokage-sama?" asked the girl who was wearing an owl mask. "Yes. Find me those I will list. These are Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, and Uchiha Sasuke. Tell them that I am calling them on urgent matter," said Tsunade. "Hi," everyone said and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Naruto had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. He quickly approached the door and saw an ANBU in an owl mask there. The shinobi immediately got down to business. "Hokage-sama is calling you," the girl said. "Got it. Thank you for the information," Naruto answered, and the ANBU disappeared. If one of the ANBU warned me about this, then the mission she will give will be dangerous," thought Uzumaki. After quickly washing and having breakfast, he headed to the residence. He quickly climbed the stairs and knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in," Naruto heard from behind the door and entered. Jiraiya was standing in the office. "Oh, Tsunade-sama, did you call Jiraiya-san?" Naruto asked for the sake of decency. "Oh, Naruto." "Yes. We just have to wait one more time and I will tell you about your mission," Tsunade answered. "Oh, Naruto. It's been a while since we've seen each other," the white-haired man greeted cheerfully. "Yes. It's been a while indeed," Uzumaki agreed. They stood in silence for about 5 minutes when they heard a knock on the door. Tsunade allowed them to enter, and as soon as the door opened, Sasuke appeared in front of the three. "Oh, Tsunade-sama. Did you call for me?" The Uchiha asked. Yes. I'm sending you on a reconnaissance mission. You must go to Amigakure and find out information about the leader of Akatsuki. The Hokage explained the essence of the mission. We've received information that the leader of this organization is in the Rain Village. I see. When are we leaving, Jiraiya-san? Naruto asked. In 15 minutes at the Konoha gates. Don't be late, Jiraiya said. Understood. With these words, Naruto and Sasuke disappeared and headed to their homes to collect their equipment. About 8 minutes passed and everyone was standing near the village gates. Okay. Who knows anything about Amigakure? Asked the Sannin. Since I've read a lot, I can say that it almost always pours rain there, which is why this village got its name, Uzumaki began, but that's not all. The thing is that this rain is a kind of barrier that scans the chakra of everyone present in the village. I think it will be difficult to get there, Naruto finished. I see. Not bad, the new information will help us a lot. And you, Sasuke, what can you say? Asked Jiraiya. The same as Naruto, the Uchiha answered briefly. I see, the white-haired one only answered and headed towards the exit of the village. By the way, do any of you know techniques that hide chakra as much as possible? You can pretend to be simple travelers, Jiraiya decided to ask. I know a technique that can hide chakra. The only downside is that I can't use it on myself. Only if I hide my chakra perfectly myself. I think I can do it, Naruto answered. Excellent. So, before entering Amigakure, you will put this seal on Jiraiya-san and me, said the Uchiha. Naruto, how long will it take to remove this seal? Jiraiya decided to clarify. If I want, I can remove it in an instant, without even touching it, answered the Uzumaki. Excellent. So we can quickly enter the battle, if necessary, said the Sannin. Everyone moved towards the Rain Village. It was a couple of days' run away, so Jiraiya, Naruto and Sasuke would get there in about a day and a half. They walked silently the whole time. Everyone could think about something of their own. Night fell. Wait. Let's make a halt. We will be on duty for 2.5 hours. I will be first, said Jiraiya. You don't have to be on duty. I will create clones and they will patrol the territory for dangers, said Naruto. No need. Don't forget that the clone's fatigue is transferred to you after they disperse. So you won't gain strength for further actions, the Sannin stopped the student. Right. I forgot, Naruto agreed and laid out his sleeping bag. Who will come after you, Jiraiya-san? Uzumaki decided to ask. Sasuke, and after him you, Jiraiya explained. Got it, Naruto said. Jiraiya stayed on duty, as he said. He decided to use his hermit mode to scan chakra over a large area. Although he hadn't studied this solution perfectly, it greatly increased his sensory skills, as well as strength, speed, and much more. He used his sensor skills and began to scan the area. 2.5 hours passed. Jiraiya left the hermit mode and went to wake up the Uchiha. Sasuke, go on duty, it's your turn, the Sannin said to Uchiha. He nodded and went on duty. He activated his Sharingan to see chakra in his field of vision. The allotted time passed and he went to wake up Naruto. Approaching him, he said. Naruto. Go on duty. Good, said Uzumaki and got out of his sleeping bag. At that moment, he and Uchiha appeared in the world of Tsukiyomi, where Itachi was standing. Itachi? Asked the guys at the same time. Let's get down to business. As I understand it, you are going to Amigakure? Asked the elder Uchiha. Yes. For reconnaissance, answered Sasuke. Then you will not avoid the battle with pain, Itachi said thoughtfully. We already know that. As far as I know, the rain that almost always falls in the Rain Village is a kind of barrier that checks the chakra of everyone present in the village, said Uzumaki. Excellent. I'll start with his abilities. He has the Rinnegan. I think you know what it is, said Itachi. Rinnegan? Naruto and Sasuke said in shock. This is the most powerful dojutsu of all, said Uchiha. Yes. I cannot say anything else. Do you have a technique that suppresses chakra? Decided to ask Akatsuki. Yes. So I think we can sneak into the village unnoticed, answered Sasuke. Excellent. But be careful with him. He was able to kill Hanzo Salamander. He was the previous head of the village. It was against him that Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru fought, after which they received the title of Sannin of Konoha. I have not met him personally, so I do not know the full strength of pain, warned Itachi. I see. Thank you for the information, said Naruto. That was what I know about his abilities. But that's not all. He has a certain deputy. This is Konan. She is from Amigakure and personally checks the territory of the village. So do not relax, added the elder Uchiha. So we need to be extremely careful. Thank Itachi, thanked Naruto. That's all I wanted to say, Itachi said and stopped the effect of Tsukiyomi. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in the same places they were before Itachi appeared. So. Now we know that the leader of Akatsuki has a Rinnegan, Naruto said. And also that there is Konan, who checks the territory of the village, added Uchiha. Okay. We will discuss this after everyone wakes up. Go to sleep, said Uzumaki. Sasuke silently went to his sleeping bag, and Uzumaki created 3 clones that he sent in different directions in order to increase the territory that Naruto could inspect. His time passed and he went to wake everyone up. Sasuke, Jiraiya-san, it's time to go, Naruto said and began to push them a little so that they would wake up faster. They silently got up and began to collect their things in order to quickly get to Amigakure. Nothing suspicious happened? Asked the Sannin. No, everything was fine, answered Sasuke. Great, then we continue our way to the Rain Village, said Jiraiya, after which he headed towards the village. By the way, I remembered something here, Naruto began. When leaving Konoha, I forgot to say that the leader of Akatsuki has Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Jiraiya was surprised, but how? The only person I know died a long time ago, said the Sannin. Did they really survive? But why did they fake their deaths then? The white-haired man began to reason. But that's not all. There are rumors that a certain Konan walks around the village, checking all the residents, Uzumaki finished. Konan? To say that Jiraiya was surprised is to say nothing. Yes, it's her, Naruto confirmed his teacher's guesses. I see, the Sannin said thoughtfully and headed towards Amigakure. We need to check all this. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and went after their teacher. Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya approached the border of the Rain Village. Naruto. Put your seal on us, said the Sannin. Now, said Uzumaki. He began to fold the seals. As soon as Naruto finished, he touched Jiraiya. Chakra concealment seal, said Uzumaki, and a small mark appeared on the Sannin's body. Done. With this seal, you will not be able to use chakra. I can remove it instantly without touching it. So there is almost no risk, said Uzumaki. Sasuke. Now you, said the white-haired. He silently approached Naruto and he put a seal on him. Excellent. Now we need to change clothes in order to hide the fact that we are shinobi, said Jiraiya. Naruto and Sasuke nodded, after which they began to change into ordinary clothes. The team headed to the entrance of the village. There were 2 Chunin standing there, who began to check them. Not finding anything suspicious, they let Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya through. So. I suggest we split up and look for information. We meet in the same place in 3 hours, said the Sannin. Agreed. This way we have a better chance of getting the information we need, Sasuke said and headed towards Naruto and Jiraiya. They went in opposite directions. Jiraiya's POV. I went to the center of the city, since there are the most people there, which means I can get more information. While asking people, I remembered how I taught 3 children from this village. They were Yahiko, a red-haired boy, Konan, a blue-haired girl. She knew how to use pieces of paper, turning them into weapons, and she could also turn into them herself. There was another boy. Nagato. A very capable student. He had the Rinnegan, and mastered all the elements. Flashback. I'm going with Orochimaru and Tsunade to the mountain to recuperate after the fight. We arrived quickly, since it was close enough. We began to eat. At that moment, a red-haired boy approached us. He looked about 10 years old. Did you want something? I asked. Can you give me some food? The boy asked. Where are your parents? Tsunade asked. They were killed by Shinobi, the boy said with pain in his voice. Our eyes widened, but we remained silent. Okay. Here you go, I handed the boy a few rice biscuits. The boy was happy and took one. Nagato, Konan. Come here. They won't hurt us, he said. After that, 2 more children came up to us. One of them had red hair that covered his eyes, so I couldn't see their color. Behind him was a girl with blue hair and amber eyes. They came up and took 1 biscuit each. Thank you, they thanked in chorus and went behind the column. About half an hour passed like this and we moved on. We walked along the bridge, and these kids were trailing behind us. Tsunade noticed this and got angry. What else do you want? We already fed you. Tsunade said angrily. The kids remained silent, and Konan came out with her hands behind her back. She wanted to get something, but Senju tried to hit her. I noticed this and stopped her hand. Konan got scared and looked at me with a grateful look. A few moments later, she took out an origami flower from behind her back. Thank you. This is a gift to you from all of us, the girl said. I accepted the gift and said, thank you. The red-haired man stood next to her. And, can you teach us ninjutsu? He asked. Orochimaru got angry and said, I think it would be better to kill them. The 3 children got scared and backed away. People like them will have a lot of difficulties in the future, which they are unlikely to survive. I think it would be better to spare them from this, the snake finished. Orochimaru. Stop it. You and Tsunade go to Konoha and I will stay here and help these children, I said. To Tsunade. She wanted to object, but I interrupted her. I will train them until they can defend themselves. I went up to Yahiko and put my hand on his shoulder. Maybe this is my destiny? I thought. We were sitting in a small house. I decided to go and buy something to eat. Having bought everything I needed, I came home and saw Yahiko and Konan running towards me in front of the house. I got scared and went towards them. What happened? I asked. A shinobi came to us and started demanding food. We tried to explain to him that we didn't have any, but he didn't believe me and grabbed Konan. Something happened to Nagato and he killed him, Yahiko explained in fear. Where is he? Come, we'll show you, said Konan and led us to the shinobi's body and Nagato sitting next to him. I went up to him and looked into his eyes. They were scared. But there's always one, but. It was the Rinnegan. I went up to him and led him into the house. The very next day I began training them. 3 years have passed since then and I left. A couple of months later, I received a notification that they had died. End POV Jiraiya. Having learned everything he could, Jiraiya went to the meeting place with his students. Naruto and Sasuke were already there. Approaching them, the Sannin asked. Well, what new things did you learn? In general. They say in the village that this Akatsuki leader is called Pain, Sasuke began. According to the residents, he single-handedly killed Hanzo's salamander. And without much effort, and is now the head of this village. Killed Hanzo? Jiraiya was taken aback. How strong is he that he could kill someone whom we, the Sannin, could not kill, having combined forces? Thought the Sannin. Is that all you learned? Asked the white-haired one. Yes, that's all I learned, answered the Uchiha. I see. Naruto, what do you have? I learned that pain never appeared to the residents in person. A certain angel replaces him. And also that pain is in the highest tower of the village. I don't know anything else, Uzumaki replied. I see. I suggest we go to the hotel now so that we can try to find this pain and his deputy tomorrow, the white-haired man said. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and followed their sensei to the hotel. The next day, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke got up much earlier than usual in order to do as much as possible. As soon as everyone had breakfast, Jiraiya said, "Today we need to get into the main tower of the village to see this pain in person." Naruto and Sasuke simply nodded in agreement and began to collect their equipment. Having finished, the Uchiha said, "We are ready. When are we leaving?" "Right now." "Naruto, be ready to remove the seal from us," the Sannin said, turning to Uzumaki. "Yeah," was all Naruto said. "Okay. Let's go," the white-haired man said and headed for the door. Uzumaki and the Uchiha silently followed him. The tower was in the center of the village, so it was quite far away. They walked like this for about half an hour, since it was not advisable to remove the seal, so as not to reveal themselves ahead of time. They came to the entrance to the tower. Having entered it, they decided to look around. There were a lot of pipes there, and the room itself was large. Having looked around, they decided to go further. But then a girl landed in front of them, with paper wings behind her back. As soon as he saw her, Jiraiya realized who it was. "Keikonen? Is it really you?" The Sannin said, "Founded." "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei," Konan said in an emotionless voice. "Jiraiya-sensei?" Uzumaki was surprised. "This can't be. You didn't tell us that you had other students besides the fourth and me and Sasuke." Naruto said, turning to the teacher. "I wanted to tell you. But I was waiting for the right moment." "Apparently, it has already come," the white-haired man said. "There is no time for talking. I can't let you into pain." The girl said menacingly and threw a lot of paper shurikens. In response, Jiraiya used a technique in which he wrapped his students in hair and reflected the shuriken. "Your technique has become much stronger. Until recently, I thought you three were dead," said the Sannin. Konan remained silent and created wings for herself out of paper, after which she flew into the air. She began to launch paper shuriken. In response to this, Sasuke said, "Katan, great fireball." After that, all the shuriken burned, and Jiraiya used oil and poured it on Konan, after which he wrapped his hair around her, lengthening it. "As you know, paper soaked in oil cannot fly," said the Sannin. "You were the kindest of the three." The white-haired man became sad. "Now let me ask a question. How are Yahiko and Nagato?" asked Jiraiya. "Why did you come here for us? What did you expect when you returned here?" Ignored the question Sensei Konan. "I did not come for you. More precisely, it would have been so if you hadn't joined Akatsuki," said the Sannin. "Now you probably regret not listening to Orochimaru back then," the blue-haired girl said coldly. "I don't regret it. I regret that you, who wanted to achieve peace, got involved with this group," Jiraiya said with pain in his voice. "After I left, rumors reached me that you had achieved a lot. But then I received a letter saying that you had died," added the Sannin. "You can't even imagine what happened to us after you left," Konan said in the same emotionless voice. "You're right. I don't know what you've been through. But why Akatsuki?" asked the Sannin. "They do terrible things. Is that what you think? A voice was heard from above. A red-haired guy was standing there. His hair did not cover his eyes, so the rinnegan that sparkled in his eye sockets was clearly visible. Could it be that you? Nagato, Jiraiya said. Nagato is gone. There is pain, the red-haired man answered. What happened to you? The Sannin said thoughtfully. Nagato remained silent and made several seals. A moment later, a huge seal appeared on the wall behind him, and a wave of foam poured out of it. Jiraiya had to let go of Konan in order to avoid falling into the foam. The white-haired man, Naruto, and Sasuke jumped onto the wall. He is my student. It is not surprising that he knows my weaknesses. He used the foam to wash the oil off Konan, the Sannin thought. You have changed a lot. It seems that you have grown up differently than I imagined. What happened to you? You don't need to know this. You are an outsider, said the bearer of the rinnegan. Apparently you really have changed a lot, Jiraiya said thoughtfully. Nagato remained silent and summoned a huge Norab. He tried to hit Jiraiya, but Sasuke created Chidori and attacked the summoned creature, after which the crab disappeared in clouds of white smoke. The Sannin grabbed Nagato with his hair. Nagato, I have a few questions for you, Jiraiya began. How is Yahiko? Yahiko? I remember him, Nagato said with feigned thoughtfulness. The thing is, he died a long time ago. Jiraiya was stunned. Could it be that you? I remember you, your words about wanting to protect your friends, Jiraiya said with pain in his voice. What happened to you? Wars, pain. They made me grow up. Even a child can grow up, experiencing pain, the red-haired man answered. Do you think that growing up means forgetting your friends? Jiraiya began to get angry. Sensei. You are a simple man. And I lived, shrouded in pain. I stopped being a man. I became God. And what are you going to do? Jiraiya asked. Me? I'm going to cleanse this world, mired in pain and suffering. This is the will of God, answered Nagato. Why do you need Bijou then? Asked Naruto. Okay. You won't get out of here alive anyway, so I'll tell you, began Nagato. I'm going to create a forbidden technique with their help. A technique that can destroy an entire country in an instant. It will be a weapon of enormous power. How will it help stop wars? Asked Sasuke. It will only add fuel to the fire. Added Jiraiya. All countries are fighting among themselves, how do you think, Jiraiya-sensei, can we stop it? Asked the red-haired man rhetorically. That's what I'm asking you. Said the Sannin. I will give each village a forbidden technique. Sooner or later, one of the great countries will use it. In an instant, millions of people will die, and the rest will live in fear. The world will know pain. This fear will be the cure for wars. Pain will make you grow up. As it made me, said Akatsuki. So you want to bring pain to the whole world, forcing it to grow up? Is this your purpose? Asked the white-haired man. Absolutely right, sensei, answered Nagato and turned into a log. I'm here, sensei, a voice was heard from the side. I see. So here's one of your abilities, said Naruto. You know Nagato, Jiraiya began and jumped up, calling Gamaken, for some puppy to call me a child. This has never happened before. Okay, let's get started, Sasuke, Jiraiya-san, said Naruto, getting into a fighting stance. The battle began. With such an opponent, you can't beat around the bush. Let's attack at full force right away, Jiraiya began. I'm using hermit mode. Jiraiya-sama. Are you really going to? Gamaken became wary. Yes. I'll call 2 great hermits. But until that moment, I can't separate my palms. Naruto, Sasuke, hold off pain as long as possible, said the Sannin, biting his finger and adding one stripe under each eye. "Okay, Jiraiya-san," said Naruto. Nagato summoned another creature. It was a chameleon. Akatsuki jumped into his mouth and the chameleon became invisible. Where did he dig up such a summoned creature? Thought Jiraiya. "Naruto, can you put up a barrier indicating the location?" asked the Sannin. "Yes. I'll do it now," said Naruto and began to fold the seals. When he finished, he said, "White flame barrier." A barely visible barrier appeared around Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya, which began to increase in size. "If I get into this barrier, then this kid will instantly know my location," thought Nagato and summoned the three-headed dog. It immediately rushed at Jiraiya in order to cancel the summoning of the hermits. He saw the barrier and summoned another creature. "Gamaken-san, your turn," said the Sannin. "I will try to contain him," said the toad and began to move towards the three-headed dog. Gamaken struck the creature, pinning it to the wall with his weapon. "Thank you, Gamaken-san," Jiraiya said, but saw something. The dog split into two parts, becoming smaller. One part of it jumped onto the wall, and the other changed its body, thereby changing its position. After that, it, like last time, split into two. What the? Naruto was surprised. After that, one of them attacked Gamaken, which he dodged and jumped for his weapon. He began to dodge these dogs. After a few moments, the dogs merged into one, forming one large one, with 7 heads. It rushed at the toad, but Gamaken hit it with his staff. An explosion was formed. Because of this, the dogs disintegrated and doubled. They continued to attack Gamaken. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke are going to attack Nagato. Since Naruto, although weak, had sensory skills, he was able to track pain. "Sasuke, he is going to go after Jiraiya-san. We need to stop him," said Uzumaki and headed towards the chameleon, which was still invisible. "I will attack the chameleon with Rasengan, and you use Chidori to hit Nagato himself." "Got it," said Sasuke. Waiting for the right moment, he activated his 3-volume Sharingan. At this time, Naruto struck the summoned creature with Rasengan, which for some reason disappeared in a puff of white smoke. "And this guy is not bad. We need to be more careful with him. I feel great power in him, as well as in his friend," thought Nagato. Uchiha, seeing that Akatsuki was open, rushed at him with Chidori. He saw that they were going to hit him with a strong technique and turned to face Sasuke, stretching out his hands forward. After that, he absorbed the technique. What? Uchiha was surprised. "As I said, I am God. You cannot stand against me," said the owner of the Rinnegan. "Hm. What if that is so?" asked Naruto and rushed at him. In flight, he took out a kunai and imbued it with Kiton. Sasuke did the same with his katana. But he imbued it with Raitun. They began to strike with weapons, which Nagato dodged with the help of Rinnegan. He got tired of this and said, "Shinra Tensei." A strong wave of air came from Nagato, which threw Naruto and Sasuke several dozen meters away. From this, they crashed into the wall, forming huge clouds of dust. I didn't see his technique even with the Sharingan. What should I do? Sasuke began to reason. Maybe I should create clones? Naruto asked. I don't think this is a good option. He will simply throw them back with his technique, and you will simply waste chakra, answered the Uchiha. What to do, Naruto thought, getting to his feet, which Sasuke subsequently did. What if I make Rasen Shuriken, and you add Katon to it? So it will become much stronger. Uzumaki suggested. I think we can try. Proceed, Uchiha said. Naruto nodded and began to create the technique. As soon as a blue Rasengan appeared in his hand, white blades appeared around it, making the technique look like a shuriken. After that, a very loud, ear-piercing hum appeared. The technique is complete. Sasuke. Proceed. Naruto shouted, trying to drown out the hum of the technique that he had just created. Sasuke nodded his head and approached Naruto. He touched his friend's back with his hand and poured Katan chakra into him. From this, the color of the Rasen Shuriken changed from light blue to light orange. The noise stopped. It worked. Uzumaki rejoiced. He began to move towards Nagato. Approaching him, he swung in order to strike. But Akatsuki again put his hands in front of himself and tried to absorb the technique. Nagato was unable to fully absorb the technique, so his hands were burned. Now he can't use the seals, Sasuke said and rushed at Nagato with his katana. Great! Now we have a chance, Naruto said and armed himself with a kunai that was imbued with Kaiton. Uchiha and Uzumaki began to attack Nagato again. He dodged and tried to counterattack, which he did poorly, even with the Rinnegan. Since Nagato had spent a lot of chakra on the summoning and on Shinra Tensei, he decided to use this technique again at the most opportune moment. Having decided to deal with Naruto and Sasuke, he summoned 6 bodies that he created specifically. At this time, Jiraiya dealt with the dog that Nagato summoned and went to help his students. He arrived at the moment when 6 red-haired men were standing behind Nagato. In those places where the skin was visible, there was something like a piercing. Jiraiya approached his students and asked, "Who are they?" "We don't know either. They just appeared from a cloud of white smoke." "You came right after that," Sasuke said. "Listen," Naruto began, "look each of them in the eye." Jiraiya and Sasuke did what Uzumaki said. That's the Rinnegan." "They all have it," Jiraiya said, "that can't be. 7 people in one place have the Rinnegan. I can't believe it." "Jiraiya-san. What are we going to do?" Naruto asked. "I'll try to enter hermit mode. Can you create your strongest barrier around me?" "I need time," the Sannin asked. "Right now," Naruto said and began to fold the seals. Having folded about 20 seals, he said, "Scarlet flame barrier." After that, a barrier of dark red color began to form around Jiraiya, which had a spherical shape. "Now, distract Nagato." "I need time to enter hermit mode," Jiraiya said and put his palms together. "Okay," the Sannin students replied. At that time, one of the 6, or rather the one with long red hair, made several seals and Nagato simply disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Nagato disappeared. "Now I can't feel his chakra," Naruto said. "It doesn't matter. We just need to stall for time so that Sensei can enter his mode," Sasuke began. He tried to do this before, but the dogs prevented him. "We need to prevent her from being summoned again." With these words, the Uchiha pounced on one of the men. He swung his katana, but he simply threw it back, saying, "Shinra Tensei." This time, Sasuke didn't fly that far and landed on his feet. Naruto decided not to stand aside and created a Rasengan with the addition of Kiton. Like the first time, purple discharges began to appear around the technique. He decided to attack the same man as Sasuke. She ran towards him. Uzumaki tried to strike the enemy, but another one stood in front of him, who absorbed his technique without receiving any damage. He tried to strike Naruto, but he dodged. Pouring all the chakra he had into Naruto's fist, he struck the enemy, causing him to fly several dozen meters away. "Sasuke. Your turn," Uzumaki shouted, dodging the blows of 5 enemies. Uchiha nodded and began to form Chidori. Having finished, he rushed at the one who could use Shinra Tensei. There was very little left to strike, but the one who absorbs technique stood in front of him again. He decided to absorb Sasuke's Chidori, but did not have time, so he missed a blow to the chest. After that, he fell. 5 left. "We urgently need to destroy the one who can throw us back," thought Sasuke. Naruto decided to destroy another one. His target was a long-haired man who had barely taken part in the fight. He created a normal Rasengan and headed towards him. Halfway there, the man stopped him by launching several missiles at him. What's wrong with him? How did he fit missiles into his body? Uzumaki wondered, dodging the missiles launched at him. At that time, Jiraiya was able to summon 2 hermit toads. Since the Sannin could not accumulate natural chakra during the fight, the toads helped him with this. Jiraiya? Why did you summon them? Asked the toad that was sitting on his right shoulder. It's time to learn how to use senjutsu yourself. Now is not the time. I need your help, said Jiraiya. And what kind of help? Asked the purple toad that was sitting on his left shoulder. I need to defeat someone. Well, where is he? I don't see him, said the toad on his right shoulder. Fukasaku-sama, he summoned some kind of creature and hid in it. It's something like a chameleon. And also, our enemy has the most powerful dojutsu, said the white-haired one. Dojutsu? The toads asked again. Yes. Is it the Rinnegan? Did we hear right? Fukasaku asked. Founded. No, you heard right. Not only does he have the Rinnegan, but he is also my former student, the Sannin said with pain in his voice. I taught him when he was 10 years old. After his training, I left and received news that he and his friends had died. But he is somewhere here. Student? Why didn't you tell us? Asked the purple toad. Shima-sama, I didn't see the point. And yes. He has 6 accomplices who also have the Rinnegan. What? The toads were taken aback. 7 people have the Rinnegan? That's impossible. I don't know where they got these eyes from. But they are very strong. We need to deal with them as quickly as possible, said Jiraiya. Naruto. Remove the barrier. Shouted the Sannin. Naruto silently made a seal and the barrier disappeared. Sasuke, Naruto, step back. Our techniques can harm you, said Jiraiya. Uzumaki and Uchiha obediently jumped back a decent distance in order to give their teacher the opportunity to fight with all his might. Jiraiya. You have oil, Fukasaku, fan the fire, said Shima making seals. Fukasaku and Jiraiya nodded and made seals. After that, Jiraiya spat out a stream of oil, Shima released fire, and Fukasaku used the wind in order to increase the power of the fire. Great flame technique, said the 3, and the technique was directed at the 6 men. This technique was so strong that it blocked the view of Jiraiya and the toads. As soon as the fire cleared, Fukasaku said. Is that all? But it wasn't. In front of everyone stood a man who could absorb techniques. He absorbed the technique. Jiraiya said. Then we need to go into close combat. With that, Jiraiya got on all fours and took off his shoes. His arms and legs became like those of a toad. He pounced on the closest enemy with lightning speed and created a giant Rasengan. But his enemy absorbed the technique. At that moment, another Rinnegan user appeared behind the Sannin and tried to hit him. Fukasaku saw this and threw a smoke bomb. Jiraiya and his enemy were caught in a cloud of smoke. The Sannin, taking advantage of this, tried to kill the enemy by attacking him from a blind spot. But the enemy stopped his strike. What? He blocked my attack without even looking at it. Jiraiya was taken aback. Using a small toad as bait, he jumped out of the cloud of smoke. Spike volley, Jiraiya said and launched Senbon from his hair at the other enemy. But the enemy, without even looking at this, folded the summoning seals and a huge panda appeared in front of him, which took all the damage on itself. Jiraiya decided to jump back just in case. Not a single unnecessary move. I would have hit him if he tried to dodge, but he used the summoning in order to reflect the attack, the Sannin began to reason. Not only that, he did it without looking at me. How do they do it? And already the second time. They did not even look at each other and did not give any signals. Even if they feel chakra perfectly, they must see the technique in order to effectively reflect it, thought Jiraiya. Moreover, Thorn Volley is my fastest technique that hits the area. The only way to reflect it is to put up a shield or something similar, which is what he did without seeing the attack. These are clearly not ordinary clones, thought Jiraiya. You noticed, right? Asked Fukasaku. Noticed what? The white-haired man asked again. When you struck from behind, you were in the blind spot, but at that time, the others were constantly watching you, the toad answered. I noticed. But even if so, they did not speak to each other or give any signs, Jiraiya said. Fukasaku thought for a moment and said. Exactly. It's their eyes. They have a common field of vision. So they can simultaneously see the target from 6 sides. That's bad, the Sannin said. I agree. This is all very, very bad. Since ninjutsu doesn't work against them, then dealing with all 6 of them will be very problematic. We need to retreat and come up with a plan, Jiraiya thought and turned to his students, Naruto, Sasuke. Retreat. After what was said, Jiraiya's students approached him and disappeared in clouds of white smoke. The 3 ran along the corridors, which consisted of pipes. Jiraiya-san, why are we running? Naruto asked. We retreated to come up with a plan against Nagato. Or rather, against those 6. Jiraiya said. Okay, let's get started. Did anyone notice anything strange about any of those 6? Fukasaku asked. Well, I noticed that each of them has a separate ability of the Rinnegan. For example, one of them uses only summoning, the second absorbs techniques, the third uses gravity as a weapon. The rest did not demonstrate their abilities. That's all I noticed, Sasuke said. Yeah. It's very useful. Naruto, what do you think? Asked the Sannin. Well, I noticed that each of those 6 has something like a piercing. I don't think it's just decoration, answered Uzumaki. This could also be the key to victory. So you, Fukasaku-sama, said Jiraiya. So. I have a hunch that each of them is connected to each other. Or to be more precise, they have a common field of vision, said the Toad Sage. And how did you guess that? Asked Uzumaki. During our fight, one of them stopped our blow. And since we were striking from a blind spot, and the others were just looking at us, I had this guess, answered Fukasaku. By the way, where did Nagato go? Asked the white-haired one. We don't know, answered Uchiha. Bad. Were you able to do anything to him? Asked Fukasaku. We were able to leave quite severe burns on his hands. But it's unlikely that he will be able to use his hands to fold seals anytime soon, answered Uchiha. So what we have now is that all those we fought with have a common field of vision. They have piercings, which are not decoration, and each of the enemies has a separate Rinnegan ability. Not bad. All that remains is to develop a strategy against Nagato, said Jiraiya. I think I've seen all of those 6 somewhere before, thought the white-haired one and tried to remember where he could have seen them. He began to remember his battles, during his absence from Konoha, even before meeting Naruto. So he remembered everyone except one. It was the one who could use gravity. I remembered. Said Jiraiya. What did you remember, Jiraiya-san? Asked Uzumaki. I remember fighting almost all of those 6. All of them were killed later, as my informants told me. But I didn't fight any of them. It's the one who uses Shinra Tensei. If you think about it, he looks a lot like Yahiko. Could it really be him? Answered Jiraiya. If that's true. Then the piercings Naruto was talking about are chakra conductors with which he controls bodies, Fukasaku said thoughtfully. Does that mean that in order to get to Nagato, we need to destroy all the bodies? Asked the Uchiha. That's right, answered the Sannin. I came up with a plan, Naruto began. As you said, they have the same field of view. So we need to separate them to destroy them one by one. It's as easy as pie, finished Uzumaki. And the kid is right. Everything turned out to be much simpler than we thought, said Shima. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, do you know genjutsu techniques? Asked the Uchiha. Yes. This is the most powerful genjutsu after Tsukiyomi. But for it to work, it takes some time for Fukasaku and my voices to merge into one melody. If Nagato finds us before the technique works, then it will be the end for us. If not, then consider victory in our pocket, answered Shima. At that moment, Jiraiya stopped at a fork. Jiraiya, what happened? Why did you stop? Fukasaku was surprised. If everything goes badly, then go back to Konoha, Jiraiya said with steel in his voice. Jiraiya, don't even think about it. The lives of millions of people will depend on the outcome of our fight. We cannot allow this, said Fukasaku. Okay. Begin the genjutsu action, said the Sannin. The Toad sages folded their seals and began to create a melody from their voices. Nagato heard this and directed their bodies towards the source of the sound. 6 bodies arrived instead of 5. Jiraiya, who was hiding around the corner, noticed this. There are 6 of them? But why? Naruto and Sasuke destroyed one. Does Nagato really know how to clone them? Jiraiya was surprised. One of the bodies noticed the Sannin and tried to hit him, but was stopped by Sasuke's technique, Fireball. Someone who could absorb technique stood in the way of the technique. Since the Uchiha put a huge amount of chakra into the technique, Pain's body absorbed the technique too slowly. At this time, Naruto pounced on the long-haired Pain with Rasengan. He was thrown a long distance and could not get up. Jiraiya destroyed the one who absorbed techniques with the Great Flame. Then, using various techniques, they were able to kill the one who looked like Yahiko, that is, who knew how to use Shinra Tensei. There were 3 bodies left. These were those who could use summoning, emit missiles, and the one whose abilities were not yet known. Naruto decided to take on the one with whom no one had yet entered into battle. Sasuke pounced on the one who released missiles, and Jiraiya was left with the one whose ability was summoning. Since there was little space, Pain's body could not use its main and only ability, that is, summoning. Ready. Fukasaku and Shima thought at the same time that they were preparing a genjutsu. The remaining 3 bodies ended up in a strange place, similar to where Jiraiya had imprisoned Itachi and Kisame several years ago in order to catch them. But this was a genjutsu. Pain's bodies were in a cube of water, which was held back by 4 huge toads. Jiraiya stood in front of the cube and looked at those created by Nagato with regret. I got caught after all, said the long-haired Pain. I didn't think that you, Jiraiya-sensei, could use such a strong genjutsu. Didn't I teach you not to underestimate your opponent, no matter who they are? Asked the Sannin. Flashback. Jiraiya remembered one of the moments when he was still training Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Nagato was sitting on the porch of the house, and the Sannin was sitting next to him. I just want to protect my friends. No matter what pain awaits me myself. End flashback. I wanted you to rise above the pain, so that you would defeat it, and not use it as a weapon, said the white-haired one. Pain's body looked at him with an icy gaze. But I almost believed that the child from the prophecy was you, the Sannin said with pain in his voice, and now. Goodbye, finished Jiraiya, and Pain's bodies felt severe pain throughout their bodies. Jiraiya stopped the genjutsu. It turns out that when these bodies were in the illusion, Naruto and Sasuke used their techniques to kill them. As soon as Jiraiya stopped the technique, the Toad sages coughed. Are you okay, Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama? Jiraiya was worried. Yes. It's just that after using this genjutsu, our throats start to hurt, Shima answered. Then good. You can go back, we're done. Thank you very much. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to win, Jiraiya thanked. Good. If something happens, don't be shy, call us. We'll help, Fukasaku said. Thank you, the Sannin thanked him again. After that, the Toad sages disappeared. Jiraiya-san, what are we going to do? I don't think going to Nagato right now is a good idea, Naruto said. I agree, Sasuke said briefly. I suggest we go to the village and tell Tsunade about everything, the Sannin answered. And let's destroy all of Pain's bodies except one, just in case. We can find out how Nagato controlled them, Naruto suggested. You're right. During the fight, I killed one of them. But when we fought in the pipes, he was there too. And unharmed. I think this is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, agreed Jiraiya, destroy all the bodies except this one. The Sannin pointed to the one who was like 2 peas in a pod with Yahiko. We will take him with us. Jiraiya's students nodded and destroyed the bodies. After that, they went to Konoha to report on Pain's power to the Hokage. 2 days later, Naruto, Jiraiya and Sasuke stood at the gates of Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, now we go to Tsunade and report on the mission, said Jiraiya. Uzumaki and Uchiha nodded silently. The Sannin, seeing a sign of agreement, headed to the residence. Having risen to the desired floor, Jiraiya knocked. Come in, a voice was heard behind the door. The entered. Seeing them, Tsunade was happy. "Oh Tsunade-sama," said the people who entered in unison. "Oh. As I understand it, the leader of Akatsuki has been defeated?" asked Tsunade. "Not quite. But we were able to find out something about him," said the Sannin. "So what?" The fifth was interested. "Let's start with the fact that he has the Rinnegan," Jiraiya began. "Did I hear right? Rinnegan?" Senju asked again. "I heard right, it's true." Jiraiya confirmed Tsunade's fears. "Here's one of the bodies as proof. Naruto, unseal the body," the Sannin said, turning to Uzumaki. He nodded and took a scroll out of his pouch, then opened it and, gathering chakra in his palm, touched the seal. White smoke appeared from there. As soon as it dissipated, Tsunade saw one of Pain's bodies. "Here's one of his bodies. Pain has 6 of them, and his own. That makes 7. And each of them has a Rinnegan. Also, in all the bodies except his own, there is something like a piercing, which is most likely not a piercing. We brought you one of the bodies so that you would find out what these black things are," Jiraiya said. Next, each of the bodies has its own Rinnegan ability. Roughly speaking, the real one divided the power of his eyes into 6 parts and enclosed them in bodies. He himself uses all the abilities. 7 Rinnegan? I don't believe it. This can't be, Tsunade said, founded. You have to find out whether these are real eyes or not, said the white-haired 1. I see. What else? Asked Senju. Now let's get down to Pain and Akatsuki's plan, the Sannin began. According to him, they are collecting Biju to create a powerful technique. With it, Akatsuki will be able to destroy any of the great countries in an instant, Jiraiya finished. All Biju? Tsunade was taken aback. How many have they already collected? According to the information that the informants give me, they have collected the 7 tails, 4 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails and 6 tails. They still have to collect the 2 tails, 9 tails, 8 tails and 1 tails, the Sannin said. They have already collected 5. They are very strong. Do you know who their next target will be? Tsunade asked. Most likely, it will be the 9 tails inside Naruto, Jiraiya suggested. If that is so, then everything is very, very bad. Since the 3 of you couldn't defeat Pain, Tsunade reasoned. I will train Naruto and Sasuke in Sage Mode. They showed themselves well in battle. If they unite, only Sage Mode will save me. Jiraiya said proudly. Good idea. If they succeed, they will be able to defeat Pain. Tsunade said thoughtfully. Okay. I will count your mission as an S-rank task. Here, take it. The Hokage handed the three of them an envelope with money. You are free to go, and I will deal with Pain's body. Everyone silently headed for the exit. Coming out of the residence, Naruto asked. Jiraiya-san, when are we going to learn Hermit Mode? In a few days. I have things to do for now. As soon as I'm free, we'll go right away, said the Sannin, leaving in an unknown direction. I'll go too, said Naruto, heading towards his home. Sasuke remained silent and headed home. Arriving home, Naruto unpacked his things and started cleaning. After cleaning, Uzumaki decided to eat, since they ran to the village early in the morning and did not eat anything. After eating, Naruto washed the dishes and went for a walk. After all, he was leaving the village soon in order to learn the art of the Sannin. Naruto simply walked around the village, thinking about how to defeat Pain. If Tsunade-sama finds out how Nagato controls bodies, then defeating him will be much easier. The problem is that the battle with Nagato himself will be difficult. He uses all the abilities of the Rinnegan, Uzumaki reasoned until he was called out. He turned around and saw Hinata. Hinata, Naruto greeted. Naruto-kun, Hyuga answered, blushing slightly, are you back already? Yes. About an hour ago, why? Uzumaki asked. Hinata began blushing, don't you want to go for a walk? Hyuga asked. I don't mind. Let's go, Naruto said. Hinata sighed with relief and stood next to Naruto. Let's go to the rock with the Hokage's faces. Naruto suggested, I haven't been there for a long time. Let's, Hyuga agreed. They headed towards the mountain, chatting about everything along the way. Naruto-kun. And who is Pain? No, I already know that he is the leader of Akatsuki, but other than that, I don't know anything, Hinata decided to ask. Well. First of all, he has the Rinnegan. I think you know what it is, Naruto said. A Rinnegan? It's the most powerful dojutsu, Hinata was taken aback. Yes, you're right. Also, he was a student of Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki began as the teacher found 3 friends, among whom were Nagato, Yahiko and Konan. He taught them from the age of 10 for 3 years, after which he left. Soon, they founded Akatsuki, but for noble purposes. For example, to protect the village. They had many friends in the organization. But after some time, Jiraiya-san learned that they died. As it turned out, it was a lie. More precisely, partly. Only one died. It was Yahiko, his best friend. I don't know if Nagato killed him, or if he died himself, but during our battle we only saw Nagato and Konan, Naruto finished. According to Jiraiya-san, Nagato's parents were killed by Shinobi. As were Yahiko's parents. I don't know about Konan, Uzumaki finished. They went through a lot. Especially Nagato and Konan. It's not surprising that they got lost on their way, Hinata said thoughtfully. I agree. They did a lot of bad things. But I think that every person has the right to a second chance, Naruto said, sitting on the 4th Hokage's head. Hinata sat down next to him. At this time, Uzumaki lay on his back and began to look at the sky. Hinata also directed her gaze to the sky. Several hours passed, during which Naruto and Hinata talked about everything. Night fell and it began to get colder. Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that Hinata began to shiver from the cold. Are you cold? Naruto asked, although he himself saw everything perfectly. A little, Hyuga admitted. Naruto silently threw off his gray jacket, which he almost always wore. Uzumaki was left only in a black t-shirt. He went up to Hinata and handed her his jacket. "And how are you?" Hinata was surprised. "I'm not that cold," Naruto answered honestly. Thank you," Hyuga thanked and put on her jacket, which was still warm. Naruto nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay. Let me walk you home. It's already dark." "Oh, okay," Hinata said blushing, but it was not visible in the darkness. Naruto helped her up. And they silently headed to the Hyuga quarter. On the way to the appointed place, they were silent. 15 minutes later, they were standing near the gates of the mansion. "Thank you for the evening," said Hinata. "You're welcome. It was nice too," admitted Uzumaki. Hinata took off her jacket and handed it to Naruto. "Here." Uzumaki took the jacket and put it on himself. Hinata walked up to Naruto and hugged him. The guy was taken aback, but responded after a while. A few seconds later, Hinata moved away from him. "Bye Naruto-kun," said Hyuga. "See you later," said Naruto, watching Hinata disappear behind the gates of the mansion. After waiting a bit, Uzumaki went home. Commentary on Part 38. Return to the village and a walk. The chapter turned out to be quite short, compared to the others. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 39. Beginning of training, 3 days passed. All this time, Naruto trained in order to at least slightly increase the amount of his chakra. He also learned to use Rasen Shuriken and Rasengan with Kitten more times. Now he can use these techniques 5 times in a fight, instead of 4 or 10, but only one of them, since they consume the same amount of chakra. Each of the techniques is strong in its own way. For example, Rasen Shuriken can be thrown if the enemy is difficult to reach, and Rasengan with the Kidona element deals much more damage, but it can only be used in close combat. At one point, when Naruto was training again, he felt Jiraiya's chakra interrupting his training. Uzumaki approached the teacher. "Oh, Jiraiya-san," Naruto greeted. "Oh Naruto. Are you ready to go to Mount Myaboku?" asked the Sannin. "Yes," answered Uzumaki, "and how long will we stay there?" "Until you learn the Sage Mode. Or until pain comes to Konoha," answered Jiraiya. "Understood," said Naruto, "then I will warn everyone and start packing." "Excellent," said the Sannin, "in an hour at the gates of Konoha." "In the meantime, I'll get ready," said Jiraiya as he left. Naruto went to the Hyuga quarter. He himself did not understand why he wanted to warn Hinata. Arriving at the quarter, he knocked on the gate. A few moments later, a tall man came out. "Oh, why have you come?" asked Hyuga. "Oh. Could you call Hinata?" asked Uzumaki. "Okay. Wait," said the man and disappeared behind the gate. Naruto stood for a few minutes and soon Hinata came out to him. "And Naruto-kun?" Hyuga was surprised. "Oh. Oh. Can I ask you a favor?" asked Uzumaki. "About what?" "I'm leaving to train," Naruto began. "To Mount Myaboku, to learn Hermit Mode. Can you tell the others?" "Okay. Are you going for long?" asked Hyuga. "I don't know. But until I learn, or pain attacks Konoha, I will not return." "I don't think I'll be gone for long," Uzumaki replied. "I see," Hinata said in a slightly sad voice. "Okay. I'll go pack my things then." "Bye," Naruto said. "Good luck," Hyuga said. "Thank you," Uzumaki replied and headed home. Naruto came home and collected the necessary things. These were a change of clothes, a set of equipment and a few other necessary things. Having collected all the things, he slowly went to the Konoha gates. Approaching them, Naruto saw Jiraiya there. Jiraiya-san, I'm ready. When are we leaving? Uzumaki asked. Great. We'll leave right now, the Sannin answered using the summoning technique. Fukasaku appeared from the clouds of smoke. Jiraiya? Why did you summon him? Toad asked. We need to go to Mayaboku. I want to teach Naruto the Sannin mode, Jiraiya replied. I see. Are you ready? The sage asked and, seeing the nods, used the reverse summoning technique. As soon as the smoke cleared around the trio, Naruto saw the place where they were. It was a strange place. The sky there was too bright. There were toad statues around, and yellow liquid was flowing out of some of them. It's been so long since I've been here, Jiraiya said. It's been about 15 years since the last time. Is this Mayaboku? Naruto asked. Yes, Fukasaku answered. Follow me. I'll take you to our house. Okay, Jiraiya and Naruto answered. In unison. They didn't walk long. Fukasaku's house was small. The simplest house you could live in. Come in. Make yourself at home, Fukasaku said hospitably. Uzumaki and Jiraiya entered the house. The entrance from the hallway connected to the kitchen, where Shima was now. Shima-sama, Naruto greeted. Jiraiya? Naruto? Toad was surprised. What are you here for? Asked Shima. I want to teach Naruto how to use senjutsu. That's why we're here, answered the Sannin. I see. It won't be easy. Even you, Jiraiya, don't use it perfectly, the Toad said thoughtfully. Well then. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Naruto and Jiraiya said at the same time. Jiraiya-san, when will we start training? Uzumaki asked. Let's unpack our things and get started, the white-haired one answered. Okay. Where are our rooms? Naruto decided to ask. On the second floor. Choose any one. They are the same, Fukasaku said. Thank you, Uzumaki said and headed to the second floor to unpack his things. Taking off his backpack, he laid out everything that was in it and put them on the table that was in this room. The room itself was done in orange, like everything in this house. Only the ceiling was yellow. Having finished, Naruto went downstairs, where Jiraiya was already waiting for him. Are you finished? The white-haired one decided to ask. Yes, Uzumaki answered. Excellent. Follow me, said the Sannin, and headed for the exit. They went to train. Commentary on Part 39. Beginning of training. I apologize for the short chapter. Enjoy reading. Part 40. Training begins, Naruto followed Jiraiya. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a strange place. There were huge stone monuments there. We've arrived, said Jiraiya. Naruto, do you know how natural chakra works? Asked the Sannin. No, admitted the Uzumaki. Okay. What does the amount of chakra in a shinobi depend on? From physical and spiritual strength. The more they are, the more chakra, accordingly, answered Naruto. Correct. But if you add natural chakra to your own, you will create a much stronger chakra that will increase your skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu and even genjutsu, the white-haired man said. I see. As I understand it, natural chakra needs to be added in the right quantities, otherwise something bad will happen. Naruto suggested. You're right. If there is little natural chakra, you will not enter sage mode. If there is a lot of it, you will simply turn into stone. And how do you know that you have collected enough of this chakra? Naruto asked. The external sign that you have entered sage mode is the marks around your eyes, the white-haired man answered. And the internal one? You will feel a little lightness for a moment. As soon as this happens, you need to stop collecting natural chakra. I see. Uzumaki said thoughtfully. So. Now let's get to the demonstration. With these words, Jiraiya walked up to the fountain with yellow liquid and smeared it on his hands. Jiraiya-san, what are you doing? Asked Naruto. This is toad oil. If you apply it to your body, it will passively begin to absorb natural chakra. This way, I won't have to ask Fukasaku-sama for help, the Sannin replied, and it will go away faster, since I couldn't study this mode perfectly, the white-haired one admitted. And why didn't you use it in the battle with Nagato? Then it would have been easier for you, Naruto asked. The thing is, this oil only works on Mount Mayaboku. Outside of it, the oil will simply evaporate, the Sannin replied. So it is only suitable for training, Jiraiya's student concluded. You're right. But with its help, you can learn much faster than without it, Jiraiya said, entering hermit mode. He approached a huge toad statue, folding a strange seal. Jiraiya was able to lift it without difficulty, although he was not in the ideal mode. And the statue? It weighed several tons. Do you see how strong hermit mode is? Asked the Sannin. Now try to lift it. After these words, Jiraiya lowered the statue. Naruto silently approached it and tried to lift it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. Got it? Sage mode will help you a lot in battle, said the Sannin. You lifted this statue so easily. Not even in perfect mode. What happens if someone enters Sage mode perfectly? Asked Uzumaki. Then, his skills will become even more powerful. Let's say, if I enter Sannin mode perfectly, then my techniques will become 3 times stronger than in the current one, answered the white-haired one. Wow. Okay. Try to enter Sage mode, Jiraiya said to Naruto. By the way, I almost forgot. You must merge with nature, you must become a part of it. Naruto sat down next to the fountain and made the necessary seal. A few seconds passed, and Naruto began to turn into a toad. Jiraiya noticed this and made several seals and touched Uzumaki. He stopped his transformation and returned to his normal form. You absorbed too much natural chakra, Jiraiya began, and in too short a time. Next time, try to do it slower. For now, you don't really need speed. Just gradually absorb natural chakra, and if I see marks on your face, I will tell you to stop, finished the Sannin. Jiraiya-san, what if I create shadow clones? With their help, I was able to learn 2S rank techniques in 2 days. I think you saw them. Naruto said. Not a bad idea. But create no more than 5 clones. This is because if some clone turns into a toad, and then into stone, then you will repeat his fate, and there is nothing I can do about it, Jiraiya explained. Got it. With these words Naruto created 5 clones and began to collect natural energy, but more slowly, so that Jiraiya could, if anything, stop Uzumaki from turning into a toad. The whole day passed. Naruto threatened to turn into a toad several times, but Jiraiya prevented it. Uzumaki decided to try to enter hermit mode again, but he was stopped by Jiraiya's voice. Naruto, I think that's enough for today. You learned to absorb natural chakra, even if uncontrollably. I think tomorrow, we will begin another training method. Okay, Naruto said and dispelled his clones. A wave of fatigue immediately fell on him, both his own and the clones. But at the same time, he adopted all the experience that his clones had accumulated. Let's go to the house. Tomorrow we will need to get up early. Even earlier than usual, Jiraiya said and headed towards the house. Jiraiya-san, can I try something? Uzumaki asked. Well, go ahead, the Sannin answered. After Naruto heard approval from his teacher, he went to the fountain and smeared oil on his hands. Having sat in the right position, he began to collect natural chakra. 10 to 15 seconds later, Naruto's body began to resemble a toad. Jiraiya became worried, but Uzumaki stood up, surprising Jiraiya. And Naruto. You were able to enter Sannin mode in such a short time. Even if it's not perfect. But I spent about 2 years on it. Sannin. Uzumaki was surprised. He walked up to the statue that Jiraiya had previously lifted and was able to lift it above his head without any difficulty. Now I understand how strong Sannin mode is. Naruto said, lowering the statue. Okay. Let's go inside, Jiraiya said. Exit Sannin mode. Naruto silently exited the mode and followed Jiraiya. In Fukasaku and Shima's house. Fukasaku-sama. Naruto was able to master Sannin mode. Even if it's not perfect, but even so, he became equal in strength to me. Jiraiya said. What? The sage asked, founded. Naruto mastered the hermit mode, the Sannin answered. In such a short time. Maybe he is the student from the prophecy? Fukasaku said thoughtfully. I thought about it too. But it seems to me that this is him, the white-haired man said. Then we need to teach him the ideal Sannin mode. Then he will become even stronger than you, Fukasaku said. Okay, Fukasaku-sama. I think we can discuss this tomorrow during training. With these words, Jiraiya went to his room, leaving Fukasaku to think about everything that happened today. Commentary on Part 40. Training begins. The chapter is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 41. Continuing to study the hermit mode, The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya got up before dawn and went to train. The Sannin brought the student to a strange place. There were tall, thin mountains there. So, as I said yesterday, in order to learn the hermit mode well, you must become a part of nature, Jiraiya began. Here, he handed Naruto a stone slab. This is the second stage of your training. You must stay on top of this mountain, sitting on a stone slab, Jiraiya said. The mountain is high enough. If I lose concentration, I will break, Naruto said thoughtfully. You are right. Well, okay, go up, said the Sannin. Taking a stone slab for himself, he began to climb up. Uzumaki followed his example. Having reached the top, they sat on the slabs. Jiraiya sat absolutely still, but Naruto was still swaying. Naruto, do not move. You must tame the instinct that makes you move. Find harmony with nature, Jiraiya said. I will try, said Uzumaki. After that, Naruto began to sway much less, but still did not stop. He was able to stay on top of the mountain in such a short time. I trained for several months, thought Jiraiya. Several minutes passed, and Naruto lost concentration and fell. Already a few meters above the ground, Fukasaku, who was watching his training, caught him with his tongue. Phew! I made it, said Fukasaku. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama. Naruto thanked his savior. You're welcome, answered Fukasaku. So, how was the training? I don't know. I was able to stay on top for several minutes, after which I fell, admitted Uzumaki. Not bad. It took Jiraiya several weeks to somehow hold on. And you lasted for several minutes the first time. You are very talented, Naruto, Fukasaku praised Naruto, lowering him to the ground. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama. I'll go train further, Uzumaki said, climbing up. He must be the child from the prophecy. Fukasaku thought, watching Naruto. Uzumaki trained for several hours, but still couldn't perfectly merge with nature like Jiraiya. But during all this time, he never fell, which said a lot. Naruto. You're doing great. Maybe you should take a break? Jiraiya asked. No, Jiraiya-san. I have to learn this in the shortest possible time, Naruto said. Okay. You're much more persistent than I was at your age, the Sannin said thoughtfully. Can I create shadow clones? Uzumaki asked. If it doesn't interfere with your concentration, then create them, Jiraiya agreed. Naruto created 4 clones and each of them took a stone slab, after which they headed to the top of the mountains, of which there were a huge number. A few more hours passed like this. Evening came. Naruto never fell. Neither did his clones. Naruto, dispel the clones and try again, Jiraiya said. Okay, Uzumaki said and dispelled the clones. After that, Uzumaki again began to try to stay absolutely still on the slab. After several attempts, he still failed. I see. So tomorrow we will continue from this stage, said Jiraiya. Let's go to the house. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to the same place. Naruto, as before, jumped to the top of the mountain. He had become much better at keeping his balance, but not as good as Jiraiya. You are already doing much better. Keep up the good work, and you will be able to learn the hermit mode, the Sannin encouraged his student. Naruto created 5 clones and began to train. So he trained until the evening. Periodically, he dispelled the clones, appropriating their experience to himself. In the evening, he dispelled them for the last time and tried to keep his balance, which, by the way, he succeeded. And no worse than Jiraiya. And Naruto. You learned to merge with nature so quickly. You're a genius, the Sannin said, founded. These are all clones. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have passed the first stage, Naruto answered. Okay. Let's continue. Continue sitting like this for as long as possible. I won't stop you, the Sannin said. With your talent, I don't think you'll fall and hurt yourself. And if you do fall, you'll think of something, the white-haired man finished and went into the house. Naruto was left alone. Commentary on Part 41. Continuing the study of Hermit Mode. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to leave reviews and recommend to friends. Part 42. The end of training and the attack on Konoha, . In the morning, Jiraiya returned to the place where Naruto was supposed to be. That is, to the mountains. To his surprise, Naruto was sitting not alone, but with 5 clones who were doing the same thing as him. Naruto? You're still holding on? The white-haired man was surprised. To be honest, I didn't think you could last that long, Jiraiya admitted. Naruto, without opening his eyes, which had been closed all this time, said. And I didn't sit here all night, Uzumaki began. I lost concentration a couple of times, but I didn't fall. I just swayed a little, Naruto admitted. But it's still a lot. I can't stay in this position for more than an hour and a half. And you sat for 2 or more hours. This is amazing, the Sannin said, founded. Jiraiya-san, did I complete the stage? Naruto asked the question that interested him. Quite. Now are you definitely ready to learn the art of the hermit, answered Jiraiya. What is the next stage? It consists of you simultaneously collecting natural chakra and remaining motionless. If at least one of this is not done, you will not be able to learn the Sannin mode, the white-haired man answered. Combine the first 2 stages? Uzumaki asked again. Absolutely right. Can you start, or should you eat first? Jiraiya decided to ask. To be honest, I wouldn't mind eating, Naruto admitted. Great. Let's go, Shima-sama will think of something to feed you, said the Sannin. After hearing this, Naruto jumped down, dispelling the clones along the way in order to gather all the knowledge they had. Having landed on the ground, he headed to Fukasaku and Shima's house. Arriving at the house, Naruto and Jiraiya found Shima busy in the kitchen. Shima-sama, good morning, Uzumaki greeted. Naruto? The toad was surprised. Well, how was training? Shima asked. He's doing great, Jiraiya answered for Naruto. He's already mastered 2 stages out of 4. And he can maintain concentration for more than 2 hours, while I can't for more than an hour and a half, the Sannin finished. Oh, Shima was taken aback. Still, this is the child from the prophecy. I'm sure, the toad thought. About an hour passed. During this time, Naruto ate Shima's cooking. To be honest, he didn't really like the food, but in all the time that he, Sasuke and Jiraiya had been outside the village, he had eaten even worse food. He didn't complain like that. Uzumaki sat on the top of the highest mountain and tried to remain still and collect natural chakra. For the entire day, he was unable to enter the perfect hermit mode. He could only enter the normal one, that is, the one that Jiraiya could enter. During this time, Uzumaki only dispelled the clones 3 times in order to spend less time and collect more knowledge, which affected his training. If in the morning he entered the hermit mode in 15 minutes, now he can do it in 7. This will be very useful in battle. Of course, Jiraiya enters it in 5 minutes. But with his experience, he could do it faster. And Naruto does not even study this mode for a week and can enter this mode that quickly. Jiraiya noticed this and was very surprised. Naruto, how much time does it take you to enter the hermit mode? Jiraiya asked. About 15 minutes. But I did not time it exactly, Naruto answered, trying to maintain concentration, which, by the way, was quite difficult. In fact, you need no more than 8 minutes. You can control chakra perfectly, the white-haired man began. I can enter the Sannin mode in 5 minutes, but I have been studying it for several years. And you broke all my records in less than a week. I'm proud of you, Naruto, the Sannin said proudly. Thank you, Jiraiya-san. Uzumaki was embarrassed. After that, Naruto dispelled the clones, but the results did not change and he decided to rest until tomorrow. Jumping off the mountain, he headed towards the house and without undressing fell on the bed, after which he instantly fell asleep. Naruto woke up earlier than usual, so he went to train without even having breakfast. Taking several stone slabs, he went to the highest mountain and summoned clones. There were 5 of them and each of them began to do the same as the original. He began to control natural chakra much better. All this time, Fukasaku watched Naruto and his training in order to help in a difficult moment. He can collect such an amount of chakra, thought the toad. Even Jiraiya collects half as much, although he learned this mode a long time ago. This guy is incredibly talented, Fukasaku noted in surprise. A couple of hours passed and Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya, came to the place of training. Good morning, Uzumaki greeted the teacher. Good. Are you training already? Commendable, answered the Sannin, he has collected so much chakra. He is a genius of his generation, thought Jiraiya, felt how much chakra Naruto had collected. Yes, about 2 hours have already passed, said Naruto. I will watch you for now. In the meantime, continue. If you finish today, then we will move on to the last, 4th stage, Jiraiya intrigued his student. Excellent, said Naruto and began to train much harder. Another 3 hours passed. It was noon and Uzumaki was able to enter hermit mode. Jiraiya, who was sitting next to him and watching him, noticed how purple marks began to appear on his student's face, or rather near his eyes. These are the marks of the Sannin. Incredible. He was able to achieve this, even without toad oil. This is a huge achievement. He has collected an incredible amount of chakra. Moreover, no one has been able to learn the perfect sage mode before him. Only the sage of the 6 paths. Jiraiya thought. Naruto. You can stop. You have learned the Sannin mode perfectly. Now you are rightfully considered the Sannin of Myaboku, Jiraiya said proudly. Really? Uzumaki was surprised. Really? And now, let's proceed to the last, 4th stage. Toad Taijutsu, said the Sannin. At this time in Konoha. In the village, everyone was doing their own thing. Children were playing with each other, someone was helping their parents. Someone was working. In general, almost every resident of the village was busy. At this time, several shinobi were finishing patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire. "Okay. Let's report that everything is clear," said one jonin and headed towards the village. But his path was blocked by a tall, red-haired man in the Akatsuki cloak. "It can't be," the shinobi managed to say before a black rod pierced his chest. At that moment, two other shinobi jumped on Akatsuki. Holding him, one of them looked at the latter. "Got it. I have to report this to Hokage-sama." The shinobi thought and rushed towards Konoha, but it was too late. The red-haired man pushed the two away from himself and began to pull the last one. As soon as there was a meter left to the Konoha man's head, Akatsuki extended his hand, in which he held a black rod. The last thing the shinobi saw were two purple eyes, with concentric circles around the pupil. Commentary on Part 42. The end of training and the attack on Konoha. The part is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 43. The destruction of Konoha and the arrival of Naruto, . So, you have learned the perfect Sannin mode. The Sannin began, but that's not all. In order to enter this mode, you must be absolutely motionless. But because of this, you will become easy prey for the enemy, so you must learn to collect natural chakra in motion. Unfortunately, you can't do it alone. Either Fukasaku-sama or Shima-sama can help you with this, the white-haired one finished. "So, they will be on my shoulders, like you did during the battle with Nagato?" Uzumaki asked. "You're right," Jiraiya answered. "You'll have to train a little with one of them to use it in battle. Besides, you can accumulate much more natural chakra in hermit mode than I can. This is a huge plus, since you can stay in this mode much longer," the Sannin said. "Understood. By the way, where is Fukasaku-sama?" "He should be helping me, as you said," Naruto asked. "I'm here," a voice was heard behind Uzumaki. Naruto turned around and saw Fukasaku. "Excellent. Fukasaku-sama, you don't need me here, so I'll be going." "Naruto, good luck with your training," Jiraiya said, heading towards the house. "Thank you," Uzumaki answered. "So, Jiraiya told you the essence of the training?" Fukasaku asked. "Well, he said that you, Fukasaku-sama, should sit on my shoulder and collect nature chakra so that I can enter sage mode on the move," Naruto answered. "That's right. Let's begin," the toad said and jumped onto Uzumaki's shoulder. After saying that, Fukasaku put his two palms together and tried to unite with Naruto. A few seconds passed before Fukasaku flew off Uzumaki's shoulder a few meters away. "Fukasaku-sama. Are you okay?" Naruto worried. "Everything is fine. But this is something new. Let's try again," the toad said and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder again. Having made the seal once again, he again tried to unite with Uzumaki, but failed, after which he flew off again, but this time to a greater distance. Getting up, Fukasaku said, "It looks like nothing will work out for us." "Why?" Naruto was surprised. "Apparently the Ninetales is rejecting our synchronization with you. Because of this, I won't be able to help you," the toad answered sadly. "I see," Naruto said thoughtfully. "Fukasaku-sama, what if I create clones that will collect natural chakra while I fight? In theory, what they manage to accumulate will go to me, right?" Uzumaki asked. "Not a bad idea, Naruto." "Well, try it," Fukasaku said. Uzumaki nodded and created 3 clones that began to collect natural chakra, while the original just stood. A few minutes later, purple Sannin marks appeared around each of their eyes. Naruto dispelled one of them and purple marks appeared around his eyes. "Excellent. So we have found an alternative to our unification. Only your method has one significant drawback," Fukasaku began. "In open areas, it will be difficult to hide a clone from the enemy. But I think with your genius, you can do it. And now, let's find out the limit of clones that will collect natural chakra, the toad finished. Within an hour, Naruto learned that the maximum number of clones collecting chakra is 4. Your limit is 4 clones. Not bad. Your mode lasts about half an hour. With clones, it will be 2.5. Not bad at all, considering that neither I nor Shima will help you. You have every chance of defeating Nagato, Fukasaku summed up. I think your training is complete. You have broken all of Jiraiya's records. You have become a full-fledged Sannin of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku said proudly. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama, Naruto said. At that moment, a red toad approached Naruto and Fukasaku. Fukasaku-sama, we have a problem, she said. What happened? Naruto asked. Our messenger who reported to the Hokage about your training died. His name disappeared from the toad board, the toad answered. Something happened in Konoha. Naruto said thoughtfully. I have a bad feeling, Fukasaku said. Shima is not far from Konoha, collecting herbs. I think she has enough power to transport us to the village. Naruto, we are going to Konoha. And warn Jiraiya, Fukasaku said. Got it, Naruto said and headed towards the house. Ask Shima to take us to Konoha, Fukasaku said and followed his student. At this time in Konoha. Kakashi. You've mastered the Uchiha clan's Sharingan well. I'm surprised how well you wield it. But that's not enough to defeat me, Nagato said, holding a nail in his hands, which he was about to throw at Kakashi. Your end has come, copy ninja, the red-haired man said and threw a nail at Hataki's head. He absorbed it with Kamui, but spent all his chakra. Well. It seems my time has come, to die with a pure heart. Kakashi thought, Obito. Rin, Hataki began to remember his friend. Kakashi. No matter what anyone says in Konoha. I think you're a great jonin. I'll die. But I'll give you my eye, and I'll see what you see. This is my gift, for your promotion, Obito said, lying under a huge stone. Obito. I'm afraid this is all I can show you. Hataki thought, I couldn't protect Rin. I didn't keep a single promise I made to you and Rin. Forgive me. Obito, Rin. And Sensei. Kakashi appeared in front of the fire, near which there were 2 large logs, on one of which a man was sitting. Kakashi immediately recognized who it was and sat down next to him, on the other log. Kakashi? Is that you? The same man asked. Yes, father. It's me, Kakashi answered. Well? Will you tell me your story? It's very long and boring, Hataki answered. It will take a long time to tell it, father. Come on. I don't mind, Tsukumo answered, go ahead. At that time, Konoha. In the sky was the silhouette of a man in an Akatsuki cloak. He raised his hands up and said, Shinra Tensei. After that, a huge wave of air rushed towards the village, destroying and killing everything in its path. A few moments later, only a huge crater remained from Konoha. As soon as the dust cleared, huge clouds of the former smoke appeared. As soon as the wind carried them away, Naruto appeared before Nagato's eyes, standing on Gamabunta's head, with Gamahiro and another toad standing on either side of him. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima were next to Naruto. Shima-sama, we asked to be transported to Konoha, Jiraiya began. This is Konoha, all Shima said was. Konoha? Everyone present asked again. Yes, look over there, Shima pointed to the mountain with the Hokage's faces. What happened here? Everyone asked. Commentary on Part 43. The destruction of Konoha and the arrival of Naruto. The part is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 44. The battle with pain, . What happened here? everyone asked. Could it be? Could it be that Nagato did this? Naruto asked. Apparently so, Fukasaku answered. I only felt this amount of chakra when Naruto entered perfect Sannin mode, and during the battle with Pain. Naruto began to scan the village territory for survivors. Unfortunately, only those who were protected by Katsuya and those who were on a mission during the attack survived. Uzumaki still caught the familiar chakra and immediately understood who it was. His face became gloomy. Jiraiya-san. Near the mountain with the Hokage's faces. Tsunade-sama is lying, she has severe chakra depletion. Go to her and find Sakura. She will help if something happened. And I will deal with Pain, Uzumaki said angrily. No, Naruto. I will deal with him myself. After all, I am his teacher and I set him on the wrong path. Go and help Tsunade, Jiraiya said, putting his palms together. Okay, but if anything happens, call me, said Naruto and was about to leave, when he saw Sasuke in front of him. Naruto? Have you been here long? Asked the brunette. No. A few minutes ago they came and saw this, Uzumaki pointed to what was left of Konoha. So you don't know who did this? Asked Uchiha. We don't know for sure, but we have a guess. We think Nagato did it, answered Uzumaki. Nagato? He showed up here so soon. Uchiha was taken aback. Since he came so quickly, it means he is confident in his victory. We need to come up with a plan, Sasuke said thoughtfully. I suggest you and Jiraiya-san go to Tsunade-sama. Find Sakura. I feel that she is alive, and take her to the Hokage. As soon as you finish, come to me. During this time, I will fight Pain or his allies, said Naruto, walking in the direction where he felt a huge chakra. Arriving at the place, he saw Nagato, who had seen Uzumaki's arrival from the very beginning. Here you are. You will answer to me for what you did to the village, Uzumaki said angrily. Nine Tails. You came into my hands yourself. I thought it would be much more difficult, said Nagato, whose Rinnegan was sparkling in his eye sockets. Don't even think that you will be able to defeat Konoha so easily, Naruto said angrily. At that moment, Nagato folded the summoning seals and a huge rhinoceros appeared from the smoke. Naruto was a little taken aback, then pulled himself together and destroyed it with a giant Rasengan. Then a dog and a bull followed. But Fukasaku and Shima used genjutsu and stopped them. At that time, Gamabunta and Gamahiro entered the battle with him. Nagato ran at Uzumaki and tried to hit him. Naruto rushed towards him and pretended to miss. Nagato thought that this was his chance, but then he felt a blow to the face, causing him to fly several meters. Getting to his feet, Nagato said. I see. So you became a Sannin and learned Jiraiya-sensei's techniques. Well, that's commendable, but it's not enough. I heard you want to achieve peace. But look at what you've done. You killed many people. Among them were children and old people. Do you really think this is peace? Naruto asked, forming Rasen Shuriken. You can't judge a forest by looking at one tree. You are unable to understand the true meaning of peace. Do not resist. Your death will bring peace to this mortal earth, Nagato said mysteriously. I don't care what you say. What you have done cannot be peace at all. Naruto shouted and threw a technique at the red-haired man. Nagato responded by absorbing the technique. It looks like you won't give up. Well, that's your choice, Nagato said and pounced on Naruto with a kunai in his hands. Uzumaki simply parried the blows, as the speed was great even for him, considering that he was in Sannin mode. But at one point Naruto almost missed a blow to the stomach. Deciding to retreat, he jumped back 10 meters. Nagato noticed that Naruto slowed down and said, You've slowed down noticeably. Apparently you don't have much natural chakra left. Sannin mode will soon run out. And there's no time to call clones yet. We need to prepare. Naruto thought to himself. Uzumaki pounced on Nagato again and tried to use Rasengan with the Kitona element on him. Having formed the technique, he swung at the enemy, but he dodged with extraordinary dexterity. After that, the opponents continued to fight with kunai. About 10 minutes passed like this and Sannin mode completely ran out. Naruto's Sannin mode disappeared. We need to merge with it as soon as possible. Shima said to Fukasaku. I'm afraid that's impossible, Fukasaku admitted. Why? Shima was surprised. The thing is, the Nine Tails is rejecting our synchronization, Fukasaku answered. At that time, Nagato rushed at Naruto, saying. Well then. Now it's my turn. After that, Naruto and Nagato began to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Pa, how will Naruto enter Sannin mode then? Shima asked. He created several clones on Myaboku and made them collect natural chakra. The scroll that is now on his back is intended for transporting the clones here, Fukasaku answered. Naruto took off the scroll and threw it towards Fukasaku, saying. Fukasaku-sama, I'm counting on you. It will be ready in a moment, the toad answered and summoned a clone of Naruto. Naruto, everything is ready. Fukasaku shouted. At that moment, Nagato raised his hand with a black rod in order to strike Naruto right in the chest. But Uzumaki managed to dispel the clone and enter Sannin mode. Having parried and broken the rod with his hand, he kicked Nagato several dozen meters away from himself. Uzumaki created a clone, and then a regular Rasengan. Having struck the ground with it, he created a cloud of dust, leaving the clone in it, and he himself jumped up, forming a Rasengan in order to strike Nagato from a blind spot. Of course, Nagato did not buy this and said. Shinra Tensei. After that, Naruto flew several dozen meters. But, out of nowhere, one of Pain's bodies appeared. Oddly enough, it was one of those bodies that Naruto, Jiraiya and Sasuke destroyed in Amigakure. He grabbed Naruto and began to suck out the natural chakra. Commentary on Part 44. The Battle with Pain. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 45. Hinata's death and Naruto's wrath, Pain's body twisted Naruto's arms so that he couldn't move. After that, he began to suck out the natural chakra from Naruto. I can't move. Naruto thought to himself. I need to think of something. I remembered. Now I'll take advantage of my immobility. Uzumaki thought and began to collect natural chakra, since he was motionless. After a couple of seconds, Pain's body began to expand and resemble a toad. Nagato was taken aback by this and decided to step back. Then, the body began to turn into stone. How did you do that? Nagato asked. No one can resist natural chakra the first time. Uzumaki said. Nagato only managed to think before Naruto freed himself. Well. I hope there won't be any more bodies. Naruto asked rhetorically. Only you and I are left. One-on-one. At this time, Shima and Fukasaku decided to use their genjutsu. Nagato noticed this and said. The same trick works on me twice. After saying this, the red-haired man extended his hand in order to pull both toads to himself. Naruto noticed this and took out a kunai from his pouch, soaking it with Kitona's chakra. Uzumaki tried to cut Nagato's hand, but he stopped the technique and managed to pull his hand back. While Naruto was doing all this, he created one clone so that it would accumulate natural chakra. He did this in order not to waste time transporting the clone from Mount Myaboku to Konoha. While the clone was gaining natural chakra, Naruto tried to fight Pain. A few minutes passed and Nagato was finally able to deceive Naruto. Making a feint, he twisted and hit Uzumaki in the back, causing him to fall on his stomach. Without wasting time, Nagato stuck his black rods into Naruto's palms. Having endured unbearable pain, he asked, "What are you? Why are you doing all this? Why?" "In this situation, I don't mind talking," Nagato said mysteriously. "Are you interested in why I'm doing this?" "I doubt that anything will change if I tell you. Although if I explain everything, then maybe you'll understand," Nagato began. "My goal. To do what Jiraiya-sensei couldn't do. It's to bring peace to this mortal earth." "Bring peace? Justice? Stop talking such nonsense. You won't be able to achieve this by killing people. With the weapon that you want to create from the tailed beasts, you'll only make things worse. You destroyed a huge number of people and you think that you can talk about peace?" Uzumaki began to shout. "If so, then tell me, what is your purpose in life?" Nagato asked coldly. "The same as yours. Bring peace. But in a different way." "Not by killing," Naruto answered. "And how will you do that? Think about it, now, I killed many people. Many of them had children, parents, friends, and loved ones. They will hate me. They will want to kill me. Well, they killed me, so what? What about my friends? Acquaintances, parents? They will want revenge and kill the culprit of my death. And so on ad infinitum. This is called the circle of hatred, which will never end," Nagato began. "Next. Now, I did to your village the same way as you did to mine. And why on earth do you have more right to talk about peace?" Nagato asked. "What are you talking about?" Naruto did not understand. "Are you talking about the Third Shinobi World War? About how the great countries fought on the territory of Amigakure?" "I know about that. But do not forget that at that time, you found your teacher, Jiraiya-san. At this time, Hinata and her team came from the mission that the Hokage gave them. Since the mission was in a neighboring village, but very far from Konoha, they did not see and hear what happened in their home village. Everyone saw what was left of it. It was a huge crater that Nagato created with his technique." What happened here?" Kiba was surprised. "Apparently something incredible," Shino said. Hinata swallowed and decided to use the Byakugan in order to scan the area. As Hyuga looked around the area, her eyes widened. Kiba and Shino noticed this and decided to inquire. "Hinata, what is it?" Kiba asked. "Why there," Hinata's voice trembled, "the entire village was destroyed. Most of the inhabitants are dead. Jiraiya-sama and Sasuke-kun are fighting the blue-haired girl in the Akatsuki cloak. And NAR, Hinata wanted to say, but she saw what she was most afraid of, Naruto was fighting pain alone. But at the moment, he can't do anything, since his hands are chained to the ground with pins. He's talking to him in a raised voice. We need to help him," Hyuga said and rushed towards Naruto and Pain. At that time. "Yes, you're right. But," Nagato began, but a barely audible rustle behind him didn't let him finish. It was Hinata, who decided to come to Naruto's aid. Uzumaki saw this and he felt something strange in his chest. Some kind of tingling. He was afraid for Hinata. "Hinata? What are you doing here? Go away. You can't handle him," Naruto shouted. Cruel. To mock someone like that, who already had everything bad in life, Hinata thought to herself. Reinforcements? There's no point. I've already won, Nagato said coldly. Hinata. Get out of here, you can't handle him. Naruto shouted. I know, Naruto-kun. I chose this myself. And I will not back down, Hyuga said. You tried to protect me many times. Now let me help you too. Before, I always just watched you from the shadows. But I got tired of it and went out into the light. After you. I was always chasing you. I tried to keep up with you, hoping that someday I would be able to walk next to you. I am ready to die, protecting you. And all because I love you. A person, having known love, risks knowing hatred. I will show you this. Nagato said and used the attraction technique and lifted Hinata up. Hinata! Naruto shouted. Nagato lifted the Hyuga's body up and slammed it into the ground with force. Through the roar, Naruto heard an unnatural crunch. He immediately understood what it was, since he had heard it many times in childhood. Not only did he hear it, but he also felt it. It was the sound of breaking bones. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine as he saw through the clouds of dust that Hinata was bleeding from her mouth. He was simply speechless and unable to speak. Not from fear of his own death, but from fear of the death of someone close to him. Hinata still got to her feet and tried to hit Nagato, which he did not allow her to do, lifting her up again. He put out his right hand and a black rod came out of it, which he pierced Naruto with. As soon as Hinata landed, he stabbed this rod into her stomach area. Seeing this, Naruto became enraged, and his pupils changed color from blue to a bright purple with a vertical pupil. But before that, in an instant, before Uzumaki's eyes appeared a picture of how he first saved Hinata from bullies when he was going to the library. How he saved her again when he returned to the village and she was kidnapped by the Kumogakure Shinobi. As soon as these memories ended, he turned into a fox, with 4 tails. Commentary on Part 45. Hinata's Death and Naruto's Wrath. The part is ready. I hope you like it, enjoy reading. Part 46. The battle with Nagato continues and the meeting of father and son, equals. Commentary on Part 46. The battle with Nagato continues and the meeting of father and son. The part is finished. I hope you like it, enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write an opinion about the FF and put likes. Naruto released 4 fox tails and began throwing huge stones at Nagato, which he fought off with his techniques. Some time passed like this, until Naruto, or rather the 9 tails, began to release a larger number of tails, until it reached 7. Around Naruto there was a strong purple chakra, which took the form of the 9 tails. On top of it, bones began to form. Nagato smirked. Do you hate me? But know that my pain is many times stronger than yours. Nagato said, striking Naruto, or rather the 9 tails. In response, he began to send clots of chakra at Nagato, which pain fought off with Shinra Tensei. Is that all the vaunted 9 tails can do? Nagato said with a grin. But at that time, the fox made a much larger clot of chakra and threw it at pain, causing him to fly several hundred meters away. Getting to his feet, he said. Not bad. But that's not enough. Nagato began running around the fox and using techniques with which he brought down huge stones on him. After some time, he decided to finish Naruto off and threw a boulder at him, 40 times larger than the previous ones. It fell on the fox, but he was able to get out of it, after which he hit Nagato with such force that he flew a huge distance, crashing into a mountain. Barely climbing out of it, Nagato said, Chibaku Tensei. After saying this, he directed chakra into his right palm, causing a black sphere to appear there and head high into the sky. Death Star, said the red-haired man. Pieces of rock, earth, and all living things that were nearby began to be attracted to this sphere. The fox tried to resist this, but could not, because Nagato directed part of his chakra at him, which is why the 9 tails was covered with a huge amount of rock and pulled towards a huge ball that hung above the ground. Halfway to this star, the 9 tails broke free and tried to destroy it. But it did not work, because Nagato directed more and more chakra there, which is why it became larger and larger. The fox was pulled towards this ball and crushed by a huge number of large rocks. After some time, Nagato stopped feeding chakra into the technique. The nine tails is in my hands, thought Nagato. At this time, in Naruto's subconscious, Naruto was lying half submerged in water and images of his recent battle with pain appeared before his eyes. Flashback. How are you going to establish peace? Nagato asked, answer me. End flashback. At that moment, Uzumaki felt a burning pain all over his body. But he could neither move nor say anything. As soon as the pain started, Naruto tried to get up. First on all fours, then on his knees, and only then was he able to stand up normally. After that, he grabbed his head. I don't know. I don't know. What should I do? Uzumaki asked himself. After that, one of his eyes turned black, then the other. After a few moments, they began to glow with a purple, bright light. Uzumaki headed towards the cage behind which the nine-tails sat. Coming close to it, he was picked up by a stream of liquid that was always in his subconscious and raised to the seal. Reaching out for the seal, he tried to remove it, but he did not succeed. Someone's hand intercepted his hand, which prevented him. In a moment, Naruto's eyes became normal. He began to look around in confusion until he saw a tall man with blonde hair. The fox immediately recognized who it was and said angrily. The fourth. The click of the newcomer did not let him finish. After the click, Naruto and the blonde found themselves in a white room, where there were no boundaries or walls. Who are you? Uzumaki asked the question that interested him. Don't you know who I am? The third didn't tell you about me? The blonde asked again. No. Naruto answered confusedly. Then, the man turned his back to Uzumaki and pointed to the inscription that was on his white cloak. The inscription read, Shadow of Fire of the Fourth Generation. Why you? Are you the fourth Hokage? Uzumaki asked, dumbfounded. Yes. But I thought that my son would know the history of Shinobi very well, the blonde said with a grin. What did you say? Naruto asked again. I thought you would know the history of Shinobi very well, the fourth answered as if nothing had happened. No. Before that, Uzumaki said. Oh, you mean about this, the fourth began, I said that you are my son, Minato said with a smile. Father? Naruto was surprised. Yes, Naruto, Minato said in a sad voice. I have a few questions for you, Uzumaki said. Go ahead. I will listen and try to answer, Namikaze answered. Okay. Why did you seal the fox inside me? Naruto asked about what had been bothering him for a long time. Because you are my son, Minato began, but Naruto did not let him finish. Yes, I am your son, so what next? Why didn't you choose someone else? Uzumaki asked. You interrupted me and misunderstood. I sealed the nine tails in you because I knew you could harness its power. The blonde replied. Is that true? Naruto was surprised. Of course. Before I died, I knew you could do it, the fourth replied. Okay. Next question. Do you know who attacked the village 16 years ago? Uzumaki asked. I don't know his name. The only thing I remember is his orange mask with one slit for his eyes, Minato replied. Yeah. I heard about one of the Akatsuki members who wears a mask. Could it be him? Naruto said. Maybe. So, what's your next question? The fourth asked. Well, I was wondering about Akatsuki, I heard about it. Now I'm wondering how you ended up in my subconscious. Naruto said. When sealing the nine tails, I, in addition to the nine tails itself, sealed my chakra and your mother's chakra. I appeared because the seal was almost destroyed. Your mother will appear and help you defeat the Kyuubi if you break the seal, Minato answered and began to become transparent, which meant that his chakra in the seal was over. Apparently my chakra is over. It is only enough to restore the seal. From now on, do not remove it unless you are ready. And now, by Naruto, and good luck in your fights, Minato said and returned to the cage, after which he restored the seal and completely disappeared. Thank you, Father, Naruto said and emerged from his subconscious. Part 47. Victory over Nagato and the transfer of the eyes, equals. Commentary on Part 47. Victory over Nagato and the transfer of the eyes. I decided to please you with a larger chapter here. Enjoy reading. While Naruto and Minato were talking, the Nine-Tails became covered in skinless flesh and managed to make a hole in the sphere where it was recently sealed. As soon as Minato fixed the seal, the Nine-Tails disappeared, leaving behind a huge cloud of white smoke. As soon as it dissipated, Naruto appeared before Nagato's eyes, standing on that very sphere. He was in sage mode. He was able to suppress the Nine-Tails within himself. Pain was surprised. But how? At that moment, Nagato's technique began to collapse and huge rocks began to fall from the sphere. Naruto jumped on them and descended to the ground. Because the Nine-Tails took control of me, my chakra flow was disrupted, and there were no clones left to gather chakra. I'll have to use the chakra I have left, Naruto thought to himself. He's already in Sannin mode. And he's strong. I was ready to meet the Nine-Tails power face to face. But I never thought he'd be able to break out of the Death Star, Nagato thought. Naruto wanted to do something, but an unpleasant picture appeared before his eyes. He saw what happened before he turned into the fox. Or rather, how Nagato killed Hinata. I completely forgot. Hinata's there. What's wrong with her? Naruto began to worry, but he felt, albeit weak, Hinata's chakra. Phew. She's alive. There's nothing to worry about now, I can fight Nagato. Uzumaki calmed down. At this time, Team 10, under Guy's command, moved towards Naruto in order to help him. But Neji noticed the unconscious Hinata with his Byakugan. I see Hinata-sama. We need to help her immediately, Hyuga said and sped up his run. A few seconds later, he and the team arrived at Hinata. Tenten immediately rushed to her and, looking at her, said, "She's wounded, but not fatally. We need to get her to a medic immediately, otherwise she'll die from blood loss." Fukasaku and Shima noticed them. "We'll help you," Shima said. "Go to the village, you will only hinder Naruto in the battle," Fukasaku said. "You are," Guy was taken aback, "you are the sages of Mount Myaboku, aren't you?" The Jounin asked. "You are right. It is us. But now, we are going to Konoha. More precisely, to what is left of it," Fukasaku said in a sad voice. "At this time. It is time for us to end this," Nagato said angrily. "Have you begun to understand pain at least partially? Without knowing pain, you will never understand people. And even if you understand, it does not mean that they will be able to understand you." "That is the truth," Nagato said. "Enough chatter. Let's get started," Naruto said. "Your hermit mode. It is strong," Nagato said, advancing towards Naruto. Taking a black spike from his hand, he ran at the Uzumaki and raised his hand to strike, but Naruto dodged and threw it at the huge stone that was behind him. Naruto created 2 clones and began to form Rasen Shuriken. The clones jumped up and threw a smoke bomb. Throwing the technique at the enemy, Uzumaki thought. When I fought him, I noticed something. After using the repulsion technique, there is a slight delay. About 2 to 3 seconds. I think I can take advantage of this, thought Naruto and pounced on Nagato, who was preparing to use Shinra Tensei in order to reflect the technique that Naruto had thrown at him earlier. As soon as the technique was within a radius of 5 meters, the red-haired said, "Shinra Tensei." After that, Naruto's technique disappeared. After that, the clones headed towards Nagato and tried to attack him, but the red-haired dodged and, having struck them, jumped up. 2 seconds left. And I'll finish him, thought Nagato, and landed on the ground. As soon as he got to his feet, a huge number of clones began to appear around him. But for this, Naruto had to exit the Sannin mode, since there was a high risk of losing control over the natural chakra. By this time, Nagato could already use his technique, which he did the next moment. As soon as all the clones dissipated, leaving no original, Nagato was surprised. There was no original among them? But where is it then? Thought Nagato, until he heard a deafening crack from behind. It was Naruto, who created Rasengan with the addition of Kitten. What kind of chakra is this? It clearly does not belong to the basic elements. I have never seen anything like this. This technique is much more dangerous than the one he used before, thought Nagato. Since he didn't know how the technique worked, he thought Naruto would be able to throw it. That's what killed him. Having felt the technique on himself, he flew a huge distance, comparable to what he flew when he missed the Nine-Tail strike. Having crashed into a mountain, he broke almost all the bones in his body, which meant that the fight was lost. Naruto decided to approach him. Since the technique affected the cellular level, burning the cells, it caused huge damage, from which no one could heal. Not even Tsunade. In general, Nagato's life was coming to an end. As soon as Uzumaki approached the red-haired man, he asked, "What kind of technique is this?" "This Rasengan, the technique of the fourth Hokage," answered Naruto. "No. During the battle with Jiraiya-sensei, his Rasengan changed sizes. Yours seem to have acquired an element," Nagato said in a weakened voice. "Oh, you mean that? This is an element that only I have." "It's called Kitten," said Uzumaki. "I see. Let me ask, did you find the answer to my question?" asked the red-haired man. "You mean the circle of hatred?" clarified Uzumaki. "Ahem. Yes," Nagato answered, clearing his throat. "I think I found it. You said that the circle of hatred cannot be broken. But what prevents you from simply enduring the pain and not taking revenge?" Naruto said. Cough cough cough. "Yes. You're right, I didn't think about it. I didn't even consider that option," the red-haired man admitted. "I will atone for my sins and resurrect those who fell from my hand and Konan's hand." With these words, Nagato folded his hands and said, "Demons," he was interrupted by someone's hand that grabbed his hand. "Nagato. You'll die after using this technique. Especially in your condition and the chakra you have left," said a female voice. It was Konan, who was apparently convinced by Jiraiya and Sasuke. "Konan. I've committed many sins. Let me atone for at least one," the red-haired man asked. "He'll die? So this technique is incredibly chakra-intensive?" Uzumaki asked. "You're right. Nagato would rather die from chakra exhaustion than from the injuries he received in the fight with you," Konan said. If I give him enough chakra, will he survive?" Uzumaki asked. "And Naruto, I don't think you have enough chakra to prevent my death. It seems. This is my destiny," the red-haired man said. "Let me at least try. I'll tell you when it's time to start," Naruto said, and began to enter Sage mode in order to give Nagato the necessary amount of chakra. Since Uzumaki was quite tired from the battle with Nagato, he entered the mode longer than usual. As soon as he finished, Naruto put his palm on Nagato's shoulder and he began to receive natural chakra. Uzumaki tried not to overdo it, so as not to kill Nagato. As soon as the red-haired man said the name of the technique, his chakra began to rapidly deplete and Naruto did not have time to transfer chakra to him. In the center of the crater that remained after the destruction of Konoha, the head of some demon appeared and green rays began to fly out of it. At this time, Sasuke stood near Kakashi's body. In the Uchiha's eyes was the Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke managed to become attached to his first teacher and his death was able to awaken the next stage of the Sharingan in the Uchiha. A green beam entered Kakashi's body. In Kakashi's subconscious. That's my whole story. I think it's time for me to go with you, Hatake said, but his fate decided otherwise. A green beam of light crashed into him. Tsukumo realized what was happening and said, "Your time has not come yet." "Until next time," was all Kakashi's father managed to say before his son disappeared. Present. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes and saw his own student in front of him. It was Sasuke. He also noticed that in the center of the village there was a head of some demon and beams of light were flying out of it. Sasuke. Do you know what this is? Kakashi said in a hoarse voice. Kakashi-sensei? I thought you died. Uchiha was surprised, but pulled himself together. I died. But this light resurrected me. So Naruto defeated pain? Asked Kakashi. Yes, was all Hatake heard before losing consciousness. At this time, Nagato's hair turned white and Naruto began to give more chakra, but it did not lead to anything. As soon as the technique ended, the red-haired man began to cough and spit blood. I couldn't, said Naruto. Don't worry. Cough. You did enough. I resurrected everyone I killed. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to do even half of it, Nagato consoled the guy. After saying this, he began to cough even harder and said, I bequeath my eyes to you. You deserve them. Not like me. I've done a lot of bad things. Killed a lot of people. I don't know where I'll go after my death. But I hope you won't step on my path. And now, Conan, goodbye. Nagato exhaled and his gaze became cloudy. Nagato, said Conan, barely holding back her tears. It's my fault. If I had used a normal Rasengan, he would be alive, Naruto said mournfully. It's not your fault. Nagato would have died anyway. He has a chakra disease that was gradually killing him. So you are not to blame for his death, Conan Uzumaki reassured. We need to bury him. By the way, Conan-san, what about Jiraiya-san? Uzumaki asked. He went to the village. He explained to me that I had taken the wrong path, just like Nagato. I will bury Nagato in Amigakure. I will return when the eyes he bequeathed to you are transplanted into you. Until then. Goodbye. After saying this, the blue-haired girl turned into thousands of pieces of paper and disappeared in an unknown direction. Only one piece of paper remained. There was something written on it. Naruto picked it up. Without reading it, he headed towards Nagato's body and sealed it, then ran to the village. When he arrived, he saw how the people killed by Nagato's technique were crawling out from under the rubble and were surprised at how they remained alive. Seeing Sasuke standing on Kakashi, he asked, How is Kakashi? He's fine, just unconscious. We need to get him out and deliver him to the medic Nin, Uchiha said. Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes and saw the Manjikyu Sharingan there. Sasuke. You have, the Manjikyu Sharingan, Naruto was surprised. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Looking around, he saw a shard of a mirror and looked into it. Looking into it, he understood Uzumaki's surprise. Deactivating his Sharingan, he said. Naruto, help me get Kakashi-sensei out. Uzumaki came up and began to clear away the debris, as did Uchiha. Having pulled the teacher out of the rubble, they headed toward Sakura, who was nearby. Chapter 48. I transplant, equals. Commentary on Chapter 48. I transplant. The part is ready. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to leave reviews. Since Sakura was not far away, Naruto and Sasuke, along with the body of the unconscious Kakashi, got to her in less than 10 minutes. Arriving at the place, Naruto's eyes met the following picture. Sakura was kneeling in front of Hinata's body and put her hands on her body. Haruno's palms glowed green, like all melee nin. "Sakura, how is Hinata?" asked Naruto. The pink-haired girl began, "She doesn't have much chakra. And she lost a lot of blood. She needs to restore her chakra," finished Haruno. "Chakra?" asked Uzumaki. "Well, I don't have a problem with that. Especially in Sannin mode," said Naruto. What did you say?" surprised everyone present, including Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Sasuke and Shikamaru with Shikaku. "I mastered hermit mode. And Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan." Naruto surprised everyone even more. "You said she needs chakra? How much is needed?" Returned to the topic Uzumaki. "It is desirable to completely restore her chakra." "Can you?" Haruno answered. "Of course." Naruto answered and made the necessary seal. Entering hermit mode in 5 minutes, he placed his palm on Hinata's shoulder and began to pour chakra into her. "I replenished her chakra reserves. Is that enough?" Uzumaki asked, exiting hermit mode. "Yes. That's enough. All that's left is to wait for her to wake up," Sakura answered. "Sakura. Kakashi-sensei needs medical attention," Sasuke said. "Put him on the ground, I'll try to help with something," Haruno said in a commanding tone. Sasuke put the teacher on the ground and stepped back so as not to interfere with the medic's work. After examining Kakashi, the pink-haired girl said, "Nothing terrible happened to him. He has overwork from using the Sharingan. We need to give him time to rest," Sakura reassured everyone. At that moment, Naruto remembered something. It was a note that Konan left for him. He decided to deal with it later. "Well, since everyone else is okay, I suggest we return to Konoha." Haruno suddenly became sad. "We agree," everyone present said. Naruto approached Hinata and took her in his hands. Everyone went to what was left after the destruction of their native village. About half an hour later, everyone was near the village. Imagine Uzumaki's surprise when he saw how many people were greeting them. The whole village was there. As soon as they saw the team, or rather Naruto himself, they began to congratulate him. Iruka was among them. "I didn't even think that he would be able to defeat the one whom Jiraiya couldn't defeat. I shouldn't have disliked him. Now I understand why he became so strong. It's all his perseverance and goal to protect his friends. Despite the fact that he was hated in the village, he didn't give up. I'm proud of him," Iruka thought. The third. The fourth. "Forgive me. I should have helped him, not hated him." At this time, Zetsu, who was sitting nearby on a tree, was watching all this. Who would have thought that someone would have the strength to kill pain? "I need to report this to Tobi immediately," Zetsu thought and merged with the tree. A couple of hours passed and all the shinobi who could work were gathered together. Naruto and Yamato ended up in the same team. They would build houses while the others would clear away the rubble of buildings destroyed by pain. "Yamato-san, Mokutan takes a lot of chakra, right?" Naruto asked. "You're right. I don't have that much chakra, but I control it well, so it's not a problem for me to create a couple of buildings," Yamato answered. How can I help?" Uzumaki asked. "Only if you clear away the rubble of old buildings in the place where I will build new ones." The Jonin took him away. "Got it." After saying this, Naruto created several dozen clones that began to clear away the rubble. Several hours passed like this. The evening came. During this time, Yamato built about 30 large buildings, which could accommodate all the inhabitants of Konoha. Of course, they would all have to squeeze in, but soon, the village would return to its previous state, if not better. But first of all, a hospital was built, where all the wounded were placed, of which, by the way, there were enough to fill it. "Phew," Yamato exhaled, "I think that's enough for today. I need to rest a little." Okay, said Naruto, leaving in an unknown direction. On the way, he unfolded that note and began to read. Naruto, I want to tell you a secret. Nagato was an Uzumaki, just like you. It was because he belonged to this clan that he was able to control the Rinnegan in both eyes. Since you also belong to the Uzumaki clan, I have no doubt that you will be able to master both eyes. Even if not both, then one for sure. These eyes will give you great power. Even if it is one eye. Many, after receiving this power, become arrogant and pursue the path of lies and murder. Try not to stray from your path and move towards your goal. Achieve what Nagato, Yahiko, and I could not achieve. Conan. After reading what was written, he folded the sheet of paper and put it in his pocket, after which he went to the hospital, where he assumed Sakura should be. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Sakura packing her things. She had finished her shift and was heading home. Naruto approached Haruno and said, Sakura. She turned around and was surprised. And Naruto? Asked Haruno, what are you doing here? Did something happen? The pink-haired girl started to worry. Calm down, I'm fine. I need your help as a medic, the guy calmed Sakura down. Well, what do you need? Asked Haruno. I need to transplant Nagato's eyes, Naruto began. Sakura was shocked by this. But Uzumaki began to explain, this is his wish. I talked to him before he died. He wants me to fulfill what they couldn't, finished Uzumaki. Aren't you afraid that Akatsuki can take control of you with these eyes? The pink-haired girl asked. No. I don't think they were lying to me. And I have Kyubi inside me, which prevents you from casting a subjugation technique on me, Naruto replied. If you think so, I will help you, Sakura said. Where is the Rinnegan? I sealed Nagato's body in a scroll. I did not immediately remove the eyes, since there was a risk of damaging them. I think you understand this yourself, Naruto said, taking out the scroll. I understand. Follow me to my office. We will perform the operation there, Haruno said, heading to her office. Naruto silently followed her. Arriving at the office, which by the way was quite large, Uzumaki saw 2 couches and a table on which there were instruments. Naruto, unseal the body on one of the couches, and you lie down on the other, Haruno said, putting on a medical gown and gloves. Naruto silently did what he was told. Having laid down on the couch, he began to wait for Sakura to begin the operation. Having finished, Sakura went to the couches and asked. Ready? Yes, Naruto answered briefly. Sakura began the operation. First, she removed the eyes from Nagato's body and placed them in a flask with some liquid. After that, she did the same with Naruto. His eyes, she also placed in flasks with liquid. After that, she began to implant the Rinnegan into Naruto's eye sockets. An hour later, the operation was over and Sakura bandaged Naruto's eyes so as not to strain his new eyes. Phew. I'm done. Don't take off the bandage until I allow you to do so. I'll drop by every time and check the condition of your eyes, Sakura said. Got it, Naruto answered briefly. By the way, where should we put Nagato's body? The pink-haired girl asked. Seal it in the same scroll I opened it from. Give me the scroll. I'll give it to Conan. She wants to bury him in Amigakure, Uzumaki answered. Okay, Sakura said and did what Naruto asked and handed him the scroll. Thank you, Naruto thanked her. Should I walk you home or are you going to get there on your own? I'm just on my way home, Sakura asked. If it's not too much trouble, Uzumaki said. Okay. Wait a bit, I'll wash the instruments and put them away, then we'll go, Haruno said. 20 minutes later, they left the hospital. They reached Naruto's house in silence. Well, here we are. Don't forget what I told you about the new eyes, Haruno said. Okay. See you later, Naruto said goodbye and headed to the door of the house. Bye, Sakura answered and headed to her house. Closing the door by touch, Naruto lay down on the bed. He fell asleep right away, as he was very tired fighting with pain. Chapter 49. Choosing a new Hokage, Commentary on Chapter 49. Choosing a new Hokage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. 3 days passed. All this time, Sakura came to Naruto and checked Naruto's new eyes. On the 4th day, the pink-haired girl came to check Uzumaki's eyes again. Naruto heard a knock on the door. Come in, he said. The door opened and Sakura entered Naruto's house. Approaching Uzumaki, she said. Oh, Haruno greeted. Oh, Naruto answered. Any complaints? The girl asked. No. Only if it is inconvenient to do something with bandaged eyes. But I think these are trifles, Naruto answered. Okay. Lie down on the bed. I'll check your eyes, Sakura said. Naruto silently walked up to the bed and lay down on it so that it would be convenient for Sakura to check his new eyes. A few minutes later, she finished checking. You can take off the bandage in 3 or 4 days, Sakura said. His new eyes take root quickly. Usually, this process takes at least a month, but for him, it's a little over a week, Haruno thought. Great. Is there any way to speed it up? Naruto asked. Tomorrow, I'll be able to help you with the help of Irie Ninjutsu. Now I'll go, I have things to do at the hospital, Haruno answered. But if you're lucky, you'll be able to use the new dojutsu this evening. Thank you, Naruto thanked. Bye. Yeah, Sakura replied and headed to the hospital. At the moment when Sakura was leaving Naruto's house, Hinata, who had recently been discharged from the hospital, was passing by. Sakura? What was she doing at Naruto-kun's? She's a medic. Maybe something happened to him, thought Hyuga and decided to go to him. It wasn't far from home and she reached it in a few minutes. She knocked on the door and, hearing permission, entered. Hinata, is that you? Naruto was surprised. H-O. Answered Hyuga. Uzumaki was sitting in his room and didn't come out, since it was a little problematic. Hinata decided to follow the voice coming from the room. Arriving there, she saw Naruto sitting and looking out the window. Have you been discharged yet? Naruto asked for the sake of decency. Why yes. Answered Hyuga. Why are you sitting at home? I thought you were supposed to be on a mission. Asked the white-haired girl. In response, Naruto turned to face the girl, revealing a blindfold. What happened? Why do you have a blindfold on your eyes? Hinata was scared. Did pain do all this? No. Calm down. I'll just have new eyes soon. Much better than the old ones, Naruto answered. New eyes? Why? Your old ones seemed fine. Hyuga didn't understand. Yes, everything was fine with the old ones. But Nagato bequeathed his Rinnegan to me. Why not use his gift? Uzumaki answered. Will you have Rinnegan? Hinata was taken aback. Yes, Naruto answered briefly. And when will you be able to use your new eyes? Hinata asked. Sakura just came to see me and checked my eyes. She said that if I'm lucky, she will speed up the process of accepting the eyes tonight. And tomorrow I will train in mastering them, Naruto answered. Rinnegan. For a shinobi like you, this will be the strongest ability. Hyuga said thoughtfully. And what about you? You got hit harder by Nagato than I did. When I was coming back from Konan and pain, Sakura was healing your wounds. She said that you lost a lot of blood, asked Naruto. Me? Well, generally good. There is a little weakness, but I think it will pass soon, answered Hyuga. Oh, and one more thing. She said that you needed to restore your chakra and I gave you so much chakra that I restored your entire reserve completely, Uzumaki added. Thank you, Hinata thanked. Do you remember anything before Nagato injured me? Hyuga decided to ask the question that interested her. You mean when you protected me? Naruto clarified. Well. Why yes, Hyuga answered, preparing for Naruto to either forget it or refuse her. Yes, I remember, he answered calmly, you said then that you love me. Why yes. It was like that, Hinata answered worriedly. Listen, Uzumaki began and Hinata prepared herself for Naruto's refusal. I have the same feelings for you, the guy admitted. Hinata was taken aback by this and took a step back. Really? Hyuga asked again. Yes. Back during the second stage of the Chunin exams. You were fighting Niji then. I didn't understand what it was then. And only recently did I understand, Naruto answered. And Naruto-kun, Hinata began to cry with happiness. I fell in love with you from the moment you saved me from the bullies. It was a long time ago. Even before the academy, Hyuga said. Naruto remained silent and walked up to Hyuga and hugged her. Thank you, Naruto said when Hinata began to calm down. For what? Hyuga didn't understand. For believing in me. Recognizing me for who I am, Naruto explained. Hinata decided to remain silent and pressed herself closer to Naruto. They stood like that for 5 minutes, then 10, and Hinata said. Naruto-kun. There are rumors in the village, the girl began. And what are they? Naruto asked, stepping back. In short, they are going to choose a new Hokage, Hinata answered. Why? Tsunade-sama is still Hokage and hasn't chosen a successor, Uzumaki didn't understand. The thing is, the white-eyed girl began, that after Pain's attack, she suffered and is now in very bad condition. Jiraiya-sama told me. He said that you yourself sent him to the Hokage when you first returned to the village, Hyuga answered. I remember that. But then I thought that she simply lost a lot of chakra, Naruto admitted. Do you know who the next Hokage will be? Uzumaki asked. They say that it will be Danzo. I only heard that he was an elder, and then he left the position, Hinata said. Danzo. That's very bad, Naruto said thoughtfully. Why? Hyuga asked. Do you know what root is? Naruto began. Root? No, I don't know, Hinata answered. It's a special ANBU unit that reports not directly to the Hokage, but to the one who holds the position of head of this organization. It was founded back in the days of the third, Uzumaki said. So what? Danzo doesn't control the root, does he? Hinata didn't understand. That's exactly what it does. They have their own training methods. Let's say one of them. To become a full-fledged member of Root, you have to go through a very difficult training that kills all your emotions. In general, everything, Naruto began, its essence is to kill your best friend, with whom you went through all these hardships, shared food on missions, Naruto finished. This is terrible, Hyuga said, dumbfounded. If he becomes Hokage, then Konoha will have a hard time. Being the head of a squad that does not obey and does not report to the Hokage, he did a lot of bad things, which are bad to even talk about. One of these things was the attack on the third, Uzumaki continued. So that's why most of the residents speak badly of Danzo. Hinata guessed. Okay, we dealt with Danzo. Do you know when the meeting of clan heads will be? Asked Uzumaki, and who will be a candidate besides him? I don't know, answered Hinata. As long as the candidates were Kakashi-sensei or Jiraiya-san, said Naruto. Hinata didn't answer. So, silently, they stood for several minutes, until Hyuga remembered something. Oh, I completely forgot. I told my father that I would go straight home. I ran, said Hyuga, and hugged Naruto one last time and left. Naruto was left alone. It was already noon, and there was little time left until the evening. Several hours passed, Naruto still did nothing. He heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said. Sakura entered the Uzumaki house. "Oh. Well, are you ready to use your new eyes?" asked Sakura. "Yes," answered Naruto. "Then lie down." "Now I will heal your eyes," said Haruno. Naruto did what he was told. Sakura approached him and removed the bandage so that Naruto's eyes were closed. She brought her palms to Uzumaki's eyes and directed chakra there, causing them to glow green. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. "You can open your eyes, but slowly, so they can get used to the light," Sakura warned her friend. "Okay," Naruto said and opened his eyes, then squinted from the light, which seemed bright to him. There was no Rinnegan in his eyes, which greatly surprised Sakura. "Is there discomfort or anything like that?" Haruno asked. "No discomfort. But when I opened my eyes, everything was too bright," Naruto said. "It's normal. It will pass in a while," Sakura said. "By the way, you don't have Rinnegan in your eyes. Just normal eyes." What? Naruto was surprised. "Here, look for yourself," with these words. Sakura handed Uzumaki a mirror. Naruto looked into it and was stunned. "Where is the Rinnegan?" Naruto thought. "Maybe it's just not activated?" Naruto guessed. "Sakura, can I direct chakra to the eyes?" "I have one guess," Uzumaki asked. "Yes, try," Haruno answered. Naruto nodded and directed chakra into his eyes, as planned. A moment later, he saw the reflection of the Rinnegan in the mirror. But not like Nagato's, but gray. He looked at Sakura. "Sakura. I'm not imagining it, am I?" Uzumaki decided to ask. "You have the Rinnegan." "Gray," Haruno said, "founded." "So it's true," Naruto said and deactivated the Rinnegan. Part 50, Danzo's failure and the passage of the Kumogakure Shinobi, Commentary on Part 50, Danzo's failure and the passage of the Kumogakure Shinobi. The part is ready. The word Gakage appears in this chapter. Please do not report a mistake to me, since it is not one. Enjoy reading. Several days have passed since Naruto's eye transplant. All this time, Naruto trained with Sasuke in order to learn how to control his eyes. But unfortunately, he mastered only one crude technique, Shinra Tensei. Naruto trained at the training ground, in the hope of mastering a few more techniques. At one point, he sensed the chakra of several shinobi unfamiliar to him. He turned off the Rinnegan and threw a kunai at the place where he assumed the shinobi were, having previously soaked the kunai in futon, which increased its penetration. It flew past the head of one of them. Feeling danger from Uzumaki, they came out of the shadow of the tree with their hands raised. "What are you doing here?" Uzumaki said menacingly. "We are in peace." "Decided to watch how the hero who saved Konoha trains," said a tall blonde, who, judging by her appearance, was the commander. "I don't believe it." Naruto noticed Kumogakure bandages on them. Without asking, he pounced on them with a kunai soaked in keton. Hey, what's wrong?" said the dark-skinned guy with white hair, who was younger than the blonde. "You are from Kumo. Have you come for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan again?" Uzumaki blurted out angrily. "Yes, we are from Kumogakure, but we did not come for the Byakugan," the blonde answered. Naruto moved behind the third, red kunoichi and put a kunai to his throat. "Then what is the purpose of your arrival?" asked Uzumaki. "The Raikage sent us to notify the Hokage about the meeting of the 5 Kage," the team commander answered. "How can you prove it?" said Naruto. The girl remained silent and reached into her pouch. No tricks. If you pull something like that, your comrade will die. I am not responsible, since you are on Konoha territory, warned Uzumaki. The blonde nodded and took out a small scroll, after which she handed it to Naruto. He removed the kunai from the red-haired girl's neck and took the scroll, then unrolled it. After reading the contents, his face changed, becoming more cold-blooded. So, Tsunade-sama is currently injured and is in the hospital, Naruto said. The Hokage is in the hospital, the three asked in unison. Yes. After the Akatsuki attack, she suffered. I will take you to the one who was nominated as a candidate for the post of the next Hokage, Naruto said, meaning Kakashi. He found out that he was nominated for the post of Hokage only the previous day, so he had no doubt that Hatake would do everything as expected. We agree. Who will be at the Gakage meeting? Asked the blonde. It doesn't matter. And now, follow me, Naruto said and headed towards the village. The Kumo shinobi followed him. A few minutes later, they came to a small building where, according to Naruto's assumption, Kakashi should be. Knocking on the door, he heard. Come in. Opening the door, he saw Kakashi, who was sitting at the table and reading his favorite book, which he knew by heart. Oh, Kakashi-sensei. You have guests here, Naruto said and pointed at the three shinobi standing behind him. Oh, the three said at the same time. Why have you come? As I see, you are from Kumogakure. What brings you here? The ash-haired man asked. Reikage-sama ordered us to hand over this scroll to Hokage-sama, but you will be in her place, the blonde said. Okay. Give it here, Kakashi said. The girl nodded and reached into her pouch to get the scroll that Uzumaki had recently been reading. Hatake took the scroll that was handed to him and began to read it. When he finished, he said. Since I am not Hokage yet, and I may well not become one, I ask you to wait for you until tomorrow in order to give you an exact answer about what was in the scroll. Okay, the blonde agreed. Live. You will live for now in a small inn that we recently built. Naruto will take you to her, Kakashi said. Okay, the girl said. Is that all? She decided to ask. Yes, that's all, answered Kakashi. Got it. Goodbye, they said goodbye and left the building. Her subordinates and Naruto followed her. As soon as they left the room, Naruto said. I apologize for my behavior. This is because Konoha is still weak after the battle with Akatsuki. And recently there was an attack by the shinobi of your village on the Hyuga clan. We understand. It's our own fault. We should have gone straight to the deputy Hokage, said the guy from Kumo. Forget it. So where's the hotel? Asked the red-haired Kunoichi. Follow me, said Uzumaki and headed towards the building they needed. The three followed him. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a 2-story building that served as a hotel. We've arrived. I think you'll figure it out yourself, said Uzumaki. Quite. Thank you for your help, the girl thanked, and yes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Samui. This is Karui, she pointed at the red-haired girl, and this is Omoi, the girl pointed at the guy. You probably know, but I'll introduce myself. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. Nice to meet you, he extended his hand to Omoi, who shook it. I'll be going. I have things to do, Uzumaki said and headed in a direction unknown to the Kumogakure shinobi. Naruto was heading towards the training ground where he had been training until recently. Arriving at the training ground, he began training his Rinnegan again. Several hours passed, and a meeting of the clan heads was held regarding the selection of a new temporary, and perhaps permanent Hokage. This took place in the new residence that Yamato had built a few hours ago. Let's start by discussing the next Hokage of our village, Shikaku said. Who is nominating which candidate? Nara asked. Danzo, who was also sitting at the meeting, was the first to raise his hand. I nominate myself as the new Hokage, he began. I was a student of the second and a friend of the third. I think that's enough for me to receive the title of Kage, Shimura finished. Who will nominate another candidate? Shikaku asked. I propose Kakashi Hatake for the role of the sixth, Inoichi said. He distinguished himself in the Third and Second Shinobi World Wars. He has a huge number of techniques and knowledge in reserve. He knows how to obtain information peacefully. After this phrase, he glanced sideways at Danzo, who was sitting calmly, although in his head he was cursing the member of the Yamanaka clan. He also has a Sharingan, which gives him enormous strength, the blonde finished. So, who can nominate someone else for the role of Hokage? Shikaku asked. After a minute of waiting, he said, raise your hand for Kakashi to become Hokage. Almost everyone raised their hands, except for Danzo. I think the answer is obvious. Kakashi Hatake becomes Hokage, said Nara. I want to take the floor, said Kakashi, who was present at the meeting. Since I am now Hokage, I have one thing to tell you. Today, a few hours ago, 3 Kyomogakure shinobi arrived in the village with a message from the Raikage about a Gakage meeting to discuss Akatsuki, said Kakashi. A 5 Kage meeting? Inoichi was surprised. Yes. As far as I know, I need to get 2 bodyguards. I will do this tomorrow, since the council is in a week. It will be held in the Land of Iron, as on neutral territory, said Hatake. Is that all? Shikaku asked. Yes, the ash-haired man answered. If so, the meeting is over, said Shikaku, and a few minutes later everyone left the residence. Part 51, Hiking to the Land of Iron, equals. Commentary on Part 51, Hiking to the Land of Iron. The part was short, I apologize for that. Enjoy reading. The next day, Naruto slept for quite a while, as his Rinnegan training took a lot of chakra and strength. He barely woke up when he heard a knock on the door. Who brought me here? Uzumaki thought, getting out of bed and getting dressed. Having finished, he went to the door and opened it. There stood an Anbu in a lion mask. Hokage-sama is calling you, he said without greeting. He says it's important. Okay, I'll be there soon, Naruto said, and the Anbu disappeared. Naruto collected the shinobi equipment in a few minutes, which included kunai, explosive seals, smoke bombs and much more. As soon as he finished, he headed to the residence. 10 minutes later, he was in front of the entrance to the Hokage's office. Having knocked and heard permission, he entered. Sasuke was in the office, and Kakashi was sitting at the table. "Oh Kakashi-sensei," Uzumaki greeted, "as I understand it, you have become Hokage?" "Yes, now I am the 6th Hokage," answered Kakashi. "Okay. Let's get down to business. As you remember, yesterday the Kyumo shinobi came to our village and gave us a scroll with a message from the Raikage," the ash-haired man began. "You read the scroll, right?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, I read it." "I apologize for that," the Uzumaki said. "You have nothing to apologize for, Naruto," Hatake said. "So, in 2 days, we are heading to the Land of Iron, for the Gakage meeting." "The 5 Kage meeting?" Sasuke was surprised. "And for what purpose is the Raikage calling the meeting?" the Uchiha asked. "About Akatsuki," Kakashi answered. "Collect all the shinobi equipment. Take as much of everything as possible. Maybe Akatsuki will show up for the meeting," the 6th warned. "Good. And what time will we leave?" Sasuke asked. "As I said, in 2 days. We meet at the gates of Konoha at dawn," the ash-haired man answered. "Got it. Is that all?" Naruto asked. "Sasuke, you can go, and you, Naruto, stay. I will give you one task," Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded and left, and Uzumaki, as he was told, stayed. What task? Naruto asked. Warn the Kumogakure shinobi that I will come to the meeting. That is all I want to tell you. Now you are free, you can go, Kakashi said. Hi. Naruto said and disappeared behind the office door. He immediately went to the hotel where he took the Kumogakure shinobi. It was not far, so he got there pretty quickly. He found the right room and knocked on the door. A white-haired guy named Omoi opened the door for him. Naruto? He was surprised. Yes. The Hokage said that he is leaving for the Gakage meeting. You can return to Kyumo and warn the Raikage about this, Uzumaki said. And when is he leaving? Asked Omoi. In 2 days at dawn, said Naruto, that's all I had to say. Understood. I'll tell my people and we'll go to the land of lightning, said Omoi. I'm going, said Naruto and left. 2 days passed. Naruto woke up before dawn to have time to collect everything he needed. After preparing, he ate. It was time for dawn and he headed towards the gates of Konoha. After some time, he was at the place he needed. Kakashi was already there, waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to arrive. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto greeted. "Oh Naruto," Hatake answered. "All that remains is to wait for Sasuke." "No need to wait for me. I'm already here," a voice was heard behind the ash-haired man. It was Sasuke, who came right after Naruto. "Well. Since everyone is here, let's move out. It's 3 days' journey to the land of iron, so we need to push a little," Kakashi said and headed towards the exit from the village. Several hours of travel passed, and Naruto noticed that they were being pursued by several unknown shinobi. He approached Kakashi and Sasuke, who were walking a little ahead. "Kakashi-sensei." "Sasuke," Uzumaki began, "I think you noticed that we are being followed," Naruto said. "We noticed it too. I suggest we say openly that we have identified them," Uchiha said. "Agreed," Kakashi agreed, after which he said, "We have noticed you. You cannot hide." After that, 3 shinobi in strange masks came out of the bushes that were not far from the trio and attacked Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi. Naruto killed one with Shinra Tensei, from which the enemy flew into a tree branch and it pierced his chest. Sasuke used Chidori and pierced the stomach of the second. And Kakashi got by with a kunai, with which he cut the throat of the third. "Why did they pursue us?" Hatake said thoughtfully. "Perhaps they were not following us, but you." "Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke began, "you are the Hokage, after all," the Uchiha said. "Perhaps. Okay, let's continue on our way," Kakashi said, and everyone headed to the land of iron. 2 days later, they found themselves near the entrance to the land of iron. This was not a country of shinobi, but of samurai, who knew how to use chakra. But shinobi use it to create techniques and much more, and samurai direct it into a sword, thereby making it sharper. At the entrance stood 2 samurai, who, noticing the trio, asked, "Who are you, and what is the purpose of your arrival?" "Shinobi of Konohagakure. I am the 6th Hokage, and they," Hatake pointed to Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing behind him, "are my bodyguards. The purpose of our arrival is the 5 Kage summit." "Come in," one of them said, and cleared the way for them. The trio passed and headed towards the hotel, since there was a day left before the meeting. Having booked 1 room for 3, they began to wait for the next day. Part 52. The 5 Kage Summit, equals. The next day, Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto went to the residence, where it would take place. On the way, Kakashi began to explain where the bodyguards of all the Kage would be. "Naruto, Sasuke," Kakashi began, "the thing is, you won't be behind me while the meeting is going on. There will be a 2nd floor in the office where all the bodyguards will be sitting. You can easily get out of there if a fight starts," finished the ash-haired one. "Got it," Uzumaki and Uchiha said at the same time. Then, they walked the whole way in silence. Having arrived at the building they needed, and then the office, they saw all the kage there, who were already sitting at the table. It was in the shape of half a circle. A little further away, there was room for one more person. By appearance, it was a samurai. It was a man, about 40 years old. It is unknown why, but his head was bandaged. Having looked at everyone, Naruto's gaze fell on Gaara, who was the Kazekage. For Uzumaki, this was not surprising, since he helped him in Suna when Akatsuki attacked him. After finishing their inspection, he and Sasuke headed to where all the bodyguards were. So, as I see, the composition of the Kage has changed a lot since the last meeting. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mifune, the leader of this country. I will be taking the neutral side, said the same samurai. I suggest everyone introduce themselves. Sobaku no Gaara. Fifth Kazekage, said the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed sword. Terumi Mei. Fifth Mizukage, said a woman with long red hair that reached almost to the floor and covered one eye. Anoki. Third Tsuchikage, said a small old man with gray hair. Hey. Fourth Reikage, said a muscular, dark-skinned man. Kakashi Hatake. Sixth Hokage, said Kakashi. Mifune nodded and said. Since the Reikage organized the summit, I suggest giving him the floor. Reikage-sama, you may begin. The council has gathered to discuss the Akatsuki group. The Reikage began. Yujito Ni was recently kidnapped from the village. She is the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Before that, my brother, B, who is the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, was attacked. They almost defeated him, but I came to his aid and saved him. I can say one thing. Akatsuki consists of very, very strong shinobi. AI said. Let me take the floor. Gaara began. A few weeks ago, I was attacked by Akatsuki because I am the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Sasori Akasuna and Deidara Tsukuri were killed during the battle. The shinobi of Konohagakure helped me in this. Or to be more precise, Sasuke Uchiha, Hatake Kakashi, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. They were the ones who contributed most to this battle. Sobaku no finished. Naruto Uzumaki? Isn't he the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Terumi asked. Yes, he is. Gaara answered. Then why did the Hokage send him on this mission? Mei asked. The fifth didn't know the full danger of this organization back then. Kakashi answered Mizukage's question. As I recall, Konoha was recently attacked with the goal of capturing the Nine Tails. Anoki said. You are right. It happened recently. Then the whole village was destroyed by the technique of the Akatsuki leader, Pain, said Kakashi, but we were able to rebuild the village. If we have a common enemy, and a very, very strong one at that, I propose creating an alliance of shinobi of all villages, said the Reikage. Alliance? Anoki was surprised. This will be the first time in the history of shinobi to create an alliance against such a strong common enemy. I think this is a good decision, said Mifune, who is for creating an alliance. He asked the question, addressing all the Kage. Everyone unanimously raised their hands. Decided. The alliance has been formed, Mifune began. Now we need to choose the head of the alliance. The old man said thoughtfully, I propose the Reikage for the role of commander. We agree, said everyone present, but at that moment, someone appeared in the office. It was Toby, who appeared from a portal. Everyone's gaze was directed at him. Who are you? Mei asked. My name is Uchiha Madara, the newcomer said. Uchiha Madara? Anoki was horrified. I met him when Hashirama Senju was still alive. He is truly powerful. Why are you collecting the bijou? The Reikage asked. For the sake of achieving peace, on this earth, Madara said and felt Naruto's chakra, "Oh, Naruto. You're here too. How do you like the power of the Rinnegan?" Akatsuki said with a grin. "He has a Rinnegan?" Everyone was surprised. "Yes, I have it. It's a gift from Nagato." Naruto's voice was heard from behind everyone. All the bodyguards came out with him. "Okay, it doesn't matter," Akatsuki began, "if we find a common language. Then I'll tell you about my plan." "What plan?" Hei asked. "Eye of the Moon," Madara answered. "Tell me more," Naruto said, "and yes, I recently found out that it was you who attacked Konoha 16 years ago." "Oh. You even found out that?" "Well, okay, it doesn't really matter," Madara said, "and the story about the plan?" "That will depend on your answer," Akatsuki said mysteriously. "Enough chatter. Speak faster." Reikage couldn't stand it. "Okay. The conversation will be long, so, with your permission, I'll sit down," Madara said. "Everything will be one with me. And all this will be my complete form." "HM. I heard something like that. If only I could remember where," Inoki said. "In the Uchiha clan, an ancient tablet is passed down from generation to generation, ever since the time of the Rikudo Sennin," Madara began. "It can be read by having the eyes of our clan. At the same time, an ordinary Sharingan sees only part of what is written there. The Manjikyu Sharingan sees more, but not everything. But the Rinnegan allows you to read everything." "The stone tablet? Rikudo Sennin? This is already ridiculous." That Tsuchikage wanted to say, but Madara interrupted him. "I am telling the truth. The stone tablet is still in Konoha, in the place where the Uchiha clan quarter was," he said. "What does the Rikudo Sennin have to do with your plan?" the Reikage asked. "The most direct," Akatsuki answered. "Madara Uchiha. You have Manjikyu, and one of the Akatsuki members was a carrier of the Rinnegan. Did you really read everything?" the Mizukage asked. "The Rikudo Sennin saved the world from one monster," Madara said. "A monster?" everyone asked again. "Yes. Gaara, a part of him is sealed in you, just like in Naruto. When all 9 Biju merge, you will get a Biju with the strongest chakra, the 10 tails," said Akatsuki. "But there are only 9 Biju," the Reikage said. "I told you so. The 10 tails is a combination of all 9 Biju, just as they are parts of the 10 tails. They are created from the 10 tails chakra. This was done by the Rikudo Sennin," Madara said. "I'm starting to guess why you're collecting Biju," Naruto said. "The Rikudo Sennin sealed the Jubi within himself, and after that he was considered a god, the savior of the world. But the 9 tails power was so great that it could escape after the death of the Jinchuriki. Fearing this, he made the Uchiha clan tablet and divided the Jubi's power into 9 parts." Akatsuki continued. "This is nonsense. No human can do this," one of the Reikage's bodyguards said. "After sealing the Jubi within yourself, you can gain superhuman strength," Madara said. "So you want to get this power? But what do you need it for?" Mifune asked. "To resurrect the 10 tails, and become its Jinchuriki himself," Madara answered. "But what will that give you?" Inoki asked. "With its help, I will improve the power of my eyes and activate a certain technique." "What is it? What are you planning?" Tsuchikage was taken aback. "I will reflect my eyes from the moon and cast a great genjutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. All people on the surface of the earth will fall under its effect. And then, I will be able to control all of humanity with this illusion. I will rid this world of wars. Go to. I will not give the world to someone like you." Reikage was furious. "A world created by illusion is nothing more than a deception," Gaara said. "Give me the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. Otherwise, there will be a war," Madara said coldly. war? We will not give you the Jinchuriki, said Gaara. Agreed, unanimously the Kage supported the Kazekage. Excellent. In that case, I declare the Fourth Shinobi World War, said Madara and disappeared into a spiral portal. Commentary on Part 52. The Five Kage Summit. The chapter is finished. Happy holiday to all. Part 53. An unexpected meeting, Commentary on Part 53. An unexpected meeting. Part is ready. Enjoy your forgiveness. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. After Madara used the portal, he moved to one of the Akatsuki hideouts. All the remaining members of this organization were there. Finally back, said Kisame, I'll start right away. I'm leaving Akatsuki, said Hashigake, surprising everyone here. Leaving? And why? Asked Madara. I think your plan is complete nonsense, the swordsman began, but I understand that you won't let me go just like that. You're right. We can't let you go, in order to avoid information leakage, said Uchiha. I'm tired of killing people for the sake of your plan, which is unlikely to succeed. Therefore, I will commit seppuku, said Kisame. Go ahead, said Madara coldly. Suetun, water prison, said Hashigake and released a stream of water from his mouth, after which it began to form a sphere of water, which Kisame was placed in. Summoning technique, bloodthirsty sharks, said the renegade and summoned 3 sharks that began to tear the shinobi's body apart. From the large amount of blood that flowed from Kisame's body, the sphere turned red and nothing was visible in it. A few seconds later, the sphere burst, painting the floor red. As expected, Kisame was not there. Itachi, who was watching this, turned to Madara and said, I'm leaving Akatsuki too. You too? I never expected it. The one who easily slaughtered his entire clan, albeit with my help. Okay. What will you let us see before you die? Madara said with a grin. Itachi remained silent and activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. Directing chakra into his eyes, he created a black flame, Amaterasu. Stepping into the fire, he stood silently. A couple of seconds passed and white smoke appeared with the characteristic sound of a shadow clone disappearing. A shadow clone? Madara was taken aback, then thought, I see. He created it before I arrived. Well, okay. He has nowhere to go. In Konoha, he is considered a missing nin, so they won't let him in, Uchiha said. At that time, the clone dissipated. It's good that I made it yesterday. They won't be able to find me. I need to go to Konoha to report to the Hokage about the current situation in Akatsuki, Itachi thought, feeling that his clone was gone. He slowed down a bit since the Gakage meeting had just ended and the Hokage would return to the village in 5 days if not sooner. Putting on his straw hat, he headed to the nearest village where, according to his assumptions, it was 5 kilometers away from his location. He reached there in an hour and a half. Approaching the village, he took off his Akatsuki cloak and burned it with Amaterasu. He went to the nearest shinobi equipment shop and bought himself clothes, which are not much different from other shinobi and equipment, which is always needed. After that, Itachi went to the hotel and booked a room for 2 days, since it was 3 days' journey to Konoha, and according to Itachi's calculations, the Hokage would arrive there in exactly 5 days. 2 days later, Itachi headed towards Konoha. He reached it in 3 days, as he had expected. He walked along the main road to Konoha and noticed Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto on the horizon. Itachi headed towards them. Kakashi, seeing the silhouette of a stranger, was wary, but Uzumaki and Sasuke recognized him immediately, since he had recently warned them that he would soon meet them in person. Itachi approached the 3 and took off his hat. Itachi? Kakashi was taken aback. Yes, it's me, Kakashi-san, the Uchiha answered, and seeing that the ash-haired man was taking out a kunai, He raised his hands up in order to avoid a senseless fight. I did not come to fight. If you want, I can tell you everything. And my brother and his friend will prove to you that I'm not lying, Itachi said coldly. Okay. And why did you come? Hatake said, putting the kunai in his pouch. I'll start by saying that I was in Akatsuki only because I was a spy for Konoha and reported everything to the third until he died, the elder Uchiha began. The fifth has known about this for 4 years now. You can look at file number 562. It's all written there in detail. I haven't been a member of Akatsuki for 5 days now. One more thing. Kisame Hashigake is also not listed there, just as he is not alive. He's dead? But who killed him? Everyone was surprised. He thought that Madara's plan, that is, Tobi, was nonsense, that it wouldn't happen. He committed seppuku, Itachi answered. I see. Kakashi said, nodding, then turning to Naruto and Sasuke. Is he telling the truth? He asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. When I left to look for Tsunade-sama, he came to us and told us that he was a spy. 3 days ago, he warned us that he was no longer one of Akatsuki, Naruto answered. After which he continued, but there was no word about Kisame's death, Uzumaki added. I wanted to report this personally, Itachi forestalled Kakashi's question. Okay. If you're not lying, your return to Konoha will be a good ace in our sleeve, Kakashi said thoughtfully. When I get to the village, I'll look into the matter you said, and if everything is as you say, I'll return your status as a jonin. I think the fifth has removed your status as a missing nin. Now let's go to the village. We're not far, Hatake said and headed to the village. Itachi nodded and approached Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, I heard a rumor that you have Pain's Rinnegan, the elder Uchiha said. Yes, it's true, but I've only mastered Shinra Tensei so far, Naruto admitted. Not bad. Not everyone can harness the power of these eyes. Especially 2 at once, Itachi encouraged Naruto. Where is Pain's body? It's in Konoha. Konan said that she would come back for him and bury him in Amigakure, but she never came, Uzumaki answered. She won't come. Tobi killed her when he found out that Nagato died. He thought that Konan took his body in Amigakure. He wanted to get that Rinnegan. But Konan didn't give away his location until the very end, and Tobi killed her. So that's how he knows that I have the Rinnegan, Naruto guessed. About the dojutsu. Sasuke's Manjikyu has awakened. How do you like the idea of swapping Sharingans? Why? Sasuke asked. You don't know? Itachi was surprised. Do you know about the Manjikyu's abilities? Yes. It gives 2 powerful techniques, Susanoo and Amaterasu, and several individual techniques, for example, Kakashi-sensei's Kamui, the younger Uchiha answered. Okay. Do you know about the side effects? Itachi asked another question. Blindness and chakra consumption? Sasuke asked again. Yes. Unfortunately, my eyesight is not as good as it was 3 years ago, Itachi said. I'm almost blind. And how can I overcome this? Sasuke was alarmed. Do you know what the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is? Itachi asked. Eternal Manjikyu? No, I don't, the younger Uchiha answered. There are 3 stages of Sharingan development: simple, 3-volume Sharingan, Manjikyu and Eternal Manjikyu. The latter differs in that it consumes less chakra and allows you to use the complete Susanoo, Itachi said. So, in order for you to regain good eyesight, you need the Eternal Manjikyu? Uchiha decided to clarify. Yes, Uchiha Sr. answered briefly. It will be a huge leap in enhancing the abilities of both of you, Naruto put in his word. I agree to exchange eyes, Sasuke said and asked, Naruto, who performed the operation to transplant your Rinnegan? Sakura. But then I spent almost a week in a bandage. I would have gone a little longer, but I asked her to completely heal my eyes, Naruto answered. His Rinnegan took root so quickly. It's strange. But he has the 9 tails, maybe it sped up this process. We'll have to walk around with bandaged eyes a little more, Itachi noted. Excellent. Sasuke, ask Sakura to perform the surgery on you, but only after Kakashi-sensei checks the necessary case about Itachi. Sakura will perform the surgery as soon as she is free, Naruto said and caught up with the teacher. Sasuke, have you used Susanoo? Itachi asked. Yes, but only in the skeleton form, I haven't gotten to the more advanced yet, Sasuke answered. Excellent. After acquiring the Eternal Manjikyu, you will be able to easily use Susanoo without much effort, but you will have to train to use the complete form, Itachi said. And have you used Amaterasu? No. I didn't dare, and I didn't see the need to use it, the younger Uchiha answered. Later, when we both acquire the Eternal Manjikyu, I will teach you, Itachi said and quickened his pace, giving a sign that the conversation was over. Half an hour later, Kakashi, Itachi, Sasuke and Naruto came to the gates of Konoha. There stood Hinata and Sakura. As soon as they saw Naruto and Sasuke, they flew up to them, but unlike Sakura, Hinata had the opportunity to hug Naruto. Which she did, to which Uzumaki responded. As soon as she pulled away from Naruto, she noticed Itachi. She activated the Byakugan. Uchiha noticed and said, Naruto, explain to her that I am in peace. Ah, I completely forgot. Hinata, I think you realize that it was Itachi. There is no need to worry, he was originally on a mission, a Konoha spy who infiltrated Akatsuki, Naruto explained. Well, since you say it, Naruto-kun, then I will believe you, said Hyuga, deactivating the Hyuga clan's dojutsu. Sakura, I need your help, identical to mine, Uzumaki said, turning to Haruno. Are you talking about an eye transplant? Sakura decided to clarify. Yes. All the details to Sasuke and Itachi. They will tell you about it later, said Naruto. Okay. Is there any news? Asked Kakashi, who was standing all this time. Oh yeah. This news is very good, said Sakura and seemed to glow from within. What happened? The ash-haired man was surprised. Tsunade-sama woke up, answered the pink-haired girl. Excellent. We'll just go to her. More precisely, I'll go, and at the same time I'll ask about that matter. And you are free for now, said Kakashi. Good, said Naruto after the departing Kakashi. 10 minutes later, Kakashi was in the Konoha hospital, opposite the ward where Tsunade was lying. Knocking on the door, he heard. Come in. Opening the door, he saw Senju with a tray of food. She ate with a huge appetite. Although what to expect if she was unconscious for more than a week? Oh, Tsunade-sama, the ash-haired man greeted, how are you? Oh Kakashi. Or should I call you, Sixth? Tsunade asked mockingly. I'm fine, I'm just really, really hungry. Call me whatever you want. I came on business, Kakashi began. And for what reason? Asked the blonde. First, I want to ask, are you going to return to the post of Hokage? Asked Hatake. Yes, I am, answered Senju. Good. You probably already know, but I was at the Gakage meeting, said Kakashi. Yes, I know. And what happened there? Asked Tsunade. What happened? The Fourth Shinobi World War, answered Hatake. After hearing this, Tsunade dropped the chopsticks she was eating rice with. Having come to her senses a little, he asked. Who are our allies? Rock, cloud, mist and sand, answered Kakashi. All the great countries? Tsunade was taken aback. But who is our enemy? Akatsuki, answered the ash-haired man. And they are brave, since they challenged us, the blonde said thoughtfully. They are confident in their victory, since they have 6 bijou. We have 3. The 1-tailed, the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Considering that the 8 tails Jinchuriki found a common language with his bijou, it gives us a huge increase in our chances of winning. Well, I guess we can discuss this later. There's something else interesting, Kakashi said. What is it? The 5th was surprised. Kisame Hashikage is dead, the 6th answered. Dead? And who was able to kill one of the 7 swordsmen? Tsunade asked. That's the point, he died by his own hand. He left Akatsuki by committing seppuku, Kakashi said. Very interesting. Is there something else? Senju asked. Yes. Itachi Uchiha wants to return to the village. He said something about some case where everything is written about his mission to infiltrate Akatsuki, about the extermination of the clan and much more, Hataki said. I didn't tell you. Itachi is telling the truth. He sent Naruto and Sasuke 3 years ago with a file where everything is written. Since I haven't fully recovered yet, can I ask you for something? Asked the blonde. Yes, you can, answered the ash-haired one. Can you make this file public and restore Itachi's Jonin status? Asked Tsunade. Okay. But there's one more thing, decided to ask Kakashi. What else? Tsunade was surprised. Did you know that Naruto now has the Rinnegan? Asked Hataki. Does Naruto have the R-Rinnegan? The 5th was taken aback. How long has he had these eyes? Since Pain's attack on the village. Nagato bequeathed his eyes to him, answered Kakashi. But that's not all. Around the same time, Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu. Since Itachi is now in Konoha, Naruto suggested that they exchange eyes and acquire the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, added Kakashi. Eternal Manjikyu? This will be another ace up our sleeve, Tsunade said. Who will perform the operation on them? Sakura Haruno. They trust her the most, the ash-haired man answered. Then everything is fine. You can go. I will soon return to the Hokage post, Tsunade said. Good. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said and left the room, after which he headed to the residence. Part 54. Conversation with the Tailed Beast, equals. Commentary on Part 54. Conversation with the Tailed Beast. The chapter is ready. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. 2 days have passed. Tsunade has fully recovered and returned to the post of the head of Konoha. Kakashi, as he was asked, announced Itachi's case and he was calmly accepted into the village, although some were not very happy with Hiruzen's easy consent to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. There was no negativity towards Itachi, since he was simply carrying out a mission. At this time, Sakura was in her office. She was the best medic, who was almost equal to Tsunade herself, so she was given her own office. She sat and filled out several documents about visitors by appointment. When she heard a knock on the door. Come in, she said. A moment later, 2 Uchiha were standing in her office. Sasuke-kun? Itachi-san? She was surprised. Oh, Sakura, Sasuke said. Good afternoon, Itachi greeted. Did you want something? Asked Haruno. Yes. Remember when we first returned to Konoha? Naruto told us about the eye surgery? Sasuke said. Yes, I remember, the pink-haired girl answered. Can we ask you to help us find the eternal Manjikyu? Itachi asked. And how? The girl was surprised. Itachi and I just need to exchange our eyes. Can you do that? Sasuke asked. Yes, Sakura answered briefly. When will you have free time? The elder Uchiha asked. Well, right now I'm free and I won't be busy for the next 3 hours. I can fulfill your request right now, Sakura replied. We would be grateful, Itachi said. But can I ask for one more thing? What is the request? The girl asked. Can you use medical ninjutsu on our eyes? So that they will take root faster. After all, the war is coming soon. Itachi said. Yes. Wait 10 minutes, I will gather everything we need, and we will start the operation right away, Sakura said and got up from her desk. Okay, the Uchiha said at the same time. Sakura left and left the brothers in her office. 10 minutes later, they were already on the operating table. Another half hour passed, and Sakura began to use medical ninjutsu to quickly take root the Uchiha's eyes. Having finished, she said. I'm done. You can open your eyes. After hearing this, the brothers opened their eyes. In each of their eyes, the eternal Manjikyu was shining. Sasuke's looked like a six-pointed star, but in the middle of each beam, a black oval was added. Itachi also had minor changes. His eternal Manjikyu was distinguished by a circle. Do you have any discomfort? Asked Sakura. No, the brothers answered at the same time. Itachi, has your vision returned? Asked Sasuke. Yes. I haven't seen everything so clearly for a long time, Itachi answered, turning off his Sharingan. Sasuke did the same. Thank you, Sakura, thanked Sasuke. You're welcome, she answered. Sakura, when can we try out our new eyes? Itachi asked. I have completely healed your eyes, you can go right now, there will be no consequences, answered Sakura. Excellent. Thank you again, said Itachi and headed for the exit. Sasuke nodded to Sakura and also went out. The brothers went to train, and Itachi went to teach his brother. Naruto was walking with Hinata all this time. She remembered something and said. Sorry Naruto-kun, but I have to leave. I promised my father that I would come to his training. And it will start soon. I don't mind. If it is important to you, then go, said Uzumaki. Thank you, said Hinata and hugged Naruto, after which she headed towards the Hyuga quarter, which had already become larger in size than the old one. I need to try something, thought Naruto and headed to his house. Half an hour later he was at home. He entered his room and sat in the lotus position. He wanted to enter his subconscious. He did it almost instantly. He appeared in a place familiar to him, in front of the cage. He was immediately greeted by the voice of the fox. Finally deigned to appear for no reason? Did he really decide to take my power? The nine-tailed fox said in a voice that would send shivers down anyone's spine, but Naruto had lived with it almost since he was born and was used to that voice. Do you want to get out of here that much? Naruto asked. I understand that sitting in a cage for almost 17 years is very boring or something. You can't understand this, you people do everything only for your superiority and strength. You, worthless ones, who imagine yourselves to be gods, Kyubi said angrily. I was hated in Konoha all my life. I was able to defeat pain and they recognized me, Naruto answered. You were hated only because there is a bijou inside you? The fox asked, although he saw everything through Naruto's eyes. Yes, Naruto answered. But it seems to me that they were afraid of me not because they feared for their lives, but for the lives of their loved ones. That can't be. People are so insignificant that they are ready to do anything in order to survive, the fox said angrily. Can I ask you a question? Uzumaki asked. Hm. You are my first Jinchuriki, who asked if it is possible to ask something, Bijou said in surprise. What did you want to ask about? How long ago were you born? I understand that you have been alive for quite a long time, since your Jinchuriki was Mito Uzumaki. How long have I lived? Already a long time. It is easier to say that I have lived since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths, answered Ninetails. So Madara did not lie at the meeting? Asked Uzumaki. He was telling the truth. And yes, it is not Madara, added Fox. I myself guessed as much. When I fought with Pain, I met my father, the fourth, and he said that it was this masked man who attacked Konoha, said Naruto. This masked man does not have such powerful and dark chakra as the real Madara, said Nine Tails. Can I ask about something else? Naruto asked. Go ahead, the Bijou answered. Do the tailed beasts have names? Uzumaki asked. Why you're the first one to think of something like this. There was no one before you who was worried about this, Kyubi said, founded, yes. The tailed beasts have their own names. Can you tell me their names? Naruto asked. Okay, the fox said and began, the one-tailed. His name is Shikaku. You met him 3 years ago, when Suna attacked Konoha because Orochimaru deceived them. The two-tailed. Her name is Matatabi. Her Jinchuriki is Niyujito, who was recently captured by Akatsuki. The three tails. Isabu. His Jinchuriki was the former Mizukage, Yagura. The four tails is Son Goku. His Jinchuriki is Rushi. The five tails. Kokuo. The Jinchuriki is Han. The six tails. Saiken. Jinchuriki Utakata. Missing Nin. Seven tails. Chome. Jinchuriki Fu from Hidden Waterfall. Eight tails Gyuki. Jinchuriki Killer Bee from Cloud. Well, me too. Kurama, finished Kurama. I remember. And how do you contact the 8 tails and 1 tails? Asked Naruto. You just need to touch the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, and if the Jinchuriki agrees, he will let you into his subconscious, where you can talk to the tailed beast, answered the fox. Thank you. As I said earlier, are you tired of sitting in one place for almost 17 years? Naruto asked again. To be honest, yes, Kurama answered. I will try to find the key to your cage. And I will try to free you, Naruto said. Apparently he is the one my father spoke of before his death, the Nine Tails thought. I will wait, Kurama said and wanted to do something else, but Naruto interrupted him. I have one more request. What is it this time? The Nine Tails asked. Can I take your chakra? But only in extreme cases, Naruto asked. Take it. But just tell me, why do you need my chakra? The fox asked. For the protection of all my friends and loved ones, Naruto answered without hesitation. Okay, take it if you need it, said the fox, and now. I want to sleep, added Kyubi and threw Naruto out of his subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes. Kurama. I'll remember, thought Naruto, and now, I need to go train, thought Naruto and went to the nearest training ground. Part 55. The first meeting with Killer Bee, Tsunade was in Kumogakure, in the Raikage's office. There was no one else there. Raikage-sama, can I ask you for something? Asked Senju. Speak to Tsunade, said Hei. Your brother, B, has complete control over the power of his tailed beast, right? Began Tsunade. Yes, that's right, answered the Raikage. I want your brother to help Naruto learn to control the power of the Nine Tails, said Tsunade. Smart, said the Raikage, if he learns to control Kyubi, he will become an invincible shinobi of your village. Do you think I'll agree? I understand everything, but this is not for the sake of the village, but for the sake of winning the war against Akatsuki, said Tsunade. Okay. Our village has one place that cannot be found on the map. We will send Naruto and B there, said I. Once, B and I trained there. Several days passed and Tsunade was sitting in the residence, and Naruto was standing in front of her. Naruto, I have a very difficult task for you, said the fifth. And what is this task? Asked Naruto. I will send you to Kumo so that you can learn to control the Nine Tails, said Senju. The power of the nine tails? Naruto was surprised and entered his subconscious. All this time he had been training to enter it as quickly as possible, which he succeeded in. Kurama, do you mind if I lie to her a little? Asked Uzumaki. Do what you have to do, answered the fox. Naruto nodded and left the subconscious. Yes. The Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, Killer Bee, will be there. He has full control over the power of his tailed beast, and I asked the Raikage to send Bee with you. He will help you, said Tsunade. When am I leaving? Asked Naruto. In 2 hours, and now go collect the things you need, said Tsunade. Hi, said Naruto and left the office. Now we need to find Jiraiya-san. It seems to me that he has the key to the seal, thought Naruto. As I know, he is leaving on a mission soon, which means there is a chance to meet him at the gate. With these thoughts, Uzumaki broke into a run and a few minutes later was at the place he needed. Jiraiya appeared before his eyes, who was about to leave. Jiraiya-san. Naruto shouted, and the Sannin, hearing his name, turned around. Oh, Naruto. It's been a long time since we saw each other, said the hermit. Oh, Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki began, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? The white-haired man was surprised. As I know, to remove the seal that holds the kyubi, you need a key. I think you have it, since you were my father's teacher, Naruto said. Yes, I have a key. Why do you need it? Aren't you afraid that the nine tails will break out? The Sannin was surprised. No, I'm not afraid, Naruto answered. And I'm leaving soon on a mission to train in chakra control. The fox. Okay. I'll give you the key, but only because I believe and trust you, Jiraiya said, making several seals, then put his palm to the floor. A cloud of white smoke appeared, and after a few seconds, when the smoke cleared, a scroll of quite large size appeared before Naruto's eyes. Here's your key, take it. Jiraiya handed Naruto the scroll. Be careful. Thank you, Jiraiya-san. I'm going, otherwise I'm leaving soon, Naruto said and went towards his house. An hour and a half later, he stood near the gates of Konoha and waited for those with whom he would go. They were Guy, Aoba, and Yamato. A few minutes later, they approached. Oh, Guy-sensei, Yamato-san, Aoba-san, Naruto greeted. Oh, the new arrivals answered. As far as I know, the shortest route to Kumogakure is across the sea, right? Naruto said. Yes, you're right. On the fastest ship, we'll get there in a week, Yamato said. Are there routes by air? Asked Naruto. I can summon several large crows, but it will take a lot of chakra and we will not fly that far, said Aoba. I can share my chakra, I have a lot of it, suggested Naruto. Not a bad idea, noted Guy. Then I'll begin, said Naruto and walked up to Aoba, then put his hand on his shoulder. Make seals, and I'll send my chakra there, said Naruto. Aoba nodded and made seals, then put his palm to the ground and 4 huge crows appeared. Phew. It worked, said Aoba, sit down and we'll fly. Everyone did as the Jonin said. 3 days later, the team was approaching the island that Tsunade had spoken of. I see the island, said Naruto. Great. Aoba. Let's land, said Guy. Aoba nodded and put the crows on land. The island had huge stone spikes, so not every ship would be able to dock here. They were met by a shinobi who knew this place very well. I am Motoi. I am here to accompany you, said the ninja. I will take you to your home for now. After half an hour of walking, they came to a large house. Naruto, your room is over there, Motoi pointed to the room that was a few meters away from him. Thank you, said Naruto and went to his room. He laid out his things and entered the subconscious. Kurama, do you have any connection with the other tailed beasts? Asked Naruto. Yes, why? Kurama asked in return. Can you tell me where B is? Uzumaki asked. He's next to your room, Kyubi answered. Thank you, Naruto said and left the subconscious. Uzumaki immediately went to Killer B's room. He knocked on the door. A dark-skinned man in glasses opened the door. By the way, he was very muscular and had 8 swords that he carried on his back. Who are you? B asked. Naruto, Uzumaki answered. Naruto? The Kyubi's Jinchuriki? B asked. And you, as I see, are the Gyuki's Jinchuriki? Uzumaki answered his question with a question. How do you know his name? B asked, founded. Kurama said, Uzumaki answered as if nothing had happened. Kurama is, the Nine Tails? B asked. That's right, Naruto said. B-san, can I ask you something? Uzumaki asked. And about what? B was surprised. Can you help me with training so that I can use Kurama's chakra? Naruto asked. Okay. Come with me, B said and walked around Uzumaki. I'll take you to where Naruto himself once trained. Naruto nodded and went after him. Commentary on Part 55. First meeting with Killer B. The chapter is written, enjoy reading. Part 56. Removing the seal and meeting with Mom, Commentary on Part 56. Removing the seal and meeting with Mom. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Half an hour later, B led Naruto to a waterfall, next to which there was a small pond. In the center of it was a small hill on which one person could sit. Naruto, sit on that hill, Killer B said. What to do next? Uzumaki asked. You'll have to answer that question yourself, said the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Got it, Naruto said and sat down on the hill, then assumed the lotus position and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes. After that, Naruto came out from behind the waterfall. He had strange eyes. Black sclera and bright purple iris. Without a pupil. What's going on? Uzumaki was taken aback. What's going on? Said the second Naruto. Are you reading minds? And why do you look like me? Uzumaki asked, founded. It's not me who looks like you, but you who look like me. Said the fake Naruto, I'm real, and you're fake. Naruto thought, it would be more accurate to say that you are my worst side, right? I feel an aura of hatred from you, which has been coming from me for a long time. You are my hatred. And you are smart. Even B had to come here several times to cope with this test, the fake Naruto noted, but that's not the point. I feel that you, like me, want to destroy Konoha. After all, you were hated in the village. Maybe so, but I don't think it's right, answered Naruto. I have to accept my hatred, because it, like you, is a part of me, said Uzumaki, and the fake Naruto evaporated. Naruto closed his eyes and a moment later found himself in reality, after which he stood up. B noticed this and asked. Did you succeed? As I understand it, the essence of the training is to accept your hatred? Uzumaki decided to clarify. Yes. You did it, right? Asked the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. I did it, answered Uzumaki. He did it so quickly. Even I needed a few tries, thought B. What should I do next? Asked Naruto. Next. Do you have the key to the Bija seal? Asked B. Yes, and why is it needed? Asked Uzumaki. How can I explain it more simply, began B, have you used the Bija chakra without removing the seal? What did it feel like? Well, quite painful, answered Naruto. So the key is needed so that you can use chakra without consequences for your body, said B. Now I understand. But, We are not going to train here, are we? Asked Naruto. Follow me. I will take you to the place where I learned to control the power of my Biju, said B and headed to the waterfall, behind which, apparently, there was a passage. Naruto followed him. As soon as he came out of the stream of water, a temple of enormous size appeared before his eyes. Here, you can talk, and if you are unlucky, then fight with Kyubi, said B. Got it, Naruto answered shortly. B headed to the gate, on the sides of which there were 2 levers. We lower the levers at the same time, said B, come on. Said B and he and Naruto lowered the levers at the same time. After that, the gates slowly and creaked open. Go to the end of the corridor, and I'll close the entrance for now, said the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed. Okay, said Naruto and went to the end of the corridor. A few moments later, B approached Uzumaki and the door to a strange room opened. There were no walls or floor visible. It seemed that this room was endless. Enter the room and enter your subconscious. Naruto nodded and entered the room, then sat in the lotus position and moved to his subconscious. He appeared in front of the cage. In general, as always. Kurama, I found the key, said Naruto, now I will free you. Why you? Are you really not afraid that I will try to take control of you? Asked Kurama. No, I'm not afraid. Yes, you killed my parents, destroyed Konoha when I was just born, because you sit inside me, I was hated. But it was thanks to this that I was able to become so strong. I trust you, said Uzumaki and opened the scroll. After reading what was written on the scroll, he lifted his shirt so that he could easily touch the seal with his fingers. Uzumaki directed the same amount of chakra into his fingertips as was written on the scroll and applied it to the seal, then turned his palm. The seal that was on the cage where Kurama was sitting burned out and the spiral lock began to open with a characteristic knock. As soon as it finished opening, Kurama pushed the gate a little and found himself free. Finally, I'm free, said the fox. Listen, is there any way I can change my subconscious? After all, you're the only one here almost all the time, Naruto asked. You can, but nothing will happen to me. I like what we have now, said the fox. Hot. He was not allowed to finish when the chains burst out from under the ground and knocked Kyubi to the ground. Naruto looked around and saw a red-haired girl, about 25 or 30 years old. And Naruto? The girl was surprised. Naruto immediately guessed that it was his mother. Mom? Did your father seal your chakra too? Naruto asked. That's later. But now there are more important things. We need to defeat Kyubi, the kunoichi said. Why? I became friends with him. He's not going to take control of me, Uzumaki said. Right, Kurama? Naruto said, turning to the fox. Right, Kyubi answered. Kurama? That's his name? Kushina said. Founded. Yes. All the Biju have names. And yes. Could you let him go? Naruto asked. If you're so sure, Kushina said, and the chains released Kurama and returned to the ground again. Well, tell me, what happened to you while we were gone? The kunoichi asked. The most important change. Look into my eyes, Naruto said. Why? The red-haired girl asked. It will be a shock for you. So look, Naruto said, and his mother looked into his eyes. Uzumaki noticed this and directed chakra into his eyes. Because of this, his Rinnegan, which was gray as before, flashed in his eyes. A Rinnegan? But where did you get it from? Kushina was surprised. It was a gift from Nagato, Uzumaki answered. Nagato? So. Nagato Uzumaki, he is my aunt's son, Kushina said. But why did he end up in Konoha? Let me start by saying that he was the leader of Akatsuki, Naruto began. You remember, right, that you and your father were attacked by a man in a mask? Yes. He was the one who helped Q. Ahem. Kurama break out of the seal. Stop. Are you saying that it was Nagato? Kushina was scared. It wasn't him, it was Tobi. Nagato was just a pawn in his hand. It was Tobi who was the real leader of Akatsuki. Let's get to the point. Nagato died, but before that he resurrected everyone he killed during the destruction of the village. Next. This organization is collecting bijou to put all the inhabitants of the planet in genjutsu. I was attacked, about 3.5 years ago. But it doesn't matter. Now, I will be able to resist this organization, said Naruto. Tell me, how did they treat you in the village? Asked the red-haired one. In short, they hated me until I saved Konoha from Nagato, answered Uzumaki. So the third didn't tell you that you are our son with Minato, said Kushina, and what about Sasuke? He is my friend's son, asked Kushina. He is great. By the way, about Sasuke. He now lives with Itachi, said Naruto. With Itachi? And did he go somewhere? The red-haired girl was surprised. I forgot. You died before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. He was considered a missing-in of the village all this time, but recently. All the details of his biography surfaced, Naruto said. He killed his clan on Danzo's orders in order to save Sasuke. Terrible, the kunoichi said and began to slowly dissolve into thin air. Mom, Naruto said and walked up to Kushina and hugged her tightly, to which she replied. Nothing. Naruto, I'm proud of you. Thank you for being our son, Kushina said, almost dissipating. Continue to follow your path, that's all the kunoichi managed to say before she finally disappeared. Part 57. Naruto's new mode, Commentary on Part 57. Naruto's new mode. The part is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto came out of the subconscious. B noticed this and asked. Well, how is it? Everything is fine, I didn't have to fight anyone, Naruto answered. Even Gyuki fought me, B said thoughtfully, it doesn't matter. Can you use the Bija Chakra mode? But before that, activate your Rinnegan. Good, Uzumaki said and activated his dojutsu. The Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. After that, Naruto began to be covered in chakra, a bright purple color, and his Rinnegan began to change color from gray to purple. After a few moments, the Rinnegan finished changing color and Naruto said. What power! I feel a huge surge of power. And Naruto. Your Rinnegan. It turned purple, B said. B, throw a kunai up, I want to try something, Naruto said and stretched one hand forward. The Hachibi Jinchuriki nodded and took a kunai out of his pouch, then threw it into the air. Uzumaki saw this and pointed his hand at the kunai, after which he directed chakra into his eyes. With the goal of using the Rinnegan to pull the kunai to his hand. Incidentally, he succeeded. So you can only fully use your Rinnegan by using the Kyuubi's chakra? B decided to clarify. It turns out like this, Naruto said. At that time. Kabuto? You decided to betray me? Orochimaru said, lying on the floor without one arm. In those eyes, one could read hatred, rage, shock and confusion. He could never have imagined that his faithful assistant, whom he literally found on the street, would betray him. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I decided to do this in order to become stronger and do what you were never able to do, Kabuto said calmly. He looked completely different. Since his meeting with Naruto, 3.5 years ago, he had changed very, very much. The right half of his face became pale, scales began to appear on that side of his face. Like a snake. Kabuto raised his hand to strike, thereby showing what had happened to it. It, as well as the right side of Yakushi's face, became pale. It also had scales. Kabuto's hand with the kunai landed right on Orochimaru's head, causing several drops of blood to land in a small radius. Kabuto waited for a while, and then pulled the kunai out of Orochimaru's head, leaving a diamond-shaped hole, from which the contents of the owner's head could be seen. I'll have to remember the recipe for that poison. If it worked even on Orochimaru-sama. It's very strong, thought Yakushi, and headed for the exit of the shelter. 2 days passed. Kabuto's body began to resemble a snake even more. He had a tail, the corners of his mouth became similar to Orochimaru's, purple marks appeared around his eyes, which Orochimaru also had. Kabuto was sitting on the skeleton of some large beast. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Akatsuki cloak. Toby finally came, said Kabuto. Let's get down to business. What do you want after the war is over? Asked Toby. I need Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan, or better yet, his entire body, answered Yakushi as if nothing had happened. And what will happen in return? Asked the Uchiha. Look. This is the strongest trump card I have, said Kabuto and folded his palms together, after which a coffin appeared from the ground. Its lid fell, and Madara appeared before Toby. But where did you find him? Toby was taken aback. He who seeks will always find, said Yakushi mysteriously. Well, what? Is our alliance still in force? Yes, Toby said, still not recovering from the shock. All this time Naruto trained to use Kurama's chakra and trained his Rinnegan in this mode. By this time he had learned Shinra Tensei, which was superior in power to the same technique, but performed by Nagato, Chibaku Tensei, which was also superior to Nagato. He was also able to attract and repel objects, absorb techniques. But he never learned the interrogation technique, or reading thoughts upon contact with the enemy. He also did not use the resurrection technique that Nagato used before his death. In addition to the Rinnegan techniques, he was able to use the fox's chakra as an extension of his own body. He could easily add an additional hand from any part of his body, but he could not yet calculate the force with which he squeezed an object in these hands. He tried many times with a huge block of stone, but it simply crumbled into small pieces. After several attempts, he was able to take this block without any damage to it. Phew! That! It was almost as difficult as learning the Rasengan. B-san, what's the next test? Naruto asked. Now, you have to build a tower out of these boulders, B said and showed how to do it correctly. It will be much more difficult than just picking up a stone boulder, added the Hachibi Jinchuriki. I already understood that, Naruto said and began to carry out the task. Almost 2 hours passed like this. The Uzumaki was able to build a tower out of 10 such boulders. B was very surprised, because, with all his efforts, he could build a tower out of only 7 boulders. Naruto. You learn everything very quickly. I can say that you are a genius of your generation, B said. It seems to me that even the yellow lightning of Konoha is not such a genius. You fought my father? Naruto was surprised. This is your father? B said, dumbfounded. I didn't tell you. Well, yes, it's my father, Naruto said. Then it's clear who you are such a genius after, said the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Okay. What's the next stage? Naruto asked. This will be the penultimate stage. You will need to enter Bijou mode to use the tailed beast bomb. But the thing is that each Jinchuriki must have a different amount of time after the seal is removed. This is so that the body gets used to the new chakra, B said. Is it possible to somehow speed up this process? Naruto asked. There is a way, but I'm not sure about it. You need to use your tailed beast's chakra as much as possible, then the body will get used to its chakra faster, B answered. I see. Okay. For now, I'll repeat what I've learned so far, Naruto said and began to complete the task he had set for himself. Several hours passed like this. Naruto ideally began to control the Kyuubi's chakra. He also improved his control over the Rinnegan techniques, which made them at least a little more economical in terms of chakra expenditure. Bai-san, can I ask you a question? Naruto said. Go ahead, B replied. And what principle does the tailed beast bomb work on? Uzumaki asked. Gathering a large amount of chakra in one point, compressing it and holding it, why? B asked. It's almost like Rasengan. I'll try to do it, Naruto said and began to try to create the tailed beast bomb. Naruto, it's impossible to do without entering Resh. B didn't finish the sentence when he saw that a purple sphere began to appear in Naruto's hands, very similar to the technique they needed. Naruto. You really are a genius. Before you, no one could do something even remotely similar to this, B said, and at that moment, the sphere that Uzumaki was forming exploded, pushing Naruto several dozen meters away, slamming him into the ground. I roughly understood how it was formed. But I felt that natural chakra was used there, and not the user's chakra. You're right. Did you understand something else? Asked the Hachibi Jinchuriki. I felt that chakra is divided into positive and negative. It seems to me that it needs to be collected in a certain proportion, said Naruto. Yes, you're right. But it will be easier for you to do this in tailed beast mode. So, for now, train either what you've already learned, or the tailed beast bomb, said B. Got it, said Uzumaki and began training. Part 58. Attack on the Island, Commentary on Part 58. Attack on the Island. The chapter is finished. The word kenjutsu appears in this part. Please do not highlight it as a mistake. This word means forbidden techniques. P.S. I congratulate all the girls and women on the holiday. The 5 Kage were sitting at headquarters and discussing the battle strategy. At this time, one of the censors, who was sitting with his hands raised, near a huge ball of water said, 10 kilometers from the island where the 8 tails and 9 tails are, several chakra centers have appeared. Apparently, it's Akatsuki. They have already begun to act, said the Reikage. Kuratsuchi and Kitsuchi will go there, said the Tsuchikage. Okay, but how will you get there? Asked Tsunade. Like this, said Inoki and flew into the air. Kuratsuchi, Kitsuchi, come here. His bodyguards approached and Inoki touched their shoulders, after which he flew up. We are leaving, the old man said and flew out of the building. At this time, Naruto and B were training and Naruto said, B-san, I sense several chakra centers a few kilometers from the island. They are familiar to me, but one of them has changed a lot and has become stronger. Maybe we should check. Okay, let's go check, B said and headed towards the exit of the temple where they were training. When they got outside, they saw a huge bird, on which sat someone Naruto had never expected to see. He thought he had simply mixed up the chakra, but it was Deidara. Deidara? B but how? Sasuke killed him, Naruto said, founded. Do you know him? Asked the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Yes, I fought him and he died in the battle, but how did he end up alive? Naruto said. I don't know myself. Said Deidara, jumping off the bird. What's wrong with his eyes? Naruto noticed. His eyes have black sclera, Naruto thought and moved into his subconscious. Kurama, do you know what's wrong with his eyes? Uzumaki asked. Can you tell me what's wrong with his eyes? Kurama asked. They have unusual sclera. Black, Naruto answered. Most likely, it's Edo Tensei, said Kurama. What kind of technique is this? Naruto asked, not fearing that he would be attacked in the outside world, since while he was in his subconscious, he could change the speed of time outside. This technique was invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In order to use it, you need to have a vessel that will accommodate the soul of the resurrected person and his DNA. That is why the Hokage included it in the list of kenjutsu, said Kyubi. Got it, but how to stop it? Kill the user? Asked Naruto. That won't work. Even if you kill the one who used the technique, it won't disappear. You either need to force the one who used it to cancel the technique, or seal the resurrected ones, said Kyubi. Thank you, I just know several sealing techniques, said Naruto and came out of his subconscious. Bai-san, I found out what this technique is. Uzumaki turned to Bai. What kind of technique is this? Asked Bai. Edo Tensei. We need to seal Deidara, said Naruto. Naruto, I forgot to tell you. They have infinite chakra and regeneration. They can recover even if their entire body is destroyed. So be careful, said the fox. Got it, thanks, said Naruto. Naruto created a Rasen Shuriken and threw it at Deidara, who easily dodged it, then launched a huge number of birds made of explosive clay at Uzumaki. Naruto destroyed them with Shinra Tensei. Deidara noticed this and said, "Oh. You have Pain-sama's eyes. But how did you get them?" "He gave them to me before he died," Uzumaki answered briefly. "You killed the leader?" Tsukuri was taken aback. "No, I didn't. He died using a technique that resurrected all the inhabitants of Konoha, which he killed," Naruto answered. "I see." Deidara said and created a clay dragon, which immediately soared into the air. He immediately began to attack Naruto. He noticed that with each strong attack, the dragon's tail becomes shorter. He also remembered that Deidara's techniques are based on Doton. "Bai-san," Naruto began, dodging the bird that Deidara created, "what is your chakra element?" Uzumaki asked. "Raitun," Bai answered. "Create an electric charge in your hand and hit Deidara with it, and I will take on his creation," Naruto said and created a Rasengan with the Kaiton element. "Got it," B said and began to try to climb onto the dragon where Tsukuri was sitting. B covered his hand with the 8 tails chakra and struck Deidara in the chest. "Hm. I've been through this before, but now it won't work on me," Tsukuri said. Uzumaki noticed that B had pierced Deidara's chest and shouted, "B-san, now." The Hachibi Jinchuriki nodded and directed the Raitun element into his hand, which was still inside the resurrected one's chest. "This is the end. For you," B said, and at that moment Naruto's technique flies into the dragon. Or rather, the Rasengan with the Kaiton element. The dragon was simply torn into small pieces. "I lost. Again." For the second time in a row, Deidara said. "Deidara, do you have any last words?" Naruto asked out of politeness. "Yes. Tell the Tsuchikage that I apologize for what I did in life." "That's all," Tsukuri said. Naruto nodded and made several seals, then said, "Seal of the purple flame." After that, he touched Deidara and hieroglyphs spread across his body, indicating that he was sealed. Done, B exhaled, but then Kabuto landed in front of Naruto. "Naruto. It's time to fight you," Yakushi said in a hissing voice that resembled Orochimaru. "Kabuto?" Naruto was taken aback, "But what happened to you?" Uzumaki asked, shocked. "Me? I only killed Orochimaru-sama and transplanted his cells into myself," Kabuto answered as if nothing had happened. "Naruto, B, we will help you." A voice was heard from above. It was the Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi. Dust release. Molecular decomposition. Anoki said and created a white translucent cube, which he directed at Kabuto. He dodged, and at the place of the collision of the Tsuchikage's technique and the ground, a crater appeared, which resembled the very cube that Anoki created. Naruto decided not to stand still and created a huge Rasengan and hit Kabuto with it, from which he flew several dozen meters. When Naruto approached him, Kabuto's body simply turned into small snakes, which crawled away in a few moments. Uzumaki headed towards the Tsuchikage. Approaching him, he said, "Tsuchikage-sama, we recently fought with Deidara." Naruto began and paused so that the old man could get the hang of it. "How did he fight?" "Uchiha Sasuke killed him just recently." Inoki did not understand. "Tsukuri Deidara was resurrected with the help of Edo Tensei. Before sealing, he asked me to convey his last words to you," Uzumaki said. "Speak," the old man said briefly. "He asked for forgiveness for what he did while being a missing nin," Naruto said. "I understand. Well, since that's all, we'll fly back to headquarters," Inoki said, taking off into the air, as did his subordinates. After the Tsuchikage and his assistants flew away, Naruto and B went back to training. Part 59. The beginning of the war, equals. Commentary on Part 59. The beginning of the war. The chapter is finished. I apologize for it being short. Enjoy reading. At this time, in front of the Raikage's residence, there were many shinobi from different villages. They were all arguing among themselves. "I will not fight alongside the Kyomogakure shinobi. They killed my family." The Iwagakure shinobi shouted, pointing at the mist shinobi. "I refuse to ally with them." The Iwagakure shinobi said, pointing at the Konoha man. "You." The stone shinobi said. "You killed my family." The shinobi continued, addressing the mist shinobi. "Even if that were the case, what will you do to me?" He got furious. But their squabble was stopped by a voice, the owner of which was on a peculiar balcony on the roof of the residence. "Stop arguing." It was Gaara. "Are you expressing dissatisfaction towards the allies? So be it, it is your right. But pacify your hatred at least for the duration of this war. I am the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed sword. Because it was sealed in me, the entire village hated me. But I became Kazekage. I tried my best. Many of you are older than me and saw the third war, and maybe the second. In those days, we lost many comrades. But now, we need to unite to defeat a common enemy. Akatsuki. Remember, they did many terrible things. If you agree with what I said, then stop arguing. Are you with me?" Gaara asked. "Let's help Gaara-sama." The Suna shinobi shouted. Yes. Everyone supported unanimously. "Now, take a headband each and return to the same line from where you came," said Kakashi, who was standing nearby, near the counter with headbands. Each shinobi came up and took a headband. "Now, we will announce the squad leaders. Darui from the Hidden Cloud. Captain of the first squad. Captain of the second squad Kitsuchi from the Hidden Stone. Captain of the third squad. Kakashi Hataki from the Hidden Leaf. Captain of the fourth squad Gaara, Kazekage of Sunagakure. And Captain of the fifth squad Mifune from the Land of Iron," said Gaara. "Now we will move on to communication between the squads. Squad of Sensors led by AO from the Mist. Squad of Communications led by Inoichi Yamanaka." At this time, Kabuto and Tobi himself were sitting in Tobi's hideout. "You mean to say that you got the first cells?" The mask wearer was surprised. By the way, his mask has now changed. Instead of bright orange, it became white with black circles, on which there were 3 cutouts in the shape of Tomo. Now his mask began to resemble a Sharingan. "Yes. Now, we can create an entire army of white Zetsu," Kabuto said in a hissing voice, more precisely. "We already have one," Yakushi corrected himself. "How many are there?" Tobi asked. "About 110,000, Kabuto answered. "Who can you summon using Edo Tensei?" asked the mask maker. "It's easier to show," Kabuto said and put his palms together. Edo Tensei. A huge number of coffins appeared from the ground. All the swordsmen of the mist of the previous generation were there. Dan, Asuma and the deceased Akatsuki, among whom were Nagato, Kakuzu, Sasori and many others. With such fighters, we can definitely win this war, Toby said. At this time. Since we have decided on the squad's alliance. To battle. Gaara said, and all the shinobi rushed forward. A squad of censors remained in the residence to immediately inform the Kage about the situation on the battlefield. Inoichi also remained there, as the strongest shinobi of his clan. He could contact any of the commanders of each squad from the headquarters. An hour later, a small scouting team found Kankuro, Omoi and several other shinobi. They were flying on painted birds. "Sai, let's go down," Kankuro said, and the pale-skinned shinobi nodded, after which all the birds rushed down. As soon as the squad landed, they were attacked by a puppet that was hiding behind the bushes. After it, Sasori came out of the bushes. Sasori? Kankuro was taken aback. "You died a long time ago." "Yes. Apparently I was somehow resurrected. I can talk, but I can't control my body," the red-haired man said and pounced on Kankuro. He fought back using his puppet. Next was Sai, who drew something similar to tigers, and they began to hold Sasori in place. He could not get out, so he began to use his body as a puppet. For blades appeared behind his back and began to spin, which cut the tigers that were holding Akasuna from behind. Then he straightened his arms and directed a strong stream of water towards Kankuro, but he dodged. He remembered that there were sealing ninja in his squad. "Sealing squad. We will hold him back, and you seal him," Sobakuno shouted, and the ninja prepared to seal. Kankuro, with the help of his puppets, he held back Sasori and he was successfully sealed. At this time, Kitsuchi's squad was heading to their battlefield, and one of the Hyuga clan, who was in the squad, ran up to Kitsuchi and said, "Ahead of us, underground, there is a huge amount of chakra. There are a lot of warriors there. They are not particularly strong, but there are a lot of them." "Got it," Kitsuchi said, and using Doton, he hit the ground, creating a huge hole, from which White Zetsu immediately began to climb, attack. He shouted, and the whole squad began to fight them. At the moment, Naruto was training with B. It would seem that there was nowhere left to go, but there was progress, albeit small. "Bai-san. I feel something strange outside the island. There are many deaths. Has the war already begun?" Uzumaki said. "Apparently so. I think you have learned everything you need. Don't worry about the tailed beast mode. There is very little left. It seems that you will be able to use it during the battle," said the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, "and now, I suggest we go to the battlefield," said Bai, and headed for the exit of the temple. "The war has begun. Many people will die during it. But their death will not be in vain, but in the name of victory over the great enemy." Part 60. Naruto's appearance on the battlefield, Commentary on Part 60. Naruto's appearance on the battlefield. The chapter is finished, enjoy reading. Bai and Naruto were moving towards the main battles. I feel the chakra of many people I fought before. Zabuza, Haku. Sasori's chakra just disappeared. Lee, Guy, Kakashi and Hinata are on the battlefield. I need to help them quickly, Naruto thought, but their path was interrupted by another very familiar source of chakra. It was the one from whom Naruto received his Rinnegan. "En Nagato?" Naruto said in shock. "Yes, Naruto, as you can see, it's me," Nagato said. His hair was the same as in the last minutes of his life, that is, gray. He himself became thinner. "You were also resurrected?" Uzumaki asked. "Yes, I am resurrected. But I feel that the amount of my chakra is less than in life, which means you can defeat me easier. By the way, how is your Rinnegan?" The red-haired one asked. Everything is fine, but I can only use it to the maximum using Kurama's chakra, Naruto said. Kurama? Who is that? Nagato didn't get it. That's the name of the nine-tailed fox, Uzumaki answered. Were you able to tame it? Nagato was taken aback. No, I didn't tame it, Naruto said. Then how do you use its chakra? The red-haired man asked. I became friends with it, and it gives me its chakra, Naruto said. Now I understand. Well, let's test your Rinnegan's power. I can't control my body, but I still have my abilities, Nagato said and pounced on Naruto, having first directed chakra into his eyes, which made his Rinnegan stand out more on his already pale face. By the way, Naruto, how is Konan doing? The red-haired man asked, crossing his kunai with Naruto's weapon. Konan died, Naruto said sadly. What do you mean, he died? Nagato was taken aback. Toby killed her. He wanted to get your Rinnegan, but Konan deceived him, protecting your body without these eyes, and he killed her, Uzumaki briefly recounted. Toby. I didn't like him from the very beginning. Well, nothing can be changed now, Nagato said, after which he asked, what's going on now anyway? War. The fourth, Naruto answered, it was started by Toby. For the sake of the Eye of the Moon, Naruto said, reflecting Nagato's technique with Shinra Tensei. I see. Well, I can't do anything about it. That's why I entrust everything to you, Nagato said. Goodbye, Nagato, Naruto said, and using a smaller version of Chibaku Tensei pulled Nagato to the black sphere, after which he said, the seal of the purple flame. Touching Nagato, he directed chakra into his palms and the red-haired man's body was covered in hieroglyphs, which indicated that he was successfully sealed. Nagato is sealed, Naruto said, but was interrupted by someone's voice. Naruto, we will help. It was Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi? But what are you doing here? Naruto was surprised. We felt a huge surge of chakra, yours and someone else's, but there's no one here except you and B. I fought with Nagato and that's it, Naruto said. With Nagato? Itachi was taken aback. Well, yeah, what's wrong with that? Uzumaki didn't understand. I didn't mean that. How did he die? Itachi said. From a technique, but I mortally wounded him before that, Naruto said. Why, you're already so strong, Itachi said thoughtfully. Enough chatter, we need to hurry to the battlefield. B said. Let's go. Naruto said and ran with incredible speed towards the main battles. The whole day passed like this. The Alliance Shinobi fought the resurrected Enzetsu. According to Shikaku's calculations, they destroyed 70% of the enemy, but only half of the allies remained. What kind of chakra is this? The sphere is so distorted. What's going on there? Ao said. Where is this happening? Asked Shikaku. Darui is on the battlefield, answered Ao. Inoichi. Connect me with Darui. Shouted Nara, running up to Yamanaka. Just a second. Answered. Shikaku put his hand on his shoulder and said. Darui, what's going on? Shikaku-san, a huge humanoid creature has appeared on the battlefield, and next to it is a man in a mask. Apparently it's the one who called himself Madara, answered Darui. Try to hold him back, said Shikaku. Chuji and Chuza Akimichi are fighting him, said Darui. Then. I think they can handle it. At that moment, Ao said. The chakra has disappeared. Apparently our side has won. Darui, what happened? Shikaku asked. It's gone, Darui said, found it. Great. But don't relax, there might be enemy attacks at night, Nara said. Got it, Darui said, and Inoichi cut the connection. Another 3 hours passed. Night had fallen. Some shinobi remained at their posts in order to immediately report the attack. Panic began in the medical camp. "Stay put," said the guard who was guarding the entrance to the main chamber where Sakura was working. "Please, let me through, this is my husband and he was seriously injured," said the woman who was holding the man on her shoulders. "We can't." "Who said you're not imposters?" said the guard. "If you don't let us through, I'll kill myself," said the woman and took out a kunai, then put it to her throat. "You're imposters." A voice was heard behind them. It was Naruto. What makes you think that?" The woman was scared. "I can't explain, but I can show you," said Naruto and hit the kunai in the kunoichi's heart with a kunai, which made her skin turn white and her hair shorten and turn green. A few moments later, it turned into a tree trunk. Sakura heard a noise outside and decided to go out and see what happened. "Naruto? What are you doing here?" she asked. "Me? I'm trying to protect the camp, at least until the morning," said Naruto, then created several clones, who immediately ran all over the camp. "Thank you. By the way, how is Sasuke?" asked Sakura. "He's fine. He's resting for now," said Naruto and disappeared from sight. He headed to other camps, both medical and regular, to protect them too. "We need to quickly send clones to other camps," thought Naruto and created clones, which instantly accelerated and ran each in their own direction. So the first day of the war passed. The next morning, all the shinobi woke up early to repel an enemy attack at any moment. On this day, there was a battle between Gaara's squad and the past Kage. Among them were the past Kazekage, Gaara's father, the past Tsuchikage Miu and the Mizukage. The Soba-kuno squad defeated them with the help of Naruto and the current Tsuchikage who fought Miu. But he split up, using his technique and climbed a stone column. There, Kabuto took control of him and folded several seals. A few moments later, another coffin emerged from the ground. Its lid opened and out came Madara. Part 61. Battle with Madara, equals. Commentary on Part 61. Battle with Madara. The chapter is finished. I apologize for the mistakes that may be present in the chapter. I'm writing from my phone, which is not very convenient. Enjoy reading. "Who are you?" asked Madara, coming out of his coffin. "Yakushi Kabuto," said Yakushi through Mu. "This means nothing to me," said the Uchiha and flashed his Sharingan. "Then I'll say that I'm Tobi's ally," said Kabuto. "Then you know about his plan. Why didn't Nagato resurrect me with his technique, and you used Edo Tensei?" Madara said coldly. "Nagato died," Yakushi answered shortly. "Did he himself, or did someone kill him?" Madara decided to clarify. "Uzumaki Naruto dealt him a fatal blow. But according to Tobi, Nagato betrayed us by using the resurrection technique on the residents of Konoha," Kabuto answered. "As I expected. Tobi's plan isn't perfect." "Oh well. Does Tobi still have Nagato's Rinnegan?" Madara asked. "No, it's now with Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He's among them, by the way," Kabuto said and pointed at the shinobi standing below. They have the uniforms of different villages, but they have the same mark on their forehead protectors. Is this a new shinobi unit?" Uchiha noted. "No. They united for this war," Kabuto said. "By the way, about your resurrection. It's special. I did some tinkering with your body and now it's stronger than when I was alive," Yakushi added. "How do you know how strong I was when I was alive?" Uchiha said angrily. "Nowhere, so I transplanted Hashirama's cells to you," Kabuto said. "Hashirama's cells, you say," Madara began, but he was interrupted by Gaara's stream of sand, which he easily dodged, but Miu, or rather Kabuto in his body, did not have time, so he was buried under the sand and sealed with the help of Shikaku, which was sealed in Gaara. Madara landed at the foot of the column on which he stood. "Well, let's begin," he said and flashed his Sharingan again. "Tsuchikage-sama, this is the real Madara. And the one in the mask is just an imposter," Naruto said, turning to Inoki. "I already noticed. Be careful, I fought him, a long time ago. He is incredibly strong," said the Tsuchikage, and at that moment, Madara began to approach the army of shinobi. Many shinobi tensed, many were scared. But after a few moments they overcame their fear and reliably locked it in the depths of their subconscious. Taking a kunai, one of the shinobi threw it at Madara. He dodged and sent it to the sender. It pierced his chest and exploded, which hit 3 more shinobi. After that, the Uchiha burst into the crowd and one of the shinobi again threw a kunai with an explosive seal. Madara caught the kunai and tore off the seal, then attached it to another shinobi, and threw the kunai at another and hit him in the head. The throw was so strong that the kunai went right through and anyone who wanted to could see what was in that shinobi's head. But then, a monstrously powerful stream of air hits Madara. It was Naruto. Madara flew several dozen meters. He stood up and demonstratively shook himself off. Who does he think he is? Naruto thought angrily. Don't forget, this is Madara. He could fight equally with Hashirama, whose amount of chakra was comparable to the tailed beasts. And considering that he was resurrected, he has an infinite amount of chakra, the fox said. Got it, I'll be more careful, Naruto said and entered Kurama chakra mode, but without activating the Rinnegan. Apparently you are Uzumaki Naruto, Madara said. Yes, so what? Uzumaki asked. And the fact that you mixed up all my cards. You took my Rinnegan, tamed the 9 tails, because of which your life was not great anyway, and now you are fighting me, Uchiha said coldly. How is it your Rinnegan? It belonged to Nagato. Naruto did not understand. That's the point, it belonged to me, and Tobi transplanted it to Nagato when he barely saw the light, Madara said. It was not for nothing that I looked for information about my clan. There was nothing about dojutsu, Naruto thought. Naruto decided to create Rasen Shuriken, which he subsequently did. He threw it at Madara, but he, a moment before the collision, awakened the Rinnegan and absorbed the technique. This is very, very bad. He awakened the Rinnegan. Now I'll have to use all my power, Uzumaki thought and activated the Rinnegan. You won't succeed, Madara said and made several seals, after which he said, Divine Meteorite. A couple of seconds passed and Naruto began to think that Madara wouldn't succeed, but then a huge meteorite appeared in the sky, approaching the army at great speed. Do nothing. I'll do it myself. Uzumaki said and waited a few seconds, after which he used Shinra Tensei and the meteorite turned to dust. And you are strong. None of those who stand behind you can compare to you in strength, Madara said with a grin, but this is not the peak of my power. Fire destruction. Madara said and released a huge amount of flame from his mouth. The shinobi with Suiton came forward and tried to put out the flame. Naruto decided to strengthen the effect of Suiton and added the wind element to it, saying, Joint technique, Typhoon. The power of water techniques grew to such an extent that it instantly absorbed Madara's technique, after which it hit him, causing him to be washed away a great distance. He stood up and said, You're smart. Few would have thought to add Futon to Suiton. After all, Katon is stronger than Futon. And you took a risk. You are a strong shinobi, stronger than everyone in your generation, but you are far from Hashirama. Oh, what an honor to receive praise from Madara himself, Naruto said mockingly. Okay, we need to start fighting seriously, said the Uchiha and folded a series of seals, flowering of the impassable forest. Madara said and huge tree trunks began to appear from the ground, some of which had buds of some flowers. Whoever owns Doton, build walls. Gaara said and created the sand shield. Of Shinobi steel behind Gaara, and those who had Doton created a huge, thick wall, and decided to strengthen the Sobakuno shield. Madara's technique collided with the wall and went around it. Gaara's plan failed. Blooming of the impassable forest, the Uchiha said, and the buds opened and the pollen contained in them began to rise into the air. Many shinobi inhaled it and fell. Apparently, it was poison. Naruto decided to use futon to blow away the pollen. Futon, great gust of wind, said Uzumaki, and released a monstrous stream of air from his mouth, which carried away the pollen of flowers. You never cease to amaze me, Uzumaki Naruto. You are a worthy opponent, said Madara. At this time, Itachi cast the strongest genjutsu of the Uchiha clan on Kabuto. Izanami. This technique puts the one who fell into it in a time loop, while in reality he stands still. But the price for this is great. One of the users' Sharingan goes blind. Forever. Itachi, you went to such measures, said Sasuke, who helped Itachi. This technique does not kill, but corrects a person. If he finds a mistake in his actions, he will correct it, Itachi said. Make the rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, pig seals, Uchiha Sr. said, and Kabuto made the necessary seals. At this time, all the resurrected began to glow, and the soul flew out of the body. Kabuto cancelled Edo Tensei? How stupid. A sufficiently strong shinobi who knows the necessary seals can break the contract with the user and remain in this world, Madara said, and made a series of seals unknown to everyone. After that, he began to glow with such a bright light that it blinded everyone who remained alive. Well then. Let's begin. Uchiha said and flashed the Rinnegan. The real battle has begun. It will be not for life, but to the death. Part 62. Resurrection of the Hokage, equals. Commentary on Part 62. Resurrection of the Hokage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Itachi, I have an idea, Sasuke said. What is it? Itachi asked. This may sound like nonsense, Sasuke began. Basically, I want to revive Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Itachi was taken aback, but then pulled himself together and said, but for what purpose? He can help resurrect all the Hokage, Sasuke said. Not a bad idea. But what will you do if he tries to destroy the alliance? The elder Uchiha decided to ask. We will stop him, Sasuke answered shortly. Okay, but how are you going to revive him? Itachi asked. While exploring Konoha after Pain's destruction, I found an old scroll that Orochimaru must have lost. It says what needs to be done to resurrect him, Sasuke said and took out that same scroll. It was small, but quite battered. This is the scroll, Sasuke said and unrolled it. After reading everything that was written there, he said. Itachi, bring me some of Kabuto's skin and put it on this scroll. The rest is on me. Itachi did what his brother asked. Sasuke made a few seals and Orochimaru crawled out of Kabuto's skin. Oddly enough, he was in his old uniform, the one he always wore. Sasuke? Itachi? Who do I see? The snake said mockingly. What happened that you needed me? Orochimaru asked. We need you to resurrect the Hokage with Edo Tensei, Itachi said. And why are you so sure that I will help you? Orochimaru decided to clarify. There are two of us, we each have eternal Manjikyu, only I am blind in one eye, but that is not important. Remember, Orochimaru, how I humiliated you when you joined Akatsuki, Itachi said. It is hard to forget. So be it, I will help you, Orochimaru said. I realized that I did only evil. And therefore, I will try to atone for my guilt. We need to go to the Uzumaki temple, we'll find the scroll about Shinigami there, Orochimaru said. At this time, Madara created a huge Susanoo with the words Susanoo Flame Control. By this time, all the Kage had pulled themselves together for the battle. There were few ordinary shinobi left. At least from Gaara's squad, who fought first with the previous Kage, after which Madara appeared. The Raikage used his fastest strike and tried to break through the Uchiha's defense, but he failed. Small cracks spread across Susanoo, which disappeared after a while. My fastest attack couldn't break through his defense, Hei said angrily. Raikage-sama, I have an idea, Naruto said. What is it? The Raikage asked. Tsuchikage-sama, use the light stone technique on Raikage-sama and use the opposite one when the Raikage strikes Susanoo, Uzumaki said. Not a bad idea. Raikage-sama, let's begin, Inoki said and put his palm on the Raikage's shoulder and used the technique. The Raikage nodded and rushed to Madara. Susanoo and Inoki, who was sitting on EI, used the reverse technique in order to increase the force of the blow. Susanoo was torn to shreds. It worked, Gaara said, founded. My turn. Naruto said and created 5 additional hands from the fox's chakra, in each of which he created a Rasengan with the Keaton element. He struck Madara. From each blow, part of his work was simply incinerated. Here, Naruto struck the final blow and only Madara's head remained. You are strong. I didn't think that anyone other than Hashirama could inflict such damage on me. If I had fought you while I was alive, I would have died long ago, said the Uchiha, quickly regenerating, and then getting back on his feet and creating a new Sunano. Much larger in size. Naruto tried to restrain it with his chakra arms, but he failed. Sobi, who was next to Naruto, entered tailed beast mode and tried to restrain it. But Madara ordered Susanoo to draw his sword. It swung its sword and decided to let go of Susanoo to avoid injury. The sword simply struck the air, but the wave of air was so strong that it began to simply tear out the stone columns that were on the battlefield. Madara cancelled Susanoo and landed on the ground. At that moment, Tsunade arrived on the battlefield. Madara. I've long wanted to see my grandfather's enemy, she said. Oh. Tsunade. You're no match for me. Even that boy, Uzumaki. Your grandfather could use medical techniques without seals, and you? You're just nothing compared to him. Said Madara. Yes, I did not inherit all of Hashirama's power. Yes, I do not possess Mokuton. But I, just like him, am a Senju. Said Tsunade and activated the seal on her forehead, called Byakugo. She instantly felt a surge of chakra that she had been accumulating for most of her life. She ran at Madara. He summoned Susanoo, who pierced her body with his sword. Tsunade-sama! Shouted Inoki. Everyone. Ahem. Okay. Your turn. Said Tsunade and everyone began to attack Madara. He simply dodged the Kage's attacks, since he did not consider them worthy opponents. Then Naruto said. Futon, great gust of wind. An incredibly powerful stream of air flew at Madara. But he managed to use the flame destruction technique. Since Katon is stronger than Futon, Naruto's technique was reflected and amplified by Katon, after which it flew at the 5 Kage. Madara planned to burn them in flames. At this time, Orochimaru, Itachi and Sasuke approached the entrance to the Uzumaki clan temple. Before that, they found 5 Zetsu and killed them. In order to use them as a vessel for the souls of the Kage. Su, said Orochimaru and began to look for something. Here. Found it. He said and took a mask similar to Shinigami. The Trinity entered the temple. Move away. Orochimaru said, after which he put on the mask and folded several dozen seals. Having finished, the god of death appeared behind him, who, apparently, repeated the actions of Orochimaru himself. The snake took a dagger and ripped open his stomach, which Shinigami later did. 4 souls flew out of his stomach, which moved into 4 zetsu. Orochimaru moved into the 5th one in order to avoid sealing. Zetsu began to take on the usual form of Orochimaru. As soon as Orochimaru stood up, he formed the seals for the Edo Tensei and summoned the 4 past Hokage. The second Hokage, Tobirama, spoke first. You used a technique I created myself on me again. He was indignant. Calm down, brother. Hashirama said. I think he has his reasons. Remember, brother, how he summoned us and made us fight Saru. The second Hokage got angry. Yes, I did, and I apologize for it, second Sama, Orochimaru said. I saw my mistakes and I want to try to correct them, although there are many of them that I can no longer atone for. Orochimaru? I thought you were still trying to destroy Konoha, Hiruzen said, founded. Oh, Saru. You're here too. The second was surprised. Old age has gotten to you. Huh? Tobirama said, but then he remembered. You sealed me and my brother with the seal of the death god. Yes. But that's not important. Orochimaru, why did you call us? Sarutobi asked. I called the 4 of you to help us win the war, the Sannin said. 4? The war? The second said, founded. Yes, Tobirama, there is a 4th person here. By the way, who are you? Hashirama asked Minato. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he answered briefly. Since you're here, it means you're dead. Who is Hokage now? The elder Senju asked. I don't know. I died back when the 3rd was ruling. I sealed the fox in my son, using the seal of the death god, Minato said sadly. To seal the 9 tails in my own son. This. I'm just at a loss for words. Tobirama was indignant. Enough, Tobirama. Hashirama said and connected his ki. Okay, the second said reluctantly. Orochimaru, what were you saying about the war? The 3rd asked. In short, it was started by Akatsuki, led by Madara, Sasuke said. No one had noticed him and Itachi until now. Sasuke? Itachi-chi? Hiruzen was taken aback. Yes, 3rd Sama, it was us, Itachi said and added, I completed your mission. That's not the point, talk about the war. Tobirama got angry again. I'll say it again. The 4th Shinobi War is in the yard. It was started by Madara, who was the leader of Akatsuki. Sasuke got angry. Madara. Then we need to go to him immediately. I'm the only one who can stop him. Hashirama said. I agree, the 2nd and 3rd said, and then the 4th. Then let's go. At this time, Madara again created Susanoo and swung his sword, which caused all the Kage to receive serious injuries and could not continue the fight. Only Naruto and Bi remained unharmed thanks to their Biju. By this time, Tobi arrived to Madara, who had obtained another Rinnegan somewhere and took out some kind of gunbai. You finally came, said Madara. Old man, rest a bit, and I'll take care of Uzumaki. And take this for yourself, it's yours, said Tobi and attacked Naruto. His attack was stopped by Kakashi, who arrived with Guy. Oh, Kakashi, long time no see, said Tobi. Prepare to lose, said Guy and began to fight him in taijutsu. You fight well, but it won't be enough, said Tobi and tried to use Kamui. Guy dodged and took out his nunchaku and began to fight with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, his attacks passed through Tobi. Then Kakashi decided to use Raikiri and tried to hit Tobi, but as always, he did not succeed. But Naruto, using the element of surprise, punched right into Tobi's mask, revealing his true face to everyone. Hatake, seeing a face long familiar to him, said in shock. Is that you, Obito? Equals Part 43. Revealing Tobi's identity and meeting Rikudo, equals. Commentary on Part 43. Revealing Tobi's identity and meeting Rikudo. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Is that you, Obito? Asked Kakashi. No, Kakashi, I'm not Obito, and you hardly know me. I'm Menma, said the man. Kakashi only now noticed that Menma's hair was longer than Obito's. He had sharper facial features, somewhat similar to Naruto. But the color of his hair was exactly the same as Kakashi's friend. Obito. Even in battle, you appear before me. Apparently you hate me, thought Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, this is not the time to be daydreaming. We need to deal with them faster. It won't work, Uzumaki, said Madara and turned to Menma. Which bijou did you capture? Asked the Uchiha. All except the one tail, 8 tails and 9 tails, answered Menma. The one tail is inside the Kazekage, who is now unconscious, the 8 tails is in that guy, and this Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Take care of the one tail, and I will take care of the Kyubi and Hachibi, said Madara and said, Geto statue. What attacked Darui's squad crawled out from under the ground? Adamantine sealing chains. Said the Uchiha. 2 purple chains with sharp tips at the end appeared from the mouth of this statue. One of them headed towards Naruto. A couple of meters from Naruto's stomach. This chain changed its direction and dug into the ground. The same thing happened to be. Phew. You made it, said Minato, who was covering his son with his body. Father? Naruto was surprised. Yes, Naruto, said Minato. Minato-sensei, Kakashi said, founded. Oh, Kakashi, you're here too. Said the fourth. Fourth, this is not the time to chat. We must defeat Madara. Said Hashirama. Hashirama-sama, detain Madara. I'll go to Menma. Said the Uzumaki and headed towards the Kazekage, where Menma had headed before. As soon as Naruto came to the place where Gaara was, he saw all the Kage in a deplorable state, but they were being treated by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Naruto said angrily, heading towards the snake. Calm down, Naruto, I am not your enemy. I was resurrected by Itachi and Sasuke, you can ask them, said the snake and pointed behind him. The Uchiha brothers were standing there. Naruto noticed that one of Itachi's eyes did not have the color of the Sharingan, but was white. Itachi? What happened? Asked Naruto. He used Izanami on Kabuto, Sasuke answered for his brother. Izanami? You killed him? Naruto asked. I killed him. For betraying me, Orochimaru said in a much colder voice than usual. So, did you see Tobi or Menma here? He was without a mask, Naruto said. Stop. I just stopped healing Gaara. He's over there. Orochimaru said and pointed in the right direction. Sasuke, I'm going to need your help. He took out another Rinnegan from somewhere, Naruto said. Follow me, the younger Uchiha said and headed towards Gaara. A few minutes later, the duo approached Sobakuno's body. As they did not expect, Menma was already there. Oh, you're already here. Well, I'm almost done anyway, Menma said. The main thing is that my concentration isn't interrupted, the black-haired man thought, and noticed that a kunai soaked in chakra was flying at him. Menma had to break his concentration and let the kunai pass through himself, which stopped the extraction of the bijou from Gaara, and the one-tailed beast returned to Gaara's body. Sasuke, hold Menma back, I have something to do. Naruto said and rushed towards the Kazekage. He remembered what Bi had told him back when he was training. Flashback. Bai-san, how do you contact the bijou inside the Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Touch the Jinchuriki, and if he allows it, he will let you into the subconscious with the tailed beast. And if he believes you, he will let you go alone, answered the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. End flashback. So you just need to touch Gaara, thought Uzumaki, and put his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Naruto was blinded for a moment and he appeared in a place very similar to where Kurama is inside Uzumaki. Another person. A voice was heard. It was the one-tailed. He was walled up inside a pyramid of sand. Only Shikaku's head and hands were visible. Shikaku-san. What's wrong with you? Naruto was surprised. Another person who came for my power. Get out of here. The one-tailed said angrily. I'm not for power. I want to help Gaara become stronger, said Naruto and folded several seals, after which he said, The seal is not very difficult. It will be easy to do, said Uzumaki and touched one side of the pyramid. The sand began to crumble, strewing the entire floor with sand. What did you do? Biju was taken aback. I removed the seal from you, just like I did with Kurama, Uzumaki said. Are you sure I won't try to break free from Gaara? Shikaku said. I defeated you when I was 13. Since then, I have matured and become much stronger. So no, I'm not afraid, Uzumaki said. For the sake of my friends, I am ready to do anything. I am ready to protect them at the cost of my life, Naruto added. Why you? You are the one father was talking about, the one-tailed said into the void, as Naruto had already disappeared. Uzumaki appeared next to Gaara's body. Okay. I have some of the one-tailed and nine-tailed chakra. We need to get the Hachibi's chakra, Menma said and disappeared into the funnel, which he used to protect himself from Naruto's Rasengan and moved to Madara. Sasuke, quickly towards the main battle. Naruto said and rushed towards Madara. 10 minutes passed, they were at the battlefield of Madara and Hashirama. Next were Minato, Tobirama and Hiruzen, who were fighting the White Zetsu. Then, Menma appeared next to Madara and said, Maybe we should try to seal the Kyuubi and Hachibi at the same time? You have a technique for this, the black-haired man suggested. We can try. Adamantine sealing chains. Madara said and purple chains appeared from the mouth of the Geto statue, where he was standing, which not long ago tried to seal Kurama in the Geto Mazo. I can't make it. Naruto said. Hold on. Sasuke and Itachi, who had just arrived on the battlefield, said at the same time. In an instant, 2 Susanus formed around Naruto. Itachi's Susanoo armor was on the outside, and the power belonged to Sasuke's Susanoo. But no matter how hard they tried, the chains broke through the defense and dug into Naruto. At this time, Menma decided to get some of the Eight Tails chakra and cut off one of its tentacles. He threw it towards the Geto Mazo and it simply pulled the chakra out of it, causing the tentacle to turn into a puddle. Having pulled the fox's chakra out of Naruto, the Geto statue changed a lot. Madara decided to persuade Sasuke to join. Look, you remind me a lot of my younger brother. Izuna. I didn't kill you only because you remind me a lot of him. Will you take my side? Asked Madara. Never. Said Sasuke and received a katana blow right to the heart. You made your choice, said Madara and headed towards Hashirama, who was fighting the wood clones. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were in the same room. It was very similar to their subconscious. The only strange thing was that in the middle of the room, with his back to Naruto and Sasuke, sat some old man. Who are you? Naruto and Sasuke asked at the same time. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the old man said, turning around. Although, you know me by another name. The Sage of the Six Paths. Rikudo Sennin? We died? Naruto didn't understand. No. It's not time yet. I have to protect everyone from Madara, said Uzumaki. You are not dead, but you are not alive either. You are on the border between the real world and the afterlife. Whether you will leave here or not depends on your answer, Hagoromo said. The thing is, both of you are the reincarnations of my sons, Ashura and Indra. You, Sasuke, have a part of Indra's soul. But in him, Hagoromo said pointing at Naruto, there are parts of both Indra's and Ashura's souls. So because of this, I can use the Rinnegan almost as if I had it originally? Naruto decided to ask. Yes. Tell me, what is your purpose in life? Rikudo asked. I brought back my brother. And now, I want to resurrect my clan, Sasuke said. I want to protect the Shinobi world from Madara. The rest is not important. Although no. I want to protect all my loved ones, Naruto said. Okay. I feel like you answered me honestly. Sasuke, do you mind if I transfer all my power to Naruto? Hagoromo decided to ask, but I'll give you a small gift. Give me your hands, Otsutsuki said and held out his palms. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded, then placed their palms on Hagoromo's hands. They instantly woke up. Naruto opened his eyes and saw his father in front of him, holding his hands over his stomach. Father? What are you doing? Naruto was surprised. Phew. It worked. I moved the second part of Kyuubi into you, Minato said. The second part of Kurama? Naruto asked. Where did you get it? From the very beginning, you only had the dark part of the fox. Stop. What did you call him? Namikaze didn't understand. Kurama, Naruto answered. I became friends with him. Got it. In general, you still have all the power that you had before Madara sealed his second half in. This, said Minato. Thank you. From now on, I'll do it myself, said Naruto, getting to his feet. As soon as he stood up, Hinata, who had recently arrived on the battlefield, ran up to him. When she saw Naruto in this state, she was very worried, but as soon as he got to his feet, she threw herself on his neck. And Naruto-kun. I was already afraid that you died, said Hinata, sobbing. Everything is fine. I will not die until I stop Madara. At this time, Sasuke was lying on the ground, face down. The katana that Madara had stabbed into him was still in his heart, but for some reason he was alive. Here, Tobirama came up to him and pulled out the katana. Thank you, Second Sama, said Sasuke, getting up first on all fours, and then to his full height. How did you stay alive? Tobirama was taken aback. I don't know, was all Sasuke said. You have the Rinnegan. In your left eye, Tobirama said. So that's the gift he was talking about, Sasuke said thoughtfully. What are you talking about? Tobirama asked. It doesn't matter. What happened while I was unconscious? Uchiha asked. Madara awakened the Ten Tails, Tobirama answered. This is bad. Very bad, Sasuke said. While Tobirama was telling Sasuke about what happened, Naruto stood in front of the Ten Tails, talking to Menma and Madara, who were standing on it and controlling it. Surrender. You don't have a chance. Menma said, raising his head arrogantly. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who had recently fought Menma, and asked. Kakashi-sensei, did he tell you where he got the Rinnegan from? He said that Black Zetsu gave it to him, that according to him, he stole one eye from a certain Hagoromo, the ash-haired man answered. Hagoromo. I understand, Naruto said and felt two new sources of chakra appear behind his back. They were Sasuke and Tobirama. Naruto looked at Sasuke and saw the Rinnegan in one of his eyes. He simply nodded. Menma, revive me, Madara said, and his assistant nodded and put his palms together, then said. Demonic resurrection. After that, Madara began to glow, and then said. Finally. That deafening sound. The sound of a beating heart. Finally, I can carry out my plan. Part 64. 8 gates, equals. Commentary on Part 64. 8 Gates. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Finally. That deafening sound. The sound of a beating heart. Finally, I can carry out my plan. Madara said. Menma's hair turned gray, like Nagato's when he used this technique. Menma himself staggered a little, but still remained on his feet. Kakashi-sensei. Menma is still weak, we can finish him off. Naruto said, addressing his teacher. Kakashi nodded and created Raikiri in his hand, attacking Menma. He was standing close to Madara, but he did not consider it necessary to protect his ally. Kakashi hit Menma right in the head. There was nothing left of it. What is he? There are simply no words. He was his ally, and Madara did not even notice that he was killed, thought Naruto. And now, I will become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Ten Tails sealing technique, said Madara and folded 2 seals, after which the monster moved into him. The Uchiha's skin became so pale that it seemed white. He had a cloak, as well as 6 black spheres behind his back. I have become a full-fledged Otsutsuki, said Madara. Naruto, we must protect everyone from him, said Minato. Got it, said Naruto and folded several seals, after which he said, barrier of 4 blue lights. A quadrangular barrier of blue color was formed around Madara, the resurrected ones and Naruto with Sasuke. This kid was able to create a barrier that is stronger than the red flame barrier, which only Kage-level shinobi can create, Hashirama thought, because he felt a huge amount of chakra flowing into the barrier. Kakashi. Now I have to show you my full power. I have to defeat him, said Guy, standing next to Kakashi. Do you want to use this? Asked Kakashi. Yes. I will use all 8 gates, said Might. He instantly opened 7 gates, and then the 8th. A red aura appeared around Guy, which was so strong that Kakashi recoiled a little, feeling the power of his friend. 8 inner gates technique? I see that his chakra has gone to the heart, where the 8th gate is located. The red aura indicates that the blood is evaporating. Which colors the aura red, thought Madara. Guy, said Kakashi, realizing that his friend would die in any case. It's time for the red beast of Konoha to appear, said Guy and headed towards Madara at great speed. First step. Guy said, approaching Madara and striking the air. The air compressed and struck Madara with great force, but he defended himself with his staff. After that, Guy jumped back and said, second step. After that, Madara flew hundreds of meters, and Guy swung to strike, but felt a strong pain in the hand he was supposed to strike with. What? He stopped. But this technique had to be long-lasting. And Guy-sensei's speed could have increased 5 or even 10 times. Lee thought, who had recently come and watched the battle between his teacher and Madara. My body is not used to such overloads. But it's okay, I'm more or less used to it. Next time, I won't leave him a chance, Guy thought. This taijutsu is incredibly strong. His technique uses compressed air to attack. I can't miss a single blow to myself. If he hits me several times in a row, it will be oh so hard for me. Madara thought, soaring into the air. What did he do? Gaara asked. He used the complete form of the technique that Lee used on you. Long ago, during the Chunin exam, Kakashi replied, but the price of this power is too high. After using the 8 gates, the user dies. That is why the technique is included in Kenjutsu and the last gate is called the Gate of Death, the ash-haired man finished, for everyone to understand his power. In this form, he became stronger than the 5 Kage combined. 5 times stronger. Kakashi added. At this time, Guy recovered from the pain and headed towards Madara. He used the air, or rather Guy compressed it, forming a platform to rise to Madara's level and fight him. Might began to circle around Madara in order to confuse him. After a few seconds of such actions, he began his attack. First step. Guy struck with compressed air, but the Uchiha defended himself from it with the help of spheres that changed their shape and blocked Madara. Second step. Was heard from below. It was Guy. He struck again, but this time Uchiha didn't have time to defend himself and missed the blow. He crashed into his own wall, which he created from spheres. Third step. Fourth step. Might said, striking Madara, which he was unable to defend himself from. Fifth step. Guy said and headed towards Madara to inflict as much damage as possible. But Uchiha used one sphere and created a ball from it, which he defended himself with, leaving only an opening to observe the enemy, and sent the rest of the spheres to Guy. Lee. Now. Minato said, and Lee threw a kunai with the Hiraition mark at the spheres. As soon as the kunai was in the right place, Minato moved to them and transferred them. Guy managed to strike, and it was so strong that it broke through Uchiha's defense from the other side. Madara hit the ground with great force, and Guy landed 10 meters away from him. And you? You are the first one who made me feel alive, after Hashirama, Madara said, getting to his feet. He survived so many attacks, Guy thought, founded, there is only one technique left. Night Guy. Might took a strange stance, and Madara decided to look at him with the Rinnegan. Judging by where his chakra is directed. This will be his last attack, Madara said thoughtfully. Another moment, and the upper part of Guy's suit simply burned away, he himself was covered with lines that seemed to be burning, and a dragon's head appeared above him. I recognize your chakra. You are the first person I have fought in these years who is so good at taijutsu. Madara said. Guy pounced on Madara, and he decided to defend himself with his staff, but it changed its shape. What? He bends space. Uchiha. Guy was taken aback, jumped up a little and delivered a crushing kick to Madara's chest, causing the bones there to turn to dust, just like Guy's leg. They both fell to the ground. Guy's body began to slowly turn to ash, and Madara simply rubbed the left half of his body. But his regeneration worked perfectly, and he was recovering, which could not be said about Guy. I almost died. But you will die soon too. I will spare you from suffering. You will die quickly, Uchiha said and sent one sphere to Guy. It was approaching Guy at incredible speed. There was only about half a meter left to Mato's body, but Naruto blocked the sphere's path. Grabbing it with his hand. He just took the sphere. Madara thought, founded. Guy-san, I will save you, Naruto said and put his hand on Guy's chest, after which a semblance of a seal remained on it, and the chakra stopped flowing to the heart and began to flow through the chakra channels as if Guy did not use the 8th gate. The battle between Madara and Naruto and Sasuke begins. Part 65. Attempts to defeat Madara, Commentary on Part 65. Attempts to defeat Madara. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. There will be 1 or 2 more chapters and an epilogue, which will be very short. Naruto applied some kind of seal to Guy's body and said, You are safe. Now it's our turn to fight. His chakra is no longer fading. He was able to prevent death from using the last, 8th gate. Thought Madara and noticed movement in his direction. It was Naruto, who intended to hit the Uchiha, but he took the staff and defended himself with it. Naruto hit the staff, but the blow was so strong that Madara flew back and hit the trunk of the divine tree that he created recently. As soon as Madara moved away from the past, he noticed that Naruto was holding on to his staff, which should not be happening. What? How was he able to touch the staff? What happened to it, thought Uchiha, maybe it's because I haven't fully recovered. No, Madara did not have time to finish his thought, as he caught a blow to the face. Next came the joint technique of Naruto and Sasuke. Joint technique. Rasengan. Naruto said. This technique consisted of two joint techniques of Uchiha and Uzumaki. Rasen Shuriken and Amaterasu. They mutually increased their power, making the technique as deadly as possible. Madara tried to dodge it. He decided to confuse Naruto by using Limbo, but Naruto, who owns the Rinnegan, and also the Sannin mode, was able to see him and dodge. He was able to dodge Limbo? Forgot. He also has the Rinnegan, Madara thought, and received a blow from the same Rasen Shuriken. He flew to the side. The technique began to grow and cut the tree in half. The tree is damaged, thought Kakashi, who was watching the battle, because he understood that his students had long surpassed him in both techniques and brute force and chakra. Naruto-kun did it? Worried Hinata. At this time, Naruto picked up Guy and carried her to Sakura, who was nearby, and Madara began to absorb the tree. As soon as Naruto approached Sakura, Lee ran up to him. Guy-sensei, he said. Don't worry, Lee, I prevented his death. He's safe, said Naruto, handing the Jonin over to Sakura. Take care of him, Naruto said as he left. You can't defeat me, said Madara after he finished absorbing the tree. Your eye, the Uchiha began, looking at Sasuke, will increase my strength even more. Madara said, flying towards Sasuke. There were a few centimeters left until Sasuke's Rinnegan, when the katana with which he had recently pierced Sasuke pierced Madara, and the Uchiha himself disappeared. He disappeared? Madara thought, taking the weapon out of himself. Naruto moved to the subconscious. Kurama, can you contact the other tailed beasts? Uzumaki asked. Yes, why? The Nine Tails asked. What is Shikaku's ability? The owner of the Rinnegan asked. Sand control and seal, answered the fox. Can you call him here? Asked Naruto. I'll try, said the fox and made a strange seal, after which the one-tailed appeared in Naruto's subconscious. Oh, Shikaku, said the Nine Tails, long time no see. Yeah. Why did you call him? Asked the newcomer. Ask him, said the fox and pointed at Naruto. Oh, you're the same guy who removed the seal from me. What do you want? Asked Shikaku. Can you give me some of your chakra? I want to seal Madara, said the Uzumaki. Okay. But for that, you'll have to cover him in sand, and only then apply the seal. Said Shikaku and extended his hand, or paw, palm down. Naruto touched it with his palm and felt the one-tailed chakra flow into him. Thank you, Shikaku, said Naruto and came out of the subconscious. Sasuke, Naruto began, distract Madara, and I will try to seal him, finished Uzumaki. I will try, said the Uchiha and took a fighting stance. Here, Naruto remembered that there was Hashirama on the battlefield. Naruto headed towards him, fortunately Senju was not far away. Approaching the first, Uzumaki said. Hashirama-sama, can you somehow keep Madara in one place? I have an idea. The most I can do is help Sasuke distract Madara. My techniques are too slow to hold Madara in this form, the Hokage answered. Okay. I hope this will be enough. Come with me, Naruto said and headed towards Sasuke, who was fighting Madara, and Hashirama followed him. A few minutes later, Hashirama was already helping Sasuke, and Naruto was soaking the sand that was under him with his chakra. Passing chakra through his legs, he directed it into the sand, thereby saturating it with chakra. Another 10 minutes passed like this. Hashirama somehow managed to deceive Madara and gave Naruto the opportunity to seal Madara. Uzumaki used Chibaku Tensei of a not very strong form to immobilize Madara, but he resisted. Naruto thought this was his chance and began to cover the Uchiha with sand to make a seal. As soon as the sand sphere finished forming, he made the seal and the sand sphere that Madara was in began to be covered with strange hieroglyphs. Did this kid do it? And how could he control sand? Thought Hashirama. Where did he get the ability to control sand? And at such a speed, thought Gaara. But strangely enough, the sand sphere began to crack. A few moments later, Madara flew out of it. That was clever. But this seal is too weak to hold me back. I need to think of something else, Madara said with a grin. Naruto thought for a moment and then said, Sasuke, throw a kunai at Madara, and then switch him and me. I want to try something, Naruto said. Okay, said the Uchiha and threw a kunai at his enemy. Too easy, said Madara and extended his hand to stop the kunai, grabbing it. There were about half a meter left to Madara's hand, as Naruto appeared instead of him with a Rasengan, which consisted of the element of Kitona and Shikaku's chakra, which caused strange symbols to crawl across the purple sphere, which spoke of its sealing abilities. Sealing Rasengan, said the Uzumaki and hit Madara with the technique. The blow hit his stomach. The same symbols that were on the Rasengan crawled from the place of the blow, but as soon as they appeared, they immediately disappeared. Naruto himself jumped back to Sasuke. It didn't work, Uzumaki cursed. I have an idea, but I'll leave it for later, Naruto thought. Do you have any other ideas? Sasuke asked. I'll try to push him towards you using Shinra Tensei, and you use Amaterasu on Madara, and I'll blow him up with the wind, Naruto said, jumping up to Madara and then using Shinra Tensei, which sent the Uchiha flying toward Sasuke. Sasuke himself used Amaterasu. Madara caught fire, and Naruto used the technique and said, Futon, gust of wind. He directed the wind stream at Madara, who was covered in Amaterasu, which intensified his flames. But the Uchiha was able to absorb them. This is too weak a technique to defeat me, Madara said, getting to his feet. Sasuke. I have one idea, but no one here will like it. Naruto said. Part 66. Sealing at too great a price, equals. Commentary on Part 66. Sealing at too great a price. The chapter is finished. I think few people expected to see the chapter today. If we're lucky, I'll post the epilogue today. Enjoy reading. Sasuke. I have an idea, but no one here will like it, Naruto said. Spit it out, Sasuke said. The seal of the death god, Naruto said briefly. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? You're going to have a child. Sasuke shouted. Flashback. A week had passed since Naruto's Rinnegan took root. He was training at the training grounds and felt a painfully familiar chakra. It was Hinata. He turned to her. Oh, Naruto said and hugged Hyuga. Oh, Hinata answered, pulling away. Did something happen? Uzumaki asked. It happened, Hyuga said, and something very serious, she added, lowering her head. What? Naruto was alarmed. Hinata raised her head and smiled. We are having a baby, she said. Did I hear right? Naruto decided to ask again. No. You heard everything correctly, Hyuga said. That's great. Naruto said and hugged Hinata tightly. End flashback. Naruto. What are you thinking? Sasuke asked. It doesn't matter. Give me the chance to seal him, I have no other choice. Naruto. Have you thought about Hinata? What will happen to her? What will happen to your child? What happened to you? Remember your childhood. Remember how you lived without parents. Do you want to leave your child without a father? Sasuke began to get furious. Sasuke. I know perfectly well what will happen to my son. Yes, I will leave him without a father. But he will have a loving mother, Hinata. He will not grow up in hatred, he will not be alone. He will have the same good friends as I have. And also, we have no other choice. I can't think of anything else. Naruto said. Wait with the seal of the death god. Let's think some more. Are there any seals that can seal Madara? Sasuke asked. The Shikaku seal was the strongest I know. And the Uzumaki clan specializes in Fuinjutsu, Naruto said. If you don't know about it, it doesn't mean there aren't such seals. I'll have to ask the fourth, Uchiha said. It won't work. I know most of the Fuinjutsu. And the strongest ones. And there's not a single sealing technique that can surpass the seal of the death god, Uzumaki said. We need to think of something. I can't let him die, Sasuke thought. Do you think that I need to prevent my death? Naruto guessed. Yes, Naruto. I can't let your son grow up without a father, Sasuke answered. Forgive Sasuke, but this can't be avoided. This is the only way out of this situation, Uzumaki said, and then continued, as Shikamaru said, there is a way out of every situation, but you may not always like this way out, Naruto said, Sasuke, restrain Madara, and I will seal him. This is the only choice where one person from the entire alliance will die for the sake of victory, instead of 1,000, or maybe more, Naruto said. Sasuke was against it, but accepted what Naruto said. We repeat the same thing that you did with the kunai and me, but move me a little earlier so that I have time to fold the seals, Naruto said and then added, I will pull the chakra of the tailed beasts from him, and then seal him, Naruto said and threw the kunai. There were 7 meters left to their enemy and Naruto extended the hand on which there were 2 signs. Touching Madara, he jumped back, and a thread of the tailed beast's chakra was reaching his hand. Landing on the ground, he tried to pull it out. Trying with all his might, he succeeded. He took their chakra for himself, and then released the tailed beasts into the wild. Including Kurama. As soon as Madara returned to his previous appearance, Naruto folded the following seals: snake, pig, sheep, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. After that, Shinigami appeared behind Naruto, with a blade in his teeth. Running up to Madara, who had already stood up, he touched him and said, Seal. The sealing was successful, and Naruto fell to the ground. Since he was from the Uzumaki clan, he was still alive for some time. He decided to resurrect everyone who died in this war. Putting his palms together, he said, Demonic resurrection. After saying this, Naruto's silver hair turned snow-white. Sasuke, who was standing 50 meters away from him, walked towards Naruto. Here is my end. I have nothing to complain about. Naruto thought. I lived a rich life. I made many good friends. Saved the whole world. Found a beautiful, loving girl. I will soon have a child. I was really happy. Besides, there are many people who have probably been waiting for me. Father. Mother. Naruto thought, as he heard someone approaching him. Uzumaki thought it was Sasuke and asked, Is it you, Sasuke? But seeing who it was, Naruto was taken aback. Oh father? Naruto asked. Naruto knew that Orochimaru had cancelled Edo Tensei, so he was surprised. You did a great job, Minato said. I have a question for you, Uzumaki said. How could you leave, knowing that you were leaving your son alone? Naruto asked. You were thinking about your child, right? Namikaze asked. I had no doubt that my son would go the right way. So that's how it is. So I can too. I just have to believe, Naruto said. Hinata. Forgive me, Naruto thought, and his gaze grew cloudy. By this time, Sasuke had approached Naruto's body. Raising his gaze to the sky, he began to remember the past. There was their first joint training. There were those memories where Sasuke envied Naruto. We will meet, Naruto. Wait for us all, Uchiha thought. Sasuke stood up and picked up Naruto's body, after which he carried it towards the rest of the shinobi. As soon as Hinata saw Sasuke carrying his friend, she immediately ran up to him. "Sasuke, did you defeat Madara?" she asked. "Yes," Sasuke said sadly. "And why is Naruto-kun unconscious?" Hyuga noted. "He's not unconscious," Sasuke said sympathetically. "And then what happened to him?" Hinata didn't finish when she realized what had happened. Sasuke silently lowered Naruto to the ground, and Hinata sat down next to Naruto. She held Naruto's lifeless body to her chest. Epilogue. Commentary on epilogue. So this story has come to an end. I hope you enjoyed my fanfic. Enjoy reading. The next day, the funeral of the great shinobi took place. Uzumaki Naruto. He was the greatest man. You have to be incredibly brave to protect everyone at the cost of your own life. All the residents of the 5 great countries came to the funeral, including the Kage, Kakashi, Iruka, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the mentors of the teams that were in Naruto's graduating class, and Hinata. She stood and cried, remembering Naruto's entire life. Kakashi stood and looked at the lowering coffin with an empty look. It began to rain. Times do not change. I continue to lose what is dear to me. It seems that this will never change. It's time to get used to it. History with the 4th Hokage repeated itself. And now, I am the 6th Hokage. The shinobi world is unfair and cruel. Once again a hero dies, and once again a child is left without a father. Hatake thought. After the funeral, Naruto was posthumously awarded the status of the 7th Hokage. Your father lived such a life, said Hinata and looked at the boy of about 6 years old who was sitting on her lap. He had the same silver hair as his father, but in his eyes there was a Byakugan. Hinata had long begged her father to allow her and Naruto's son to keep this dojutsu in himself. She also asked him not to put the restraining seal of the Hyuga clan on the boy. And was Dad really that brave? The boy asked and looked into his mother's eyes. Yes, Minato. He was the strongest and bravest man on earth, Hinata said and shed a tear. I want to become as strong and brave as my dad, Minato said and also shed a tear. I'm sure you'll become just like your dad, the former Hyuga said and hugged her son. The end.